Chapter 931. Yes, I know. Richard's expression returned to normal, and he replied calmly. Although lion-headed Moko's words were highly unreliable, Richard truly didn't believe a super-colony-level civilization was such a pushover. Even if he were to go, it would surely be after he became leader. Our contract is complete. Do you have any last words? Richard's voice tinged with greed, as a gravity blade materialized in his hand. His deal with deer-headed Moko was complete. To him, deer-headed Moko's only value lay in that spine, and that soon-to-dissipate soul. Especially the soul. Even if the soul of a limit-breaking overlord were shattered, it could still serve as nourishment for the cultivation of undead creatures. Haha, no need for Master's intervention. I will naturally attain nirvana. As he spoke, deer-headed Moko's expression grew calm, and bits of gold suddenly emanated from his body. Richard waved his hand, and a large net completely intercepted the gold fragments. When these fragments of gold were gone, deer-headed Moko's body was devoid of any trace of soul, leaving only a vibrant, skeletal form. Richard retracted his net, and took a look at what these fragments of gold were. Soul fragments mixed with dimensional power? That's quite interesting. Though, in theory, the Overlord's soul is equivalent to the will of the world within the Overlord's dimension, this refers only to power, not substance. But these soul fragments before him seemed to fuse dimension and soul. Is this another path? Richard wondered. After collecting the fragments, Richard extracted the spine from deer-headed Moko's temporary body. According to deer-headed Moko, this bone was the foundation of his true nature, the foundation of his cultivation. It's a top-quality material. From what deer-headed Moko had seen and heard, he heard that a demon in the Endless Demon Kingdom had forged a puppet using the foundation of true nature, a puppet whose power rivaled that of a demon. What a wonderful thing. Richard sighed softly, then put it in his pocket. Now wasn't the time to study it. Arriving at the core of the self-destruction, Richard surveyed the remaining library, a faint smile on his face. The octopus monster's self-destruction wasn't unstoppable. In fact, if the dimensional barrier had vanished sooner, Richard could have even used dimensional silk to prevent the explosion. However, even so, the silk puppetry technique had preserved a considerable amount. Richard arrived at the library, and noticed that none of the overlords showed any interest in entering. Everyone, why are you so stagnant? Do you despise this little thing? Richard asked curiously, approaching the overlords. At the front of the overlords, the old ape overlord slowly spoke. This is your trophy. Since you so generously offered it, why should we compete for first place? And the old ape overlord suddenly drew his sword, and a golden flash of light descended upon the library the instant he drew it. But surprisingly, the golden light didn't even collide with the library, merging directly into it. That ghost thing seems to be alive. Richard remained silent, his 4 eyes opening simultaneously. In his vision, the structure of this space seemed to be reorganizing, infused with the power of numerous dimensions. And surprisingly, this unique structure was constructed using his silk puppetry technique as its framework. Unless the silk puppetry is released, this structure will not loosen. Interesting. They pulled this trick at the last minute. Richard was pleasantly surprised. As a silk puppetry user, he immediately saw that something must be hidden at its center. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be the octopus monster's remnant soul. But he kept silent. He turned to look at the overlords, a look of apology on his face. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't have a perfect solution for this problem yet. However, you are all contracted. After joining the Wizarding Union, you can participate in the internal knowledge exchange. At that time, if you are willing, we would be happy to exchange technical information with you. I believe that the results of this exchange will satisfy you. The overlords showed no reaction. They had already tried to crack this space, but to no avail. While they were interested in the contents within, they couldn't really take them home as their own. Besides, with so many people around who would take it, the overlords didn't react, so Richard naturally stored the spatial fragment within his dimension. After giving the overlords a coordinate, they dispersed, each returning to their own civilization. After being lost for so long, they had a backlog of tasks to complete within their civilizations. Richard handed the crown of thorns to Yifeng. Your crown. Richard removed the crown of thorns from his head and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took it with both hands and placed it on his head. Then, the crown of thorns suddenly erupted with dimensional power, and crimson thorns sprouted from the crown, piercing Yifeng's body like roots. In just a moment, Yifeng's body was completely replaced by the crown of thorns. How does it feel? Richard asked curiously. It hurts a lot. Yifeng paused for a moment before replying, but it's okay. I can adapt. Wizard, show me your contract. I'm now the only cursed demon king of the cursed demon empire. Richard smiled and produced a fake contract. With the signing of the contract, an invisible shackle instantly fell upon the two men, and indeed, upon two civilizations. Excuse me, where's your brother? I don't think he's here yet. He hasn't arrived yet. Hasn't arrived? Richard was slightly taken aback. It had taken so long, and the Wild Cloud Lord hadn't had much luck. Yifeng said casually, don't be surprised. If you were being hunted by a limit-breaking Dimension Lord, you wouldn't have arrived so quickly. The addition of the Cursed Demon Empire further strengthened the Wizard Alliance. The Cursed Demon Empire previously boasted 4 Cursed Demon Kings and 2 Cursed Demon Kings, matching the natural Federation strength. Now that the Cursed Demons have joined the Alliance, the overlords of both the Natural Federation and the Cursed Demon Empire have been liberated. With the addition of these 10 overlords, the Wizarding Alliance's war situation is bound to stabilize and improve. Add to that the many overlords Richard rescued from the maze, and the war situation seems to be a foregone conclusion. Civilization Devourer occupied zone. Across the vast, desolate sea of ether, vast fleets are constantly conducting wartime operations. Beside them, the vast galaxy world has lost its former splendor. Now, it looks more like a gigantic, indescribable entity. The barrier that once blocked outsiders had now turned a dark crimson, with veins like blood vessels faintly visible within. Fleets entered, pouring dimensional treasures from the infinite dimension into the behemoth's body. Suddenly, the sea of ether violently trembled. No, it wasn't the sea of ether itself that was shaking. It was the very space of the astral plane that was vibrating. Some terrifying entity was leaping from the infinite dimension into the astral plane. At the same time as this tremor, a vast fleet emerged from the galactic world. These ships were immense, and within them were towering titans. Azure beams emanated from the titan fleets, like a scalpel slicing through space with precision and speed. As the horrific wound appeared, the terrifying entity about to leap into the astral plane also revealed its features. It was a behemoth that surpassed any fleet. A mountain-sized gravitational thruster continuously released a ripple-like gravitational field across the endless dimensional void. Yet, this massive gravitational thruster was merely a tiny part of this behemoth's navigation array. Just approaching the rift, the aftermath of its movement caused a massive wave in the ether sea. Amidst the fleet, the Titan commander exclaimed in amazement. No matter how many times I see it, I'm still astonished. World shifts. Haha, truly an unimaginable feat of greatness. After sending the overlords away, Richard quickly left the ever-changing dimension. Although he longed to search for the 7 civilization treasures, the octopus monster's self-destruction could shatter them. What if any of them survived? However, the octopus monster's self-destruction would cause too much noise. If it attracted a giant, even he would be doomed. For safety's sake, Richard decided it would be best to stay out of the spotlight for now. Returning to the miracle dimension, Richard was considered safe. However, he didn't relax. On the contrary, a sense of tension welled up within him. Every gift from fate isn't in vain. The fact that things were going so smoothly for him in the Cursed Demon Empire indicated that the war situation had likely undergone a significant shift. Fate needed these forces to maintain Richard's power. I must strengthen my strength, Richard sighed softly. Calming himself, Richard began to plan his own path of advancement. Judging from the information from both Deer-Headed Moko and Lion-Headed Moko, the path he was taking was an extremely difficult one. In the 10 directions, Arhats had attempted this path to attain Buddhahood, but ultimately ended up dead and their spirits extinguished. In the Endless Demon Realm, celestial demons had also attempted this path, but the results were equally disappointing, with their souls annihilated and their bodies left behind. So, he had to proceed with caution. Therefore, his short-term improvement should focus on adjusting his soul structure. Of course, Richard glanced sideways at the spatial fragments to the side. The octopus monster's library was floating beside him. If he could break through this library, breaking through the limit wouldn't be impossible. However, regardless of whether he breaks through the limit or not, adjusting his soul structure is imperative, so this should be the primary focus. Completing the Supreme Trial as quickly as possible and obtaining the Supreme Civilization Treasure would be a more obvious path for him. Chapter 932. Attack, attack! The commander's command resonated like thunder over the Legion's communicator. Energy beams rained down like raindrops. On the ground, a legion of wizards clad in finely crafted alchemical armor advanced. The Legion's area was a plain, where fortresses made of enchanted composite materials sprouted like mushrooms. In the sky, Hearthmen fighters and warships engaged the Necropolis fleet. The terrifying attacks continued to explode in the air, leaving almost no clear space visible throughout the day. Spatial turbulence was even more prevalent in this battlefield than in the air. In the center of the battlefield, an immense tower-shaped structure continuously emitted terrifying energy shockwaves. Previously, this tower had been attacked several times, each time resulting in the death of a great wizard. General Command had issued an order to capture this tower at all costs. Boss, cover! On the ground battlefield, ASU, clad in exquisite alchemical armor and resembling a miniature giant, roared. For jets of dark blue suddenly erupted from behind him, accelerating his speed to 50 times the speed of sound. Behind him, Gawain, also clad in alchemical armor, immediately followed. With a flick of his hand, dozens of floating cannons instantly overloaded and fired. In an instant, dozens of beams reaching 100,000 energy levels were unleashed simultaneously. The enemy directly in front of ASU was suppressed, unable to attack. Boom! A sharp explosion echoed in Richard's ears. ASU, charging near the fortress, raised his hammer and brought it down. The heavy hammer, carrying the decomposing force field, instantly opened a hole in the fortress. The breach is open. Prepare to enter the battle. Gawain's voice echoed through the communication system, echoing through the ears of the attacking team. The next moment, dozens of figures, almost like phantoms, rushed directly into the fortress through the breach. The team members were already familiar with the fortress's internal structure. The necromancer swung his standard, finely crafted staff, and a magic circle emerged from the staff's tip. Hundreds of ghosts, each with a strength of level 2, burst out from the circle and rapidly advanced along the passage. In the past, necromancers were typically used as medics and scouts on the battlefield. But on this battlefield, where soldiers face only two outcomes, life or death, the necromancer's medical role has been greatly reduced, replaced by dedicated scouts. These ghosts are the most practical reconnaissance tools. Through their reconnaissance, dozens of traps targeting the attacking forces were triggered in advance, and the internal furnace man deployment was discovered. This information was shared via the mental network, and the wizard team launched their attack. Buzz, white-purple lightning flashed across the passage. Covering fire. Charge, charge, charge. Boom. Disintegration beam. The turret has been destroyed. Continue the attack. Boom. Crimson flames enveloped the passage, the intense heat instantly melting the wizard's energy barriers and armor. Numbers 5 and 6 killed, number 7 seriously injured. Continue the attack. The Hardman Legion was undoubtedly elite. Even after discovering their location and deploying countermeasures, Gawain's team still lost 5 members, and 3 more were lucky enough to only be incapacitated. Fort 345 has been cleared. Over half of the team has been reduced. Requesting reorganization. Zizizizi. Field Command has received the message. The reorganization request has been approved. The reorganized team will arrive at Fort 345 in 3 minutes. After a brief respite, Gawain arrived at ASU's side. Ordinarily, there shouldn't be any families on this battlefield. Families typically fight in secondary battlefields, where the intensity is low and they are perfect for using families to slash and burn. However, as the squad commander, Gawain had the power to select his lieutenants, and ASU became his lieutenant. How's your condition? If you're not doing well, retreat. I've checked, and the field medical team will be here in 10 minutes. ASU looked gravely ill. A high-energy jet pierced his left abdomen, and the charred wound now emitted a strange, burnt aroma. It's a minor wound, nothing serious. ASU waved his hand, and a needle suddenly ejected from his arm armor and injected the wound. Under the needle's effect, his wound began to heal at a visible speed. Don't use this stuff too much. Gawain frowned slightly. As an alchemist, he knew exactly what these urgently needed recovery potions on the battlefield were. At their core, these things were just a way to spend money before it's needed. Even if they contained life essence, the damage to the body was immense. Long-term use of these injections would only cause a decline in physical fitness, but in more severe cases, cell collapse was possible. Oh boss, you always think too far ahead. In this place, whether we can survive until tomorrow is uncertain. I'm cashing out the future. ASU's voice was indifferent. This wild beastman had begun studying wild beastman philosophy, since the intensity of the war escalated. But his frantic thinking didn't yield any profound insights. The greatest benefit of the wild orc philosophy was that it made this already fearless wild orc even more fearless. In his own words, this was what he called understanding the true meaning of life. The true meaning of life isn't how long you live, but whether you can stick to your ideas and execute them unwaveringly. Gawain, speechless, patched the gap in his body with metal, and sat down beside him. The center of his gauntlet suddenly opened, revealing a photograph. In the photo, a female sorceress with antlers beamed. Beside her, Gawain looked helpless, and ASU, with a playful smile. ASU glanced at it, his tone suddenly turning envious. Ah, this woman is so lucky. During the great transformation of the god civilization, Donna also joined the war. As a logistics officer, her risk was probably the lowest on the battlefield. But unfortunately, even the lowest risk always comes. Donna quickly lost her first life on the battlefield, and in the same battle, she used up her remaining 2 resurrection chances. After her soul box was depleted, Donna applied for a transfer back to the rear, using this as a condition. She now works as a director at an alchemy factory. Even if your soul box is damaged, you can still return, Gawain said calmly, putting the photo away. Haha, forget it then, ASU laughed. I'm aiming to become a martial saint. Using the soul box won't even get me to Grandmaster, let alone martial saint. Gawain didn't continue speaking. After swallowing a potion to restore his mental strength, he closed his eyes and began to rest. Bang! A loud noise suddenly interrupted Gawain's rest. An unimaginable, terrifying pressure descended upon every wizard like the sky falling. Gawain's face trembled with fear. He had only experienced this level of pressure once before, on the battlefield of the Ember Sun world. Could it be that an overlord has descended upon this world? Attention all wizards! Attention all wizards! The enemy overlord is descending! The enemy overlord is descending! Everyone retreat immediately! Everyone retreat immediately! The voice emanating from the communication system made Gawain's hair stand on end. A creature of the overlord's caliber was beyond the reach of mortals like them. Even the legendary Great Wizard Legion might not be able to withstand the weakest overlord. How could an overlord descend? What the hell did that monster do? Looking at the intelligence gathering from various fronts, the staff officers at the Star Wars Zone Command felt their scalps tingle. In just 1 hour, reports of overlord invasions had been received from 7 worlds. This kind of nonsense, the kind even a drunk in a tavern wouldn't dare utter, was actually happening in real life. Have you contacted Corona? The chief of staff shouted to his secretary. Corona is currently engaged in combat with the Overmind and has no time to direct. Bang! Damn it! The chief of staff slammed the table with such force that a palm-shaped hole was instantly created in the enchanted alloy. Contact the rear. See if any of the Coronas are not engaged. The current situation was too bizarre, and even a 6th-ring wizard like the chief of staff dared not jump to conclusions. Although retreat seemed the best option at the moment, Corona's strategic objective for them was to attack. Retreat is a tactical victory, but tactical victory must not affect strategic success or failure. Otherwise, even if he were a 6th-ring wizard, he would be forced to go and atone for his sins. Yes, the secretary replied swiftly, then entered the wizard dimension, leveraging the keeper's power to communicate. Contact the Corona? Let me see. In the City of Eternal Truth, the keeper flipped open the magic book in his hand, and countless runes flowed through it as the pages turned. Unfortunately, all the Coronas. Oh, you're lucky. There's actually 1 Corona available. The keeper's first words nearly brought the secretary to the bottom, but the unexpected twist in the second half instantly lifted his spirits. Which Corona? The Miracle Corona, the keeper smiled. The Miracle Corona is currently available. Do you want me to notify you? The Miracle Corona? The secretary was stunned by this answer. As a great wizard, he was well aware of the struggles within the upper echelons of wizarding civilization. The miracles were already secretly at war with the Transfiguration and Alchemy Coronas. As members of the Transfiguration Corona, if they rashly asked the miracles for a decision, it would be somewhat of an insult to their own boss. But if they didn't, they, the wizards, couldn't change the overall strategy. Without hesitation, the secretary immediately handed this difficult decision to his superior. He, a mere soldier, couldn't shoulder such a heavy responsibility. What? Only the miracles are left? The chief of staff's voice sounded horrified. As a 6th-ring Grand Wizard, he knew far more than a mere soldier like the secretary. He knew full well that the Coronas were vying for leadership, not just a voice. Among them, the miracles, despite a weaker school foundation, completely overwhelmed the other 2 in terms of dominant combat power, to the point that both Coronas were considering joining forces. But at this juncture, it seemed he had no choice. Choosing the Miracle Coronet, he could eventually transition to the School of Miracles. But if his strategy was delayed, he would be inducted into the Redemption Army. Tell the Secret Keeper to notify the Miracle Coronet. I will bear all consequences. A moment later, a voice suddenly echoed in Richard's ears as he was adjusting his soul within the dimension. Lord Coronet, your support is needed on the front lines. Chapter 933. Ever since the incident with the Cursed Demon Empire, Richard had devoted himself to cultivation. The knowledge within the Alliance was unlimited, and with his inheritance from the Furnace Man, his development of his soul structure was incredibly smooth. In just 6 months, the quality of his mental power doubled, nearly equivalent to the work of the Soul Corona in tens of thousands of years. With increased mental power came a surge in computing power. And this increased computing power meant his ability to decipher the spatial structure began to accelerate. Through Richard's deciphering, the defensive measures based on Sil puppetry were gradually crumbling, revealing some of the hidden knowledge within. If Richard were given a little more time, completely breaking through this spatial structure wouldn't be difficult. But at this very moment, problems arose on the front lines, which truly frustrated Richard. But he couldn't refuse now. After all, the front truly needed him. And he had heard some things about the school these days. While it's unclear what prompted the combined attacks of evocation and alchemy against the School of Miracles, this was undoubtedly a statement. The two limit breakers were unwilling to allow Richard to ascend to the leadership position. Or rather, to become leader, Richard would have to surpass them. This outcome wasn't unexpected for Richard, though it came a little too soon. Opening the dimensional portal, Richard appeared in the City of Eternal Truth in the Wizard Dimension. In the square of the City of Eternal Truth, Richard encountered the Keeper of Secrets and a Fourth Ring Grand Wizard. The Fourth Ring Grand Wizard was extremely nervous upon seeing him, as if he had seen a monster. "Are you a staff officer?" Richard asked, stepping forward. The Fourth Ring Grand Wizard shuddered at Richard's question and replied repeatedly, "I'm just a secretary. I don't know the specifics. My superiors will be here soon." Seeing him like this, Richard couldn't help but want to laugh. He, too, had come from a junior wizard background, so he naturally understood the thoughts of this Grand Wizard, who called himself a secretary. "Don't be so nervous. Our conflict won't spread downward, and the information you shared with me won't kill you." The Fourth Ring Grand Wizard smiled awkwardly, but remained silent. Behind him, a rune-encrusted gate slowly opened, and a Sixth Ring Grand Wizard, who looked no different from an elemental creature, walked in. "Corona." The Sixth Ring Grand Wizard bowed slightly, his face filled with a mixture of fear and respect for Richard. Even students of the Coronas were blind to the war between the Coronas. Some actions, seemingly tantamount to a breach of trust, were merely expressions of support in the eyes of the Coronas. "Tell me about the situation on the front lines. If I remember correctly, you seem to be a subordinate of the evolutionary, nicknamed Rekindled Embers. Now that this problem has been pinned on me, I guess there's nothing you can do." Hearing Richard's words, the Great Wizard Rekindled Embers gave an awkward smile. "Corona, if you remember correctly, I am indeed Rekindled Embers. I'm here because of a major development on the front lines. So far, overminds have descended on 7 worlds, severely impacting our offensive plans. What are your thoughts?" Richard asked bluntly. The Great Wizard Rekindled Embers paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Then he said, "My idea is to retreat and temporarily suspend the offensive. The arrival of these overminds indicates a major shift within the Devourer of Civilizations. We should suspend our offensive until we understand what's happening. Then halt the offensive and retreat across the board," Richard said without hesitation. "Huh?" Hearing Richard's unwavering command, the Great Wizard Rekindled Embers was stunned for a moment. "So hasty?" Richard raised his brows slightly. "What's your question?" No, I'm just a little surprised you made a decision so quickly," the Great Wizard Rekindled Embers said respectfully. "We've been attacking for a while now. I think the higher-ups must have some grand plan." "No, at least I'm not aware of any," Richard said calmly. "The essence of our recent offensive was to weaken the Devourer of Civilizations as much as possible. Now that his strength is recovered, we must stabilize the front and then formulate a new plan." Richard wasn't sure what the situation was, but judging by the current situation, the Devourer of Civilizations should have recovered some of its strength. The previous Civilization Alliance had 3 leaders, and even in its later stages, the number of overlords exceeded the current Wizard Alliance. Now that some of his injuries have healed, it's normal for him to have a few minor overlord clones. "Your will." The Great Wizard Rekindled Embers bowed slightly. "Anything else?" Richard asked again. "That's all for now." "Will you personally command?" The Great Wizard Rekindled Embers asked tentatively. "Forget it then." Richard waved his hand slightly. "By the way, open the door for me. I go to your place and take charge, lest you be beheaded." "Yes, sir." Intelligence of the Overmind's arrival continued to emerge. In just one day, 20 reports of the Overmind's arrival were reported back from the front lines. While multiple Overminds could be expected, the surge in their numbers was undeniable. Boom! Richard casually swung his hand, and the rune hammer, encrusted with miraculous fire, smashed and purified a dominant-level civilization devourer minion like a meteor. This was the second dominant minion he had slain that day. He gazed into the depths of the starry sky, his eyes grim. How much have you recovered? Dominant-level minions were a precious resource for the civilization devourer, not to be expendable cannon fodder. But now the civilization devourer had given him 2 minions in quick succession, which clearly defied common sense. Unless the civilization devourer already had an abundance of such minions, or could replenish them at will, he would never be so reckless. The order to retreat continued to be issued, and a massive army of wizards began to retreat towards the nearest hub world. But surprisingly, the civilization devourer did not initiate an offensive, as if the arrival of the many dominants was merely to scare the wizards. This is not normal. At the war zone headquarters, Richard examined the star map, a sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. You should know that recently, with the addition of the Cursed Demon Empire and the Natural Federation, the Wizarding Alliance's war effort has been incredibly rapid. Dozens of worlds are being reclaimed daily. If it weren't for the widespread deployment of the Devourer of Civilization's weapons against the Overmind, this pace would be even faster. Under these circumstances, the Devourer of Civilizations should retaliate as much as possible after regaining its strength. Furthermore, to regain its strength, it must devour worlds. Whether from a self-interested or emotional perspective, the Devourer of Civilization's offensive is understandable. But now, the battle lines are remarkably stable. Unless, of course, the Devourer of Civilization's primary attack is not directed at them. Oh no! Lingma Civilization is in for a rude shock. After figuring out the key, Richard suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Although Lingma Civilization didn't have many overlords, as a civilization, once devoured by the Civilization Devourer, their dimension would be consumed as well. At that point, Lingma Civilization would be reborn within the Civilization Devourer. Everything they possessed would be controlled by the Civilization Devourer. This meant that not only could the Lingma Civilization's armies emerge en masse and become inexhaustible, but the Wizarding Alliance's technology would become sustenance for the Civilization Devourer. This was absolutely terrible news for wizards. I have to gather those overlords, Richard thought to himself. The overlords rescued from the maze were currently handling affairs within their respective civilizations, and hadn't yet joined the battlefield. Richard had originally planned to gather these overlords after breaking through the limit, then leverage their power to directly become the leader of the Wizarding Civilization, and even the leader of the Wizarding Alliance. But now, he had no choice but to activate this card. Richard turned around. Behind him, the Grand Wizard, Embers Rekindled, was arranging the retreat routes and reorganizing the various units. The current commanders of the Wizarding Legions are all Grand Wizards, some even veterans from before the Civilization Wars. Without sufficient strength and experience, ordinary people simply couldn't mobilize these legions. Embers Rekindled. The Grand Wizard, Embers Rekindled, was startled by the words and immediately turned around and said respectfully, "I'm here." "Lord Coronet, what are your orders?" Richard said gravely, "Pass the word down. Have the legions be ready for battle once they've rested. The retreat is only temporary." "Prepare for battle?" The Great Wizard Rekindled Embers was taken aback. "Didn't you say we were going to retreat strategically and formulate a new plan?" Richard shook his head slightly, his voice low. "It's too late to formulate a new plan. From now on, you be responsible for formulating your offensive route. Make sure to apply sufficient pressure. Don't worry about the domination issue. I handle that." The Great Wizard Rekindled Embers gave a wizard salute. "Your will. Prepare for battle?" Gawain felt a tightness in his chest at the news sent down from above. As expected, the lull was only temporary. Until the war was over, an elite legion like his would never rest. Just as Gawain was feeling depressed, a gentle female voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Wizard Gawain, the mood plugin detects that you're feeling down. Do you need some mental therapy?" "No, it's just a minor issue," Gawain replied after a moment's silence. The near-constant, high-intensity warfare had left members of Gawain's elite wizard group with varying degrees of mental health issues. To prevent them from experiencing seizures and causing irreparable damage to the Legion, the Tesla Research Institute in the rear, in collaboration with the School of Soul Studies, developed a mood plug-in to constantly monitor the soldiers' moods and thoughts. The crime of bad thought was abolished at the end of the war against the Galactic Mayflies. At that time, everyone believed the war was about to end and peace would arrive. But the ensuing war against a certain civilization plunged wizards into the quagmire of war. And due to the characteristics of that civilization, bad thought became a primary target of scrutiny by law enforcement wizards and the military court. Once bad thoughts were discovered, if the offense was minor, only thought correction and a written self-reflection would suffice. However, if the thoughts were confirmed to be deeply ingrained and irreversible, the wizard would be executed with a mental death sentence. Their personality would be erased by the Department of Psychic Enforcement and rebuilt. Of course, this was considered a mild measure. In the neighboring civilization of the gods, bad thinkers were directly thrown into the abyssal transformation pool, transformed into abyssal demons, and continued to fight. Galwin calmed himself down and paused for a moment before abandoning his plans to return for rest. ASU, come to the training ground. Your vacation is over. Chapter 934. Amidst the boundless starry sky, a massive fleet of floating cities leaped from the void. Under the command of the War Zone headquarters, the frontline combat forces were retreating towards the hub world at an astonishing speed. Although Richard had ordered the combat troops to prepare for attack, the reorganization of the legions was essential before the attack. In the wizard-dominated War Zone, wizards naturally constituted the primary force. However, wizards also required secondary forces from their clans as support, as well as auxiliary legions from the gods and the abyss. Although wizard legions could still fight without complete formations, no commander would, if given the opportunity, allow an incomplete legion to charge into battle. This would be irresponsible to both the legion and the battlefield. The fleet slowly approached the world wall. Outside it, a massive ring-shaped structure silently rotated in the starry sky. This was another massive alchemical war machine, following the floating city and floating fortress, created by the wizards. It was called the World Ring. The World Ring is primarily constructed from various alloys, but it also incorporates numerous biotechnologies, such as material erosion techniques from the abyss. Outwardly, the massive World Ring appears to be a vast hollow metal ring. The World Ring's purpose is simple. It serves as a port for the necropolis on a daily basis, eliminating the hassle of entering and exiting the world. Secondly, it can also serve as a defensive measure in the event of a world invasion. Through the design of the alchemist, 3 world rings of varying sizes, along with a small number of astral fortresses, can completely protect the entire world. Furthermore, through linkage with the world guardians and the devices within the world ring can also collaborate with the world itself, expanding the world wall and changing its properties, transforming it into a completely unbreakable barrier. Nethercity Fleet Number 64 requests port entry. Confirm number, prepare for the guide beam. For beams shot out from the world ring, and under their illumination, the massive floating city began to slowly enter the world ring. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, an alarm rang out throughout all the floating cities. Within the astral realm, the ether sea seemed to have been stimulated, boiling with activity. A violent spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, instantly causing the once orderly formation to become turbulent. Ether storm? Orange level. In the center of the Necrocity fleet, the fleet commander looked at the control panel with a look of astonishment. This wasn't their first time entering and exiting the world ring. It shouldn't have triggered an ether storm. But his astonishment soon faded, replaced by a look of horror. A massive rift suddenly opened within the astral plane, resembling a vast scar. At the center of that scar, a colossal being, accompanied by a massive fleet, slowly entered the astral plane. Enemy attack. A master is leading the attack. A master is leading the attack? Richard listened to the news from the Nexus world, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Could he have guessed wrong? Could the devourers of civilizations have not attacked simply because the war zone they had to cover was too vast, and they hadn't had time to do so? Richard's mind flickered, and the vision of his clone in the ecstasy dimension instantly appeared before him. The location he had agreed to meet with the many overlords was in the ecstasy dimension, but just 6 months had passed, and no one had yet arrived. This is a bit troubling. Richard frowned, immediately pulling his book of miracles from his pocket. The use of curse magic requires a medium and a connection. These overlords had signed a fateful pact with him, and this connection should allow him to connect with them through curse magic. Without hesitation, Richard's body immediately entered the infinite dimension. Around him, vast dimensional forces were drawn to the Book of Miracles, converging like a storm, trapping Richard within. Richard flipped the pages, and a rune of holy light emerged from his body. As the crown prince of the School of Miracles, the Book of Miracles in Richard's hands recorded all miracle magic and its principles, regardless of whether Richard had created them or not. These principles might seem absurd, but the moment they were written into the Book of Miracles, they became part of the system of miracle magic. Even Richard, the highest-ranking member of this system, couldn't arbitrarily erase these conditions. So, when Richard attempted to use an unprecedented miracle spell, he wasn't sure if it would succeed. Soon, a miracle spell appeared before Richard. Contract tracking, it's your turn. This was a 3-ring miracle spell created by the Miracle School of Magic. Its effect was to establish a connection between the two parties involved through the bond in the contract. Richard didn't know the creator's purpose for creating this spell, but today, it just happened to be useful. Richard thought, and a contract tracking magic circle appeared in the void. Following this, he waved his hand casually, and countless runes flew out of the miracle book and entered the magic circle. The contract tracking spell was excellent, but Richard needed more information than tracking. So, he needed to make a small modification to the spell. After completing the modification, Richard placed his palm on the center of the magic circle. Immediately, a shocking sensation surged from his palm, piercing his soul. Everyone, time for trivial matters is over. Bring your weapons and treasures. The war is about to begin. After transmitting this message, Richard removed his hand, feeling a slight sense of relief. He wasn't worried about the overlords not coming. They were bound by the fateful contract. If they dared not come, they would die at the mercy of fate. After leaving a message for his clone in the Misty Dimension, in case he was too busy fighting and had no time to recover, Richard headed directly for the hub world. Broken metal fragments flew continuously across the boundless void. Thanks to the tireless efforts of technicians from several civilizations, and Richard's generous technological support, the gap between the Wizarding Alliance and the previous Civilization Alliance in conventional technology has been narrowed. While the gap in advanced technology remains significant, the Wizarding Alliance has not blindly pursued research, but instead conducted specialized research tailored to the current situation. Their research focuses on 2 main areas: world movement technology and defensive overlord technology. Overlords are incredibly lethal on a conventional battlefield. Even a civilization devourer's fortress world, with weapons in place, would only take a few dozen minutes for an overlord to breach. Although the Wizarding Alliance believed they were certain to win, they underestimated their opponents strategically, but not tactically. Thus, overlord defense technology became their second research direction. And so far, this research has yielded results. On the outer periphery of the world, countless barrier generators lit up along the vast world ring. Power from the world wall continuously flowed through energy pipelines into this vast world-class barrier. The overlord stood in the void, quietly swinging his hammer. The next moment, a massive ripple erupted across the barrier. From behind, it looked like a monstrous wave. However, the barrier remained unbroken. The beginnings of great things always emerge unexpectedly. In their fight against the overlord, the Wizarding Alliance unwittingly discovered the starting point of the path to controlling destiny. That is, through world guardians, supplemented by technological equipment, a civilization can fully harness the power of a world. This is a remarkable technology that no previous civilization alliance possessed. A surge of fire erupted from the world ring, countless beams of energy nearly illuminating the entire sea of ether. The Devourer of Civilization's clone gazed silently at the magnificent creation of this civilization, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion flashed in his eyes. Greed. To him, the more powerful and creative a civilization, the more delicious it was. The progress of the Wizarding Union, like the aroma of a dish, made his stomach rumble. Boom! He swung his hammer again, and this time, the barrier constructed by the world ring dimmed noticeably. Nearby, thousands of shield generators were overloaded by the blow. Alchemists, repair. The commander-in-chief of the hub world practically roared his orders. At his command, tens of thousands of alchemists began to rush forward, and with them came a tidal wave of alchemists. They were part of the overall command. If the commanders of the attacking legions were all subordinates of the Shaper Wizards, then the highest commanders of these defensive forces were all wizards of the Alchemist School. Soon, the third strike arrived. This time, the massive barrier suddenly dimmed. Immediately afterwards, an extremely piercing humming sound resounded throughout the starry sky. With just 3 strikes, the Alchemist School's painstakingly constructed world defense system was breached. The Devourer of Civilization waved his hand mercilessly, and a tidal wave of legions began to land on the world ring. The world ring was a masterpiece, and the Devourer of Civilization had no intention of destroying it. If all went well, the world ring would be devoured by him, becoming the first item in his collection since breaking the seal. You seem quite leisurely and elegant. A voice suddenly rang out from behind the Devourer of Civilizations. Before the voice could reach his senses, a rune hammer blazing with miracle fire had already arrived behind him. Boom! The Devourer of Civilization's body retreated thousands of kilometers, its terrifying speed creating a vacuum in the sea of ether. In his original position, a terrifying ghost god with a red face and white hair, its body ablaze with 5-colored ghostly fire, stared at him with a fierce gaze. In his hand, a hammer blazed with golden miracle fire. Just now, it was this hammer that had sent him flying thousands of kilometers. Richard observed the Devourer of Civilizations. Although this clone of the Devourer of Civilizations appeared to be a Titan, its inhuman aura was enough to reveal its true identity to any creature who had seen it. Limit-breaking clone, it seems you have indeed recovered considerably. Chapter 935. A limit-breaking clone. This was something Richard had never encountered in his previous battles. Richard didn't believe a clone of this level had always existed, but the Devourer of Civilizations hadn't used it. Its appearance now was definitely due to the resurgence of the Devourer of Civilizations' power. The Devourer of Civilizations clone looked at Richard, the greed in its eyes instantly vanishing, replaced by an inhuman coldness. Richard felt less like he was face to face with a living being than a cold machine disguised as a living being. Without a word or a single movement, the Devourer of Civilizations clone practically teleported to Richard's side. The violent small dimension disintegration cannon erupted from his side, like a storm. At such close range, Richard had no chance of dodging. The massive ghostly body was instantly engulfed by the small dimension disintegration cannon. But the next moment, a warhammer blazing with miraculous fire flew out from the light and struck the Devourer of Civilizations in the face. With a crackling sound, the Civilization Devourer's head shattered, and the surging miracle fire, as if alive, continued to spread throughout its body. However, compared to the past, this time, the miracle fire spread more slowly. After burning for a while, the miracle fire spontaneously extinguished within the Civilization Devourer. The light from the small dimension destruction cannon faded, and Richard stood there, tightly encased in a suit of black gold armor adorned with mysterious patterns. Over the past 6 months, while Richard had transformed his soul structure, he had also received the inheritance of the black gold armor and, incidentally, made some use of his discarded bronze round shield. Although the bronze round shield was scrapped, as a treasure of a civilization, its material was naturally extraordinary, a kind of imaginary material in alchemy, meaning a perfect material possessing contradictory properties. This imaginary material is considered an excellent raw material for silk thread in the dimensional thread weaving method. Through dimensional absorption and transformation, the bronze round shield was transformed into dimensional thread, which was then incorporated into Richard's black gold armor. The black gold armor now possesses some of the characteristics of the bronze round shield, symbolized by the mysterious patterns on it. And after Richard accepted the inheritance, the black gold armor also demonstrated its full potential. As a piece of armor, the black gold armor possesses a noble energy storage and damage reduction mechanism. This means that the armor absorbs incoming attacks, and then releases them at a specific time according to the user's thoughts. In addition, it possesses the ability to combine with other artifacts. Through its connection with the mountains and seas, any attacks that cannot be absorbed by the black gold armor are distributed to each artifact. In other words, if Richard dared to materialize a dimension, the Devourer of Civilizations would have to possess the power to destroy the entire dimension with a single strike to defeat him. Of course, Richard wasn't that crazy. He currently used a massive secret realm constructed from fragments of secret realms. After this initial assembly, this massive secret realm was reinforced with fragments of the Great World Tree. Richard then crafted it into a portable magical suit, serving as the damage-bearing component of his black gold armor. Don't assume the secret realm is unreliable simply because it's called a secret realm. In fact, without a world barrier, the strength of a secret realm connected by a world tree is not much different from that of the world itself. Moreover, compared to the world itself, a giant secret realm is incredibly cheap, so even if it breaks, it's not a big deal. If time wasn't so tight, Richard could even prepare hundreds of giant secret realms, enchant their interiors specifically, and use them as damage-absorbing components for his black gold armor. Starting with a small dimensional destruction cannon, how cautious! Richard's voice was as gentle as the wind, but his actions were as swift as a mountain torrent. The ghost god, blazing with 5-colored will-o'-the-wisp fire, swung his hammer fiercely. Gravitational force erupted from the hammer, instantly transforming tens of thousands of kilometers of the surrounding area into a vacuum. All the ether was drawn in by the gravity, transforming into a black hole barely the size of a needle tip. But this time, Richard didn't use gravity directly as a means of attack. Without the boundary annihilation stone, the black hole will do. Richard swung his hammer, bringing the black hole with it, and smashing into the Civilization Devourer. Instantly, the black hole pierced through all of the Civilization Devourer's defenses, and burrowed directly into its shell. The Devourer of Civilizations didn't react. Its 2 arms instantly transformed into dozens of tentacles, piercing Richard's body. For him, this material attack was a mere delivery. The viscous black liquid sealed the black hole the moment it entered and immediately began to erode it. But would Richard forget such a crucial weakness? Buzz, a piercing humming sound suddenly emanated from within the devourer of civilizations. Richard smiled, and a miraculous fire instantly ignited within him, freeing himself from the devourer of civilizations' restraints. Ether bombs are truly useful. Ether bombs, a technology inherited from the Black Armor. The civilization that gave birth to the Black Gold Armor had conducted in-depth research on ether, a substance found throughout the astral plane. According to their research, ether is a fifth element, separate from the four. It possesses an innate ability to corrode everything in the world. Even world barriers are corroded by the ether sea, draining the world's fundamental power, and slowly weakening it. Exploiting this property, the Black Armor civilization created a series of ether-based weapons. Among these, the technology they called all-unification was particularly powerful. By compressing highly concentrated ether and supplementing it with dimensional power, this technology, when properly executed, could even instantly kill the Overlord. However, Richard felt that the name all-unification wasn't very intuitive. He better call it an ether bomb. The ether black hole exploded within the civilization devourer's body. The highly compressed ether, combined with the dimensional power, instantly disintegrated the civilization devourer's body like a tidal wave. The civilization devourer's body was not a unique substance, like the world annihilation stone, transcending the four elements. Furthermore, according to the Great Elder, the civilization devourer was not immune to etheric erosion. As a precaution, the miracle fire ignited within Richard once again. The transformation of the four elements into flesh and blood taught Richard that the four elements weren't necessarily immutable. For a creature that had once transcended the realm of dominance, the four elements themselves might even have been altered. Boom! The miracle fire instantly ignited upon contact with the sea of ether. Illuminated by the miracle fire, a hazy black mist suddenly appeared within the sea of ether. And Richard had unknowingly been enveloped by it. Sure enough, I'm glad I was careful. Richard, upon seeing the black mist, felt a flicker of fear. This thing was undoubtedly the civilization devourer's backup plan. While it presented no problem to him, it would be a different story for the floating city fleet. These things were useless to Richard, but to mortals and great wizards, they were deadly poison. Even a sixth-ring great wizard, if he didn't notice the problem in time, would be completely consumed by them, becoming nourishment and pawns of the devourer of civilizations. Furthermore, the floating city fleet would enter the world ring. Once the contamination spread, this hub world would be doomed. Furthermore, the world ring, so proud of the alchemists, would become a huge obstacle to the wizard's reconquest of this world. After clearing the black mist from the sea of ether, Richard felt a slight sense of relief. But before he could return to clear the Hearthmen legions from the world ring, a message arrived through the wizard dimension. Lord Corona, Hub World 12 is under attack, and the arrival of the Overlord has been detected. Come again! A flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face. Could he have truly misjudged the devourer of civilizations, and the main attack on the Spirit Desert civilization hadn't been launched? But before he could depart for World 12, new news arrived. Lord Corona, Hub World 11 is under attack. The enemy Overmind has breached the World Ring's defenses. Lord Corona, Overminds have also been spotted on Hub Worlds 5 and 6. Hub World 3 is under attack. Listening to the continuous stream of news from the War Zone Command, Richard's good mood after defeating the Civilization Devourer's clone vanished. Is this guy's main target wizards? Richard sensed something was amiss, as a Civilization Devourer wouldn't attack wizards. However, the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate. He had to deal with these minions of the civilization-devouring enemy. In the bewildered dimension, Richard's clone gazed vacantly at the magic book in his hands. The dire situation of his original body also surfaced in his mind, but as a clone, he knew his greatest role now was to learn and wait. Suddenly, a thick fog surged like a stream. A faint, yet subtly overwhelming pressure, like a mountain, seeped into Richard's perception. The clone Richard looked up and closed the magic book in his hands. A massive shadow slowly appeared in front of the clone Richard in the fog. Clone? Is your war so intense? The behemoth looked at Richard's clone, a hint of surprise in its voice. If the war wasn't so intense, I wouldn't have called you, the clone Richard said calmly. 6 months is too short. As the behemoth approached, the thick fog gradually thinned. A massive golden eagle appeared before Richard in the mist. The Golden Eagle Lord, one of the few Labyrinth Lords, who had broken through the limits. Richard was unsure of its abilities, but judging by its sharp aura, Richard deduced that it was a lord focused on attacking. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Your Excellency the Golden Eagle. But I'm not entirely happy, Miracle Wizard. The Golden Eagle Lord's voice tinged with subtle anger. If I hadn't mastered the art of reproduction, your words would have nearly cost me a soon-to-be-born offspring. Offspring? Richard was taken aback, then a strange smile crossed his face. Ahem, I'm deeply sorry to interrupt your pleasure. The Golden Eagle Lord glared at Richard, his aura suddenly subsiding. Open the door, Miracle Wizard. Let me witness your battle. Chapter 936. A continuous roar of energy exploded across the battlefield, wave after wave, like a tidal wave. From the vast Hearth War fortress, Hearth warships flew out incessantly, nearly obscuring the sky. Swarms of Hearth warplanes were released by the fleet, plunging into the Hearth army below like a tidal wave. This army moved silently, leaving only the roar of energy and the clatter of collapsing buildings in its wake. Under the protection of the Hearth warships and Hearth warplanes, the wizards' fortresses and citadels seemed made of paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. Support, we need support. Inside the fortress, Gawain shouted into his crystal ball. But a piercing crackling sound emanated from the crystal ball. Clearly, the Hearth army had jammed their communication lines. Or perhaps the aftermath of the battlefield had rendered the energy environment insufficient for his crystal ball to communicate properly. Outside the fortress, the overwhelming force of the Hearth army was still 10 kilometers away. However, the Hearthmen Legion's cascading beams, coupled with the attacks from the Heartmen fighters and warships, had already completely suppressed them. Boom! A ball of white light suddenly exploded in the sky. Gawain glanced at the sensors, his mood plummeting. The blast of white light was actually a great wizard of the School of Transmutation. On this battlefield, this great wizard didn't even have time to practice equivalent exchange before being killed by the Hardmen World Master's concentrated fire. Damn it, ASU. Time to retreat. Gawain stored the crystal ball in the storage space of his alchemical armor, and was about to summon his team to retreat to the rear. The moment the Overlord entered, their air force was completely destroyed, and their remaining mid-level combat forces had no advantage at all. Continuing to resist was pointless at this point. It would be better to retreat, and see if we could wait for Corona's support. As long as Corona could provide support, this war still had a chance of victory. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out beside Gawain, and then he felt the fortress he was in suddenly shake. Oh no! It's a kinetic cannon. Gawain recognized the loud noise. Using energy and elemental weapons wasn't a good option for a fortress. With the current wizard technology, the fortress's enchantments, combined with its composite materials, attacks below a 500,000 energy level would be a minor nuisance to the fortress. This level of strength was already stronger than even some world masters. On the battlefield, such fortresses were as common as weeds in the wild. If everyone used energy weapons, there would be no need for the furnace men to advance. However, while this type of fortress was highly effective against energy and elemental weapons, its defense against physical attacks was quite mediocre. In other words, most fortresses rely on energy barriers to defend against physical attacks. Very few fortresses can withstand significant physical damage with their own structure. The Hardmen Legion has clearly realized this. They typically use suppressive firepower against wizard fortresses, preventing the energy barriers from deploying, and then use kinetic weapons to destroy them. These kinetic weapons aren't very effective against energy barriers, but they possess a strong destructive power against such fortresses. A Hardman can take down a fortress in just 2 or 3 strikes. ASU, hurry! Gawain's voice grew incredibly anxious. The kinetic cannon typically fired about 10 seconds apart, and his fortress could withstand 3 at most. This meant he only had 20 seconds to escape. Boss, go! I think I have to head to the coffin hall. ASU's voice rang out in Richard's ears, sounding incredibly weak, as if he were about to die. Damn it! Gawain cursed, arranging his team's evacuation as he quickly reached Asu's position. Bang! Another loud bang echoed. At the position, Asu leaned against the wall. Beside him, dozens of translucent holes glowed red like molten lava. These were the marks left by the kinetic cannon's blast. 3 massive wounds nearly tore his body apart. His abdomen was pierced. Even the mechanical spine of his alchemical armor had vanished without a trace. And on his left chest, a massive laceration gushed blood. His left arm, along with a small portion of his left chest, was ripped apart. Through the wound, one could see that his internal organs had been shattered by the aftermath. To be frank, if it weren't for the resuscitation and life-saving features of his finely crafted alchemical power armor, ASU would have been a corpse by now. ASU's face flickered with surprise when he saw Gawain. In his opinion, Gawain should have been gone by now. They were both veterans of centuries, and such petty battlefield blunders shouldn't have happened to Gawain. Fool, you're aiming to become a martial saint. You never achieve that in your lifetime if you go to the Coffin Hall. The Coffin Hall they were referring to was the Soul Box Resurrection Hall, known to wizards as the Coffin Hall because of the numerous coffin-like body cultivation chambers within. Gawain stepped to Asu's side and removed the armor on his neck. Then, with a single swipe of his sword, Gawain severed Asu's head. And your alchemical power armor is the latest model, with specialized life support features. But I know you, a fool, wouldn't even read the instructions. With his neck severed, Asu's helmet instantly activated its life-saving mechanism. A metal plate enchanted with a scorching heat instantly sealed Asu's wound. Then, several life support needles pierced Asu's brain. This simple life support device would keep Asu's head alive for 72 hours. As long as a suitable body could be found within those 72 hours, his life would be saved. Shit, when did they add this feature to the alchemical power armor? Asu's voice emanated from his helmet, a taut, mechanical quality due to the telepathic transmission. It's been around for a long time. While the higher-ups want us to attack all day, they've treated us well in terms of equipment. I bet you only just discovered your life support system. Gawain swiftly shoved Asu into the storage compartment behind him and quickly rushed to the fortress's basement. The moment he entered the basement, the sound of the fortress collapsing could be heard from the passageway. If he had been even a second slower, he would have been buried alive, then kicked to death by the Harman soldiers. Entering the tunnel, Gawain's team members were already lined up, awaiting his orders. Retreat. Gawain gave the command swiftly, and the entire wizard battle company retreated through the tunnels. Such scenes recurred throughout this world. War feeds the devourer of civilizations, and the defeated will be devoured by the devourer of civilizations. The devourer of civilizations is in no hurry to conquer this world, for that is pointless. The wizards of the hub world will surely recapture it, and a swift end to the battle by the upper echelons of combat will only make war less frequent and less intense. Victory is not the devourer of civilization's ultimate goal, it is at most a dessert. War itself is its purpose. Suddenly, the devourer of civilizations, enjoying the flames of war within the world, suddenly looked up at the sky. Outside the world, a gate slowly opened, and a massive golden eagle darted out. The golden eagle looked as if carved from pure gold, each feather exuding a sense of magnificence and nobility. An indescribable sharp aura continuously emanated from him. Any matter that approached it was pulverized by this sharp aura, ultimately transforming into its most basic elements. Golden eagle, this creature's attacks possess both anti-mimetic and contaminating properties. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Also, it has a small-dimensional annihilation cannon, which is incredibly powerful and extremely fast. You must be careful. Richard, the clone, briefly exchanged information with the golden eagle on his back before immediately returning to the ecstasy dimension. The mark he had left in the ecstasy dimension had been triggered, signaling the arrival of a new overlord. Anti-mimetic properties? I've encountered the most troublesome of things. The golden eagle overlord gazed into the world within. He could sense the presence of a formidable monster within, yet exuding an inhuman aura. This contract really made him a fortune. The golden eagle overlord cried out, and then flew into the world. The world, as if aware of the golden eagle overlord's presence, its barriers grew incredibly thin, practically shattering a crack to allow the golden eagle overlord in. In the eyes of the world, the civilization devourer was a pest more terrifying than the abyss. Warzone command. What did you say? A strange overlord joined the battle, and blocked the civilization devourer for you. Listening to the information transmitted from the hub world, the great wizard rekindled embers felt as if his brain was being stimulated and hallucinating. At this point, every civilization in the entire world community he knew of had joined the Wizarding Alliance. And all the overlords within the alliance were fighting on the front lines, making it impossible for them to support the hub world. And the people below said it was a strange overlord. For a hub world commander, knowing all the overlords in the alliance was their job. If they could call it strange, it meant that this overlord wasn't from within the alliance. How could this be possible? Yes, Chief of Staff, this is a strange overlord. I'm absolutely certain of it. The great wizard of rekindling embers patted his head, and a burst of sparks suddenly erupted from his ash-like body. This wasn't an illusion. A strange overlord actually came to help. The great wizard of rekindling embers' expression instantly brightened. Having a strange overlord's help was undoubtedly a great blessing. While it was unknown how long this overlord could hold out, every minute they could delay was crucial for the Wizarding Union. Chief of Staff, news from Hub World 11. They've also spotted a strange overlord coming to support them. Chief of Staff, news from Hub World 5. A strange overlord has arrived, and is currently battling an avatar of the Devourer of Civilization. News from Hub World 6. A clone of Lord Corona of Miracles has appeared alongside a strange overlord. News from Hub World 3. Listening to the news from each Hub World, the Great Wizard of Rekindling Embers stood there in a daze. If the appearance of a strange overlord could be explained by coincidence, then the successive appearances of these overlords definitely couldn't be explained by a mere coincidence. Corona miracle? The answer struck the Great Wizard Rekindled Embers. At this point in time, he couldn't imagine another Corona miracle capable of all this. It suddenly occurred to him that the tremendous changes in wizarding civilization over the years seemed to be brought about by Corona miracle. Both the subhuman wizards and the Wizarding Union were the work of Corona miracle. Instantly, the Great Wizard Rekindled Embers felt something new in his heart. That something was called faith. He turned toward the wizarding world and silently prayed, "Lord Corona miracle, may you lead us to victory." Chapter 937. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Civilization Devourer's clone completely disintegrated within the sea of ether. Across from him, Richard's ghostly form was somewhat battered. The vibrant, five-colored will-o'-the-wisp flames dimmed, and numerous dark, corrosive wounds dotted his crimson skin. With a wave of his hand, Richard's miracle fire cleansed these wounds. The miracle fire then ignited the ether, erasing the corrosive elements within the sea of ether. After this, Richard turned and tossed a ball of miracle fire. Before him, the Tower Lord's body was covered in signs of corrosion, its aura waning. Use this to cleanse the contamination. The Tower Lord caught the miracle fire, and then set his own body ablaze. In this moment of leisure, he finally had time to ask the question that had been lingering in his mind. What the hell are you fighting? This thing is incredibly strange. I'm a lord of some age, but this thing is stranger than anything I've seen in the endless void. That's perfectly normal, Richard said, his tone drawn out. This creature once transcended the realm of Lord, but was defeated by our community's previous civilization and reverted back to Lord. Even if your strength were reduced to that of World Lord, you could still dominate among them. Transcendent Lord? The Tower Lord's voice suddenly grew louder, resonant like a bell. How dare you provoke such a thing? If it recovers, none of you will escape. The Tower Lord seemed to have a good understanding of the 8th level, semi-human beings that transcended lordship. Richard could even sense the fear and admiration in his voice as he spoke. He was horrified that he had to fight such an enemy, but he was also impressed that Richard's civilization dared to provoke such a being. No, it's not us who provoked him. Richard waved his hand, opening a dimensional portal. This creature feeds on war and civilization. Millions of years ago, he destroyed this community's previous civilization. We have no choice. The Tower Lord fell silent upon hearing this. Having no choice was the worst thing in the world. Where are you taking me? The Tower Lord changed the subject. Oh, this is our dimension, Richard said, turning around and introducing himself. We are polite people. You come here as mercenaries to fight, and turning you away is not the way to treat guests. Besides, I've invited too many people this time, so the war zone planning needs to be restructured. With you here, this will be easier. The Tower Lord looked at the dimensional portal. He could sense an inexplicable pressure emanating from it. This was a form of civilizational suppression. Compared to the Wizarding Alliance, his clock tower civilization was somewhat weaker. This kind of suppression made the Tower Master feel uneasy. Forget it. Call me when you're all here, he refused. Going to your civilization dimension is a bit too stressful for me. Pressure? Richard scratched his head. That's fine. They're all still fighting anyway. I'm afraid they won't be back for a while. The Civilization Devourer's clone was no easy task. Richard was able to take it down with ease, not only because of his own considerable strength and the protection of the Miracle Furnace, which gave him an innate advantage against the Civilization Devourer. Another important reason was that the Devourer of Civilizations hadn't gathered enough information about him. Nearly none of the Devourer of Civilizations minions who had fought him returned alive. And he constantly acquired new knowledge and skills. For the Devourer of Civilizations, these unknowns were the greatest difficulty in dealing with Richard. The other overlords had been slow to end the battle because their methods had been documented by the Devourer of Civilizations. Without employing new tactics, even if they could win, it would take an enormous amount of time. Since you're not going, why don't you do me a favor? Richard continued. I need someone to look after this war zone headquarters. You want to help? The Tower Overlord asked curiously. Yes. Richard nodded slightly, his expression solemn. Before, due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had time to think. But now that he paused, he immediately realized something was amiss with the Devourer of Civilizations. Of the clones sent by the Devourer of Civilizations, only 2 had reached the limit breaker stage. The others were mostly ordinary overlords. While this method seemed efficient, it was actually a waste of resources. Wouldn't it be better to use these clones to surround and kill the Lord? Unless, these clones are redundant, they're more than enough to surround and kill the Lord. Alright. I stay here and watch over you. Also, have your people prepare some metal materials. I need to recover. Recover? Richard was slightly taken aback. You don't know how to create with the 4 elements yet? Creating with the 4 elements? The Tower Lord's voice was filled with astonishment. Have you already started using this technology? Of course. Richard nodded, looking at the Tower Overlord with a hint of surprise. But you seem quite capable, so how come you can't even create something with the 4 elements? That's too complicated, the Tower Overlord said helplessly. Our life model can't replicate the ability of your flesh and blood creatures to restore themselves by simply absorbing the 4 elements. The Tower Overlord is a mechanical life form, similar to the mechanical race of the Natural Federation. While this race can also self-recover, it does so by consuming minerals. But Richard hadn't expected that the Tower Overlord, already a level 8 Overlord, would rely on such a primitive method of recovery. I arranged for someone to prepare the materials for you, but... Richard suddenly smiled. Tower, your recovery method is too backward. We have a wealth of technology. I think you could try to exchange ideas. Hearing this, the Tower Overlord was slightly taken aback. Technology exchange, you're so greedy, taking advantage of it all. Fighting for you isn't enough? You're also going to take our technology as well? Richard laughed. You find out if you go and exchange ideas. We have a comprehensive range of technology. I think you definitely need a 4-element creator. The Tower Lord remained silent, but a subtle thought stirred within him. A mature 4-element creator was truly a very important item for him. With this technology, the Tower clan would no longer need so many resources to thrive. I keep an eye on it, the Tower Lord replied calmly. It's your choice. Richard stopped selling. If he continued, it would have felt like a scam. He believed that as long as the Tower Master was willing to give it a try, the deal would be a success. 19 Masters, 19 Civilizations. I hope these technologies can bring us a step forward. Thinking to himself, Richard issued a command to the Theater Command Center, and then stepped through the dimensional portal behind him. The Tower Master watched Richard leave, and then entered the world behind him. In that world, the Great Wizard rekindled embers, having received Richard's order, immediately stood up, and came to greet the Tower Master. You are the Master of the Tower, right? Master Corona has already explained your request to me. I wonder what kind of metal materials you require. As he spoke, the Great Wizard rekindled embers pulled a number of metal materials from his pocket. As a wizard, even a member of the School of Evocation, he inevitably carried some alchemical materials. Just as alchemical wizards inevitably employ evocation magic, the Tower Master took a look and asked, How many materials do you have? The Great Wizard rekindled embers bowed slightly. This world currently only has a few of these materials. However, if you need them, we can always dispatch them from our base. We can provide as much as you need. So generous. The Tower Master was somewhat surprised, as many of the materials rekindled embers showed him were world-class specialties. Materials of this quality should have a fixed production volume. It's impossible to provide them as much as you need. Unless, is your 4 elements creation technology so advanced? The Tower Master asked. The Great Wizard rekindled embers smiled faintly. Haha, thanks to Lord Corona, our 4 elements creation machine has rarely had any issues so far. So, the supply is quite sufficient. The Tower Master was shocked, gaining a new understanding of the Wizarding Union's strength. He was secretly amazed. Have they already universalized the 4 elements creation machine? No wonder they're so powerful against me. But a little more power would be nice. Perhaps I can find what I need from their technology. After thinking it over, the Tower Master said, Then let's start with 10,000 square meters. Also, the Miracle Wizard told me we could have a technical exchange, and I'm interested. Hearing this, the Grand Wizard rekindled embers thought to himself that Lord Corona was truly foresight. Richard's orders had directly instructed him to dispatch a skilled and resourceful technician from the rear for a technical exchange. No problem. I dispatched a technician right away. How's your new body? In the coffin hall, Gawain looked at ASU, who was adjusting to his new body, and asked with some concern. Feels okay. ASU was naked, a prominent scar on his neck tinged with an unhealthy red. The battle between the Golden Eagle Overlord and the Civilization Devourer raged for 2 days, ultimately resulting in the Civilization Devourer's defeat. With the Golden Eagle Overlord's assistance, the battle within the World Ring quickly concluded. Gawain had time to prepare a new body for Asu. But it's a little tender. Tender? Gawain was somewhat puzzled by Asu's explanation. It's just that I lack muscle memory, Asu explained, using words Gawain could understand. While the constitution of this body remains unchanged, it hasn't been trained. So, some things I used to use instinctively now require careful thought, and they're not necessarily as effective as before. Asu waved his hand, and a sudden explosion echoed through the air. Look, the power of my attack is clearly 3% less than before. Gawain shook his head. He didn't understand the feeling. He was an alchemist, his body largely composed of alchemical components. Muscle memory was long gone. He waved his hand, his voice nonchalant. If you've lost it, just start training again. With the Necropolis fleet destroyed by that monster, we should have some peace and quiet for a while. Chapter 938. Hello, Lord Tower. I am Ether Crystal, the researcher assigned to your exchange. In the sky above the War Zone Command Center, a Grand Wizard, whose body resembled a ball of liquid crystal, addressed the massive bronze tower before him respectfully. The direct order from Corona bypassed the numerous internal procedures of the Wizarding Union and arrived at the presence of several Research Institute directors at top speed. These directors were no fools. Upon seeing that a master wanted to exchange technology, they immediately began selecting researchers. After 3 days of selection, Grand Wizard Ether Crystal was successfully selected, becoming the Grand Wizard to trade with the Master of Tower. The Master of Tower glanced at the Grand Wizard Ether Crystal. His invisible mental power swept over the Grand Wizard Ether Crystal like a breeze, revealing him completely. Interesting. The evolution of your wizards is truly bizarre. Your form is almost reaching our own life forms. The Grand Wizard Ether Crystal's body suddenly solidified, its fluid, liquid crystal form quickly transforming into solid crystal. Fancy is our greatest strength. The Tower Overlord slowly shrank, eventually reaching less than 3 meters in size. Let me see. The Miracle Wizard is very confident in your skills. I believe you will not disappoint me. The Great Wizard of the Ether Crystal smiled, and a crystal suddenly appeared in his hand. Although Lord Corona did not tell us what you need, we have some research data on life forms like yours. Before coming here, I was authorized to review this information and, with the advice of the Master Controller, selected several techniques suitable for you. With that, the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard presented the crystal to the Tower Master. I hope I haven't overreached. A large door opened on the Tower Master's body, and a mechanical tentacle extended from it, catching the crystal presented by the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard and reading it. The information within the crystal was simple, consisting of a brief introduction to 3 technologies and some technical details. For the Tower Master, this little information only took a millisecond to fully memorize and analyze. However, after receiving the information, the Tower Master fell silent. After a long moment, the Tower Master released the crystal. Your technology has somewhat exceeded my expectations. The 3 technologies brought by the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard were nano-intelligence, soul programming, and small dimension destruction cannon. Among them, nano-intelligence technology can transform mechanical life into pseudo-gestalt organisms with nanomechanical worms at their core. Of course, if the mechanical life is willing, it can also completely transform itself into a nanomechanical worm, completing this monumental transformation of life form. Soul programming is a specialized form of soul modification for mechanical creatures. This technology utilizes the unique soul form of mechanical creatures, significantly increasing their computing power without altering their structure. The final small dimension destruction cannon requires no introduction. This powerful attack, if concentrated, can instantly annihilate even a limit breaker overlord. As a trade, the wizard's technology appears to be a sincere offer. However, a transaction is a two-way affair. If the Tower Overlord desires these technologies, he must offer sufficient technology in exchange. This put the Tower Master in a dilemma. In his eyes, even his most precious skills seemed rudimentary compared to these 3. The Great Wizard of the Ether Crystal smiled and said, "Haha, this is our first trade, so we naturally have to show some sincerity." A subtle rumbling sound echoed from within the Tower Master's body, and then a metal cube covered in strange patterns was carried out from the tower by a mechanical tentacle. Look at this. The Great Wizard of the Ether Crystal took it and absorbed the information within. But then, he shook his head slightly. "Master Tower, your skills are excellent. But unfortunately, we already have them." The Tower Master's heart sank. The worst had happened. These wizards already possessed his skills. "I have a suggestion for you," the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard said immediately after noticing the Tower Overlord's silence. You could consider some technologies with lower technical difficulty. Since there are no mechanical races among the member races of our Wizarding Union, the technical ratings of these three technologies, with the exception of the small dimensional destruction cannon, are inflated. If you could offer some technologies with high practical value, the higher-ups will probably agree to the deal. The Ether Crystal Grand Wizard's words were earnest, and they had to be. It would be easy for the Overlord to peer into his mind without leaving a trace. If he dared to show contempt, the Tower Overlord would have no problem crushing him to death and teaching him a lesson. Practical technology. Just as the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard had thought, his thoughts were constantly being monitored by the Tower Overlord. After confirming his proposal wasn't some gimmick, the Tower Master began to consider practical technologies. As a master from a civilization, he knew a fair amount of practical technologies. Trading these for new technologies was clearly a very cost-effective proposition. However, if advanced technical wizards already possess so many, wouldn't they have fewer lower-level technologies? I guess I have to talk to those guys, the Tower Master thought to himself. If he were to trade for lower-level technologies, it would require several, even dozens, of them for each one. Given the current strength of the Wizarding Union, the Tower Master felt he couldn't muster that much technology on his own. So, he decided to make some small deals with other masters within the civilization. Each of the masters Richard had rescued had a civilization behind him. When it came to the technologies they needed, the civilizations behind them would definitely be able to provide him with the necessary funds. Soon, the Tower Master had acquired a significant amount of technology from the other masters within the civilization. After handing these technologies over to the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard, a delighted smile quickly spread across his face. Master Hightower, there are indeed some technologies here that we haven't mastered yet. However, this kind of practical exchange of technology requires review by researchers. So you may have to wait a while. That's no problem, the Hightower Master replied calmly. I wasted over 100,000 Hightower years in that maze. A little more time isn't a problem now. Bowling and retreating, the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard then arrived in the Wizard Dimension. Inside the dimension, senior researchers from the Tesla Institute, the Evolutionary Path Institute, the Blue Well Institute, a research institute of the Shaping School, and the Abyss Institute, recently founded by the School of Miracles and 6 other schools, were all currently in the Wizard Dimension. Seeing the return of the Great Wizard of the Ether Crystal, these senior researchers, usually known for their rationality, gathered around him with a touch of excitement. Ether, what did the Overlord say? Is it practical technology or advanced technology? Let me see it. Don't push, don't push. Who pushed my wig off? Seeing his enthusiastic colleagues, the Great Wizard of the Ether Crystal couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Ahem, everybody calm down. He's trading practical technology, some of which is quite good. I think this is a good deal. Hearing the mention of practical technology, the senior researchers erupted in excitement again. Practical technology is great. Our magic armor R&D department needs practical technology. What kind of practical technology? Stop pushing. Who took my wig? Seeing the researchers still making such a commotion, the Great Wizard of the Ether Crystal couldn't help but raise his voice a bit. Quiet down. You're not little kids anymore. It's just new technology. Is there a need to act so unruly? If you keep making such a fuss, I send your faces to the Coronas. Hearing this, the researchers instantly quieted down. Although they knew Coronas would most likely not intervene in their affairs, he was their superior. Leaving a bad impression on him would undoubtedly be detrimental to their development. Seeing everyone quiet down, the Great Wizard of the Ether Crystal began to introduce the technologies the Tower Master wanted to trade. The Tower Master had prepared numerous technologies, varying in technical content, but all of them were practical and widely applicable. And because the Tower clan were mechanical lifeforms, many of their technologies were extremely valuable to the alchemy school. After some discussion, the researchers identified 22 practical technologies worth trading. I think it's worth the exchange. 22 practical technologies for 2 lesser-known advanced technologies. I think it's worth it. A researcher with a wig-bearing footprint spoke first. 22 for 2. A muscular orc-like researcher exclaimed in astonishment. You're offering that price, so you can send the Ether Crystal to the Coffin Hall? Indeed. 22 for 2 niche technologies is a bit unscrupulous, another researcher said. But exchanging it for a small dimension destruction cannon, plus a choice of 2 other technologies, I think it's a good deal. Across from him, a great wizard resembling a mechanical octopus retorted, unscrupulous? My friend, when did you develop a conscience? An older-looking researcher said, I also think two niche technologies are a bit unscrupulous. We and this overlord will have a long relationship. Time cooperation. I think this transaction can serve as a stepping stone to promote our technological exchange. And according to news from the front lines, there's more than one strange overlord appearing this time. We will definitely have to trade with other overlords. There's no need to be stingy on this deal. But his statement wasn't universally accepted. One wizard retorted, stingy? We represent wizard civilization, the Wizarding Alliance. Our technology isn't magic stones dug from a mine. It's the fruit of the wisdom of our ancestors and the generosity of the Corona. You're taking advantage of others' generosity. You're being servile. The researchers' discussion became increasingly heated, and in the end, they were even about to unfold their true forms and engage in a battle to decide on a solution. Watching this absurd scene, the great wizard of the ether crystal sighed softly. He used the dimensional dimension to contact the directors of the 3 research institutes, explaining the situation and his own ideas. After receiving the permission of the 3 directors, he opened the dimensional portal and returned to the presence of the overlord of the tower. Looking at the tower master, the great wizard of the ether crystal gathered his emotions and slowly spoke. According to the decision of the jury, we believe that 22 of these technologies are worth exchanging. If you agree, you may choose any 2 of the 3 technologies I offer you. Chapter 939. Choose 2 from 3? The tower master was momentarily stunned by this offer. He glanced at the technologies the wizards wanted to exchange and found they were all commonplace. The highest was no more than world master level, and the lowest was more like mortal technology. 22 technologies, and they could actually be exchanged for 2. And you could choose any of them. These wizards were quite generous. He had only one technology in mind for this transaction. Whether it was non-intelligence or soul programming, both would be of great benefit to him. As for the small dimensional destruction cannon, this technology, considered most precious by wizards, was actually the most common to the tower master. He had no shortage of offensive means. Choose 2 from 3, very good. The tower master's voice remained calm. Although he felt he had gotten a bargain, he also knew that the wizard would definitely not lose out in this transaction. Mechanoids were not common species, like flesh and blood or semi-elemental life. Even if they searched the entire world community, they might not even be found in sufficient numbers. For wizards, the greatest use of the technology used to transform the mechanoids is to trade it. I need nano-intelligence and soul programming. The Ether Crystal Grand Wizard was momentarily taken aback by the Tower Master's request, then replied, no problem. With that, the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard produced a destiny contract. After modifying the contract's terms, he handed it to the Tower Master. The Tower Master signed the contract, and the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard immediately returned to the wizard dimension. Seeing the researcher still arguing, he shook his head helplessly, and passed on the news of the successful transaction to the directors of several research institutes. Oh, you actually chose nano-intelligence and soul programming. At the Tesla Institute, a flicker of surprise crossed the face of the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard upon receiving the news of the successful transaction. In his opinion, the small dimension destruction cannon should be a must-have. But this is a good thing. It saves us from further wrangling. As he spoke, he produced a crystal ball. A pending technology transaction had already appeared in the crystal ball's agent information. With Richard and the other overlords absent, the technology transaction required the approval of more than half of the directors of several research institutes. Soon, all the directors agreed to the exchange. The 2 advanced technologies were then taken from the former previous Civilization Technology Library, now the Wizard Civilization Library, and transported directly across the dimension to the Ether Crystal Grand Wizard. The Ether Crystal Grand Wizard wasted no time in completing the transaction with the Tower Overlord. With the Tower Overlord's 22 technologies entering the library, the technology transaction was complete. Along with this, the wizard dimension within the endless dimension grew in size. Endless dimension. Richard, who was clearing the battlefield, suddenly paused. Then, a smile crossed his face. It looks like the deal is done. Beside him, the physical Corona had also noticed the growth of the dimension. He looked at Richard and asked curiously, your hand? Richard nodded slightly. I arranged a deal, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. A deal? Physical Corona was surprised. What kind of deal could directly expand a dimension? The growth of a civilization dimension stems from its development, and the most direct impact of this development is the strength of the civilization's main race, its number of tribesmen, its number of world masters, and its number of overlords. Secondly, the size of a civilization's territory, the number of worlds it occupies, and the size of these worlds, among other factors. Finally, the development of a civilization's technology can also lead to the growth of a dimension. This technology isn't limited to conventional technology. Institutional changes can also cause dimensional growth. However, the mechanisms behind this growth are extremely complex. Often, the emergence of a seemingly insignificant technology can lead to a surge in a dimension. And the changes brought about by this technology often occur after the dimension's growth. It's as if the civilization dimension itself can see the future. Technology trade, Richard said casually. The last time I went to the Cursed Demon, I signed a mercenary agreement with a group of overlords. These overlords are backed by civilizations, so I had the guys from the Research Institute go and make a deal with one of them. A group? Corona noticed Richard's quantifier, and the shock on his face was almost unspeakable. Richard waved his hand. It was a coincidence, unrepeatable. Help quickly. The devourer of civilization is coming with great force this time. I suspect he's hiding something. Corona of Constitution calmed down, but the shock still lingered. Is this the power of fate? Wizard Dimension, City of Eternal Truth. Everyone is here. Let's begin the meeting. At the round table in the council hall, Corona of Formation slowly spoke, gazing at the assembled overlords. Compared to the last meeting, the round table had significantly expanded this time. The 6 newly added Cursed Demon overlords, and the 4 overlords of the Natural Federation made the spacious table seem a bit crowded. In addition, the 19 mercenary overlords Richard had invited had not yet arrived. If they did, the round table would have to be expanded. The civilization devourer's attack this time was fierce. Clearly, he has completed a phase of recovery. If it weren't for the miracle of summoning the 19 overlords to help us in time, we would have suffered heavy losses. The Transfiguration's voice was steady. Although it was clear that the enemy's attack had been crushed, there was no trace of joy in his tone. After speaking, he led the applause. A sparse round of applause soon followed. Richard waved his hand casually. We don't have much time. Let's get down to business. He sat up straight, his expression serious. The civilization devourer's recovery rate has exceeded our expectations, and as his strength recovers, his recovery will accelerate. This presents a serious problem for us. While it may sound harsh, confronting a fully recovered civilization devourer with our current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. We must find a way to curb his recovery. How? The Eternal God King asked. I currently see no way to curb his recovery. We attacked so swiftly, yet he still recovered. And now he's even stronger than before. It's a blessing that we can hold our ground. As one of the main battlefields, the god civilization suffered heavy losses during this period. Although they had regained lost territory and even moved closer, the worlds occupied by the civilization devourer were practically useless. After being purified by the miracle fire, those worlds would take a long time to recover to a viable state. During this recovery period, these worlds would be of no benefit. To put it bluntly, the god civilization was now like an artery cut, bleeding profusely. Continue the attack, Richard said calmly. We cannot stop. Of course, in addition to the offensive, I believe we should focus on cultivating top-tier combat forces. For example, cultivating leaders. Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed in the eyes of the Transformer and Alchemist Coronas. In their view, Richard's words were clearly intended to prepare him for his ascension to the throne of the wizard civilization. Leader? Being a leader isn't easy, Beelzebub suddenly said. A civilization's ultimate treasure, a double limit-breaking master, neither of these things is easy to achieve. The civilization's ultimate treasure is easy to achieve. I believe you all have embryos within your civilizations. But double limit breaking isn't something you can just dream of. After years of development, the embryos of civilization's ultimate treasures are nearly universal within the dimensions of many civilizations. Even unique civilizations, like the Cursed Demon, have already nurtured their ultimate treasures. However, achieving a civilization's ultimate treasure is easy. Becoming a master with double limit breaking mastery is a difficult feat. Breaking limit requires luck. If luck is poor, it's not uncommon for a master to never break limit. Double limit breaking is easy to achieve. Richard glanced at the table, his tone tinged with confidence. When I went to the Cursed Demon Empire for negotiations, I discovered a dimension. Within this dimension lies a rare dimensional treasure that can accelerate the physical evolution of overlords. Even if one has reached their limit, this treasure can help them reach a critical state. Huh? There's such a thing? Hearing Richard's words, even the overlords present were a little taken aback. It was simply that what Richard said was too shocking. It could not only help overlords evolve physically, but also push them into a critical state. Isn't this dimension a natural breeding ground for overlords? Richard said nothing more, simply pulling from his pocket a ball of critical evolution fluid, sealed by dimensional power. The overlords each took a portion, and after experiencing its power, the conference hall fell silent. They confirmed Richard's statement, but they also thought of something. The thread of destiny that bound Richard was no secret. Even the newly joined members of the Cursed Demon Empire knew of it. So, they all knew that destiny would propel them towards victory over the devourer of civilization. However, fate's current push was a bit too strong. Both the 19 mercenary masters and this critical evolution fluid were responsible for a qualitative change in the power of the Wizarding Union. And now, both had appeared simultaneously. This signified not only that fate favored them, but also that their enemy, the devourer of civilizations, was incomparably formidable. Every gift of fate carried a hidden price tag. The present bargain was merely the result of their short-sightedness, their inability to foresee the long-term consequences. Constitution, Beelzebub, World Tree, Medicine King, I think we could discuss this. After a moment's silence, Alchemist Corona suddenly spoke. I believe this rare treasure has great potential, perhaps even beyond just physical evolution. Chapter 940. No problem, Beelzebub replied first. I'm also interested in this. Soon after, World Tree also expressed its cooperation. The final Medicine King, a level 8 overlord from the Cursed Demon Empire, glanced at Yifeng and immediately agreed. The matter of the critical evolution fluid was thus settled. Let's leave the training of top-tier combatants as it is. I feel we can take the training of our lower-tier combatants a step further, Richard continued. I think we can have a more thorough exchange of technology between the middle and lower levels. We can also be more flexible in the planning of war zones. The distribution of the civilizational war zones is no longer appropriate. I propose that the war zones be merged and the Legion organization be adjusted. We've been working together for some time, and it's time to let go of those minor precautions. Richard's words were well spoken, but the three god kings of the god civilization remained silent. The god of change asked, "Who do you represent? Yourself, your wizards, or the abyss?" "I represent myself," Richard replied with a smile. "Of course, I also represent my allies." "Miracle, you're a bit too radical," the transmutation Corona suddenly said. "Merging legions isn't as simple as you think. Neither our legions nor those of other civilizations have ever truly engaged in large-scale combined operations. If we rashly merge, our potential might increase, but it won't translate into strength in a short period of time." Separately, the alchemical Corona added, "Furthermore, the logistical pressure of a mixed legion is enormous. Our logistics and transportation aren't sufficient to supply a mixed legion on such a large scale in such a short period of time." A rare event in wizard civilization had occurred. The alchemical Corona and the evolving Corona were actually on the same front. Richard glanced to his side, then glanced at the alchemical Corona across from him, his expression unchanged. The merging of the legions is inevitable. Although I haven't been active on the front lines for a while, I have reviewed the data. Although our offensive speed appears to have remained constant, the number of legions we've mobilized has been increasing. This translates to a decrease in offensive efficiency. Our losses are also increasing. I think you can't deny this. The Coronas nodded slightly. As Richard spoke, they had retrieved the frontline legionary movement data. This vast amount of legionary movement data might seem complex to ordinary people, but for the overlords, a simple consideration would reveal the conclusion. What Richard said was indeed true. This brings me to the question, why has our offensive efficiency declined? Richard continued. Our technology is constantly improving. Since the beginning of the war, our legionary equipment has undergone numerous iterations. Our tactics are also evolving. We have strategies for Hearthmen Titans, fortress warfare, field battles, aerial combat, and so on. These strategies were devised by the World Masters, who are the most skilled in warfare in each civilization, and their sophistication is undeniable. Furthermore, our number of veterans is constantly increasing, and the quality of our new recruits is also improving. From all perspectives, our offensive speed should be increasing. However, the reality doesn't match this result. Because the devourer of civilization is also advancing, the Eternal God King said. This monster is not a mindless, inanimate object. Richard sneered at this. If it were truly that powerful, our casualties wouldn't be this high. The devourer of civilizations can learn and adapt its strategies to the enemy, but that applies only to the overmind. The legions our lower levels face are mere illusions of the past. The devourer of civilizations can take over their minds, but it can't take over the minds of all of them. Our casualties have increased, and our offensive efficiency has decreased, for a very simple reason. Richard paused, and when he saw the three god kings all looking at him, he spoke again. The reason is targeted equipment and tactics. The legions of the god civilization use equipment from the god system, the legions of the wizard civilization use equipment from the wizard system, and the abyss demons use equipment from the abyss system. Even if our tactics are excellent and our soldiers are elite, casualties will increase when facing targeted weapons. If you don't believe me, you can check the war reports and see if reports of targeted weapons are increasing. The hall fell silent for a moment. They had essentially the same authority, and naturally saw the same data. They found what Richard was talking about before he even finished speaking. That's true, Alchemist Corona said slowly. However, that doesn't make your ideas any less radical. Although our offensive efficiency appears to have decreased and casualties have increased, these casualties are necessary sacrifices for us. The civilization devourer's strength at this point isn't yet overwhelming. If we don't exploit this opportunity to expand our victory, even with the subsequent increase in legionary strength, it'd be difficult to surpass our current achievements. Furthermore, our technology is advancing, while the civilization devourers isn't. It's possible that we can overcome the equipment countermeasures later. Alchemist Corona's words sound reasonable. Legion merging means sacrificing current legionary strength in exchange for future combat power. Alchemist Corona's approach, on the other hand, is to seize current potential and weaken the civilization devourers as much as possible. Technological development is currently surging, and by then, equipment countermeasures might no longer exist. However, Richard understood that this disagreement wasn't just a difference of opinion. It marked the beginning of a war. Alchemist Corona had already declared war on him. This choice might not be wise, because power struggles are brutal, and once a struggle begins, the ultimate outcome is a life or death struggle. Live. And Richard, with fate on his side, would definitely survive until the civilization devourer died, or until it returned to its peak. However, this choice wasn't entirely irrational. Richard was more than just a wizard. If he was willing to give up his wizard identity, the gates of the abyssal civilization would be open to him at any time. If he wanted, he could join the god civilization. He could even join the Natural Federation. Richard had many leadership options. There was no need to fight them to the death for the leadership of the wizard civilization. At the same time, the Transfiguration Crown also expressed its stance. I think what Alchemy said makes sense. The Legion merger is too radical. Richard glanced at the Transfiguration Corona beside him, his expression unchanged. Though somewhat surprised, he had indeed considered this outcome. Then let's vote by show of hands, Richard said calmly. Though he didn't particularly want to vote, it was the only option he had for the moment. If the legions didn't merge, the Wizarding Alliance's casualties would increase significantly. This increase wouldn't just mean more deaths. It would also increase the power of the Devourers of Civilization. Death equates to failure, and defeated creatures would become prey for the Devourers of Civilization. As for technological suppression, Richard could only say that everyone has limitations. The technological explosion brought about by feeding on the legacy of previous civilizations had already captivated the alchemical corona. Technological explosions wouldn't last forever. There was no way they could directly surpass a sub-colony level civilization like the alliance of previous civilizations and directly leapfrog to a colony-level civilization. But just as Richard was pondering how to proceed with a legion merger, the Transfiguration Coronet suddenly spoke. Miracle, this matter cannot be put to a vote. Oh! Is there something special about this? Richard raised his brows slightly, a sense of unease suddenly forming in his heart. The Transfiguration Coronet said quietly, Miracle, you've overlooked one point. Our drafted rules stipulate that major issues must be raised by civilizations. This military reform is a major issue. Major issue? Richard frowned slightly. I don't recall this clause in the Alliance rules. Because you were out of contact at the time, Beelzebub suddenly said. According to you, you should have been in the Natural Federation at the time, a mere scrap of meat. Richard's face darkened. He had found a record of this rule in the latest version of the Alliance rules. It had been drafted precisely at the time he lost contact. In the original version of the Alliance rules, the loss of contact with the Overlord was considered a temporary sacrifice. The convening of the Alliance meeting would not be affected. Alchemist Corona's voice was low. Miracle, Evoker and I disagree with your proposal. Unless you leave the Wizarding Civilization, this proposal will not be on the agenda. Listening to Alchemist Corona's final announcement, Richard leaned back in his chair. It seems you've been prepared for this. Neither Evoker Corona nor Alchemist Corona spoke, but there was no doubt that this rule was drafted to prevent Richard from doing so. Since that's impossible, forget it. Let's move on to something new. Richard sighed, and silently changed the subject. But his inner depression remained. Toying with the rules like that. Worthy of a veteran wizard. The two Coronas were certain Richard wouldn't disrupt the alliance they had forged, certain Richard would consider the greater good. Besides his suitability, Richard's continued ambassadorship to various civilizations was largely due to the traps set for him by the alchemical and shaper Coronas. Since you're playing with the rules, I can only defeat your cleverness with force, Richard thought to himself. The two Coronas' plan succeeded primarily because they knew Richard's intentions, and also because Richard's strength was insufficient. Although Richard possessed limit-breaking combat power, he lacked the strength to suppress the combined forces of the two Coronas. But if he could have suppressed them, today's situation wouldn't have occurred. Richard sighed softly. I still have to break the limit. Chapter 941. The meeting didn't last long, just one afternoon. After the meeting, World Tree approached Richard. Sir, why don't you let me initiate the proposal? World Tree looked at Richard with great confusion. To him, the tricks of the transmutation and alchemical Coronas were a joke. If Richard couldn't initiate the proposal, could his allies do the same? But Richard stopped him in the middle of the meeting. No need, Richard shook his head. Even if I initiated the proposal, neither the wizards nor the gods would be very happy with my suggestion. Even if I forced this proposal through, it would still require human intervention. If they're unwilling, forcing it would only create a mess. Are you giving up? World Tree asked. Of course not. A sharp glint flashed in Richard's eyes. It's just a slight delay. Since the transmutation and alchemical Coronas had already joined forces, there was no need for him to consider any alliances. He could simply suppress them with force. As long as he could physically suppress these two truth wizards, his rise to the leadership of the wizard civilization would be a natural outcome. At that point, his plan would face no obstacles. As for the god civilization, whether they agreed or not, as an isolated civilization, they must obey the will of the alliance. The World Tree, seeing Richard had a plan in mind, said nothing further. After bidding farewell to Richard, he immediately joined Alchemist Corona and other overlords in researching the critical evolution fluid. Richard did not linger long within the dimension. The meeting determined the responsibilities and leadership of the 19 mercenary overlords. As the convener of these overminds, Richard was naturally their leader. As for their duties, it was obviously impossible to expect these overminds to charge into battle, so their role was mobile defense. As their direct superior, Richard was responsible for assigning combat missions to them. He also served as the voice of the Wizarding Union, communicating with them. Back in the astral plane, Richard pondered the map for a moment before assigning defense zones to the numerous overminds and coordinating intelligence exchanges between them to ensure that every world could communicate with its garrisoned overmind. You should update this map. In the War Zone Command Center, Richard examined the flat map prepared for him, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. The astral plane isn't a flat land. You don't need a three-dimensional map. Relying solely on the markings on the map will lead to errors in an emergency. Beside him, the Great Wizard of Rekindled Embers was sweating profusely. You're right. I notify logistics immediately to replace all these flat maps with three-dimensional projections. Richard nodded slightly, but then, as if noticing something, he suddenly glanced around the headquarters. Huh? Why are so many people replaced in the headquarters? Although Richard hadn't deliberately memorized the members of the theater command, as a master, hypermemory was instinctive. Richard was certain that 3/10 of the personnel in this headquarters had been replaced. This was highly unusual, especially since the theater command had just completed a perfectly executed response. Haha, the higher-ups investigated our response to the raid and found that a significant number of people didn't handle it promptly, so they were replaced. The Grand Wizard of Rekindled Embers wore an awkward smile, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had performed well in this surprise attack, but Richard's open conflict with the two Coronet Masters had put him in a somewhat awkward position. Although Grand Wizard Rekindled Embers held a high position within the School of Emancipation, his unwavering deference to Richard had caused some dissatisfaction within the school. Although this dissent was absurd, a newcomer to a position of power must dethrone the veterans. In recent years, the 7 major schools have been expanding. Although the current situation has not yet seen a large number of Grand Wizards enter the schools, some 5th Ring Wizards have taken advantage of this opportunity to become 6th Ring Grand Wizards. The scarcity of 6th Ring Grand Wizards is no longer a thing of the past. With the exception of the School of Miracles, the number of 6th and 5th Ring Grand Wizards in the other 6 schools has increased dramatically. But more newcomers don't necessarily mean more positions. If the veterans are removed, the newcomers won't be able to rise. Any other position would be fine, but the position of Theater Chief of Staff is practically a candidate for the crown throne. A series of promising Grand Wizards, such as the Bronze Spear and the Victory Sword, have been assigned to this position, regardless of their suitability. Grand Wizard Rekindled Embers handled this operation flawlessly, so no one could dethrone him. However, if they couldn't dethrone him, they could still remove his subordinates and followers. All those replaced in the command center this time were close associates of Grand Wizard Rekindled Embers. As for the incompetence cited in the investigation, it was simply a case of determining the results first, and then identifying the issues. Richard, naturally, saw the underlying dynamic and sighed silently. No matter how much restraint is exercised, infighting at the top will inevitably lead to conflict below. This struggle must be resolved swiftly. Suppressing his thoughts, Richard patted the embers rekindling High Wizard's shoulder. You're thinking of the greater good. The council won't overlook your contributions. Work hard, and this turmoil won't last long. If you have any questions, come to me. Richard's pat made the embers rekindling High Wizard's heart tremble. Is Corona recruiting me? Or are they just polite words? He glanced around silently, and when he noticed several staff officers watching him stealthily, he knew his path was set. Thank you, Lord Corona, for your concern. I will live up to your trust. Richard nodded, thinking that poaching was indeed faster. Training a sixth-ring Great Wizard takes a long time, but poaching one only requires one incident and a few words. Leaving the headquarters, Richard returned directly to the dimension. Now that the Civilization Devourer's attack has been contained, they should have a short period of peace. He must seize this period. Inside the dimension, the spatial fragment of the library has shrunk significantly, but its internal structure has stabilized. Richard wasn't sure the exact state of the octopus monster's soul, but so far, he hadn't noticed any unusual movement in the spatial fragment. Threads of dimensional power emerged from the void, burrowing into the library fragment like tiny drills. Under Richard's precise control, these dimensional threads began to gradually tug at the library's structure, gradually disintegrating the seal-like structure created by the octopus monster's silk puppetry. The entire process was like playing a complex melody. However, Richard's attempt to decipher the secret this time was somewhat unexpected. A mental message traveled along the dimensional line into Richard's soul. Stop, wizard. Is our hatred for you so deep? Do you really want to kill me? Richard raised his eyebrows, a sneer on his face. Friend, you're planning to take my body. Do you think that hatred is too great? But didn't I proceed? Before I even started, you and that guy started. The octopus's message held a hint of grievance. While his intentions were evil, hadn't he yet begun to act? Ha, that's what I call stopping crime in its infancy. Richard sneered, his movements not only not stopping, but actually speeding up. Stop, stop! The octopus's message was tinged with fear. You just want my technology, right? I give it to you. Will killing me bring you any benefit? Yes, it'd make me feel better. Richard's expression remained unchanged. Through the information transmitted back through the dimensional thread, he could clearly sense that the silk puppetry-based structure within the library had become largely loose. With just a little more effort, the library fragment would soon be truly his. However, Richard felt no joy in his heart. Instead, a sense of vigilance emerged. The octopus's message seemed like a plea for mercy. However, the price he offered was not a price for his life. If it were him, he would have offered a high price, even if it was just a blank check, to stabilize the other party first. But the octopus's plea for mercy seemed more like an inducement. It was like a disheveled beauty telling a lustful demon to stay away. No, there's probably something wrong here. Richard silently transferred the miracle crucible from his soul into the dimension, his movements suddenly accelerating, as if he couldn't wait to capture the octopus monster's soul. Inside the spatial fragment, the octopus monster couldn't help but sneer as he noticed Richard's accelerated cracking. How dare you put me in your own dimension? What an ignorant fool! As long as the soul remains, even ordinary worldly wills can possess others, let alone dominate dimensions. It seems fate's punishment is over. My luck has finally turned. The seal of the library fragment was torn apart bit by bit, and the octopus monster's heart grew increasingly proud. Finally, with a low hum, the seal of the library fragment was completely shattered. Fool, you've been fooled. The octopus's soul flew out of the library like a flash of light, feeling no resistance as it surged through the shattered fragments. Success? This fool had truly assumed I had no resistance, so he hadn't prepared any tactics at all. This dimension is his. Huh? The octopus was about to merge his soul into the dimension, seizing control of it. But as he attempted to merge, a layer of golden flame blocked his path. Even though his soul already possessed some of the characteristics of a level 8 semi-creature, He still sensed a deadly threat from the flames. What is this thing? You've been fooled, my friend. Richard's voice echoed leisurely behind him. Come and serve as fuel for my furnace. Chapter 942. The miracle fire was like a vast net, completely enveloping the octopus monster's soul. No matter how it resisted, the barrier held it firmly captive. However, Richard was surprised to discover that the miracle fire had surprisingly little effect on the octopus monster. After being burned twice by the miracle fire, the octopus monster's soul showed no noticeable weakening. Is this the power of a level 8 semi-creature soul? Richard exclaimed in amazement. The octopus monster's soul remained intact, though that was due to Richard's lack of effort. If it were the soul of an ordinary overlord, these two attacks would certainly not have been so easy. However, though it was weak, the miracle fire still had an effect. Under Richard's control, the octopus monster's soul was moved into the miracle furnace. Suppressed by the miracle fire, the octopus monster's soul could no longer cause any trouble. Ha, a great harvest. Richard laughed and then returned to the library. Inside the library, the promotion plan designed by the octopus monster was still there. After his revisions, it was nearly perfect. Richard only needed to make minor modifications before it could be used directly. However, out of caution, Richard still decided to ask the Titan King for his opinion. This leader of a previous civilization, who had briefly arrived as a level 8 semi-creature, possessed far greater experience and wisdom than Richard. Consulting him at this moment might reveal some flaws he had missed. After reviewing the entire promotion plan and the entire library's collection, Richard immediately arrived at the Abyss World. Still in the archives, the Titan King sat in his seat as usual. Looks like you've gained quite a bit recently. The Titan King glanced at Richard, a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his sight, Richard's figure was obscured by a gray robe, and even the thread of destiny on his body seemed dim and dull. This wasn't something an ordinary object could achieve. Something. Richard nodded slightly, then tossed a scroll to the Titan King. In this space, information exchange didn't require verbal communication. It simply required condensing the information, materializing it into an object, and handing it over. The Titan King raised his hand to catch the scroll, a look of shock crossing his face. So, you encountered a level 8 half-creature? Richard shook his head slightly. No, the owner of this plan was a failure. He came up with it to escape failure. I came here to show you if there were any problems with it. A failure? It seems that guy is recovering very quickly. Hearing Richard's words, the Titan King's expression instantly grew serious. He understood fate. Such a great gift must come at a great cost. For Richard, the only price of this gift was the Civilization Devourer's increased strength. Richard sighed softly. He's already capable of creating limit-breaking clones. If fate hadn't helped me find support from outside, I have suffered heavy losses this time. Limit-breaking clones? He tricked me. The Titan King's expression grew more serious. My advice to you, abandon all current attacks. Until you become a leader, it's best not to initiate any proactive offensives. Not attacking? Richard's face changed slightly. If we don't attack and allow him to devour worlds, our growth won't be as fast as his recovery. But your attacks will only make him recover faster, the Titan King said seriously. While the world essence can help him recover, the power of war can also help him recover. You keep waging war, seemingly conquering one world after another. But your attacks themselves are a form of recovery for him. If my guess is correct, he has already accumulated the world essence he needs to return to his peak. These expansion activities, besides multi-stage devouring world essence and accelerating recovery, are most effective in putting pressure on you, forcing you to attack and thus provide him with food. Hearing this, Richard understood what the Titan King meant by being tricked. They're actually taking advantage of our fear? Richard muttered to himself. Their understanding of the Civilization Devourer has become a weakness that the Civilization Devourer exploits. Then I must break through my limits. Richard suddenly looked at the Titan King, his expression extremely serious. The Titan King looked at Richard and said, thoughtfully, "Is there a problem within the civilization?" "Yes. Alas, the inherent depravity of living things." The Titan King sighed helplessly. Although he knew that all living things had their own desires and whims, he still felt like cursing when faced with such a ridiculous internal conflict. After saying this, he carefully read the plan again from beginning to end. This plan has a serious problem with its handling of souls. That guy is planning to take over your body, right? Yes. I can change that, but I think you could also consult with the advisor. The owner of the robe you wear is not ordinary. I think he's a true level 8 semi-creature. The skills you learn from him should be of sufficient quality. Richard nodded, and then the Titan King waved his hand, and numerous complex runic formulas, and a series of extremely lengthy parameters suddenly appeared in the air. Biological evolution is a serious matter. Whether it's wizards or other civilizations, their paths of advancement have been fine-tuned and optimized by countless predecessors. In the early stages of this optimization, human lives are sacrificed, but in the middle stages, wisdom and logic take on a more crucial role. To optimize a plan, logical reasoning and rigorous calculations are essential. Formulas, parameters, and data are all indispensable. This is the greatest difference between civilized people and indigenous peoples. The plan adjustments lasted for a month. During this month, neither Richard nor the Titan King paused for a moment. After countless calculations, they finally fine-tuned the plan, eliminating its impact on the soul, and determining a further path of evolution. Richard was not only to become a limit breaker, but also to become a leader, and even more advanced, a level 8 semi-creature. My abilities can only take you so far. The King of Tata handed the tablet to Richard, the expectation in his voice as heavy as the mountains and seas. You are treading a path no one has ever trod. If you succeed, you will become the master of this community. Richard silently took the tablet and inserted it into his body. At this point, he had nothing more to say. Hope and responsibility rested on his shoulders. Having chosen this path, he must walk it step by step. The Titan King patted Richard on the shoulder, like a senior, a teacher. Keep going, chosen one. Everything depends on you. I hope our next meeting will be on the battlefield of the final battle. Richard looked at him and suddenly said, speaking of which, I forgot to tell you. I've imprisoned the soul of that unfortunate fellow in the miracle furnace. Although he failed, he possesses some of the soul characteristics of a level 8 semi-creature. I feel it would be a shame to simply burn this soul. Do you have any ideas for using it? Soul? The Titan King was slightly taken aback, then said angrily, how could you forget this? Give it to me. I give you a hard time during the final battle. Richard's mind moved, and the fireball containing the octopus monster's soul within the miracle furnace appeared in the abyss. The Titan King noticed the miracle fire, and immediately swallowed it. In the archives, Richard watched as a remnant soul suddenly appeared in the Titan King's hand, which he then swallowed in one gulp. After a moment, he slowly spoke, this thing is good, very chewy. Oh! A fool who violated the fateful contract. No wonder he ended up like this. Richard was shocked. The octopus monster soul could withstand the miracle fire, but in front of the Titan King's remnant soul, it was like a snack, completely defenseless. Is this the difference between a level 8 half-creature and a non-level 8 half-creature? Well, there's nothing wrong with his memory. The plan will work fine. You can take over some of the technology. The Titan King tossed Richard a slate. This guy has quite a background. His civilization strength should be comparable to ours before the three of us joined forces. But alas, he was a fool. He violated his fateful pact, and was toyed with by fate until his death. Richard took the slate, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. It was the first time he'd seen someone dare to violate their fateful pact. What a tragic end. After leaving the archives, Richard immediately began his promotion. For safety's sake, Richard didn't travel to the wizarding world for his promotion, even though he was a blesser of the wizarding world. The internal strife had already begun, and Richard no longer counted on the two crowns of the evoker and alchemist to consider the overall situation. If they interfered with his promotion, it would not only ruin his future, but that of the entire wizarding union. Arriving at the center of the world, Richard silently unfolded the dimension and began channeling the power of the abyss into it. Although Richard considered himself a wizard, his identity as the king of the abyssal titans was undeniable. His ascension was inevitably aided by the power of the abyss. The power of the abyss followed Richard's carefully prepared route into the miracle dimension. It quickly formed a three-dimensional magic circle with Richard at its center, a radius exceeding tens of thousands of kilometers, and continuously expanding. At the same time, the power of the dimension began to flow through Richard's body. The thread of the dimension, like a needle, continuously wove between Richard and the dimension, as if to firmly sew Richard's body to the entire dimension. Outside the dimension, the news of Richard's ascension naturally attracted much attention. The clones of the three world guardians, Beelzebub, Talal Peak, and Tel Peak, all arrived at the center of the world. Even Samuel's clone, for the first time, rushed over. Is this about to break the limit? Samuel looked at Richard in the dimension, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated a thrilling battle with Richard to determine who was the strongest creature in the abyss. The construction of the magic circle lasted a full 3 months. When it was completed, the entire miracle dimension was enveloped by a vast array of abyssal power. The dimensional threads surrounding Richard became almost cocoon-like. It's about to begin, Samuel suddenly said from outside the arena. The other overlords looked at him in astonishment, then sensed a tremor. Amidst that tremor, they were shocked to discover that Richard's dimension was shrinking. Chapter 943. Although the numerous overlords couldn't see the full extent of Richard's miracle dimension, they could see the flow of space and dimensional power. In their vision, Richard was like a black hole, constantly absorbing the miracle dimension into his body. This was simply unbelievable. They were all overlords, some even from previous civilizations. But even so, they had never seen what they were seeing. Since when did absorbing dimensions become necessary to break through limits? However, despite their confusion, the growing pressure from Richard was undeniable. After absorbing the dimension, Richard's body began to exude an almost inhuman aura. It was as if he was no longer a living being, but a projection of a certain dimension existing in this world. This method of advancement, is it worthy of being chosen by creation? Samuel said thoughtfully, looking at Richard. As the most powerful overlord of the Abyss civilization, he had come a long way in his physical evolution, and had given much thought to the next step in his evolution. Among them, he had considered transforming his body into a world. However, due to his low realm and lack of deep knowledge, he has made no progress in his rule editing techniques. His most successful achievement to date is imprinting the rules into his bones, creating a near-editable form. It must be said that, as the Titan's ultimate creation, the abyssal creatures truly demonstrate unparalleled potential. Samuel's approach has effectively embarked on the path to the cellular world. If he were allowed to continue his research for another 1 or 2 million years, he might actually be able to explore this path. But alas, the appearance of the devourer of civilization shattered all of this. Samuel, you're in luck. The wizards will have another leader. Beelzebub watched the scene unfold, a cunning smile on his portly face. With Richard's promotion, if successful, the wizard civilization would inevitably fall into Richard's hands. This, in turn, would naturally leave the leadership position of the abyssal civilization vacant. Although their abyssal civilization appeared to have more overlords due to the return of the Titan overlord, the only 2 contenders for the leadership position were Beelzebub and Samuel. Beelzebub didn't want to compete for the leadership position, because becoming leader at this point would likely mean facing the devourer of civilization's true form. It was a life-threatening task. Of course, he didn't have the skills to fight for it. Samuel's combat prowess since joining the Wizarding Union had made Beelzebub realize that the tactics he had prepared against Samuel were mere gimmicks. If he didn't possess true strength, after these tactics were exhausted, he would have been thrashed to death by Samuel's fists. Samuel glanced at him, a trace of disdain on his face. You coward, don't you even think of fighting me? Beelzebub, hearing Samuel's taunting, felt no shame at all. Instead, he declared confidently, if you can't win, run away. The Abyss isn't just about the survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest is also its rule. Samuel sneered, then shifted his gaze to Richard. In his eyes, there was only the purest battle fervor. Alas, contracts are such a vexing thing. I don't know if I can survive until the end of the war. As Richard broke through his limit, the fluctuations of the miracle dimension also spread to the main trunk of the wizard civilization dimension. Almost simultaneously, the other 6 coronas of the wizarding civilization all sensed the movement. Dimensional vibration? Countless runes flashed in the eyes of the transmutation corona, and a vast amount of data flowed through his mind as he tried to analyze the cause of the vibration. What on earth is Miracle doing? The alchemist corona's reaction was almost identical. A sharp hum of energy erupted from his body, dormant in the alchemy dimension, as a river of energy poured into his computing array. But this vibration was too bizarre, and no matter how hard he analyzed it, he could not come up with any conclusion. The other coronas also sensed the dimensional fluctuation, but since none of them were contenders for leadership, they showed no significant reaction. Remarkable, the Soul Corona sighed softly. This time, they've caused such a big commotion. Miracle must have been provoked by those 2 old transmutation alchemists, and is starting to fight for the position. Beside him, the undead Corona calmly engraved runes on his bones. Hearing the Soul Corona, he said without even looking up, I guess Miracle is too young. His confident proposal was thwarted by these 2 old men, and he's definitely not going to swallow that. I'm not saying that those 2 guys, Evoker and Alchemist, are nuts. They knew Miracle was being driven by destiny, yet they still went against him. They're probably going to get a beating this time. The Soul Corona sighed, they're just unwilling to accept this. They've been fighting for so many years, only to have Miracle, blessed with destiny, take the spoils. Anyone would have to fight for it. The undead Corona sneered, we are wizards, not natives governed by instinct and emotion. If a wizard can't even understand this, They've lived a very long life. It's such a shame for Miracle. Not only does he have to deal with that monster, but he also has to expend his energy suppressing these two idiots. Corona of Soul glanced at him in surprise. You talk as if Miracle were your student. Haha, I just have a petty mentality. Corona of the Dead laughed strangely. If I can work with alchemy for the stability of wizard civilization, why can't they work under Miracle for the development of the Alliance? During the past wizard wars, the alchemists and necromancers were sworn enemies. Countless wizards on each side were slain, sometimes even used as experimental material. Even several of Corona of the Dead's former students were deliberately transformed into machine spirits by the alchemists to humiliate the necromancers. But for the stability of wizard civilization and the development of the necromancers, Corona of the Dead ultimately swallowed his anger and chose to cooperate with Corona of the Alchemists to fight against the newly formed soul-shaping alliance. Corona of the Souls knew that Corona of the Dead was reminiscing about the past, and did not pursue the topic. That incident essentially amounted to him stabbing the necromancers in the back. At the Path of Evolution Research Institute, Corona of the Cursed and Corona of the Physical Body gathered together. Miracle is about to break his limit. Constituent Corona sensed the dimensional fluctuations, and gave the correct answer almost without hesitation. Breaking the limit? Why do you say that? The second-generation Cursed Corona and the constituent Corona were from the same era, though they had little interaction back then. But now, one had achieved this status on his own, the other through inheriting their teacher's legacy. As wizards of the same generation, they naturally formed a small, private group. The constitutional Corona said quietly, Miracle's evolutionary path is quite unusual. I suspect it follows the path taken by the Titans of old. However, I don't know the specifics of this evolutionary path. You didn't ask? The second-generation Cursed Corona asked curiously. Given your relationship, if you had just asked, he would have surely told you. Why are you asking? I'm not sick. The constitutional Corona glared at the Cursed Corona. Do you think I'm a miraclist like you? I'm an alchemist. I asked, and how would I answer the alchemist? That's true. The second-generation Cursed Corona slapped his head and smiled awkwardly. By the way, I've noticed those bugs seem to be making some small moves lately, the second-generation Cursed Corona suddenly said. And I've noticed both your families are keeping an eye on them. You're well aware of the recent meeting between the swarm of insects and miracles, the physical Corona replied calmly. Isn't it normal for us to keep an eye on them? Then wouldn't it be a bit excessive to attack directly? A cold glint flashed in the second-generation Cursed Corona's eyes, and his voice grew deeper. You pulled out quite a few of the nails we planted inside the worm. A World Lord level nail wouldn't be easy to insert. The physical Corona frowned slightly. I'm not aware of this. This must be Alchemist's intention. Alchemist? The second-generation Cursed Corona scoffed. It seems he doesn't trust you. The physical Corona remained calm. Distrust is normal. There's no need to sow discord. Unless Alchemist does something truly outrageous, I'd definitely be an alchemist. The second-generation Cursed Corona laughed strangely, and suddenly vanished, leaving only one sentence echoing through the room. Since you've taken direct action, I won't show any mercy. Richard, who was in the process of ascending, was unaware that his ascension had already attracted widespread attention. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. His breaking through the limit was inevitable, unstoppable by anyone and anything. As the dimension gradually entered Richard's body, the life core within him began to be gradually eroded by the dimensional force. Like a battle line, the dimensional force moved between the fragments of life information, silently entering these fragments. Soon, the material structure of these fragments was replaced by the dimensional force. Furthermore, under the command of the illusory rules, the pre-edited rules were extremely stable. Even if the life core changed or even collapsed, these rules remained perfectly stable. At this moment, Richard's mind entered a state of profound transcendence. His mind seemed to have left his body, observing the entire evolution from a third-person perspective, his heart as calm as water. Suddenly Richard sighed. This path holds limitless promise. As he sighed, the vast miraculous dimension completely entered his body. At this moment, every cell in Richard's body could be considered a microscopic, illusory dimension. The life code of his life core was no longer relevant to Richard, because all the rules of this world would become his life code. As Richard sighed, he suddenly noticed something amiss. In his cellular dimension, he suddenly discovered something extraneous. No, why are these life cores also governed by illusory rules? Chapter 944. Although Richard and the Titan King had brought their entire knowledge to the table, Richard was, after all, embarking on a path no one had ever traversed. No one knew what might happen if they truly embarked on this path. Richard's spirit returned to his body, and the moment he returned, all traces of his aura vanished completely. No, not only did the aura vanish, but Richard's body practically transformed into a black hole the moment his consciousness returned. Anything around him that came within reach was devoured by him. Richard sensed an abnormality, and immediately began to examine his body. Within him, the miracle dimension had merged with his body. Every cell in his body had become a miniature dimensional world. Though seemingly insignificant, these cellular dimensions held immense internal space. Furthermore, as Richard absorbed the power of dimension devouring, these cellular dimensions grew even larger and more stable. If all goes well, when these cellular dimensions all reach the size of a complete dimension, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative shift, allowing Richard to ascend directly to a 9th-level creature. But these things also become part of the cellular dimension? Richard's consciousness entered the cellular dimension. After examining it, he was surprised to discover that within each of his cellular dimensions, there was a life core, transformed from dimensional power. This life core was like the foundation of the cellular dimension. If it became disrupted, the cellular dimension would collapse on the spot. The appearance of this object completely exceeded the expectations of Richard and the Titan King. They predicted that this life core, transformed by dimensional force, would become insignificant after its successful ascension. After all, cells had become smaller dimensions, and the life core that controlled biological evolution was naturally useless. But now, this dimensional life core, almost the foundation of the cellular dimension, slapped him hard. So what's the use of this thing? Richard looked at the life core before him, bewildered. He was certain it was important, as the stability of the dimensional space depended on it. But how could he control it? He could stimulate the life core's evolution through potions and life-or-death crisis. But this thing didn't look like it could be stimulated by life-or-death crisis. Richard tried to use the dimensional thread to gently poke at it, just as he had done with the seal on the library fragment. However, the internal structure of the dimensional core seemed as if it were cast in one piece. No matter what Richard did, it remained motionless. If it moved, the entire dimensional space would inevitably be destroyed. After much effort, Richard achieved no results. Oh, whatever. Richard withdrew his mind from the cellular space and began to observe his new body from a macroscopic perspective. From a microscopic perspective, each of Richard's cells constituted a small dimensional world. But from a macroscopic perspective, these dimensional worlds were actually a vast collective. They were inseparable. This meant that any attack sustained by any cellular dimension could be transmitted to other cellular dimensions at an extremely fast speed. The strength of the cellular dimension itself was also extremely high. If quantified into energy levels, attacks below 1 billion energy level would be nothing more than a massage to the cellular dimension. After realizing this, Richard instantly had many ideas for improvement. He could use dimensional threads to reinforce the dimensional walls of each cellular dimension, thereby increasing the speed at which attack power could be transferred. However, the recovery capacity is a bit lacking. Although the cellular dimension's defensive capabilities are strong, its recovery is a major problem. Once a cellular dimension is destroyed, its recovery can only rely on dimensional power. If the dimensional power supply is insufficient, then pursuing this evolutionary path is tantamount to seeking death. Furthermore, even with the dimensional power supply, the cellular dimension still takes about a millisecond to recover. This time is insignificant in ordinary times, not even the blink of an eye. But in a battle between overlords, this recovery speed is truly inadequate. Trading recovery speed for greater defensive strength, Richard felt it was a good deal. Even in overlord-level battles, attacks often overflow. Against anti-overlord weapons, like the genuine dimensional destruction cannon, no matter how strong the overlord's recovery capacity is, it is useless. After assessing his physical condition, Richard's mind shifted, and his body ceased absorbing the surrounding material energy. Simultaneously, tens of trillions of cellular dimensions within his body simultaneously opened rifts leading to the 4-elemental territory. Instantly, nearly limitless energy filled Richard's body. But the moment Richard opened the gate to the 4-elemental territory, all the overlords present felt a sense of deadly danger. It was as if they were facing not Richard, but a terrifying monster poised to annihilate them at any moment. You're becoming increasingly enviable. Samuel stared at Richard, his eyes filled with nothing but battle fervor. If it weren't for the contractual restrictions, he would have returned from the front lines immediately to engage Richard in a life-or-death battle. Beside him, the two Titan overlords' eyes were filled with shock and reverence. Richard was the king of the Abyssal Titans, and this terrifying power was precisely what a Titan king should possess. As for Beelzebub, he had already approached Richard with a fawning expression. Congratulations, Sir, on your successful breakthrough. With your success, I'm sure those two old wizards of the wizard civilization will have their day in tatters. Richard glanced at him, his smile tinged with amusement. Beelzebub, you sound so nice. Are you aiming to become the leader of the Abyss? Ah? No, no. Hearing Richard's words, Beelzebub denied them repeatedly. He had no desire to confront the devourer of civilizations head-on. As he spoke, several other Overmind's clones arrived at Richard's side. The moment Samuel's clone approached Richard, it suddenly launched a punch. The attack was so swift that even the surrounding Overminds didn't react. Bang! With a dull thud, Samuel's fist stopped on Richard, not a single drop of power leaking out. But Richard didn't even stir his clothes. Oh, I really want to fight you. Samuel sighed. Richard smiled and gently patted Samuel's shoulder. Why sigh? The devourer of civilizations is also a formidable opponent. I left some information in the will of the Abyss that I think you might find useful. The position of profound leader is now yours. Samuel was stunned upon hearing this, then connected to the will of the Abyss and read the message Richard had given him. The moment he saw the message, a look of shock crossed Samuel's face. Richard had left him the plan for this path to the cell world. After a moment, Samuel regained consciousness. Aren't you afraid I kill you after learning it? With this plan, Samuel's evolution would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. Richard smiled. We see when you truly succeed. At the same time, the aftermath of Richard's limit breaking also entered the wizard dimension. Although Richard had merged with the entire dimension, his connection to the civilized dimension remained intact. He would need a transfusion of the civilized dimension for a short period to maintain his dimensional power. So, after completely merging the remaining dimensional energy, he followed this connection and entered the wizard dimension. The moment they sensed this wave, everyone, whether they were evocations, alchemists, slacking souls, undead, newly minted dominants, second-generation curses, or even many of the greater wizards, knew one thing: civil war was about to begin. They didn't know Richard's current state, but they knew his evolutionary path was definitely not weak. Now that he had broken through the limit, even if his combat power hadn't skyrocketed, it certainly had limitless potential. And with such strength, how could Richard let go of the two crowns of alchemists and evocations that stood in his way? Instantly, all the legions within the wizard war zone halted their attacks. The legions that had invaded the inner world withdrew. No one knew the full extent of the civil war's impact on the front lines. Regardless of their faction, the commanders on the front lines had reached a consensus. The civil war must be prevented from affecting the lower ranks of the legion. The army must not be disrupted. Disruption would mean the loss of worlds on the front lines. Regardless of the outcome of the civil war, they would reclaim these lost worlds one by one. The great world of the Abyss. Richard's communication crystal ball continuously transmitted news from the School of Miracles. Less than a minute after his vibration entered the wizard dimension, all transactions with other schools were interrupted. A battle even broke out within the Abyss Research Institute, with master wizards from various schools fighting over several experimental products within the laboratory. Only the School of Curses, an ally of the School of Miracles, was currently communicating. What a mess! Richard rubbed his brow, and then produced his secret book of miracles. Instantly, countless runes flew from the book, forming a contract communication spell in the air. Swarm, how's the Mayfly spirit doing? A moment later, the voice of the Swarm Overlord echoed from the magic circle. It's in good condition. Also, are you going to start a war? The little ones down there are suddenly getting restless. Richard fell silent, as if making a decision. After a moment, a flicker of determination crossed his face, and he whispered, yes, we're going to start a war. Clear away that sand. Galaxy Mayfly territory. The Swarm Overlord heard Richard's reply, and let out a cheerful chirp from his mouthparts. Then I won't hold back. As he spoke, clones of the Swarm Overlord appeared almost simultaneously across all the worlds of the Galaxy Mayfly territory. All Galaxy Mayflies who had defected to the School of Evocation or the School of Alchemy were wiped out, along with their entire colonies, within a minute. Of course, there were also quite a few wizards from those two schools among them. They were also included in the annihilation. The Insect Overlord opened a dimension, and a Mayfly spirit, resembling an insectoid, emerged from it, emanating an aura beyond that of a typical limit-breaking overlord. The Insect Overlord prostrated himself before him. Sir, the fate of the Galaxy Mayfly depends on this battle. Chapter 945. Everyone, remain alert. Establish a defense line centered around the central tower, and be ready for battle. Inside the Wizarding Academy, the order from the principal's office traveled rapidly through the makeshift telepathic network constructed by the Soul Wizards, reaching every wizard on campus. News is like the wind. No matter how tightly you cover it, it can't stop it from escaping. The news of the war from above was spreading at an alarming rate. Although several coronation seats had issued information control orders, their orders could only prevent news of the Civil War from reaching the front lines. As for news from the rear, even if they tried to block it, they couldn't. There was no other way. The news of Civil War was too horrifying. Since the end of the Wizarding War tens of thousands of years ago, there had been no large-scale war within Wizarding civilization. The largest war had been on the scale of the United Academy War. After the Civilization War began, new wizards and subhuman wizards became the mainstays of Wizarding civilization. These people had faced external wars since birth. Internal wars were a distant memory for them. However, while this new generation of wizards hadn't experienced civil war, they possessed extensive combat experience. Upon discovering the potential danger, the teachers within the Wizarding Academy immediately began constructing a defensive line. This was especially true for the schools of miracles and curses. Although Wizarding Academies typically teach 7 schools simultaneously, since wizards can teach multiple schools, it's not uncommon for a wizard from a single school to teach 6 departments simultaneously. Under the principal's orders, the teachers within the academy immediately began constructing a defensive line. The vast majority of the teachers at the Wizarding Academy were veterans, who had returned from the front lines due to their numerous resurrections. Although they had never fought wizards before, their extensive knowledge of their own abilities enabled them to quickly construct a defense against the Wizarding army. The teachers issued their students standard staffs and donned their own alchemical power armor for teaching purposes. In this era, alchemical power armor was a wizard's greatest asset in combat. When a wizard with power armor fought a wizard without power armor, the one without would inevitably be the one to die. There was no level restriction. A first-ring wizard wearing finely crafted alchemical power armor would be mortal even against a third-ring wizard. In the principal's office, the principal silently activated the academy's barrier. This barrier was originally intended to protect against the invasion of the galaxy Mayfly into the Wizarding world, but they hadn't expected their first real battle to be against the wizard who had created them. Boom! The moment the barrier activated, a massive fireball plummeted from the sky, slamming into the barrier. In the academy's central tower, a wizard, using his magical armor, quickly located the owner of the flaming meteor. Less than 10 kilometers outside the academy, a shaper wizard, resembling a giant of flame, led a legion of wizards toward them. Among their ranks, the scouting wizards even spotted an armored vehicle that could practically be called a mobile fortress. Alchemical assault vehicle. Wasn't that thing discontinued a long time ago? The old wizard, recognizing the assault vehicle, exclaimed in surprise, but then realized what was happening. No! These guys are bringing history teaching materials up here. The Alchemy Assault Vehicle was a special anti-barrier weapon developed by the Tesla Institute mid-war. However, after the barrier's detonation, it was immediately withdrawn from the battlefield. Only some alchemy departments within wizard academies retained some as historical teaching aids. Just as they had taken out their alchemy power armor used for teaching, wizards from other academies also took out their teaching weapons. Inside the armored vehicle, several alchemists directly connected their bodies to the machine, controlling the behemoth as machine spirits. Dozens of third-level wizards in alchemy power armor stood within, waiting to enter and slaughter the enemy once the barrier was breached. Attention, assault team, attention, assault team. Your primary objective is to destroy the enemy academy's barrier generator. Second, eliminate the wizards of the School of Miracles and seize their library. Attention, the students within are irrelevant. Command recommends that the soul wizards handle the situation and avoid unnecessary slaughter. The wizards in the assault team did not react to the order from Academy Command over the communication system. They were all veteran wizards with centuries of war experience, their hearts hardened by battle. Although they weren't entirely willing to fight their own kind, an order was an order. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Taka, I leave those students to you, a wizard said over the chat. Be careful, if your power level is too high, these little guys won't become wizards. Not becoming a wizard isn't necessarily a bad thing, Taka said softly. If you can't become a wizard, you can't go to the front lines. If you live your whole life in the rear, you probably be better than 80% of wizards. That won't do either. The captain's voice suddenly grew stern. Put aside your petty thoughts and avoid unnecessary tasks, unless you want to be thrown into mental prison. Although the law enforcement wizards of the Ministry of Justice have declared they will not participate in this civil war, they are still subordinates of the Miracle Crown. Bang! The violent collision caused the wizards inside the assault vehicle to shudder. What's going on? The enemy is attacking us, and our defenses are bad. It's the abyssal contamination. Inside the academy, a wizard who looked like an abyssal demon, with arms resembling cannon barrels, lowered his arms. Just then, a dark red mass of flesh successfully broke through the alchemy assault vehicle's defenses, damaging the vehicle itself. Abyssal contamination has been deployed, preparing for fire suppression. Headquarters receive this. Stay safe. Although wizards today are less gloomy than those of the past, the underlying nature of the wizard race has remained unchanged. Rationality and madness coexist within every member of this race. Although the wizard civilization strictly forbids wizards from conducting abyssal pollution experiments without permission, the Corona of the School of Miracles is the Abyss Overlord of the Abyss civilization. Aren't you anxious to join the battle? The voice of the insect overlord echoed in Richard's ears. We've been labeled traitors. I heard someone even transferred legions from the front lines, intending to annihilate us completely. Let them do it, Richard said calmly. If they dare to attack, I allow you to destroy them directly. Hearing Richard's response, the insect overlord's voice sounded slightly surprised. Oh! I thought you let me restrain myself. Swarm, this is war. Richard's voice was like the wind on a snowy mountain, cold and sharp, like icy spikes. Besides, the frontline legion deserting its base without permission is a capital offense. Since they did this, they deserve their death. The frontline legion's recall required a direct order from the Corona. But neither Richard nor the other Coronas could mobilize the troops at this time. The true battlefield of the Civil War lay between these upper echelons. Regardless of who won, the war against the devourer of civilization would continue. Mobilizing the frontline legion would bring them no benefit. The swarm overlord paused, then asked, When do you plan to start the war? I can sense that one of the overlords is looking for me. About half a month, Richard replied after a moment's thought. Dense dimensional threads constantly crisscrossed his body. These dimensional threads were so fine that they required a microscope to see. Their function was to reinforce every cell in Richard's body, further enhancing the strength of those cellular dimensions. Richard didn't know the true strength of the alchemist and shaper lords. However, both lords were veteran limit breakers, and were also masters of spiritual evolution. Their power was undoubtedly unfathomable. Richard even suspected that both lords had actually discovered the starting point of the path to controlling fate on behalf of the heavenly being. After all, their combat performances were all presented in the form of the world. If they continued along this path, it would be difficult for them not to embark on the path of controlling fate on behalf of the heavenly being. If they truly had discovered some secret, it would be difficult for him to directly subdue them. Richard's goal wasn't to defeat the two truth wizards, but to crush them in strength, making them realize that victory was impossible. Only then would they refrain from further manipulation. Civilizations are made up of people. Whether it's the Council of Truth or the Alliance Council, their orders ultimately have to be carried out by a single individual. In this process, there are many opportunities for manipulation. Lord Overlord, the things you need are ready. Just as Richard pondered, the voice of the guardian of the abyssal world suddenly echoed in his ears. Action, a figure of tentacles, emerged from the void and bowed respectfully to Richard. Oh! It's ready in just 3 days? Richard was slightly surprised. What he wanted was quite complex. Action's voice was tinged with pride. If you need anything else, I might collect some, but we have a plethora of ownerless idols in the abyss. Ownerless idols, that was what Richard had asked Action to collect. The information Moko and deer-headed Moko sent him mentioned something they named the Palm Buddha/Demon Kingdom. This method was created by the 10 Directions Buddha land and the Endless Demon Kingdom to address the issue of being unable to draw dimensional power from the civilized dimension after the dimension materialized. Both methods involve cultivating followers within the dimension, then using religion to build a community. Using the power of faith, they coalesce into something resembling a civilized dimension, intercepting the dimensional power it generates. In other words, this quasi-civilized dimension is a fraud. It disguises itself as a civilized dimension, intercepting dimensional power that would otherwise flow to the civilized dimension, and using it as the source of dimensional power for the Palm Buddha/Demon Kingdom. While this method doesn't enjoy the shared benefits of the civilized dimension's growth, it's also unrestricted by quotas. As long as a sufficient number of followers are kept within the dimension, the dominant dimensional power will remain endless. Chapter 946. The tentacles on the Action body swayed, and a spiraling black hole appeared in the void. From the black hole, countless faceless, cracked statues fell like rain. From the outside, these statues looked shabby and worn like scrap. But in the eyes of any creature who had studied the power of faith, these statues were priceless treasures. The facelessness and cracked bodies of these statues indicated that the deities behind them were dead. However, Their complete preservation indicated that they contained a considerable amount of faith power. Furthermore, this faith power had already seeped into the material structure of the statues, altering their properties, and thus preserving the statues that should have exploded. For a deity, these statues could be infused with faith power, and then placed in temples or shrines for use as statues. Alternatively, the faith power within them could be directly extracted. But these were relatively crude methods. In the 10 directions Buddha land, and the endless demon realm, the great demons of the demon realm, and the arhats of the Buddha realm discovered that these abandoned statues themselves formed an excellent formation base. Arrays based on these statues were not only effective, but could also serve as teleportation points or clones when necessary. Based on this, the rulers of the two civilizations developed the Palm Buddha/demon realm. Richard's mental power swept over the ownerless statues, carefully examining each one. The quality of faceless statues also varied. The fewer cracks on a statue, the higher its quality, and the more suitable it was for use as a formation base at a crucial node. As for the faceless statues, covered in cracks and seemingly ready to shatter, they could only serve as the foundations for formations in insignificant locations on the periphery. Well done, you've done a great job. Richard couldn't help but praise them after surveying the faceless statues. Action had delivered a total of 17,000 statues this time. If the faceless statues were categorized into 5 levels, the vast majority would be level 3. Levels 4 and 5, while rare, were in low demand. And the lower quality level 1 and 2 faceless statues were practically non-existent. This was a true testament to efficiency and competence. Action bowed slightly to Richard. My duty. After that, he asked, is there anything else you need to collect? No, go and do your thing. With that, Richard waved his hand at Action, and his aura instantly rose a fraction. Action was the guardian of the abyssal world. The source of his power depended entirely on the degree of authority granted to him by the abyssal will. As the king of the abyssal titans, Richard possesses supreme authority within the abyss, allowing him to easily enhance the strength of these guardians of the abyssal world. Thank you, sir. Action bowed again, expressing his gratitude to Richard, and then silently merged into the space. Richard's gaze swept over the statues, and his abdomen suddenly split open, transforming into a massive mouth. Immediately, a tremendous gravitational force erupted from the mouth, sucking all the surrounding statues into its belly. One nation requires 15,998 array bases, and these 7,000 statues are more than enough. As long as the nation is successful, the power of the dimension will no longer be a limitation for me. Even if I encounter another dimensional shield like the octopus monster, I have no fear. As he spoke, the statues that had entered Richard's body had already entered a cellular dimension. This cellular dimension had been specially cultivated by Richard, and in just 3 days, its area had expanded to the size of a small country. The 4 elemental rifts within it had been separated by Richard. The sky was wind, the ground was fire, and water and earth stood in the middle. After a slight adjustment of the rules, this world had already established the basic rules for biological survival. Next, Richard only needed to arrange the national species, and then sneak in people from the wizarding world to complete the most basic Palm Buddha/demon kingdom. Once one was completed, the rest would be easy. This was the most powerful aspect of the Palm Buddha/demon kingdom. Once a national species was completed, the power of faith generated by that national species would cause it to spread outward, continuously expanding. The larger the national territory, the faster the expansion. It was like a snowball. Once it started, it was unstoppable. It's just that the time is a little too short. Richard rubbed his brow with a headache. If I had tens of thousands of years to develop, relying solely on this palm-sized demonic kingdom, I could rival a civilization. But now, I only have a few hundred years, or even a few decades at most. Time is a huge problem for Richard. The strength of an overlord often depends on time to accumulate. Even an overlord with a physically evolved constitution needs a considerable amount of time to gather various treasures to aid their evolution. Alas, time is the most mysterious thing in this world. Even an overlord finds it difficult to grasp its essence. If time truly has rules, they would undoubtedly be the exclusive rules of 9th-level creatures. Retreat, retreat. Hold the tower. Commands from command echoed continuously through the mental network. On the battlefield, the ancient magic support vehicles were firing spells continuously. These magic support vehicles were no longer the versions Richard had designed. After numerous iterations, they were no longer the wasteful tools of the past that only fired for a few seconds before needing to replace parts. The current magic support vehicles could fire fireballs at 3,000 energy levels continuously for dozens of minutes. And thanks to the inclusion of fire elemental gems, they could fire normally even in elemental restricted areas. However, as the battlefield escalated, the magic support vehicles gradually withdrew from the battlefield. Currently, there are two types of magic support: close-range magic support from the Sky Legion, and destructive magic support from floating cities, and even floating fortresses. This type of magic support releases a 12th level sorcery, which can normally cover an entire city. However, the Civil War wasn't the front line. While the spell support vehicle was old, it was incredibly useful for suppressing wizards without alchemical power armor, and depleting their magical barriers. The battlefield was littered with the remains of wizards and apprentices killed by spellcasting. Boom! Red fireballs rained down from the sky, repeatedly exploding against the Academy's towers. The aftermath of the explosions caused the sign reading Wizard Academy number 77 atop the tower to tremble. But it was only a tremor. In the wizarding world, every Wizarding Academy building was designed to fortress standards, constructed from fortress-grade materials. The composite materials and enchantments meant that the towers would withstand the combined fire of not only the spell support vehicle, but also a swarm of third-level wizards. Inside the tower, students from the Academy constantly moved between levels, manually relaying messages. The telepathic network wasn't omnipotent. Wizards had many ways to disrupt or even invade it. Using the telepathic network was a last resort during large-scale battles. But now that only the tower remained, there was no need for such an unreliable method of communication. On the 77th floor of the tower, the wizard in charge of reconnaissance suddenly called out to his students. "John, notify headquarters that a Gustav III mortar has been dispatched from the opposite side. Where did these bastards get this thing? I asked a dozen friends for it back then, but they couldn't get it." Beside him, John, barely waist-high, had a dazed look in his eyes. Hearing his teacher's call, he didn't respond. "John? John!" The wizard suddenly glanced to his side. Upon seeing John's bewildered expression, his face suddenly changed. "Damn it, an area of effect spell. It's so weak it didn't even react to the soul barrier." He slapped John hard, snapping him awake. Snap! Ah! John covered his face, looking at his teacher in bewilderment, the haze instantly vanishing. "Go inform headquarters. They've deployed a Gustav III mortar. They've also used an area of effect spell." The wizard's voice was rapid, his movements swift. As he spoke the command, he pulled a crimson needle from his pocket and inserted it directly into John's body. "Ah, teacher, this is..." "Don't be afraid. This is a military stimulant, used to boost our spirits. An area of effect spell can't be stopped by willpower alone. It requires external assistance." After saying this, he patted John's shoulder. "Don't be distracted. Go quickly." John regained his composure and quickly ran out of the room. The moment he ran out of the room, a loud rumbling sound echoed from behind him. The intense shockwave caused him to spit blood even through the door. Boom! After recovering his strength, he suddenly looked back. Through the crack in the shattered door, he saw the room in shambles, and his teacher had vanished. Teacher? Dead? John's heart suddenly surged with fear. He was only 7 years old, and his teacher was the person he trusted most. And now his teacher was dead. The wizards in the other rooms had already left. Seeing John collapsed on the ground, they immediately took a step forward to face him. However, his words weren't meant to comfort him. Instead, he anxiously asked John, "What did Anka discover? What message did he ask you to pass on?" Stay calm, don't forget." John stared blankly at the wizard. John was very familiar with this wizard. He was a friend of his teacher. But now, this wizard seemed completely unconcerned about his teacher's death. Teacher, they said they've deployed a Gustav III mortar. They also said they've released a ranged spell." Gustav III mortar? And a ranged spell? Upon hearing John's news, the wizard's expression changed instantly. Instead of comforting his friend's only student, he flew directly down the flight path toward the tower's summit. John looked at him, tears suddenly streaming from his eyes. Helplessness and sorrow flooded his heart like a tidal wave, darkening the entire world. "Little one, wipe your tears and stop crying." The unfamiliar voice made John look up. Before him, a strange wizard handed him a handkerchief. Then he said calmly, "Little one, welcome to the battlefield. The battlefield doesn't believe in tears." Chapter 947. At the School of Miracles headquarters, a massive energy barrier, like a dome, enveloped an area of 10 kilometers. Beneath this barrier-like dome, wizards affiliated with the School of Miracles were constantly on the move. Most of these wizards were coordinating logistics, while others were using their connections to gather intelligence. A civil war, purely motivated by interests and devoid of any ideological conflict, was bound to produce a significant number of double dealers. These wizards had consciences. They would serve their school, but they could also change their minds based on the words of their friends. Compared to the purely opportunistic individuals who waged war, these wizards were not only a source of intelligence, but also targets for conquest. Master, the situation at the school's academies is very dire. In the center of the energy dome, old Abel listened to his subordinate's reports, his expression unchanged. He asked calmly, I believe the escape routes built by the various academies are complete. Yes, master, but without the protection of the academies, our wizards would find it even more difficult to survive. The Alchemy School and the Emancipation School have joined forces, and airships searching for the Miracle Wizard are everywhere in the wizarding world. Furthermore, rumors suggest unrest has also broken out in the subhuman wizarding world. Many wizards on the front lines are requesting transfers, hoping to join the battle. What did the Ministry of Justice say? Old Abel asked again. The Ministry of Justice's answer remains the same as before. The Ministry of Justice is affiliated with the Council of Truth, not any particular school. We can't expect them to directly intervene in the war. Hearing this news, old Abel fell silent for a moment. After a moment, he spoke word by word. Are they planning to betray the Corona? I'm sorry, master. The subordinate bowed slightly. They say this is Corona's order. They won't do anything except protect the wizards. Corona. Old Abel's voice was weak. Is Corona still considering the greater good at this point? The Ministry of Justice is one of the cornerstones of wizarding civilization. While they may show some minor favoritism in implementation, they must treat all 7 major schools equally. Otherwise, the Ministry of Justice would be unnecessary. Huh, considering the greater good? You think well of Richard. Just as old Abel sighed, a dimensional portal suddenly opened beside him. Ulysses, riding Hog, flew out. Hog, a name not seen in a long time. As the offspring of the Dragon King, Hog possessed considerable potential. But transforming that potential required considerable time, and Richard was in dire need of it. So for a long time, she could only stay in the secret realm, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. But fortunately, Richard, this point of fate, will continue to influence the fate of those around him. The emergence of the Lingma civilization has greatly unleashed Hog's potential. Inheriting the bloodline of the Dragon Lord, Hog has directly begun his ascension to World Master. Just a few days ago, Hog's ascension was complete, and with astonishing speed, he reached the limit of a level 4 creature. This also means he has reached the passing line for battlefield service. Lord Ulysses. Old Abel bowed slightly to Ulysses. Although Ulysses is the master of an alien world, his status in the School of Miracles is higher than that of many wizards. Even old Abel shows respect when facing him. Richard's orders are that all wizards of the Academy not defend the Academy to the death. If the Academy is breached, immediately activate the escape route. The law enforcement wizards from the Ministry of Justice will protect them. Old Abel bowed slightly. Yes. After saying this, he looked at Ulysses, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Is the Corona ready to take action? Not yet, as far as I know. Ulysses dismounted from Hog and landed on old Abel's desk. He's still constructing sorcery within the abyss. It probably take about 7 days before the battle begins. 7 days? Truly blessed by the truth. Old Abel nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. 7 days isn't a long time. The School of Miracles can afford the wait. Furthermore, having a precise date can effectively rally the hearts and minds of the Academy. At this juncture, too many wizards must not defect. Let's call a meeting, Ulysses said again. I need to meet with the wizards at headquarters. We can't let things get out of hand at this node. Yes. Boom, before old Abel could finish his words, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside the tower. At the sound, the two men's expressions suddenly changed, and they instantly teleported out of the central tower. Outside the tower, great wizards from the School of Evolution, the School of Alchemy, and several other schools stood in the sky, their aura so overwhelming that it even made the sky seem a bit gloomy. Avoiding battle at this node, have the wizards of the School of Miracles been frightened out of their very courage? A great wizard asked. This great wizard's body resembled a storm, thunder and clouds intertwined, like an ancient god stepped out of myth. The terrifying pressure of the 6th-level creatures upon him was like a mountain, suffocating the Miracle School wizards on the ground. Quite a powerful presence. Old Abel gazed at the grand wizard in the sky, a sneer flickering across his face. Eye of the Storm, freshly promoted to the 6th ring, and already rushing here to die? After saying this, old Abel glanced at the group of grand wizards behind him, his sneer instantly turning to mockery. The Grand Wizards behind Eye of the Storm were, without exception, products of the strategy of expanding the Grand Wizard ranks. Not long ago, these people had been 5th and 4th ring Grand Wizards, but thanks to this policy, they had reaped the benefits and successfully joined the school's core ranks. You're all newly promoted newcomers, and are all rushing here to die? The Grand Wizard Eye of the Storm glanced at old Abel, his stormy body instantly transforming into a face. Endless Shadow, your School of Miracles has failed. If you lower your defenses now, you might still have a chance of survival after the rebellion is quelled. Rebellion? Hearing this term, not only old Abel but even Ulysses beside him couldn't contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard in this era. Ulysses laughed so hard his feathers trembled. Boy, you dare call this a rebellion? Based on that statement, whether you win or lose this war you must die. Richard and the second-generation cursed crown were both legitimate crowns. Even the evoker and alchemist crowns wouldn't dare call this a rebellion, only an internal struggle. Otherwise, the division of wizard civilization would be inevitable. Dissenters can be persuaded, but traitors need only be destroyed. Neither the evocation school nor the alchemist corona will set a precedent by destroying a school. Although they are collaborating now, they will eventually compete to determine who is superior. The great wizard Eye of the Storm, hearing Ulysses' taunts, was not only unconcerned, but even felt a pang of derision. In his view, this civil war would inevitably result in a complete victory for the alliance of the evocation school and the alchemist schools. And Richard, the miracle corona, would inevitably be expelled from wizard civilization and join the abyss civilization. Leaving wizard civilization and joining the abyss civilization would undoubtedly constitute betrayal. Regardless of the opinions of the two coronas, within wizarding society, this civil war would inevitably turn into a major rebellion, instigated by the miracle school and the galaxy mayfly, engulfing the cursed school. Even wizards, in such a civil war, must maintain a legitimate cause. This was something the coronas could not prevent. You're still stubborn even when death is imminent. Wait until I pluck your feathers, and see if you can still scream so happily. The Eye of the Storm Grand Wizard roared, his entire body instantly expanding to tens of thousands of meters tall, like a true storm. Raging energy continuously converged on him, and within the storm, white-purple lightning surged like a dragon. Behind him, the other Grand Wizards also revealed their true forms. In an instant, the entire Miracle School headquarters was enveloped by the shadow of the Grand Wizard's true form. Gah, a bunch of idiots. Ulysses watched this scene without a trace of panic on his face. Some time ago, with the help of the Miracle School's resources, he had successfully reached the level of a level 6 creature. While this strength wasn't enough to deal with the group of great wizards before him, he hadn't come here to flaunt his military prowess. With a thought, a vision of a black desert suddenly materialized in the void behind him. Ulysses looked at the great wizard Eye of the Storm, and said in a cold voice, "You unruly fool. I clear the way for your transfiguration crown." As he spoke, the black desert behind him welcomed him, and a torrent of gray energy shot out, instantly piercing the energy sky of the School of Miracles, and the body of the great wizard Eye of the Storm. Then a terrifying storm erupted. The great wizard Eye of the Storm's body suddenly became uncontrollable, and lightning, laced with decaying radiation, spread uncontrollably in all directions. Everything within the thunderstorm's range was at risk of being struck by the lightning. The many great wizards were not ignorant morons. To reach the rank of great wizard meant they had at least some knowledge of transfiguration. After witnessing the uncontrolled expansion of the storm, they reacted. The great wizard of Storm Eye is dead. Even his body has become a weapon of the School of Miracles. It's quite effective. Even the smallest effort can instantly kill a 6th ring great wizard. Ulysses looked at the expanding storm in the sky, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This black desert is the truth-level magic armor Richard crafted using the realm within realm he obtained from the cursed demon. This use marks its first real-world combat. Lord Ulysses, what is this? Old Abel asked uncertainly, looking at the still disappearing shadow. This is my main purpose for coming here, Ulysses said, turning around. This is Richard's truth-level magic armor, responsible for guarding the headquarters. Losing the academy doesn't matter, but the headquarters is the face of our school. It can't be lost. As he spoke, Ulysses looked into the distance. He could sense 2 pairs of eyes watching him as he used the magic armor. Don't look at it, you two. Richard will be here in 7 days. Clean up the mess. This farce needs to end. Chapter 948. Across the vast plain, a towering figure, like a mountain, sat cross-legged in its center. The power of the abyss, like a tidal wave, continuously flowed through the earth veins into this massive body. Such power would overwhelm even the overlord of the abyss demon. But the giant remained motionless. Like the mythical Quafu chasing the sun, he continuously devoured the river of abyssal power. Suddenly, the giant opened his eyes, and the mere glance of his 4 eyes shook the very void. Finally, it's done, Richard said slowly. In the past 2 weeks, Richard had accomplished only 3 things: constructing the national seed, improving its defenses, and handing the Black Desert back to Elises, who would take it back to the Wizarding World to assist in defending the Miracle School headquarters. And now, his national seed was complete, and the defense link between the cellular dimensions was complete. And, building upon the existing foundation, he further strengthened the defenses by incorporating the power of the Abyss. If combined with the black gold armor, Richard was practically invincible. Even an attack powerful enough to destroy a medium-sized world would only cause him a brief moment of pain. At this level of strength, even I alone could crush both of them, Richard muttered to himself. Combat consists of 2 aspects, defense and offense. Richard had already maxed out his defense. With his own experience, he couldn't even imagine a few methods available at the limit-breaking level that could break his defense. Stretching his body slightly, Richard pulled his black gold armor from thin air. Unlike before, this armor now had 7 gem-like objects on it. These gems are the super-large secret realms fused with the black gold armor. The art of splicing secret realms isn't exclusive to wizards. The Abyss also possesses this skill. Unable to directly intervene in the wizarding civil war, Terfang has used Titan technology to forge 7 super-large secret realms for Richard these past few days to aid him in his victory. Donning the armor, the black gold armor, with its mysterious patterns, infused with dimensional power, began to envelop Richard at a rapid pace. At the same time, a miraculous sorcery circle appeared in the air. Swarm, prepare to depart. Wizard world. Okay, next, the white-robed necromancer called out in his soulful voice. Beside him, tens of thousands of miraculous wizards gathered in this underground refuge hall. Law enforcement wizards, their robes embroidered with gold, shuttled among them, maintaining order among the wizards. The injured man bowed slightly to the necromancer, then made way for the injured behind him. Although knowledge is abundant in this era, wizards often lack the time and patience to learn. Therefore, the vast majority of wizards are proficient in their own school's magic, with only a few common techniques from other schools being versed. Add to this the impact of the battlefields of the Civilization War. The excessive firepower has left wizards with essentially only 2 options: resurrection or no damage. Wizards now rely heavily on necromancers, and those of the Constitution School to treat injuries. In the center of the hall, a group of wizards, who had reached the 3rd level of strength, gathered around a crystal ball covered in traces of flesh and blood. After the alchemy school joined the war, the wizards of the Miracle School abandoned traditional alchemical equipment and switched to the abyssal magic armor developed by the Miracle School itself. This crystal ball, a type of abyssal magic armor, is the only means of communication between this refuge and the School of Miracles headquarters. Zizizi. Attention all miracle wizards. Attention all miracle wizards. Hearing the sound emanating from the crystal ball, the miracle wizards throughout the hall turned their gazes in its direction. They hadn't heard from headquarters in several days. Attention all miracle wizards. The corona has returned to the great world. The corona has returned to the great world. The war will soon be over, and we will surely triumph. I repeat, the corona has returned to the great world. The war will soon be over, and we will surely triumph. A rune-marked gate slowly opened in the sky above the city of eternal truth. Richard slowly emerged from it. Behind him, the 2nd-generation cursed corona, the swarm overlord, the overlord puppet, and the mayfly spirit successively entered the inner world. The overlords of Richard's faction had now assembled. As he appeared, 5 wizards slowly emerged from the city of eternal truth. The evoker, the alchemical corona, the undead corona, the soul corona, and the physical corona all appeared in their true forms in the wizarding world. This was practically unprecedented in wizarding history. The evoker and the alchemical corona slowly ascended into the air, their eyes fixed on Richard, their gazes filled with calm confidence. You look well, Miracle, the evoker spoke first. The Titan's path is truly formidable. Even with your recent ascension, I couldn't understand you. Beside him, the alchemical corona stared at Richard, its gleaming red crystal eyes surveying his form. From the moment Richard appeared until now, he hadn't gleaned a single iota of information from him beyond visual perception. From energy fluctuations to life radiation, not a single trace. This was profoundly abnormal. The wizarding world is a world of abundant energy elements. These energies and free elements interact with the environment. Even a master would produce traces of near-background radiation from these interactions. But Richard didn't. Richard was like a black hole, Anything that interacted with him was sucked into his body, and all the information generated by that interaction was controlled by his gravity, never to escape. Effectiveness, no more nonsense. Richard looked at the effective corona, his voice calm. You, he said, his gaze sweeping across all the coronas before him, and all of you, today you have only two choices. Surrender or die. Richard's voice was unwavering, like thunder, a divine power. After hearing this, the effective corona and the alchemical corona stopped talking. In the sky, 5 massive figures appeared simultaneously. The body of the transfiguration corona resembled the sun, yet its radiant light lacked a trace of warmth. The body of the alchemical corona possessed the unique mechanical beauty of alchemical machinery. Every inch and millimeter of its massive humanoid form embodied the highest level of alchemical artistry. Behind him, the skeleton of the undead corona appeared remarkably magnificent. The moment he unfolded his true form, the shadowy figures of skeletons began to appear around him, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Beside him, the corona of the body and the corona of the soul, one a massive figure, with 3 heads and thousands of arms, resembling a demonic deity, the other a ethereal form, with countless faces constantly moving, leaving the viewer bewildered and mesmerized. With the enemy displaying their stance, Richard's side naturally revealed their true forms as well. The second-generation cursed corona transformed into a massive black-robed wizard. Beneath the robe, a pair of multicolored eyes seemed to reflect countless dimensions. The moment he revealed his true form, he and the physical corona vanished, entering the infinite dimension to engage in battle. Beside him, the insect overlord transformed into a form resembling a longhorn beetle and directly attacked the undead corona. Both overlords excelled at using massive waves of men. One was an undead creature, imperishable, while the other, a single individual, could not survive the demise of insects. Their clash was destined to be a protracted battle. Richard's overlord puppet found the soul corona. It wasn't that the overlord puppet was incapable of fighting on its own. It simply required the overlord's strategic planning. And its soulless nature made it a natural enemy for the soul corona. Targeting me, huh? The soul corona muttered disapprovingly, then joined the other overlords in the infinite dimension. Numerous overlords fled to the endless dimension, but in the blink of an eye, only 4 remained on the battlefield. Richard, the Mayfly spirit, and the 2 coronas of evolution and alchemy. Is this your reliance? Alchemy corona looked at the Mayfly spirit. I didn't expect the galaxy Mayfly to have such a valuable possession. It's not like a puppet, but it's not like life either. Alchemy corona suddenly shook his head, a hint of cruelty in his voice. These bugs are truly harboring evil intentions. I shouldn't have listened to you in the first place. I should have wiped them out. Elsewhere, Corona of Evolution looked at Richard. Submit or die, a miracle. Do you really think that fate's favor will make you invincible? The voice of the Transfiguration Crown was as resounding as a bell, as if a deity were pronounced judgment on the sinners of the earth. As he spoke, a world suddenly expanded from him, instantly encompassing Richard. As expected, you've reached the starting point. Richard stood within the world, feeling that everything around him repelled and loathed him. This wasn't just a feeling, but a tangible phenomenon. The tranquil, free elements grew violent within him, the energy in the air either retreating from him or radiating harmful energy. Even matter was spontaneously harming Richard. This, then, is a key characteristic of the path of controlling destiny. Controlling destiny on behalf of the heavens means transforming the soul into the origin of the world, and the world into the body. Any thought of the world's will is enough to influence its development. If the octopus monster hadn't taken the wrong path, Richard and Moko's trickery within him would have been a recipe for disaster. Their tactics would have been detected by the octopus monster the moment they entered the world. Elsewhere, Alchemical Corona's mechanical world also encompassed the Mayfly spirit. As rivals for years, the 2 Coronas absorbed each other's knowledge while competing. This led them to the same path. However, the world of the Transformer Corona was more traditional, closer to the traditional world. Meanwhile, the world of the Alchemical Corona was more in line with his own definitions and aesthetics. The Transformer Corona's voice echoed from all directions, accompanied by a nearly endless wave of energy. Miracle, let me see how powerful the Titans have made you. Can you tear my world apart? Boom! The endless wave of energy instantly engulfed Richard's body. These energy waves appeared to be ordinary energy surges, but in reality, they possessed nearly infinite variations. The energy molecules and dimensional forces that comprised the energy waves would constantly transform as they impacted, until they formed a structure powerful enough to rip through the enemy's defenses. For this reason, the Transformer Corona gave it a fitting name, Energy Self-Evolution. The evoking Corona's eyes turned towards Richard, their expression filled with calmness and confidence. He believed this strike would be enough to make Richard realize the difference between them. The evoking Corona suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why was the energy in his world constantly decreasing? Chapter 949. At the center of the energy tide, Richard stood still, unresponsive to the impact. The tide, laced with dimensional power, was continuously absorbed by his cellular dimension, then dispersed and differentiated into tens of trillions of spaces, transforming into nutrients for the cellular dimension. Richard thought to himself, this method works well against others, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. Without sufficient quality, no matter how much, it's useless. The cellular dimension can transfer incoming attacks to other cellular dimensions. If the intensity of the attack doesn't exceed the speed of transfer, then no matter how powerful it is, it will be absorbed and differentiated by the cellular dimension. Suddenly, the energy tide receded like a receding tide. The Transfiguration Corona, resembling an ancient deity, stared at Richard, his eyes filled with shock. You can actually absorb it? The Transfiguration Corona's voice was filled with disbelief. While his energy tide wasn't a super intense attack, its energy level was still 1 billion, and it continued uninterrupted, without a single breath of respite. With an attack of this magnitude, coupled with the self-evolving nature of energy, even if he were to defend himself, his only option would be to flee. But Richard remained unscathed, even absorbing his energy surge like a tonic. Not bad. Richard's expression remained unchanged, and there was even a hint of enjoyment in his tone. The amount of dimensional power mixed in is too small. I have no shortage of pure energy. More dimensional power. More dimensional power? Hearing Richard's request, the Transfiguration Crown was stunned for a moment. Richard's tone was so deceptive, so leisurely, it was almost like telling a restaurant chef to put more chili in his dishes. Immediately, rage erupted from the heart of the Transfiguration Corona. This was the first time, since he became the Corona, that he had felt such intense anger. When had he, a limit-breaking overlord, ever been so slighted? Fine. The Transfiguration Corona chuckled in anger. Since you wish to test the power of dimensions, then I give it to you. As he spoke, it felt as if an endless amount of dimensional power flowed into the earth veins. He had been the Corona for 30,000 years, and the dimensional power within the dimension was a vast ocean. Then, Richard felt the space around him begin to become extremely stable. As stable as a rock, sealing him within. Richard's expression remained unchanged, his 4 eyes opening simultaneously. In his eyes, everything around him revealed its true nature hidden beneath the veil. Oh! It's a sealing technique! Richard observed the flow of dimensional power around him, a flicker of surprise in his heart. The Transfiguration School is a school that excels at attacking, but that doesn't mean it's solely focused on attacking. For great wizards, the astral plane holds countless indestructible entities. Their only means of dealing with them is sealing. As the foremost school of wizard civilization, the School of Evocation boasts the greatest number of great wizards. This is because sealing is also a major branch of the School of Evocation. As the leader of the School of Evocation, Corona of Evocation possesses the highest attainments in sealing techniques in all of wizard civilization. Dimensional force combined with energy permeates space like glue, reinforcing it at a nearly imperceptible scale. This scale of space is so vast that even Richard can barely perceive it, yet Corona of Evocation can manipulate dimensional force and energy to perform sorcery at this scale. Is this the strength of a veteran Corona? Richard thought inwardly, admiring him slightly. The strength displayed by the Transfiguration Corona was truly worthy of a master capable of vying for leadership. But alas, it wasn't enough. Richard didn't resist, allowing the Transfiguration Corona to reinforce the space. He sought crushing, not victory. How could he truly crush the Transfiguration Corona if he didn't allow the Transfiguration Corona to unleash its full power? Richard's actions only inflamed the Transfiguration Corona even more. As a limit-breaking master, how could he not see that Richard was allowing him to perform his sealing technique? All right. Since you're so arrogant, I want to see how you break my dimensional amber seal. As the thought flashed through his mind, a surge of dimensional power poured into the space around Richard. Under their reinforcement, the space took on an almost gelatinous texture. Light, energy, and elements, in this highly concentrated space, became like insects trapped in amber, eternally frozen in space. Even time seemed to freeze. Richard observed all this quietly, pondering the composition of this sealing technique. This type of sealing technique had never appeared before, even in Richard's knowledge. It was a study of microscopic space, exploring the structure of the infinitesimal world, a path to exploring the world's structure from a physical perspective. Incredible, incredible, Richard exclaimed softly. As expected of the leader of the shaping school, you possess a unique understanding and research of energy, dimensional forces, and even sealing techniques. If I hadn't broken through the limit before, I would have had no chance of victory unless I used the miracle fire. But unfortunately, for me right now, this level isn't enough. As he spoke, the tens of trillions of cellular dimensions within Richard's body began to function. Even though the sealing technique prevented him from connecting with the four elemental realms, the energy within him alone was more than enough to handle the situation at hand. There are two ways to defeat a spiritually evolved being. One is to overwhelm them with vast knowledge. The other is to overwhelm them with pure force. This sealing technique is so effective that even a limit breaker overlord would find it difficult to escape if completely sealed. Even attacks powerful enough to destroy a medium-sized world would remain unmoved. However, Richard, having fully integrated the dimensions, had already surpassed the average limit breaker overlord. Each of the tens of trillions of cellular dimensions within his body could be considered a world. After half a month. After the expansion, each of these cellular dimensions expanded its territory. If superimposed, these spaces would have reached the size of a medium-sized world. In other words, the energy Richard wielded was nearly equivalent to that of a leader-level master of the Destiny Path. This was pure power. Buzz, a faint humming sound suddenly emanated from the dimensional amber. The Transfiguration Crown suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His dimensional amber sealing technique had sealed many things over the years, but no living being had ever been able to break it. Buzz, another humming sound emanated. This time, it was even louder. The Transfiguration Crown watched Richard as an ocean of dimensional force and energy continuously flowed into the spatial amber, attempting to stabilize the seal. Even so, white streaks still appeared in the spatial amber. Inside the seal, dimensional force, mixed with energy, drilled into the space around him like a drill. While Richard couldn't break the seal at the most superficial level, he didn't need to. While crushing stone into dust showed considerable skill, pulverizing it was also a sign of skill. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound entered Richard's perception, and he raised a brow. It broke so quickly. It seems the sealing technique isn't perfect yet. After the cracking sound, irreparable cracks began to appear in the spatial amber. Richard's method shifted from delicate energy drills to vast energy surges. Bang! With a resounding boom, the spatial amber shattered completely. Richard stood there, quietly gazing at the Transfiguration Corona, his expression expressionless. Embody, whatever tricks you have left, use them. Embody watched, his entire body frozen, motionless. Under his will, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. He found it difficult to accept this. After a moment, his body suddenly began to shrink, returning to its normal form. I lose. Embody's voice was as calm as possible, but Richard could still detect a tremor in it. He had lost completely. His most powerful attacks were powerless to shake Richard, and his most prized sealing technique had been easily broken by him. Continuing the battle was pointless. Richard had already proven through his strength that he was no match for him. Since we've lost, let's sign the contract. Richard calmly pulled a fateful contract from his pocket. From today on, wizards will no longer be a parliamentary system. They need a leader. The Transformer looked at the contract, stunned for a moment, and then his voice cracked. You must convince Alchemist first. I don't know what he's up to, but his strength. Boom, a thunderous explosion, like the collapse of the heavens, echoed from beyond the world. Richard and the Transformer looked toward the source of the sound. They saw that the Mayfly spirit had already shattered Alchemist's mechanical world. In his hand, an alchemist's heart, made of what looked like wood, trembled slightly. He looked at Richard and bowed slightly. My lord, please wait a moment. I will take his soul chip. Oh, that's not necessary. Richard raised his hand to interrupt the Mayfly spirit. This is more than enough. As Richard spoke, he casually waved his hand, and an invisible gravitational blade tore a hole through the world of the Transformer. The Transformer watched as Richard so casually tore through his own world, and his heart trembled again. It turned out that Richard wasn't trapped in this world by him, but deliberately stayed here, waiting for him to unleash all his power. Miracle, just how powerful are you? Richard didn't hear the Transformer's whisper, for he had already entered the mechanical world of the alchemical Transformer. The mechanical world now looked in shambles, the iron continent ripped apart by unimaginable force, revealing the red-hot molten iron beneath the earth. Metal fragments scattered across the world like sand. In the center of this metal desert, a towering mechanical giant stood tall. Countless alchemical puppets roamed over him, repairing his horrific wounds. Alchemy, transformation has been defeated, Richard said calmly. Do you choose to surrender, or do you choose death? Chapter 950. Watching Richard make his final announcement, Alchemist Corona remained speechless, simply gazing at him silently. Effective power has also been defeated. His voice held a mechanical tremor, cold yet tinged with a touch of desolation. We've fought for so many years, yet even joining forces hasn't won. Fate is such a jerk. Richard remained silent, quietly awaiting Alchemist Corona's response. If Alchemist Corona's answer didn't satisfy him, then he wouldn't mind letting Alchemist Corona die. Crack, crack, crack. A complex mechanical sound reached Richard's ears from all directions. As if drawn by some force, the shattered metal fragments suddenly fell to the ground. Red molten iron continuously gushed from the wounds in the torn steel earth, filling the terrifyingly large wounds in an instant. Behind Richard, the Mayfly spirit attempted to attack, but Richard raised a hand to stop it. Let him recover, Richard said calmly. I'm eager to see the pinnacle of wizard alchemy. Although alchemical Corona's current might was terrifying, Richard felt no fear. Instead, a surge of anticipation welled up in his heart. Corona of the Transfiguration had demonstrated his mastery of the microscopic world, and as a Corona on par with the Transfiguration, alchemical Corona's strength and research were undoubtedly no less impressive. Molten iron filled the wound, and the fragments returned to the earth. In a moment, the entire mechanical world returned to its original state. But this was only the beginning. Richard watched as alchemical Corona's lower body slowly melted into the earth, his entire body completely merging with the iron earth. Is this how you defeated the Shaper? Alchemical Corona suddenly spoke. Just watched him use his most confident tactics, and then crushed his confidence. Richard nodded slightly. Yes. So confident. Alchemical Corona's voice was gentle, but the energy within him surged like a surging wave. If the Shaper's power was a deity born from the world, representing the world's will, the unity of nature and man, then what alchemical Corona now demonstrated was a different path. Alchemical Corona dominated the world. He didn't need to conform to it, but rather the world had to conform to him. Man conquers nature. Under alchemical Corona's command, the entire world became alchemical Corona's body. Countless runes emerged on the steel, and countless alchemical puppets moved within this massive body. Dimensional power and illusory laws were its skeleton, while energy and metal were its veins and flesh. Wow, what a surprise! Richard's face flickered with surprise. Alchemical Corona wasn't traveling through the destiny of heaven, but rather another form of the cellular world. He didn't directly merge into the dimension, but rather made it obey his will, becoming his body. If he could continue on this path, his potential would be no less than that of the destiny of heaven and the orthodox cellular world. Let me see what you can achieve. Alchemical Corona remained silent, but suddenly warped and carried Richard into the infinite dimension. Then the mechanical world collapsed, and the iron earth and molten iron core all transformed into alchemical Corona's body. The gravity well control system was activated. The mysterious power guidance system has been activated. World Annihilation Cannon, charging and ready. 3, 2, 1, fire. A cold mechanical sound echoed in Alchemist's ears, and a torrent of energy, as brilliant as a supernova, burst from his chest, instantly engulfing Richard's body. Instantly, the void shook, and the mere aftermath of the release ripped apart Alchemist's outer armor. Within him, billions of energy circuits overloaded and melted, simply to power this single shot. Such a violent force would shake even a world, let alone a limit breaker. On the sidelines, both the Mayfly spirit and the Transformer Corona, who had come to watch the match, had serious expressions. You actually have such a trick up your sleeve, Alchemist. You're quite well hidden, Transformer Corona muttered to himself. This World Annihilation Cannon was a move he had never seen before. He could see some resemblance to the Dimension Destruction Cannon in its principle, but it wasn't exactly the same. He glanced towards Richard, a flicker of regret crossing his face. This move can even shake the world. How could you possibly withstand it? You're still young, a bit overconfident. Elsewhere, the Mayfly's spirit's eyes were fixed on Richard's position, using various observation methods to try to penetrate the rainbow light and determine Richard's situation. However, this rainbow light was not just a torrent of energy, it was a torrent of dimensional force. Any information within it would be shattered by this torrent, and all external detection methods would also be shattered by it. His mind told him that the miracle wizard was dead. However, the bondage of his contract told him that Richard was not dead. Beep, beep, beep. The energy circuits are completely overloaded, and the Annihilation Cannon's discharge has ended. Accompanied by the machine's warning beep, the World Annihilation Cannon finally ceased its discharge. Alchemist Corona looked in Richard's direction, watching the torrent slowly disappear, and Richard's figure emerge from the light. I have to say, although your attack wasn't long-lasting, it was still more powerful than a shaping energy attack. Richard's voice was faint, clearly feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, he was only slightly weakened. The 7 gems representing the super-large secret realm on Richard's black gold armor had disappeared, and he himself had become thinner than before. As previously mentioned, cellular dimension transfer attacks have limits. If the intensity of an attack exceeds the transfer limit of a cellular dimension, the attack will directly impact the cellular dimension. This World Annihilation Cannon was an attack that exceeded this transfer limit. As a result, 1% of Richard's cellular dimension was annihilated by the single strike. Seeing Richard, seemingly unscathed, everyone, whether it was the alchemical corona, the evoker corona, or the mayfly spirit, was momentarily speechless. They might have had the means to withstand this blow, but there was no way they could have handled it so casually as Richard had. You win, the alchemical corona spoke slowly. From today on, wizard civilization will have a leader. Richard nodded slightly, and then held out the destiny contract. Sign this contract, you two. The 2 coronas approached the destiny contract. The terms of the destiny contract were extremely strict. It required that until the war against the civilization devourer was over, the evoker and the alchemical coronas must obey all orders from Richard. Without the time limit, this contract could almost be called a slave contract. However, the 2 coronas signed it without hesitation. The loser has no right to negotiate terms. Watching the contract transform into flames, Richard immediately sensed a subtle shift. His connection to the wizard dimension had grown even stronger when the 2 coronas signed the contract. Is that the only change? Richard scratched his head, feeling that the position of leader wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Could it be that it wasn't the leadership position that was powerful, but that only the strong could ascend to it? Shaking away his scattered thoughts, Richard immediately relayed the news of the battle's end to the other coronas engaged in battle. In the endless dimension, the battling overlords received the news and immediately ceased their battles. We lost indeed. The undead corona received the news, a hint of gloating in his voice. After so many years, it was finally the alchemical corona's turn to experience his own suffering. Across from him, the insect overlord's chirping also held a hint of joy. His gamble had paid off. With this meritorious service, Galaxy Mayfly's status within wizard civilization would undoubtedly rise significantly, and becoming a non-staff wizard was not out of the question. Did you actually lose? The physical corona casually shattered a cursed creature, a sigh in his voice. That little wizard has become a big shot. The second cursed corona also stopped in time. Upon hearing the physical corona's sigh, he said with a hint of sarcasm, "It's as if he wasn't a big shot before." The soul coronet watched the overlord puppets cease their battle, a sigh crossing his heart. After so many years of fighting, a mere scoundrel finally seized the throne. History repeats itself. In the past wizard wars, the school of curses was the weakest, for cursed wizards required not only mental strength, but also sufficient spirituality. But in the end, the war ended at the hands of the cursed coronet. Opening the rune gate, the overlords arrived at the city of eternal truth in the wizard dimension. Here, the secret keeper awaited their arrival. Lord Richard, perhaps I should now address you as Your Excellency the Archon. The secret keeper bowed slightly to Richard, a hint of joy in his voice. The long-standing feuds within the Council of Truth, seemingly unbroken and with little impact on wizard civilization, actually slowed its development. But now, the battles are over. Your Excellency Archon? That's a nice name. Richard smiled. What's the story behind this position? Of course, the secret keeper whispered. The true birth of wizard civilization came with the founding of the City of Seven Hills. In those ancient times, the City of Seven Hills established a nation for humanity. It was also the first power to actively cultivate wizards. Although the City of Seven Hills was ultimately destroyed by the dragon's breath, the wizard's fire spread from it, eventually igniting the dragon's throne. And the leaders of the City of Seven Hills were called Archons by the wizards of the time. The secret keeper paused, then continued, history truly is like a cycle. The City of Seven Hills originally had a parliamentary system, but it was ultimately ended by the first Archon. And wizard civilization, too, began with the Council of Truth and ultimately ended with the Archon. A flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face, and then he smiled and said, let's hope no new dragon's breath will destroy the City of Eternal Truth. With that, he entered the council hall. The round table in the council hall had been transformed into a long one. 8 mithril chairs sat on either side of the table. At the end, a throne crafted from adamantium and mithril awaited its occupant. Richard stepped forward and sat down, smiling at the many rulers before him. "My lords, please take your seats." Chapter 951. In the council hall, many lords took their seats at Richard's command. Richard also began his first meeting as Magister. The Keeper of Secrets stood beside him like a waiter, handing him a black-covered magic book. The cover looked plain, but the title was quite impressive, The Secret Book of Truth. Undoubtedly, this was the greatest treasure of wizard civilization. However, when Richard opened it, he discovered that the secret book was filled with blank spaces, with many pages simply blank. "Your Excellency, the Codex of Truth is not yet complete," the Keeper whispered in his ear. "However, now that you have unified wizard civilization, it will likely be completed soon." Richard raised his brow. "Oh! Could the leader accelerate the development of the civilization's most precious treasure? It can be done directly or indirectly. It's up to you." The Keeper raised his head, his invisible face beneath his hood revealing a glance, as he scanned the numerous coronation seats. Each of the coronation seats present possesses something similar to your Codex of Miracles. If they could integrate these into the Codex of Truth, the development of the Codex of Truth would be greatly accelerated. Of course, if you find this method wasteful, you can change the development direction of this treasure. Its current purpose is to record all the sorcery created by wizards, and all the theories discovered by wizards, and to automatically deduce sorcery, and further theories based on these theories. This goal is a bit too ambitious. If you could change the goal, its development time would be greatly shortened. Automatic recording and deduction. Could the supreme treasure of civilization actually be capable of this? Richard exclaimed in amazement. He had thought the Hammer of Creation's ability to break the upper limit of its power was already incredible, but he hadn't expected to see something even more incredible than the Hammer of Creation. This ability to automatically record and deduce would inevitably advance civilization, and the advancement of civilization would inevitably strengthen the power of the supreme treasure of civilization. With this kind of tactical integration, wizard civilization might ascend directly. Theoretically, it's possible, the Secret Keeper whispered, but at this point, we might not have enough time. Richard turned his head to look at the Secret Keeper. The Secret Keeper wasn't a living being, it was an avatar of the wizard dimension. And its words naturally represented that dimension. "You can't turn around?" The Secret Keeper chuckled. "Your Excellency, I'm the ship, and the wizards are the helmsmen. How can a ship turn itself around?" Richard fell silent. Undoubtedly, this was a difficult decision. The Codex of Truth is currently developing in a very promising direction. If it succeeds, wizarding civilization will undoubtedly experience a tremendous leap forward. However, this is from a long-term perspective. From the immediate perspective, the Codex of Truth is completely useless. Let alone whether the Codex of Truth can be produced before the final battle. Even if it is, its power will be useless in war. Deduction takes time, and knowledge requires people to harness its power. What do you think? Richard looked at the masters gathered at the long table. Should we focus on the present or the future? In the long run, we're all dead, said the transmutation Corona calmly. Beside him, the alchemical Corona added, a future without the present is nothing but a fantasy. Richard looked to the other side. As a master who had witnessed the birth of civilization's greatest treasure, the Lord of Insects spoke, "Sir, please come out and discuss this first, otherwise it will only benefit others." If the birth of the Mayfly's spirit could be sacrificed, the outcome of the war between the wizards and the galaxy Mayflies would be uncertain. It seems everyone agrees. Richard tapped his finger lightly on the table. In that case, the direction of the birth of the secret Codex of Truth has changed. The moment Richard announced his decision, the secret Codex of Truth in his hand suddenly trembled. With Richard's decision, the great ship of wizard civilization naturally began to change direction. As for where it would go, it all depended on Richard's thoughts. Since we've given up on the long term, we must consider the present. Richard gently stroked the cover, and the secret Codex of Truth slowly disappeared from the cover, replaced by a line of gold-plated text titled Book of All Laws. Then, the Book of All Laws moved without a breeze, and countless runes emerged from the blank pages. An extremely dangerous aura suddenly emerged from the book, filling the entire council hall. At the same time, a clear message emerged from the book and entered Richard's soul. It was information about the Book of All Laws. Although Richard was the helmsman, navigation still depended on the vast ship of the wizarding dimension. As for whether there were any reefs or rapids along the way, Richard had no idea. With a single thought, Richard fully accepted the information. The predecessor of the Book of All Laws was the unfinished Book of Truth, and its abilities were very similar to those of the Book of Truth. The Book of All Laws recorded all the completed sorcery of wizard civilization, regardless of whether it existed, was known, or had been lost. Secondly, the Book of All Laws possesses the ability to directly unleash these spells, regardless of any conditions, at the cost of dimensional power. This ability may seem unremarkable, after all, Richard is the one who possesses it. As the Wizard Archon, the most powerful being in wizard civilization, Richard cannot be stopped, no matter how demanding the conditions for unleashing a spell. However, the true power of this ability lies not in itself, but in its first function. The Book of All Laws records all the completed sorcery of wizard civilization. Witchcraft is a general concept. Witchcraft refers to the techniques used by wizards, including but not limited to alchemy, various transformation surgeries, common transmutation sorcery, sealing techniques, and other methods. This means that Richard can use the Book of All Laws to unleash the alchemical Corona's world annihilation cannon, the transmutation Corona's dimensional amber sealing technique, and even other unique skills of the overlords, without any prerequisites. This is not a play on words. It is the true definition of sorcery in the wizard dimension. Finally, a page of the Book of All Laws can contain a spell, and this page can be given to other wizards to use as a spell scroll. After sacrificing their long-term future, wizard civilization has gained their most powerful weapon ever. The power gained by sacrificing the future is truly formidable. Richard sighed softly, and stored the Book of All Laws into the dimensional space. As he completed this action, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became solemn. When the numerous overlords entered the council hall, there were 9 chairs around the long table. Aside from Richard's throne, the other 8 mithril chairs clearly included the Mayfly's spirit and the Swarm Lord. This was a very delicate matter. Although as lords, the Swarm Lord and the Mayfly's spirit should possess the same power as the Truth Wizards, this power was contingent upon the wizard's permission. In other words, while you should have it, I must give it to you. And now, the Secret Keeper had directly arranged 8 chairs. This wasn't just Richard's idea. It reflected the Wizarding Dimension's attitude toward the Galaxy Mayflies. As a race capable of becoming a civilization, the Galaxy Mayflies naturally possessed enormous potential. If they could be fully integrated into Wizarding civilization, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Wizarding civilization. Richard sat on the throne, his gaze sweeping from the Transfiguration Crown to the Mayfly spirit. The Galaxy Mayflies are primarily responsible for stabilizing this period of chaos. I believe that while our 2 races may have had some unfriendly history, that is now in the past. I have studied the Galaxy Mayflies. Their innate mental network and compact size make them excellent support units. I believe our relationship can become even closer. The other overlords in the conference hall showed no reaction to Richard's idea. They knew the outcome the moment they saw the 8 chairs. The wizard dimension had set its sights on the Galaxy Mayflies, while Richard needed to fulfill the goals of his followers. Swarm, what are your opinions? The overlord of the swarm let out a low insect-like chirp. I have no objection. I am willing to obey all your commands. In that case, Constitution, cooperate with the swarm and prepare to alter the Galaxy Mayfly's bloodline, Richard said casually. Also, Soul, your Ministry of Truth should also mobilize. There's no rush to hide the history. These are wartime times, so don't cause any trouble. Yes. Understood. The 2 Coronas responded simultaneously. The Galaxy Mayfly problem has been solved. All that remains is a reckoning. Richard glanced at the Secret Keeper, who immediately struck its small brass bell. A moment later, the Day and Night Guardian arrived at the council chamber. After observing the vastly renovated council chamber, the Day and Night Guardian gave Richard a wizard salute. Corona, what are your orders? Richard said calmly. There's been quite a bit of unrest down there lately. The academy has been attacked, wizards have been massacred, and the Research Institute and library have been looted. You, as the Minister of Justice, you're not quite up to your job. It's my fault. The Day and Night Guardian didn't argue. Although Richard's orders had stopped him from taking action, everyone could see he was giving his subordinates an explanation. You will be the Minister of Execution, and 4 Seasons will be the Minister of Justice. Yes, Lord Corona. The Ministry of Justice has 2 divisions, the Executive Division and the Documentation Division. Generally speaking, the Minister of Justice also serves as the Minister of Execution. Richard's move of the Day and Night Guardian from Minister of Justice to Minister of Execution was merely a formality, a punishment of 3 glasses of wine. None of the riders who have been causing trouble these days should be spared, Richard continued. The Redemption Army has been somewhat short in numbers lately, so we need a reinforcement. Your will. In a few words, the settlement of this wizarding civil war was complete. The entire process was conducted without any objection from the Transmutation and Alchemy, and even the other Coronet members. As leader, Richard must give his school an account. Chapter 952. Sometimes, the shift of times happens in a single day. Yesterday, the wizards of the evolution and alchemy schools were still discussing which academy to attack, but today, the Ministry of Justice intervened and arrested all wizards involved in the civil unrest. The wizards pleaded with their superiors, but before their pleas reached the crystal ball of the powerful figure above, the figure was captured by the Ministry of Justice. The miracle wizards, escorted by the wizards of the Ministry of Justice, returned to their respective academies. Seeing the wizards of other schools abducted from the academies by the Ministry of Justice, the miracle wizards felt both relieved and somewhat frustrated. Those bastards got away with it, one wizard cursed. However, with the release of the Truth Council's announcement regarding the civil unrest, this frustration vanished. Anyone planning to organize an attack on the academy will be enlisted in the Atonement Army. Those lacking combat effectiveness will undergo personality reconstruction. Anyone who participated in the attack on the academy will be punished, depending on their wizard rank and the number of kills, with penalties ranging from fines to punishment in the penal core. Specific trial details will be announced by the Ministry of Justice. The penal core is similar to the penal camps of World War II. Wizards who enter it are considered to have atoned for their sins only after surviving the war. If wizards suffer serious injuries that render them unable to fight during this process, they will be subjected to personality reconstruction, and then join the Wizarding Academy as teachers, continuing to contribute to wizarding civilization. To put it bluntly, entering the penal core is tantamount to a death sentence. This punishment is already the harshest in the wizarding world today. Although the wizarding world is now very wealthy, the frugal habits inherited from the war with the galactic mayfly have not disappeared. The punishments that were once solely for torture are no longer used. As for the punishment of those involved, while some had their opinions, the vast majority of wizards understood that the wizarding civilization would never send so many wizards to the Redemption Army. There were so many wizards involved in the civil strife that even in peacetime, killing them all would be a shocking event, let alone in times of war. However, while the civil strife was over, the mess it had left behind would not disappear. 90% of the academies of the School of Miracles and the School of Curse were looted, and rebuilding these fortress-like academies would be no easy task. Secondly, the civil strife caused many academy administrators from the other 5 schools to join the Redemption Army. This power vacuum must be filled, and it must be wizards from the School of Miracles and the School of Curse. Furthermore, the civil strife caused problems in the wizard training system, and this batch of wizards is likely to be of the most unstable quality. There are also the problems caused by the civil strife, such as the transportation of supplies, the allocation of factory resources, the mobilization of legions, and so on, that all need to be addressed. For this, old Abel, a 5-ring grand wizard, was so busy that his hair turned a lot gray. However, it was a happy kind of busyness. This civil strife confirmed Richard as the leader of wizarding civilization. The development of the School of Miracles was not only freed from its shackles, but also greatly accelerated. In the foreseeable future, the School of Miracles would become the most powerful school in wizarding civilization. The administrator of Academy 75 asked Mocha to go. Yes, Mocha from Academy 758. Buzz, the communication ended. In the office, old Abel slumped in his chair, unwilling to move. The School of Miracles wasn't large, and there were only a handful of people available for management. Even fewer remained behind the scenes. So old Abel could only use himself as a beast of burden. No, he was now even worse than a beast of burden. I never seen a beast of burden working 24/7. Buzz, the crystal ball's call rang again. Old Abel stared at the ceiling, unwilling to even glance at the crystal ball. But eventually he did. This was his duty. And that glance instantly perked him up. He hurriedly answered the call, nervously asking, "Corona, what are your wishes?" Richard's unhurried voice echoed from the crystal ball. "You've been working hard lately. I'm sure the school affairs have worn you out." Not hard, not hard," old Abel denied repeatedly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "These are all my responsibilities, as a member of the school." "Haha, we're old friends, so why bother with such nonsense? Let's put the school expansion aside for now. I give you a break. The Galaxy Mayfly and the Constitution School are conducting a joint experiment. Bring a few young wizards with you to take a look." "Yes, Lord Corona." After the communication ended, old Abel didn't slump back in his chair. Instead, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a look of relief. While he didn't know the details of the conflict above, according to rumors, Richard had directly crushed the 2 veteran Coronas, forcing them to sign a fateful contract comparable to a slave contract. Those tactics, though old Abel considered himself somewhat close to Richard, couldn't help but feel weak in the face of Richard. After a moment's thought, old Abel dialed up a communication number in his crystal ball. Is this His Excellency the Abyss Dragon? Corona asked me to bring some people over to monitor the joint experiment between the Constitution School and the Galaxy Mayfly. Oh, we just need a few new wizards. Oh, so we need apprentice wizards too, right? Okay. The newer the better, the more elite the better. Very well, I take them there right away. After the call ended, old Abel immediately began contacting wizards, mobilizing the Academy's latest batch of elite students. Although Richard said it was an easy task, he certainly couldn't just fool around. Though he looked older, he was actually relatively young among the great wizards. The flame of ambition still burned within him. And this civil strife was an opportunity, a chance to truly secure his position as the school's steward. Evolutionary Path Research Institute. Master, this is the latest bloodline. In the laboratory, a wizard in a black robe handed Ellie a piece of data. Ellie took it and glanced at it casually, then frowned. Why is it still like this? The telepathic link is so weak, wouldn't any interference from the opponent during battle destroy it? Sir, this is the limit of our current capabilities, the questioned wizard replied. We've consulted Lord Lon of the Jingu Research Institute, but even he can't strengthen the telepathic link. According to him, we should work on the wizards. The size of the Galaxy Mayfly necessitates a trade-off. Ellie nodded and gestured for the wizard to leave. Are you in trouble? A sudden voice suddenly came from behind Ellie, startling her into a fighting stance. Who? After seeing who it was, Ellie's stiff body suddenly relaxed. Richard, how did you manage to appear so elusive? Richard shrugged helplessly. That's your problem. The noise I made opening the dimensional portal was quite significant. You were just too engrossed in your research. He glanced at the report in Ellie's hand. It looks like the Galaxy Mayfly's bloodline transformation isn't going very smoothly. Ellie rubbed her brow in a nagging headache and complained, You've given us a difficult task. You're defining the Mayfly as a support role, requiring it to remain small and highly maneuverable. And you're also amplifying its natural talents. It sounds like a wishful thinking. Listening to Ellie's complaints, Richard felt a little helpless. Well, I can't just let the Galaxy Mayfly expand to become a mount. I have a contract with the Swarm. Besides, this request isn't too much. A slight optimization of your bloodline would be enough. Slightly? Ellie's expression was exaggerated. Even your biology assistant Lon can't solve this problem. Honey, have you been out of physical evolution for so long that you've become an amateur? Haven't you considered introducing foreign bloodlines? Richard asked tentatively. The Galaxy Mayfly requires pure bloodlines. Bloodline purity is a false concept. Even I, an amateur, know that. But they demand it. Now they've changed their requirements. Ellie angrily punched Richard. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? No, I'm serious, Richard said earnestly. Bloodline purity is a false concept. Incorporating fragments of life information from other bloodlines will only cause the Galaxy Mayfly to evolve. I talked to the swarm of insects. Okay, it's solved, the swarm of insects agree. Watching Richard effortlessly resolve her problem, Ellie felt not only a sense of relief, but also a sense of frustration, a sense of being slashed. This experiment had already begun 2 months ago, and she had been busy with this problem for a month. But Richard came and solved the problem in a few words. She muttered, You're the Archon, you're so powerful, just change the requirements. Richard could only say that Ellie was still too young. The concept of bloodline purity was clearly a deliberate creation of the Swarm Overlord, intended to prevent wizards from cutting corners and deliberately adding to the bloodline. And now, Richard's direct communication proved that the wizard's skills were truly incapable of resolving the problem. The Swarm Overlord naturally wouldn't insist on bloodline purity. Let's adapt this idea. Old Abel should have been working with you for a while. If you succeed, don't advertise it. First, test it within the School of Miracles and see the results. Ellie stopped mumbling and nodded seriously. Okay. Having solved the problem, Richard, who had a rare moment of free time, followed Ellie on a tour of the Evolutionary Path Research Institute. Although he could see all the research reports from the Institute, they were written by humans, and wizards are a bunch of crazy people. Forging reports for research purposes isn't out of the ordinary. The Abyss Wizard's research has yielded initial results. Through mind fusion. Richard? Looking at Richard's sudden silence, Ellie was at a loss. Is there something wrong with the Abyss Wizard? After a moment, Richard came to his senses. What did you say? Abyssal wizards, right? This technology is best applied on a small scale, not expanded on a large scale. Abyssal civilization and wizard civilization must remain separate at this time. Ellie nodded slightly, then asked curiously, "Did anything happen to you just now? Why did you suddenly become distracted?" Richard smiled and said softly, "Nothing, just some very strange news." Meanwhile, Richard's original body, far away in the miracle dimension, frowned slightly at the news from the cursed demon empire. "What do you mean a world has disappeared?" Chapter 953. Yifeng, what's going on? Seeing the news coming from the cursed demon empire, Richard immediately contacted its ruler. After signing the alliance agreement, all dimensions of civilizations except the Lingma civilization were connected, making the exchange of information much smoother. Through dimensions, overlords can easily contact other overlords. "Actually, I don't know what's going on," Yifeng's voice was tinged with unease. "According to our star map, near the edge of the world cluster, there should be a small world cluster consisting of dozens of microcosms. But recently, our internal caravan discovered that this small world cluster has disappeared. The star realm is a void, nothing but ether." "Nothing but ether?" Richard's voice was filled with astonishment. "Are you sure your people are not in the wrong direction?" "I'm absolutely sure. I went to see for myself. Several. 10 worlds. That's a significant number." Richard rubbed his brows. "How did you only discover this now? Don't mistake us for you, miracle wizard." Yifeng's voice was hoarse and filled with frustration. "Although I've mobilized the entire civilization, they won't take it seriously unless I hit them squarely in the face. Due to the Wizarding Alliance, the Civilization Devourer's influence has been limited to the former territory of the Galaxy Mayfly civilization, the indigenous areas between the Galaxy Mayfly and Spirit Desert civilizations, the occupied areas of the Spirit Desert civilization, and the territory of an unknown civilization on the other side. The only civilizations directly bordering the Civilization Devourer are wizards and gods. In this situation, the Cursed Demon Empire, having never experienced attacks from Civilization Devourers, like the Natural Federation, could hardly have any real feelings about the war unfolding so far away." "I understand." Richard took a deep breath, his mind racing with information about the star map. The wizard had obtained a star map drawn by the Supreme Being. While this map wasn't entirely complete, it recorded the locations of most worlds. After converting the coordinates from the Supreme Being's star map, Richard exhaled. "The coordinates are correct. A small world community does exist in that area, and it's perfectly normal. There's no unusual migration or hiding. So what's your conclusion? What else could it be?" Richard's eyes grew sharp. "Worlds don't disappear for no reason. Besides the devourer of civilizations, who else in this world community could silently and undetectably vanish a small world community?" "I agree with you," Yifeng replied. "But I need some evidence to get those lazy pigs down there moving. I remember there was intelligence from the front lines regarding a shift in world coordinates. Yes, according to our mapping, the coordinates of worlds in the areas occupied by the devourer of civilizations has shifted, and the direction of the shift is exactly the same as the former galaxy world. Perhaps this information should be updated now." Yifeng's voice was grave. "The devourer of civilizations can not only slowly shift world coordinates, but can even cause worlds to vanish silently. This is the current situation. Do you have any comments?" In the Wizarding Dimension, in the Alliance Parliament Hall, Richard leaned back, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. "Yes," the Great World Tree said. "I've seen world migration technology. While it's difficult, it's not particularly difficult for that monster. But the question now is, how did it get behind us? Why did it get behind us? World migration requires the supervision of a master. If discovered, not only will it not be able to consume the world, but its clone will also be destroyed. The risk is too great, far less effective than migrating to other worlds within the occupied zone." The Great World Tree was a master who had experienced the battle between the previous Civilization Alliance and the Civilization Devourer. He had witnessed that magnificent war, and knew the incredible methods of the Civilization Devourer. But even he was puzzled at this moment. "We're all in the front, with no one watching from behind. It's like the darkest part of the lamp," Wild Wind said. "Who would have thought that a clone of the Civilization Devourer would suddenly appear in our heartland?" "It's more than that," the Great World Tree shook its head. "There must be other reasons. We must have overlooked something." "Yes, we did overlook something," Richard suddenly said. He flicked his fingers slightly, and a massive star map appeared in the sky above the Parliament Hall. The dense array of data on the map was enough to make one's scalp tingle. "I think our thinking is somewhat limited. The star realm isn't a flat map. From a two-dimensional perspective, the Civilization Devourer and the Cursed Demon Empire are separated by numerous civilizations, but from a three-dimensional perspective, the flat star map suddenly unfolded, eventually transforming into a three-dimensional one. The distance between the devouring civilizations and the cursed demon empire isn't actually that far. It only takes a short trip across the black domain. Watching the star map shift, almost all the overlords were stunned. The distribution of their world's communities is flat, like an American football. The vast majority of the world's horizontal heights fall within a certain range, making a two-dimensional star map much less complex than a three-dimensional one. This is why many civilizations are accustomed to using two-dimensional star maps. This habit also makes them subconsciously overlook the fact that the star plane is actually three-dimensional. On the three-dimensional star map, part of the cursed demon empire even surpasses the natural federation, directly adjacent to the wizards. It's just that, isolated by the indigenous world and the small black domain, they didn't notice it. We should have discovered this long ago, the Eternal God King said. The cartographers should be held accountable, but their supervisors are also to blame. The cursed demon empire had joined the Wizard Alliance for some time, and the Wizard Alliance's map had been updated. However, on the star map, the overlapping area of the cursed demon empire was merely marked. This was typical in action. Stop showing off your power to those little guys, Beelzebub scoffed. What's a cartographer's place in the military? The Legion commanders out front want a flat star map, so are they going to force a three-dimensional one on them? Beelzebub's words are undoubtedly correct. Logistics serves the front lines. They supply whatever the front needs. Logistics can't command the legions on the front lines. Issue the military orders, Richard said. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the military reforms. Upon hearing Richard mention military reform, all the lords present, save the Lord of the Abyss civilization, instantly focused their attention on Richard. Have you reached a conclusion internally? Asked the Myriad God King. Yes, military reform is imperative, and the Alliance's next phase of operations must also change. Yifeng looked at Richard, and the giant eye on his chest suddenly flashed with surprise. Has your civilization's most precious treasure been successfully nurtured? As the leader of a civilization possessing a most precious treasure, Yifeng suddenly sensed a similar aura in Richard. Yes, I simply changed the direction of the nurturing process, and it succeeded, Richard said calmly. But while Richard's words sounded lighthearted, they held a terrifying weight. Changing the direction of a civilization's most precious treasure was something only a leader could accomplish. And Richard's words meant that a leader had emerged in the wizard civilization. Military reform, the successful creation of a civilization's greatest treasure, a leader. Taking all these factors into account, a single fact emerged in the minds of many overlords. Richard had unified wizard civilization. The slightly divided wizard civilization of the past was no more. It's been less than a year. Yuming looked at Richard, a flicker of horror in his eyes. He thought to himself, breaking the limit in a year, quelling the civil unrest, and subduing the internal overlords. Is this guy a monster? The civil unrest Richard faced was even more severe than the one that had plagued the Natural Federation. Two overlords, who had broken the limit, both veterans of spiritual evolution. With a civil unrest of this magnitude, Yuming racked his brains, unable to fathom how Richard had managed to end the strife and stabilize the internal situation in just 1 year. This question wasn't shared solely by Netherworld. It was also shared by several other overlords, who were unaware of the situation. Yifeng looked at Richard and sighed softly. This fellow is surprisingly formidable. Master's instructions proved correct. The Great World Tree gazed at Richard in astonishment. Despite the shock, a sense of normalcy welled up within him. He had met the Titan King before. As the new Titan King, Richard's strength didn't seem out of the ordinary. As expected of the new king. Military reform is imperative. The Eternal God King, the ever-changing God King, and the Sun God King exchanged words in silence. Then let him be, the God of Change said calmly. This era is his, and also the era of wizards. But I think we could make a deal, the God of the Sun suddenly interjected. Recently, various civilizations have been exploring and clearing the indigenous world. Perhaps we could change the faith of these natives. Trading requires qualifications, the God of Eternity said quietly. This guy has unified the wizards, and is also the leader of the Abyss. The Natural Federation and the Cursed Demon Empire probably have private agreements with him. We no longer have the qualifications to trade. Go find Ulysses. The God of Change looked at Richard, his gaze complex. He's a man who values relationships. If you talk to Ulysses, there might still be some possibility for this deal. The price won't be small. Faced with the many overlords, each with their own agenda, Richard tapped the table lightly. His gaze swept across the overlords gathered around the round table, a kind smile on his face. Everyone vote by show of hands. I propose that the legions merge and implement military reform. I agree. Agree. I have no objection. Let's wrap this up quickly. With the decisions of the many overlords, the military reform resolution passed unanimously. Later generations will comment on this meeting as follows. After the conclusion of the great military reform, Wizard Archon Richard had completely seized power in the Wizarding Union. He had effectively become the Archon of the Wizarding Union. Chapter 954. Military reform, something involving the Legion, is naturally not something that can be easily accomplished with a few words. The conflicts of interest and demands involved are beyond the ability of the average person to sort out. But fortunately, Richard didn't have to deal with these matters. He only needed to make the decision, and the Grand Wizard could handle the rest. Based on the military reform, Richard explained to the meeting his and the Titan King's ideas for the next phase of the war. The defensive tactic might sound laissez-faire at first, but after Richard's explanation, the many overlords had no objections, except for Samuel. The halt in the offensive deeply displeased this war-loving overlord of the Abyss. In his view, the Wizard Alliance should have attacked directly, ending the devourer of civilization in a massive war. Of course, his opinion was ignored by the other overlords. They had all been members of the Alliance for some time, and they all knew what kind of person Samuel was. A defensive war is merely a stopgap measure. Its essence is to slow his growth and buy us time, Richard continued. Research on the critical evolution fluid must be accelerated. The leaders of each civilization must also be selected as soon as possible, but this is an internal matter, and the Alliance will not interfere. If possible, we would ideally have multiple leader-level overlords before the final battle. Research on the critical evolution fluid has yielded some results, Beelzebub said. The Medicine King and I have used mystical powers to intervene and have produced a semi-finished product. If this succeeds, then everyone here would be wise to prepare a body for yourselves. Beelzebub grinned broadly. Breaking through our physical limitations will no longer be a problem for us. Defensive warfare? The offensive has finally ceased? Gawain's expression had grown almost numb as he watched the military's notice. It was simply because there had been so many surprising things during this period. First, the massive invasion of the civilization devourers, followed by the support of the alien civilization's overlords. Then, the civil war erupted after the offensive ceased, and then, in less than a year, the civil war subsided. It all happened so suddenly. It was as if this period was what history books call a turning point in history, a time when all the major events occurred. Good news, boss. ASU cheered upon hearing Richard's voice. Without the offensive, we can survive a little longer. Bang! Gawain threw the wrench in his hand, smashing it into ASU's head, creating a large bump. You really can't say a word, Gawain said angrily. What do you mean we can live a little longer? We've been fighting for so many years, and we've all lived well. Asu rubbed his head and replied with a smirk, haha, boss, you have to face reality. This is where we are now. Seeing that Asu was still stubborn, Gawain was speechless and simply ignored the grinning orc. Buzz, a communication request entered Gawain's field of vision. Dona? Gawain looked at the request with some confusion. His communication magic suit only supported inter-realm communication. How could Dona, the director of an alchemy factory in the rear, contact him? Did Donna participate in the civil unrest? That shouldn't be the case. According to his information, Donna wasn't involved in the conflict. Even if there was a reckoning, it wouldn't be her fault. Confused, he answered the call, and Donna's pretty face suddenly appeared before Gawain. Hey Gawain, have you missed me lately? Seeing Donna, as usual, Gawain felt a little more at ease. Missed? Gawain dragged out his words. On the battlefield, I even imagined how you cry at my funeral. You idiot. Donna smiled and shook her head, then continued, I'm here with the logistics unit to gather information on the front lines. I figured a veteran like you would have a lot to share. So, give me your room number. Should we get ASU out of the way? That's best. My secretary is very curious about this brave warrior who's been active on the front lines, and has been wanting to talk to him. Secretary? Big shot, Gawain said exaggeratedly. Donna rolled her eyes at Gawain. How many years has ASU been with you? If having a secretary qualifies you as a big shot, you would have been 1 centuries ago. Alright, room 9874. Not 3 times twice. What? Are you looking for a lover? Donna said with a teasing look. You even need a signal to enter. Gawain waved his hand and sighed. Alas, it's all about the Civil War. There was a wave of assassinations inside the base a while ago, and they dealt with quite a few wizards. God knows if they've calmed down now. What's the situation back home? Gawain sat on the bed, silently lighting a cigarette. Beside him, Donna smoothed her hair, her face still flushed from the aftermath of sex. What else can we do? This civil war purged a lot of people, including factory managers, Donna whispered. After fighting on the front lines for half a lifetime, I finally got transferred back to the rear, only to be transferred back again. Fate is so fickle. That's their own fault, Gawain said bluntly. They couldn't control their greed, and they deserve to be in the redemption army. Donna didn't deny it. Wizards have a limited amount of warmth, and it's only for those who are close to them. But it was a blessing in disguise, Donna continued. Before the Civil War began, I secretly joined the School of Miracles. Because of this connection, the school's leadership planned to make me a regional director. Hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Gawain's face. You joined the School of Miracles? Yes. You're smarter than me. That's right. A certain idiot whose military achievements were enough to warrant a transfer back to the rear as a factory manager, yet now he's still hanging around on the front lines, seeking his own death. Gawain was speechless. The fool Donna was referring to was naturally him. She had mentioned this to Gawain long before Donna was transferred back to the rear, but Gawain had refused. Hundreds of years of war had made him fear life outside the battlefield. Besides, why would he return to the rear? He had nothing there. Years of war had already shattered wizarding social relations. Today's wizards had no families or teachers. While they had classmates and comrades, those of veteran wizards, like Gawain, were mostly dead. He was a rootless wizard. The battlefield was where he belonged. Seeing Gawain still silent, Donna could only sigh helplessly. "Ah, you bastard." As she spoke, Donna suddenly reached into the pocket on the bedside table and pulled out a photo. "Here you are." Gawain took it and examined the contents of the photo with some curiosity. The photo showed Donna and a girl. Seeing the child's antlers and a face that bore a resemblance to Donna's, a thought suddenly occurred to Gawain. This is Donna's daughter. Who is she? Gawain's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Coward, Donna whispered softly. According to our custom, her name is Hill Gawain Mosca. Your daughter. That joke isn't very funny, Gawain said, his voice a little flustered. Wizards need to be trained in incubators. My military supplies are sufficient, Gawain, and yours are sufficient too. Donna's serious tone left Gawain at a loss for words. Though he was hundreds of years old, his heart remained the same young man who had just left Wizard Academy. The battlefield had made him more reliable, but that was only for that purpose. In the battle of life, he was still a rookie. Gawain, strive to survive. Donna rose from her bed and slipped into her alchemical power armor. While it sounds respectable for a child to have a father who died on the battlefield, I would rather she had a living father by her side. Why did you do this? Gawain asked, somewhat bewildered. Donna's response was only a playful smile. It's simple. I'm selfish. A kite can only be reeled in with a string, and before anyone else can tie the string, I have to get there first. It seems it was indeed he who did it. In the astral realm, Richard and Yifeng watched the massive fleet leap from the void, their hearts instantly at ease. The unknown is even more terrifying than the devourer of civilizations. Is it okay for he to handle it for you? Richard asked Yifeng. No problem, Yifeng replied confidently. I haven't fought these guys much, and he has limited information about me. Dealing with this fleet shouldn't be a problem. All right, I leave this to you. Richard nodded solemnly. What are you going to do? Yifeng suddenly asked. With your current strength, we can actually make a considerable progress. This will only slow us down even longer. That time is too short, and it would expose my strength. It's not worth it. Richard shook his head slightly. I plan to go and take a look at the last civilization. The overlords who once joined the cursed Corona against the civilization devourer weren't just the Spirit Desert civilization and you. By bringing in the remaining civilizations, we can consider a counterattack. There were several overlords who once joined the cursed Corona against the civilization devourer. Besides the Sand Spirit Sage of the Spirit Desert civilization and the Wild Ghost Prophet of the Cursed Demon Empire, there were 3 other overlords who seemed to be from the same race. If nothing unexpected happens, the unknown civilization next to the God civilization is the one from which those 3 overlords originated. Sending you on this mission is truly a waste of your talent, Yifeng said quietly. Richard shook his head slightly. No, I'm on this mission for the sake of success. That civilization, despite instructions from the Prophet, hasn't yet contacted us. This suggests there are some issues within this civilization. My mission will at least give them some confidence. Even if they encounter civilization devourers along the way, I can still escape. Chapter 955. But isn't it a bit excessive to have a king as an envoy? Richard looked at Yifeng, his brows raised slightly. Do you think I'm a king? Yi Feng's voice was hoarse and deep. You are already the uncrowned king of this alliance. If the war ends peacefully, your only options are death or becoming king. I don't think you will die. I hope what you say is true. Richard smiled carelessly. But you're mistaken about one thing. I seek power not for power, but to eliminate that monster. If that monster disappears, power is unimportant to me. Unimportant doesn't mean I abandon it. Yi Feng said calmly. Some things are better than nothing. If you want to abandon your duties and travel the endless dimensions, or other world communities, then you better find a successor. This is a lesson from our history. The disappearance of the first cursed demon emperor had a devastating impact on the cursed demon empire. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the wild ghost sage, the current landscape of the community might be different. I will remember this. A rune gate opened before Richard, engulfing him. Not far from them, a massive fleet was approaching the world. Tractor beams as thick as mountains enveloped half the world, yet the world barrier remained unmoved. At the center of these beams, a dominant-level civilization devourer clone, harnessing the power of the tractor beams, executed a massive spell capable of enveloping the entire world. You can't succeed. A ghostly laugh emanated from Yi Feng's body, and his entire body instantly expanded, nearly surpassing the civilization devourer's fleet. Crimson thorns emanated from his body like tentacles, and in a moment, a vast field, comparable to a world, appeared in the astral plane. Inside this field, countless strange, cursed creatures began to infiltrate this world. Monster, come join the parade. Pantheon. You are going on a diplomatic mission to that unknown civilization? The Eternal God King's voice tinged with surprise. Though you are powerful, I must say that civilization is not easy to visit. Oh! What do you mean? A hint of surprise flashed across Richard's face. The Eternal God King paused, as if trying to form his words. When you approached us to form the Wizarding Union, we already attempted to establish contact with that civilization. However, while I was trying to explore that world, an unimaginable dimensional storm blocked my path. If I'm not mistaken, this dimensional storm must have been the product of the simultaneous collapse of several dimensions, and its scope is incalculable. Dimensional storm. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Richard's face. He had never imagined that the Overmind would be stopped by something like a dimensional storm. It's different from ordinary storms, the Eternal God King explained. Its scope is extremely wide, so wide that even I would need decades to circumvent it. Under normal circumstances, this amount of time wouldn't be a big deal. But at this point, suddenly losing contact for decades is not a wise decision. What about going straight through? Richard asked. Going straight through is naturally the normal route, but you have to think carefully. The Eternal God King said solemnly, this storm is extremely powerful. Even a limit breaker lord who enters it might be swept away to an unknown place. Moreover, the dimensional collapse wouldn't be without cause. Who knows what else might be hidden within it? You better think carefully before making this decision. I thought it through very carefully, Richard replied solemnly. Every bit of strength is crucial against that monster. We need to begin a defensive battle right now. This is the perfect time to connect this civilization. What if the civilization devourer attacks? Asked the Eternal God King. Just because we don't attack doesn't mean they won't attack. You're very powerful, and it's essential that you're on the front lines. Richard simply shook his head slightly. Eternal, which do you think would be easier for the civilization devourer? Attacking us, or attacking Lingma and that unknown civilization? You have to pick the weakest persimmon. If I don't go, that unknown civilization will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the civilization devourer's attack. If their entire civilization is devoured, it would be a disastrous outcome for us. The Eternal God King was speechless. He knew, of course, that the unknown civilization would endure a more severe attack. But Richard's safety was clearly more important than that unknown civilization's strength. As long as the civilization devourer couldn't fully recover, Richard would undoubtedly slay it. The process might be extremely difficult, and there might be many sacrifices, but the outcome was certain. However, the Overlord was not a puppet of fate. At this stage of overlordhood, they possessed a degree of autonomy. Their intuition could sometimes even rival prophecy. But this wasn't entirely a good thing. Richard's autonomy might delay the arrival of that future. This wasn't fantasy. It was his own personal experience. He himself had delayed the arrival of the future. I reserve my opinion, the Eternal God King said after a moment's silence. But if you insist, I can't stop you. Richard smiled. Thank you for your concern. I heard from Ulysses that you plan to preach among the natives? Yes. That's possible, but someone has their sights set on these natives. You or Wondian should talk to Yefeng about how to allocate these natives. I have only one request. These natives must be obedient and stable, contributing their strength to the Wizarding Union. The Eternal God King was silent for a moment, then whispered, Yes, Your Excellency Archon. When a circle reaches a certain size, its curvature becomes imperceptible to the naked eye. However, this is due to the sensitivity of the naked eye. If one's perception is sharp enough, the curvature can still be detected. But Richard never imagined that he, as the master, would encounter such a situation. Before Richard's eyes, a boundless river of flowing colors seemed like a vast curtain, separating him from that unknown civilization. From the side, the dimensional storm looked like a boundless river, flowing straight toward the other side. However, anyone who had encountered a dimensional storm knew that it wasn't a dimension. A dimension was a river, but a dimensional storm was a giant ball. Richard muttered to himself, no wonder eternity gave up. A storm this massive would take decades to circumvent, a conservative estimate. But Richard reached into the dimensional storm. A dimensional storm powerful enough to rip apart ordinary overlords was like a gentle breeze against the cellular dimension. For Richard, attacks of insufficient strength would only serve as fuel. The intensity of the dimensional storm clearly didn't reach that threshold. After realizing this, Richard's gaze towards the storm changed. A blessed land. Richard's voice was tinged with greed. Such a massive dimensional storm held an immense amount of dimensional power. He didn't need much. Just a fraction of it would be enough for him to wield the Book of All Laws without restraint. Perhaps I could leave a clone here, Richard pondered. Fully entering the storm, the fierce force pounded upon Richard without a ripple. After his entire body had entered the dimensional storm, Richard's body suddenly surged with a surge of energy. It was as if his body had been nourished by life energy before he merged into the dimension. The endless dimensional power was transferred by the cellular dimension, ultimately becoming part of it. In a mere moment, Richard felt the cellular dimensions throughout his body expand slightly. During this process, Richard keenly sensed a slight change in the dimensionalized life cores within those cellular dimensions. This change had never occurred before, when Richard had previously used dimensional power to nourish only a single cellular dimension. Could it be that these dimensionalized life cores are essentially one entity? Only by nourishing all cellular dimensions simultaneously can they undergo change? Richard wasn't sure if his thoughts were correct, but if so, then his trip was a good one. Let's get going. Richard restrained his thoughts. After all, we have nearly a year to go. If this is the case, we see the outcome along the way. The intensity of the dimensional storm was uneven. The closer to the interior, the weaker it became. And the weaker the storm, the more likely life was to exist. Damn it! A master who looked like an eye emitted a wave of angry mental energy. A burst of purple light shot out from his eyes, instantly obliterating a clump of hair-like matter. But as soon as he annihilated one clump, a new clump of hair emerged from the storm. They flew within the dimensional storm, continuously devouring the weaker dimensional storms around them. Facing the attacks of the Master of the Eye, they were quite adept. Their entangled bodies suddenly dispersed, revealing the bones within them, which had been eaten away like honeycombs. They allowed themselves to be annihilated by the purple light, then gathered again in the next microsecond, continuing their advance towards the Master of the Eye. These creatures were nematodes, dimensional nematodes. One of the few creatures in the endless dimension capable of causing dimensional collapse. These nematodes hid within the dimensional storm, making them difficult even for the Master to detect. Once infected with these insects, a creature will not only be parasitized, but even if it is expelled, it will face an endless swarm of insects. The Eye Overlord fought fiercely, his purple light annihilating cluster after cluster of insects. But the swarm of insects remained endless. Will my fate be to die at the hands of these insects? A flicker of despair flashed through the Eye Overlord's heart. He had finally arrived in this buffer zone, not to provide nests and food for the insects. Dimensional power flowed through him. Even with despair, he still had to fight a last-ditch effort. He shouldered a mission, the future of the Eye Demon clan. He could not give in so easily. Dimensional nematodes. I never thought I'd encounter such a thing. A surprised voice entered the Eye Demon Overlord's perception through the dimensional storm. Immediately, a golden flame ignited the dimensional storm, reducing all the nematodes to ash. The Eye Demon Overlord looked towards the source of the flames, only to see a creature in a black cloak watching him. It's not common for an ordinary overmind to brave the storm and enter the buffer zone. Friend, what are you going to do? The Eye Demon Overmind looked at Richard, then compared him to the image in his memory. He replied with a trembling voice, I'm going to the other side of the storm to seek help. Chapter 956. Oh! Looks like I've arrived by chance. Richard's brows arched slightly beneath his cloak, and he casually brought the Eye Demon Overlord to his side. Friend, I happen to be the one you're looking for. You can call me the Miracle Wizard. I know. The priest gave us your image. The Eye Demon Overlord's spirits were filled with excitement. While he wasn't a limitation, this was definitely fate favoring them. Otherwise, why would Richard appear at his most desperate moment? That saves me a lot of trouble. A hint of surprise crossed Richard's face. Then, how should I address you? I address you all the same. We are of the Eye Demon clan. You can call me Antioch. Son of the Stars? A good name. Richard and Antioch were communicating via telepathic communication. In the Eye Demon language, Antioch means Son of the Stars. Well, Antioch, you said you came for help. What's your situation now? Richard asked solemnly. Not very optimistic. A trace of grief flashed in Antioch's eyes. At first, it was fine, relying on the priest's prophecy and the defensive measures we prepared in advance. Although the storm blocked our path, holding on was definitely not a problem. But recently, the monster's attack suddenly became more ferocious. Its overlord suddenly became much stronger, catching us off guard. Both elders were seriously injured. How many overlords are there? Richard continued. Including the 3 fallen priests, there are 9 in total. That means there are still 6. No, it's still 9, Antioch denied. Although the priests are dead, their ways remain. It's just that those who inherit these ways are somewhat weak, and it takes 3 to fight one. That's good. Richard nodded slightly, a sense of relief welling up in his heart. A civilization with 9 overlords was lucky he made it this time. If he were truly persuaded by the eternal God King, and the civilization devourer devoured the Eye Demon civilization, they would most likely be doomed. With the Eye Demons destroyed, the Spirit Desert would inevitably perish. The 2 civilizations combined had over a dozen overlords. Even if only a few were devoured, the pressure on the Wizarding Union would be immense. Richard was about to say something else, but suddenly stopped. This is really not the place to talk. Bang! Richard slapped the dimensional storm beside him, and the violent dimensional force instantly collided with the object hidden within the dimensional storm. Instantly, the aftermath cleared a vacuum in the storm's buffer zone, revealing the object hidden within the dimensional storm, a dimensional nematode that was almost as big as a river. Wow, it's grown this big. Richard observed the nematode, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A king of dimensional nematodes at the limit-breaking level is rare. Dimensional nematodes are among the most dangerous creatures encountered by wizards, and even the previous Civilization Alliance, while exploring the endless dimension. This creature cannot be judged by conventional life forms, because it does not evolve. Whether it's a newly born dimensional nematode or a dominant level dimensional nematode, its abilities are identical, the only difference being size and strength. Of course, it's also possible that this creature's evolutionary path started too high, only beginning at the leader level. This lifeform lives in the endless dimension, only entering the astral plane by accident. Their abilities are simply the ability to devour dimensional power, and an almost unimaginable all-powerful resistance. Dimensional force attacks are nearly ineffective against them, and they are also extremely resistant to elemental and energy attacks. Pure physical impact and force field attacks are the most effective against these creatures. The origin of this life form is unknown, but what is currently known is that it parasitizes dimensions and any life that possesses dimensional force, eating away at them like a termite. Typically, upon their appearance, the dimensional will dispatches the dimensional master to eliminate these insects. However, in the current situation, it seems that the dimensional will of this or these dimensions has failed. This is why creatures, like the limit-breaking dimensional nematode appear. Under normal circumstances, the dimensional will reaching the world master level is simply due to the dimensional will's confusion. Antioch, you better stay with me now. This guy has his sights set on us. Today, it's either him or us. Richard's voice was tinged with seriousness. The limit-breaking dimensional nematode was a formidable foe for him. The dimensional defenses of his cells were practically useless against the dimensional nematode, even inferior to those of a normal body. And his defensive abilities were precisely his greatest strength. Second, this nematode requires force field attacks and pure physical attacks. However, this nematode is at the limit-breaking level. Killing it with physical attacks is like beating a limit-breaking overlord to death with your fists. Fate plays such a trick, Richard muttered to himself. Although he was favored by fate, fate is fickle, and can trip you up at your fastest. Buzz, a piercing buzzing sound entered Richard's perception, along with the dimensional storm. In the distance, the dimensional nematode king opened its mouth parts, releasing an extremely intense dimensional shockwave from its black hole-like maw. Although dimensional nematodes possess considerable resistance to dimensional force, they can also use it to attack. This is what makes them so dangerous. Quite ferocious. Richard remained expressionless, braving the dimensional force head-on and charging towards the dimensional nematode king. Although the dimensional nematode king's resistance to dimensional force was high, his resistance to it was also not bad. Hundreds of kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. Richard was enveloped in a gravitational field, and in his hand, he grasped the Titan sword, transformed from the hammer of creation. Under Richard's control, the gravitational field and the sword combined, transforming into a peerless divine weapon capable of severing everything. Let me see what happens if I split you in two. The next moment, the blade fell. The violent gravitational blade collided with the dimensional nematode king's body, the aftermath instantly clearing the surrounding dimensional storm. Then, with a bang, the dimensional nematode king's body, like a snapped spring, suddenly severed at the point of the gravitational blade. At the fractured point, dimensional force transformed into a stream of light that flowed like water. Without a word or expression, Richard swung the gravitational blade again, attempting to shred the remaining dimensional nematode king like a slicing of a pig. But before his second strike, the two broken halves suddenly merged together. Guess I have to cut it vertically next time. Buzz, the dimensional nematode king swung his body, instantly devouring the surrounding dimensional storm. Immediately, the dimensional blades, transformed from dimensional force, surged towards him like waves. Unfortunately, creatures like the dimensional nematode seemed devoid of intelligence, possessing only survival instincts. Otherwise, it would have engaged Richard in a thrilling hand-to-hand combat with its flesh, rather than resorting to those dimensional, tickling attacks. The same scene reappeared, Richard staring directly at the wave of dimensional blades, the Titan sword in his hand now transformed into a rune hammer. Since cutting wasn't an option, then smashing it was. Under Richard's control, the raging force field split in two, one becoming an anvil and the other a hammer. The next moment, the hammer swung down. Buzz, the collision of the force fields once again cleared the dimensional storm. This time, Richard not only used the force field, but also the miracle fire. While the miracle fire had no special attack against these dimensional creatures, it was powerful enough on its own. Under the collision of the force fields, the dimensional nematode king's body was once again shattered in two. The miraculous fire, guided by the force field, landed on the fragments of the dimensional nematode king, instantly igniting. This time, while the dimensional nematode king healed once more, the part of its body that had been burned by the debris had vanished. Looks like it can still be killed. Richard smiled, about to repeat his previous move. But before he could strike again, he understood why dimensional nematodes were considered one of the most dangerous creatures in the endless dimension by many civilizations. The dimensional nematode king's mouthparts opened, and the nearly endless dimensional storm surrounding it transformed into nourishment, entering its body. In a fraction of a millisecond, all the injuries Richard had inflicted were healed. "Sir, I think we should flee." Antioch's message was tinged with fear. "This fellow is absolutely not something that can be killed here." "Yes, absolutely not something that can be killed here." Richard repeated Antioch's words, and then grabbed Antioch. "Come hide in my dimension." Dimension? Antioch was stunned. Dimensions could not be opened during a dimensional storm. The violent dimensional force would tear the dimensional door apart. But before he could ask a question, the space around him suddenly shifted. The dimensional storm, like a stream of colorful light, vanished, replaced by a pastoral landscape. "Where is this?" Antioch surveyed his surroundings, his gaze almost tangible, as if piercing through space. But the next moment, he was stunned. Have I really entered a dimension? The cellular dimension was no more advanced than the ordinary dimensional world. Antioch easily grasped its essence. However, this incident had a profound impact on Antioch's worldview. He said, somewhat unconvinced, "Is it not that the dimensional storm doesn't allow entry into the dimension, but that I'm simply too weak, or perhaps I haven't mastered some technique, that's why I can't open it?" His gaze returned to the dimensional storm. As a sentient overlord, Richard, realizing he couldn't defeat the king of dimensional nematodes within the dimensional storm, immediately chose to flee. He wasn't Samuel, and he had no interest in engaging with the beast. However, while Richard wanted to leave, the king of dimensional nematodes wasn't willing to do so. The dimensional nematode's sense of smell told it that Richard was a powerful tonic. The beast's instincts blinded it to the situation, and it could only follow them, madly pursuing Richard, oblivious to the fact that it was drawing ever closer to the edge of the dimensional storm. Chapter 957. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A torrential purple flash streaked across the sky, accompanied by a sharp hum of energy. In the sky, the massive war fortress resembled a floating continent, darkening the already gloomy world even further. Countless Hearthmen warships flew out from it, carrying one Hearthmen army after another. Boom! A torrential purple flash collided with a Hearthmen fleet, instantly piercing the warship's energy barriers and leaving one melted hole after another in their armor. Soon, the torrential rain ended. More than half of the Heartmen fleet had been destroyed, and the remaining ships were forced to increase the power of their barrier generators to maximum. Heartman to big guy, Heartman to big guy, there's a beyond visual range cluster sniping the fortress fleet. Stretch your muscles. The Heartman message traveled through the communication system to the outer world. Beyond that world, countless ships, like islands in the sky, divided the sky above half of the world. Between them, countless reconnaissance aircraft constantly observed every movement on the ground. With the appearance of the Heartman's message, these island-like ships immediately began to move. Coordinates 1245, 4579, prepare for airborne strike. The Titan commander's cold voice echoed through the communication system. Repeat, coordinates 1245, 4579, prepare for airborne strike. Airborne strike unit received. At the bottom of the ship, Titans over 10 meters tall, clad in rune armor, began to enter the drop pods. These Titans' strength approached that of world masters. After the devourer of civilization recovered from his injuries, the strength of his legion also increased. Elite legions from the previous civilization alliance began to emerge en masse. A guiding beam shot from the lower level of the fleet, its crimson light piercing the world barrier and precisely locking onto the eye demon's beyond visual range concentrated fire position. Soon after, the airborne strike began. The bottom of the Sky Island ship opened, and the drop pod, with its tail flames ablaze behind it, crashed into the position like a meteorite. Buzz! 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 A shrill alarm echoed through the concentrated fire position, and then the commander's command echoed in the ears of every eye demon there. Airborne strike detected. Intercept with all your strength. Instantly, tens of thousands of beyond visual range turrets across the concentrated fire position transformed simultaneously. These transformed turrets resembled massive regular icosahedrons, each face painted with numerous patterns, and the material looked extremely thick. But a closer look revealed a slight sense of disharmony, as if this material should not exist in this world. Immediately, these turrets shifted like plasticine, their surface patterns changing accordingly. In a matter of seconds, they transformed into a cluster of objects resembling pepper shakers. Energy within the pepper shakers continued to gather, its intense concentration nearly distorting space. In the sky, the flames of the drop pods flashed like meteors, but the Eye Demon commander hesitated to issue orders. He seemed to be waiting for a moment. Suddenly, the massive drop pod split, splitting into dozens of smaller ones, which fell to the ground like scattered flowers. At that moment, the Eye Demon commander's command was given. Maximum output, activate. Buzz! A purple beam over a meter in diameter shot up into the sky, precisely focused on each drop pod. The violent energy instantly ripped through the drop pod's defenses, annihilating the Titans within an astonishing speed. Even though the Titans' power had reached near World Lord levels, in the current war, a level 4 World Lord was merely a super soldier. As all the drop pods were cleared, the Beholder commander's voice tinged with excitement. Threat eliminated, continue beyond visual range strikes. The turrets immediately transformed, preparing to resume their mission. But before they could return to their icosahedral forms, the piercing alarm blared again. This time, the siren blared even more intensely, like the wails of a demon from hell, chilling to the bone. Not good. Relocate. The instant the alarm rang, the Beholder commander's command echoed through the communication system. All the turrets transformed into a spindle shape, advancing like a school of fish towards their next position. They had long engaged the devourer of civilization, and had developed a comprehensive set of countermeasures for various attacks. Boom! A flash of light streaked across the sky, landing precisely in the center of the Beholder's position. Immediately afterwards, a violent gravitational force ripped through space, engulfing the Beholders, who hadn't yet escaped their positions. Watching this scene, the Beholder commander's eyes flashed with astonishment. Gravitational strike. Damn it! These guys' attack speed has exceeded our detection limit. Report quickly. Before he could finish his words, another flash of light streaked across the sky. This time, the flash landed squarely in the center of the Beholder formation. Boom! An invisible gravitational storm appeared again, instantly wiping out the entire formation. Position 7895 destroyed, 32 personnel remaining. We've confirmed that the enemy's strength has increased, and the use of destructive weapons has become routine. At the headquarters, the Demon commander listened to his subordinates' reports without uttering a word. After a moment, the commander spoke. "What are your thoughts on this routine use of destructive weapons?" The commander's eyes swept around him. Nearby, the dozen or so Demon commanders remained silent. What could they possibly think of this thing? Destructive weapons are the most powerful weapons available in low-level warfare. Depending on their type, some can easily destroy fortresses, while others can instantly wipe out entire armies. To counter destructive weapons, the only way is to retaliate with more destructive weapons. As long as they can eliminate the enemy before they can strike, there's no need to worry about the use of destructive weapons. However, their current location made it impossible for any of them to issue such a countermeasure. Their current battlefield is the Everdark world, the Demon clan's homeworld. If the war were to turn into a war involving destructive weapons, the devastation to the homeworld would be immeasurable. This responsibility lies solely with the elders. Commanders like them simply cannot handle it. "No one's going to tell me. No one's going to tell me. Then I tell you." The commander-in-chief looked at the silent commanders and spoke calmly. "Now is the most critical moment. If we fail to achieve victory, all our efforts to protect the mother world will be meaningless. Therefore, I am issuing a general command to completely release all weapons of destruction, and authorization to use them will be delegated to the commanders in the positions." After speaking, the commander-in-chief's gaze swept over the commanders. "Do you have any objections?" "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." "Haha, Bug, follow me to the astral realm." A massive dimensional portal suddenly opened within the boundless sea of ether. Immediately, a black giant, riding a gigantic nematode, burst forth. Dimensional nematodes are among the most formidable creatures in the endless dimension, but that doesn't mean they remain as powerful in the astral realm. After entering the astral realm, the raging ether within the sea of ether instantly began to erode the dimensional nematode's body. Dimensional nematodes possess resistance to the four elements and dimensional force, but ether isn't composed of the four elements, nor is it dimensional force. The dimensional nematode's resistance was useless against the ether. At one end of the dimensional nematode king, Richard held the reins of gravity, constantly controlling the dimensional nematode's direction. Dimensional nematodes were oblivious to the rationality of normal intelligent creatures, even those at the limit-breaking level. After being drawn in by Richard, the beast chased him from the buffer zone to the storm zone, then out of the dimensional storm, and into the endless dimensional void. This, however, was a path to self-destruction. In a dimensional storm, the dimensional nematode king could consume the storm to recover and attack with its aid, but outside of it, the situation was different. So, after weakening it, Richard harnessed the dimensional nematode king and rode him into the astral plane like a mount. "Antioch, are the coordinates you gave me correct?" Richard's voice echoed from within the cellular dimension. Antioch, who was recuperating, immediately replied, "Yes, the coordinates I gave you are those of our home world." "That's a bit troublesome." Richard gazed at the distant world. As far as he could see, countless Titan warships covered almost half the world's barrier. "The devourers of civilization have begun attacking your home world." "What?" Antioch's voice was filled with shock. He had been away for just over a year, and while their defenses were somewhat weak, a few years of delay shouldn't have been a problem. How could they have been breached so quickly? "I don't know, so I suggest you come out and take a look." Richard waved his hand, and the surrounding ether suddenly gathered, transforming into nails that drove into the body of the dimensional nematode king. This dimensional nematode king was a rare find, and Richard intended to collect it as a specimen. The dimensional portal opened, and Antioch stepped out, his gaze fixed on the distant world. Although separated by a distance of several light seconds, Antioch could still make out. That was the home world of their demons. The great world of eternal darkness. "Mr. Miracle, that's our home world." "Well, it seems your defenses aren't as strong as you imagined." Richard's gaze swept across the fleet, searching for any weapons targeting overlords. Whether it was the previous Civilization Alliance or the technology mastered by the Civilization Devourer, there were many weapons targeting overlords. Among them, weapons targeting limit-breaking overlords were not uncommon, and weapons targeting leaders were also present. Even though Richard's current strength was unmatched among limit-breaking overlords, he still needed to exercise caution when necessary. High waves can easily capsize a boat. After confirming that there were no hidden weapons targeting overlords, Richard smiled. "In that case, I accept these fleets." Chapter 958. Battles between overlords often take place within the infinite dimension. Within the void of the infinite dimension, the greatest damage overlord can cause is void tremors. The void of the infinite dimension is the highest manifestation of the concept of space. It is like the space Richard had seen in his previous life, distorted at best. This makes the Overlord's destructive power seem quite insignificant. However, this does not mean that it is truly insignificant. The moment he discovered there were no weapons targeting Overlords, a smile crossed Richard's face. Soon after, the Sea of Ether began to quietly boil. The Black Armor civilization, armed with Richard's technology, made the Sea of Ether one of his most suitable battlefields. In this area, Richard could freely mobilize a nearly unlimited amount of ether to accomplish his desired goals. The boiling of the Sea of Ether did not attract the fleet's attention, as it was so subtle that it almost blended in with the disturbance they were causing. But soon, the alarm sounded. Alert! Alert! The Ether Sea is experiencing unusual activity. Alert! Alert! The Ether Sea is experiencing unusual activity. Amidst the blaring alarms from the ship's main control, the Ether Sea began to boil rapidly. This boiling ether was far more effective than any energy-penetrating weapon. It attacked directly from the energy infrastructure. This direct attack on the infrastructure was impenetrable to any energy barrier. Is this the monster's method? It seems he's up to something new. In the center of the fleet, within a fleet larger than any other Sky Island warship, the Titan Legion's commander spoke calmly. Order the ether protection to activate, and the power reactors to operate at full capacity. Just a mere ether, how dare you resort to such tactics? Before the Titan commander could finish, a series of alarms blared in his ears. The boiling point of the Ether Sea had already surpassed the fleet's defense limits. The raging ether had shattered the fleet's energy barriers the moment he issued the order, and began to consume the fleet's physical armor like a worm. What's going on? The Titan commander cursed, struggling to understand the situation. But before he could comprehend the reason, a vast will took over his body, and indeed the bodies of every member of the fleet. This war was crucial for the devourer of civilizations. The Everdark world was a vast world. If it could be devoured, it would become another of its forms. It would be an excellent choice, both as a bridgehead for attacking the Eye-Demon civilization and as food for recuperation. Therefore, this battle could not be lost. After the devourer of civilizations took over, the entire fleet began to transform. The metallic outer armor gradually darkened, eventually transforming into clumps of black slime. While the raging sea of ether still corroded the black fluid, the rate of erosion was significantly slower than before. Have you taken over? Richard observed the fleet's transformation, his expression unchanged. This was exactly what he had desired. According to research conducted by the previous Civilization Alliance, the Civilization Devourer also possessed a soul, or rather, something akin to a soul-locating entity. This ability existed only in his clones, or in the legions he had taken over. Simply destroying a fleet was easy for Richard, but fleets were of little importance to the devourer of civilizations. Although these fleets utilized numerous dimensional treasures, they weren't something the devourer of civilizations could automatically construct with black fluid at his whim. However, this only slowed the devourer of civilizations down. Dimensional treasures were practically inexhaustible. If he so desired, he could rebuild a fleet with a brief moment's notice. However, his soul was different. The loss of this treasure would directly affect the Devourer of Civilization's injuries, which was one of the reasons why the Devourer of Civilizations didn't resort to using clones for surprise attacks. After transforming, the fleet's losses were significantly reduced. However, this merely bought time. He had to completely resolve the boiling of the Ether Sea, otherwise the black fluid armor would be completely eroded by the ether. Buzz, a wave of invisible dimensional force, centered on the fleet, probed the world and the surrounding Ether Sea. But this non-targeted detection was meaningless to Richard. He easily obliterated his presence, Antiochus's, and even the dimensional Nematode King's presence from the detection. Richard didn't attack, but continued to slowly and steadily increase the boiling of the Ether Sea. This technology wasn't in the Devourer of Civilization's arsenal, so the Devourer of Civilizations wouldn't be able to quickly discover what was causing the Ether Sea to boil. During this period, the Devourer of Civilizations would undoubtedly intensify their attention. When he could no longer hide from the Devourer of Civilization's detection, it would be time for him to finish his job. This technique only offered one chance for a surprise attack, so he had to maximize its value. Beside Richard, Antiochus observed Richard's methods, his enormous eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Truly worthy of being the chosen one. This level of strength surpasses even ordinary limit-breaking overlords, approaching the level of leader overlords. Beside him, the dimensional Nematode King's struggles were gradually weakening. Ether was steadily seeping into its body, this fifth element steadily draining its vitality. This might be one reason why dimensional nematodes had never appeared in the astral plane. In the boundless sea of ether, the chance of finding a world was no less likely than encountering an isolated island in the ocean. The civilization devourer's search intensified, and countermeasures were constantly emerging. A high-intensity, self-healing energy shield was the best defense against this corrosive attack, but it required enormous amounts of energy to sustain it. To this end, a massive fleet began to gather, transforming into dozens of things resembling steel satellites. This was somewhat beyond Richard's expectations. This is technology from a previous civilization. Richard's eyes shifted from doubt to certainty. He could conclude that the technology in these steel satellites was definitely not that of the alliance of previous civilizations. It seems that among the civilizations devoured, there are still many powerful ones. But, just as Richard lamented the decline of civilization, a discordant dimensional fluctuation suddenly erupted around him. Richard glanced in the direction of the fluctuation, and saw that the dimensional nematode king seemed to have gathered all its strength, and began to struggle violently again. "You beast!" Richard cursed inwardly, and immediately began his final closing move. The dimensional nematode king's fluctuations had already exposed him. "Antioch, attack! Don't let any of them escape!" Richard's voice boomed like thunder. The moment he spoke, the ether sea surrounding the fleet instantly gathered, enveloping all the steel satellites in a near-physical state. Immediately afterwards, a spiderweb of dimensional force sealed the steel satellites. The moment the steel satellites were sealed, Richard sensed an immense will. That will was even greater than the will of the world. Before it, Richard felt like a tiny mouse. A deep, visceral fear instantly surged from his heart. No wonder there's a test of will. Richard gazed at the boundless starry sky, his expression slightly grim. After regaining some strength, the civilization devourer finally revealed some of its former self. Richard simply couldn't imagine the mood of the previous civilization alliance as they battled such a terrifying creature. Richard exhaled and waved his hand. Dozens of steel satellites were eroded clean by the ether and then ignited by the miraculous fire. Antioch entered the world and cleared out the civilization devourer legions within. With the help of the two overminds, the civilization devourer legions were powerless to resist and were wiped out in a matter of moments. At the same time, the beholder elders, who had been battling the civilization devourers in the endless void, began to return one after another. The civilization devourer had simply discovered Richard's presence. This meant that there was a problem with its allocation of overminds. If it didn't evacuate in time, its losses would be even greater. At the center of the Everdark world, a vast island hovered in the sky. Even during the wars of devastating war, this island never fell. At the island's center stood a vast domed palace. For hundreds of thousands of years, this had been the heart of the Eye Demon clan. Countless decisions had been made here, each one shaping the Eye Demon clan's future. And now, the Eye Demon clan was making its most crucial decision. "Chosen One, have you established the alliance of civilizations?" In the hall of the domed palace, an elderly Eye Demon elder looked at Richard, his voice tinged with trepidation. Beneath his enormous eyes, squid-like tentacles tangled in the air. This was a sign of the Eye Demon's nervousness. "The alliance of civilizations has been established, Elder," Richard replied solemnly. "Of the entire world community, only the Eye Demon clan remains unjoined." "That's wonderful." The elder's voice suddenly relaxed. Their war had been extremely difficult recently, and their greatest hope lay in support from other civilizations. Without the alliance of civilizations, the support of a single civilization would be a drop in the bucket. "However, Your Excellency, do not rejoice too soon," Richard continued. "That massive dimensional storm will persist in the endless dimension for the foreseeable future. This dimensional storm will severely disrupt our communication. Furthermore, the civilization devourer has likely already anchored your dimension. Your situation in the upcoming war remains uncertain." The entire hall fell silent at Richard's words. A moment later, an elderly beholder flew to Richard's side. "Join the alliance first. Whether or not it anchors our civilization dimension, the contract must be signed. If it doesn't, we be in for a huge win." Richard looked at the beholder before him and bowed slightly. "Nice to meet you, leader of the beholders." Chapter 959. The Eye Demon civilization differs from the other civilizations in this community. Normally, their historical process is faster than that of other civilizations. They have already experienced a complex series of developments, a surge in the number of overlords, a struggle for leadership, division, and then unification. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the civilization devourer, the Eye Demon civilization's next move would have been to declare war on the god civilization and, while simultaneously battling the Abyss, attack the Spirit Desert civilization. Step by step, they would unify the entire civilization community. However, The appearance of the civilization devourer changed all of this. Facing this monster that has set its sights on them, they can only fight to the bitter end with all their might. No need for formalities, Your Excellency Miracle. The Demon leader's voice sounded very kind. I can see that you are more than just a leader. I believe that you should have the final say in the current civilization alliance. You can say that. Richard didn't deny it, admitting it without hesitation. I can see you're not interested in power, or those agonizing conflicts of interest. The Demon leader looked at Richard with a scrutinizing gaze, but not excessive. After sizing Richard up, he continued, this may not be a desirable trait for a leader, but for the leader of an alliance, it's a reassuring quality. I have the final say regarding the Demon clan. But I wonder if Your Excellency Miracle is willing to accept us, a bunch of pitiful creatures cornered in the corner. Oh! Why wouldn't I? Richard raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his tone. There are many, Lord Miracle, the Beholder leader said calmly. For example, it's not worth the effort to defend a dying civilization. This civilization may not obey my command. It's best to wait until they lose a few overlords before letting them join. Or, these guys look really strange. It's better to let them be destroyed. And so on. These are all good reasons. Is this the nature of beholders? Richard asked bluntly. Did I come across the dimensional storm just to play a trick on you? At this moment, time is money, my friend. Yes, I beg your pardon. The Beholder leader's voice remained calm. We are always wary of creatures outside our tribe, and of course, we also treat others within our tribe. This stems from our innate talents. Antioch may not be very intelligent, but I doubt he has yet to tell you our abilities. What abilities? We can discern people's hearts, the Beholder leader said seriously. You could say we have an innate ability that borders on mind reading. We can see emotions, seeing a person's inner thoughts, and your sincerity shines like gold. So, I apologize again for my probing. Even the Overlord can see this? Richard was a little surprised. This ability must have gone beyond the realm of spiritual talent. Of course, I am also the Overlord after all. The Demon leader replied calmly. Richard took out the contract. The Demon leader glanced at it, and signed his name on it. In an instant, an invisible shackle fell upon all members of the Wizarding Union and the Demon civilization. It looks like things haven't reached their worst. The Beholder leader closed and opened his eyes, a hint of surprise in his tone. That monster doesn't seem to be anchored to our dimension, at least not completely. Our dimension has become connected to the Alliance dimension. Damn it! The Beholder leader's voice suddenly became panicked, and then a dimensional portal, like a rift, opened before him. That dimensional storm was a bit too massive. There's a problem with the coordinate transfer. I need to deal with it. Damn it! Looking at the vanishing Beholder leader, Richard shrugged and glanced at the surrounding Beholder elders. Everyone who is in charge of technology. Our technical team needs to discuss some technical matters with you. Me. A Beholder elder with purple eyes came up to Richard. I'm Mora, one of the technical elders. My people are responsible for the construction and development of war machines. Excellent, Elder Mora, gather your technicians immediately. We must begin production immediately. Richard's voice was hurried, yet his tone was calm. You all know that even with my arrival, the devourers of civilization will not abandon their offensive against this world. Although their fleets and legions were destroyed by Antioch and they can rebuild this kind of equipment in a short time. This war is not over yet. Is this your technology? In the laboratory, Richard observed the technology Elder Mora demonstrated before him, a flicker of shock crossing his face. Before him, Elder Mora was mentally manipulating what looked like a mass of sand. The sand looked ordinary, but Richard could easily see through its essence. A group of ultramicroscopic Gestalt creatures. This Gestalt creature appears to be made of a formless material, but according to Elder Mora, this is just one type of particle they possess. They possess many such particles, each with a distinct function. Yes, it seems you have grasped the secret of the particles. With a thought, Elder Mora's particle beside him transformed into a near-identical model of Richard. Our technology is based on particles. By adjusting their internal structure and imprinting their souls, we can create almost anything we need. Aren't you afraid of rebellion? Richard couldn't help but ask. Once these ultramicroscopic Gestalt creatures gather in sufficient numbers, they will inevitably develop intelligence. At that point, your weapons will become the very weapons that kill you. Miracle, would you cut off your own head? Elder Mora asked a rather baffling question. Of course not, unless absolutely necessary. The particles think so too. Elder Mora waved his tentacles, and in an instant, the entire laboratory shattered, transforming into a mass of particles. A strange mental wave emanated from this mass of particles, like millions of voices speaking simultaneously. Miracle, the Eye Demon and I have a symbiotic relationship. The Eye Demon transforms me, promoting my reproduction, and I aid them in their battles, helping them achieve whatever they desire. Richard gazed at the particle mass, his heart once again filled with endless admiration for the wonders of the astral realm. Brilliant. But after sighing, Richard shook his head slightly. However, this symbiotic relationship limits your technology. There are some technical methods that particles cannot achieve. No technological approach is comprehensive, Elder Mora said softly. Technology always requires trade-offs. Indeed, there are always trade-offs. Richard nodded slightly, and suddenly tore open the space. After groping around inside, he quickly pulled out two sealed objects. Since you're using particle technology, I think my two subordinates would be well suited to communicate with you. With that, the two seals shattered, revealing Wuxiang and Aldrich trapped within. These two seals were originally intended as a backup in case the two Gestalt creatures died on the battlefield, but at this moment, they were just the right thing to use to communicate with the Eye Demon. These are primordial particles. Elder Mora immediately recognized Wuxiang and Aldrich's identities, and the fiery gaze in his huge purple eyes seemed to become physical. Primordial particles are extremely important to the Eye Demons. The particles they currently use are all developed from a single primordial particle. While this makes their use very convenient, it also limits their development. Thus, for years, the Eye Demons have been searching for new primordial particles. But unfortunately, as if by a twist of fate, they have searched for over 100,000 years without finding any new primordial particles. They are both my subordinates, both raised by me from the smallest stages. Richard touched Wuxiang and Aldrich and reiterated their identities. But right now, I think you need them. We do, Elder Mora said solemnly. Survival is the top priority. If we can't survive, everything else in the future will be meaningless. Richard nodded slightly, knowing that Elder Mora understood his point. Then go for it. They will cooperate. Galaxy World. Hee, what are Fate's methods? Across the vast Black Sea, the surging waves transformed into a humanoid face. It laughed eerily at the sky, its voice as evil as the whisper of a demon. You seek to escape fate, but fate will never let you. A bug caught in a spider's web cannot escape. Without words or emotion, a vast will suddenly surge from the void, instantly calming the sea. However, within the dark will of the devourer of civilization, a single speck of color remained indelible. It was the mark cast by the cursed corona, united with numerous overlords, the most sophisticated curse of this community. Driven by fate, this supposedly impossible curse was successfully imprinted upon the will of the devourer of civilizations. After the devourer of civilizations calmed the sea, war machines began to emerge one after another from the boundless black ocean of the galaxy world. These war machines included Titan's floating island warships, Hearthman's war fortresses, and even Wizard's floating fortresses, the battle platforms of the gods' kingdoms. Each of these war machines was the pinnacle of their respective civilizations, capable of serving as a mothership. But at this moment, they arrayed themselves in the astral plane like ordinary warships. The boundless sea of ether suddenly rippled, and a massive dimensional rift slowly opened in the void. A behemoth, so massive that it made the numerous war machines seem like sand, slowly emerged from behind the rift. The world fortress had been activated, and the war continued. Chapter 960. Hurry up, hurry up. The screeching of the overseers echoed endlessly across the vast construction site, where millions of beholders were constructing new fortresses. The Wizarding Alliance's conventional technology was almost identical to that of the Devourers of Civilization, a fact undoubtedly absurd to the beholders. As long as there was no technological gap, the Defenders, with their advantageous terrain, would have a significant advantage. However, due to the short time frame, even with the technical support brought by Richard, the beholders could only utilize a fraction of the available technology. Compound enchanted fortresses had the lowest technical requirements and offered the greatest battlefield benefits, so they were already being deployed on a large scale. However, compound alchemical fortresses required corresponding weapons and even tactics. The beholders were intensely discussing these matters with military technicians from the Wizarding Alliance. Are you over-provisioning conventional troops? In the military conference room, the beholder commander explained with some shock. These are just the most basic line-filling soldiers. They just need to hold the line and bring us news. Giving them such good equipment is a waste. Besides, our logistics simply can't support such rations. Friend, even if we can't afford it, we have to. A great wizard across from him spoke slowly. We're fighting a war we can't lose. At this juncture, let's forget about cost effectiveness. These line-filling soldiers can help us share the pressure, even if only a little. They're crucial to us. As for logistics, our technicians are accelerating the use of the technology. Once the technology is widely implemented, logistics will not be a problem. I don't think you understand our point, a Beholder commander said. We mean that with this equipment configuration, we can't even deploy it on a large scale. We've mobilized hundreds of billions of troops for this war. In addition to the Everdark world, several surrounding hub worlds are also engaged in war. If we follow this equipment configuration, we can only support the Everdark world, the main battlefield. The other hub worlds must be abandoned. Then give it up, an Abyssal Demon commander said gruffly. As long as the logistics lines aren't disrupted, giving them the hub world is a reasonable decision. As long as this great world isn't lost, we'd be strategically victorious. A strategic victory is worth 10,000 tactical victories. Hearing the Abyssal Demon commander's decisive decision, the Beholder commanders were shocked. Then a wave of anger surged in their hearts. Friends, a world can't be lost just like that, a Beholder commander with dark eyes said coldly. If you insist on pursuing a tactical victory, then you can proceed according to your previous tactics, the Abyssal Demon commander said without flinching. But you must understand that this is your home world. Every wrong decision you make increases the risk of this world's fall. You should be aware that direct participation by overlords in combat, as they did before, is rare. The next wave of attacks from the Devourer of Civilizations will be incredibly ferocious. With this, the Abyssal Demon commander suddenly threw a punch in the air. Like this. And your strategic defense is like the Birdman's light shield, seemingly protective, yet capable of being shattered by a single blow. You want everything? Then you end up with nothing. The Abyssal Demon commander's words left the Eye Demon speechless. Undoubtedly, the Abyssal Demon commander was right. The Eye Demon's technological gap is difficult to resolve quickly. If they want everything now, the end result will be nothing. However, abandoning those hub worlds is tantamount to abandoning the worlds they connect, and giving up trillions of lives. This decision would require careful consideration by not only the Lord of the World, but even the Overlord. Report it, my friend. The Great Wizard saw the Eye Demon's dilemma. This is not a decision you can make. Sea of Ether. What a shocking creature. Richard gazed at the dimensional Nematode King, now in a state of suspended animation, with only amazement in his eyes. After the war, this terrifying creature was eroded by the ether to the point of near death. To survive, this dimensional pest entered a state of suspended animation. In this state, its body exhibited a near-time frozen effect. This wasn't just a conventional dimensional force technique. It seemed to involve the invisible and intangible element of time. What exactly is time? Even the most knowledgeable goblin artisans in the community struggled to answer. Time is omnipresent, yet imperceptible. It crumbles the souls of masters and leads the world towards destruction. Whether the weakest bug or the most powerful master, time's ravages are unavoidable. But in this dimensional Nematode King, Richard saw traces of time. The dimensional Nematode King was now trapped in a near-eternal state, impervious to even the most violent ether. Richard attempted to use his dimensional power, but this near-omnipotent force proved ineffective. The dimensional Nematode King now seemed to exist in a different world from him. It seems I can only try the miracle fire. As he spoke, a flame of miracle fire appeared in Richard's hand. This magical flame could incinerate everything Richard had seen. It was his most powerful weapon. If it couldn't change the dimensional Nematode King's form, Richard would have to seal the beast with ether, to be displayed as a future exhibit at the Wizarding Civilization Museum or elsewhere. With a gentle flick, the miracle fire landed on the dimensional Nematode King. For a moment, the miracle fire trembled, as if about to go out. But soon, the flame stabilized. Then, the miracle fire began to spread, enveloping the entire dimensional Nematode King. Under the incineration of the miracle fire, the dimensional Nematode King's body suddenly began to soften. It worked! Richard, delighted, immediately retracted the miracle fire. Then he saw the softening body suddenly become indestructible. There was no intermediate state in the entire process. As soon as the miracle fire left, the dimensional Nematode King's body instantly became indestructible. Is this time? Richard observed this scene, feeling the mysteries of the astral realm were truly numerous. It seems this is all I can do. The time he had for research was too short, and the methods available to him were too limited. After sealing the dimensional Nematode King with ether, Richard immediately produced the small dimensional nematode he had sealed. The dimensional nematode's immunity to dimensional forces is worthy of study. If the secret can be understood, Richard can not only strengthen himself but also reverse the process, breaking through the enemy's defenses. I hope to discover something during this period. Richard held the dimensional nematode in his hand, his eyes fixed on the vastness of space. He had a hunch that this war would be crucial. Intelligence is an indispensable part of warfare. In ordinary wars between civilizations, both sides engage in lurking, reconnaissance, and even intelligence trading to secure intelligence. But in the wars of the devourers of civilization, intelligence is reduced to reconnaissance alone. Luring, spying, and intelligence trading, it's ridiculous to associate these things with the devourers of civilization. For the sake of intelligence, both the Wizarding Alliance and the devourers of civilization have placed countless intelligence probes in the vast sea of ether. Each of these intelligence probes is extremely small, but their reconnaissance range is vast. Furthermore, they rely on ether for power. Without external damage, a single intelligence probe can even function normally in the sea of ether for 10 years. After joining the Wizarding Union, the Beholders naturally learned the technology of intelligence probes. To gain even a fraction of a second's advantage in war, the Beholders spread hundreds of millions of intelligence probes around the Everdark world. These probes can detect the opening of dimensional gates, spatial fluctuations, and even penetrate some forms of cloaking. They are densely packed within a half-light-second radius around the Everdark world, making it impossible for even the most elite legions to penetrate them silently. Gola, how is the situation? In the reconnaissance fighter, a Beholder held a cup with its tentacles, looking a little tired. The reconnaissance fighter served as a staging post for intelligence probes, responsible for verifying intelligence and confirming it with the intelligence center on the ground. It was an easy job, but also a torturous one. The reconnaissance fighter's design was based on wizard designs, many of which were not friendly to Beholders. The extremely bright display screen was no different from a 500-watt light bulb to a Beholder. Therefore, they had to have the wizard technicians dim it to a level barely visible to ordinary people. Besides designing, focusing fully on the movements of the intelligence probes was also extremely demanding. For this reason, the scouts had to use potions to maintain their concentration. Still no problem, another Beholder replied. The Ether Sea is peaceful. It seems they dealt a heavy blow in their last battle. That's the best, replied the Beholder holding the cup. In a few days, our fortifications will be completely completed. And I heard the higher-ups are preparing a plan to summon support from other civilizations. Once these things are ready, that monster will definitely... Buzz! 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 A piercing buzzing sound suddenly echoed through the reconnaissance aircraft. It was the alarm from the intelligence probes, signaling the opening of the dimensional gate. But normal alarms wouldn't be this loud. The intelligence probes had a wide range, and the vibrations from the dimensional gate's opening would gradually fade away in the ether sea. This intense alarm was definitely caused by multiple probes being triggered simultaneously. Is this a fucking malfunction? The Beholder checking the situation practically screamed. The Beholder holding the cup stepped forward and saw that their probe verification interface had triggered tens of thousands of probes simultaneously. How is this possible? This thing is exquisitely crafted. The Beholder's words abruptly stopped before he could finish. His gaze followed the observation window into the pitch-black astral realm. Within that boundless astral realm, a vast world was slowly entering the ether sea from the infinite dimension. Chapter 961. The moment they saw the enormous entity appear, almost all the scouts froze in their tracks. People's imagination of the size of things is limited by their cognition. When imagining something enormous, they often fail to grasp its sheer size from the data. According to Wizards' calculations, even the smallest world they discovered had an area of 38 million square kilometers. If it were visualized as a square, its side would be over 6,000 kilometers long. Converted to meters, it would be over 6 million meters, equivalent to over 60 Richards unfolding their true form. And this was still the smallest world. A normal microworld would be over 10 times the area of this one, and a normal small world would be 10 times the area of a normal microworld. And now, having leaped out from the endless dimension, was one. No, 3 small worlds. The world fortresses that had leaped out from the endless dimension were not 1, but 3. These 3 fortresses, like emperors, commanded the star realm surrounding the great world of eternal darkness. The devourer of civilizations announced its arrival, and the start of war, in the grandest possible manner. World Fortress. What a grand gesture! Even Richard gasped as he watched the massive fortress that leapt from the infinite dimension. World fortresses were the most insane war machines of the previous civilization alliance, bar none. Each world fortress was constructed from a small world as its foundation, equipped with specialized anti-overlord weaponry. If the devourer of civilization's fortress was genuine, it would also house an overlord-class world tree. Moreover, it serves as a mobile platform for deploying war machines. The complex machinery within the World Fortress allows them to produce any conventional war machine, and with the Secret Realm storage, as long as the World Fortress is not destroyed, the legions will have an endless supply. In past wars, even the devourers of civilizations, faced with such weapons, often chose to deploy massive overminds for a saturation attack. But now, the legions of the Everdark world lack overminds as allies. They can only use their legions to combat these war weapons, which require overminds to destroy. Alas, I should have brought the Black Desert with me, Richard sighed softly, regaining his composure. His Black Desert is currently at the School of Miracles headquarters, and did not come with him. Returning to retrieve it now is clearly out of the question. With the signing of the Alliance contract, the Beholder civilization's dimension migrated towards the Wizarding Alliance's dimensional cluster. However, this migration was severely impacted by the dimensional storm. Even though the Beholder leader had entered the dimension to assist it in combating the storm, the Beholder dimension was still in trouble. The dimensional oscillations caused by this migration were continuously flowing into the astral plane through the eye demons. These oscillations would cause the coordinates of the dimensional gate to shift. This wouldn't affect Richard's departure, but returning would be difficult. Unless he could fly directly to the endless dimensional region corresponding to the eye demon civilization, similar to the civilization devourer, he could only rely on his luck, hoping that the dimensional oscillations would have a minimal impact on the dimensional gate and the coordinates would shift slightly. But that was obviously impossible. Although Richard didn't bring the Black Desert, he did bring his other belongings. If 3 world fortresses attack, this world will inevitably fall. But if only 2, there's still a glimmer of hope. Richard muttered, and a black-covered magic book appeared in his hand. The pages of the magic book moved without a breeze, countless runes flowing between the pages, eventually transforming the magic book and the book into a massive, complex alchemical device. Energy and dimensional power surged into the machine like a tide, and a terrifying aura of destruction continuously emanated from the alchemical device. Richard looked towards a world fortress, and suddenly appeared outside the world. Try the world annihilation cannon, monster. Buzz, the brilliant torrent of energy spanned a distance of a fleeting second in a breath. In that time, a war fortress might have been able to make an emergency jump and forcibly survive. But for a world fortress of this size, any action required a tremendous amount of time and preparation. So this strike was a sure hit. Boom! The torrent of the world annihilation cannon instantly pierced the world fortress, leaving a long trail of vacuum in the ether sea. The world is a very solid thing, but it is also very fragile. The world annihilation cannon left a hole in the center of the world fortress, the size of an entire continent, and this hole directly shattered the stability of the world. The energy within the ley lines began to flow freely across the earth, and the world tree that could restrain this energy had been obliterated by the world annihilation cannon. This world fortress was dead, and all that remained was merely its dying warmth. Alas, what a pity, Richard sighed softly. This method can only be used once. Beside him, several limit-breaking level civilization devourer minions had already surrounded him without him noticing. Since the world fortress had been dispatched, there would naturally be no shortage of overlords accompanying them. Looking at the limit-breaking overlord's clone before him, the massive alchemical machine instantly disintegrated into countless runes, sinking into the Book of All Laws at its core. 3? You really think highly of me. Richard scoffed self-deprecatingly, grabbing the Book of All Laws in midair. Instantly, an extremely violent dimensional force surged into Richard's perception. The 3 limit-breaking level minions suddenly resonated at this moment, and a massive dimensional rift instantly engulfed Richard's body. Clearly, after their previous loss, the civilization devourer had realized the amplification power the ether sea could exert on Richard. Thus, their battle must not take place within the ether sea. Even further away, many demon elders also faced their overlords. King versus king, general versus general, soldier versus soldier. In a war of civilization, every class has its own battlefield. If he could go back in time, Gawain would definitely give his former self a slap in the face, and tell that fool to be more decisive when requesting a transfer. If he had applied just a day earlier, he would already be in the alchemy factory behind the Wizarding Union, living a classic life with Donna, raising children. Instead of now, fighting a group of nearly frenzied enemies in a fortress built by his mother's beholder. Boss, spell suppression. ASU's roar shook Gawain out of his regret. As a grassroots tactical instructor sent by the Wizarding Union, Gawain was now the commander of this fortress. In the Beholder's organization, the commander doesn't just issue orders. He also serves as a support unit. Using the alchemical power armor's built-in map system, Richard located the area requiring spell support, and then moved a tentacle-like object to fill the gap behind his head. While Beholder technology lags behind the Civilization Devourers in actual combat effectiveness, due to the unique nature of particle technology, many of their equipment possess functions that even the Civilization Devourers cannot achieve. For example, the spell support turrets Gawain currently utilizes. Through the reconstruction of Beholder technology, the spell turrets themselves possess basic intelligence. Combined with the Alchemical School's computing array, these turrets' intelligence has been further enhanced. Using mind synchronization technology, Gawain can merge his intelligence with these turrets, achieving a state of oneness between man and cannon. This is different from the mind upload used by wizards. In this state of oneness, Gawain's computing power and mental strength are greatly enhanced, allowing him to manipulate the turrets with meticulous precision. He could even proactively mobilize the particles that comprise the turrets, repairing vital areas or providing emergency defenses. Psychic synchronization complete, Gawain's 10 spell support turrets instantly activated. Instantly, concentrated beams of energy, each capable of 50,000, rained down like raindrops in the direction of support. Threat eliminated. That's a Titan squad. ASU's voice arrived just in time. As Gawain's deputy, his role was to act as an observer, checking for any gaps. Boom! A violent, trembling sound traveled along the corridor, rushing into Gawain's eardrums like a tiger, sending a sharp shudder through him. But then, Gawain shouted into the communication crystal ball, "Airborne strike! They've entered the fortress directly. Fighters inside, clear the fortress." On the upper level of the fortress, a half-melted drop pod slowly opened, and 5 furnace men in power armor emerged, their eyes scanning the surroundings calmly. Install the warp beacon and prepare to intercept the enemy. Yes. The warp beacon is a spatial tool used for operations behind enemy lines. Essentially, it's like a teleportation array, capable of transporting soldiers over long distances. It's ideal for operations behind enemy lines. However, the use of this beacon requires very strict spatial conditions. If the spatial conditions are not met, the warp may fail. It's very likely that after a warp, only 1 or 2 soldiers in a team will arrive intact. On this battlefield, spatial turbulence is even more intense than elemental phenomena, so one can imagine the spatial conditions. Even so, the warp beacon was activated. For the sake of victory in the war, the Devourer of Civilization had no regard for losses. Endless dimensions. Richard looked at the 3 limit-breaking clones beside him, a trace of distress on his face. 3. This is the true leader. I'm afraid it's going to take some effort. The power of multiple limit-breaking overlords is more than the sum of 1 and 1, and these 3 limit-breaking clones can be considered 3 bodies of the same overlord. Quickly destroying these 3 clones would undoubtedly be an extremely difficult task. Richard held the Book of All Laws in one hand, and the Hammer of Creation in the other. The Book of All Laws moved silently, its runes swirling endlessly. The Hammer of Creation slowly transformed into a rune warhammer, its head ablaze with golden miraculous fire. I can't be stingy with my dimensional power this time. Chapter 962. Dimensional power is one of the most important indicators of a master, even surpassing the threshold of breaking through at certain times. Dimensional power has only 2 sources: nourishment from the civilization dimension, and the devouring of other dimensions. This means that quickly restoring dimensional power is impossible. This is why veteran masters are so powerful. Time allows veteran masters to accumulate abundant dimensional power. But unfortunately, time is what Richard lacks most. Rune surged within the Book of All Laws, like a wave, rushing towards the Civilization Devourer clone beside Richard. The Book of All Laws records every sorcery ever created by Wizard Civilization, regardless of whether it has ever appeared. And what Richard is currently wielding is a sorcery created by the Transfiguration Corona, but never used before. Its name is the Deep Blue Sea. Faced with Richard's sorcery, the clones immediately took a defensive stance and began analyzing the structure and effects of the Deep Blue Sea. In an instant, information about the Deep Blue Sea flooded into the 3 clones' bodies like a tide. This was exactly what Richard had wanted. Ha, go analyze it. Richard sneered inwardly, and in a flash, he appeared before one of the clones. The clone's defenses hadn't been weakened by the analysis of the Deep Blue Sea. A layer of pitch-black composite barrier enveloped it, almost like an iron wall. This level of defense was so strong that even if the world outside were to be annihilated, it wouldn't have the slightest effect. But this wasn't enough for Richard. Gravity, activate, boom! The gravitational field, transformed by the dimensional force, tore through the clone's defenses. The violent gravitational field instantly transformed half of the clone's body into a small black hole. Ignited by the miraculous fire, the black hole instantly transformed into a blazing torch. Buzz! Buzz! Two brilliant flashes of energy suddenly erupted from behind Richard. As it attacked, the remaining two clones attacked without hesitation. Instantly, two nearly tangible, deep spikes pierced Richard's back. This was the ultimate challenge of fighting one against many. Any attack you make leaves the other two vulnerable. And in this situation with three overlords, practically conjoined twins, unless you can suppress them with pure force, you can only rely on defensive abilities to withstand them. Of course, quickly killing one with a powerful enough attack was a viable tactic. Alas, Richard's tactic didn't work. The clone, having lost half its body, quickly returned to its original form. Although its aura was a little weak, it had the Civilization Devourer behind it. As long as it couldn't be killed, the Civilization Devourer's true form would soon restore it to full strength. Richard felt the wound on his back. Hundreds of cellular dimensions had collapsed behind him from the previous attack. Though the injury wasn't serious, it was still a wound to Richard. And it was certain that this wasn't the Civilization Devourer's final resort. Such tactics were not uncommon in the hands of the Civilization Devourer. Looks a bit difficult. Richard narrowed his eyes, pondering his next move. He couldn't delay. The situation on the battlefield in the Everlasting Darkness world wasn't optimistic. Even though he had destroyed one world fortress, the remaining two still posed a formidable threat to the Everlasting Darkness world. These world fortresses could almost be considered a level 7 overlord. While they lacked the support of a dimension, their power was far beyond the reach of ordinary legions. If he couldn't quickly end the battle in the endless solitude, the fate of the Everdark world would be its engulfment. The other Demon Elders couldn't quickly engage the battle. Among all the participating overlords, only Richard possessed this ability. But what should he do? Even as Richard pondered, the Civilization Devourer's clones began to move. A dark red light emanated from them, transforming into chains that enveloped Richard. Richard felt a suffocating pressure from these chains. He was certain. These chains didn't have the power to harm, but they did have the power to seal. The Civilization Devourer attempted to seal Richard, cleverly circumventing fate's interference. Good idea. Richard sneered inwardly, and the invisible gravitational force instantly transformed into countless razor-sharp blades. Through divine power, these gravitational forces had become impervious to interference. The dimensional force and energy that formed the seal were naturally also within them. Gravitational blades burst forth from Richard's body, slicing through the connections between these energies like butter, instantly breaking the seal. This was exactly what the Devourer of Civilizations desired. The Devourer of Civilizations clones watched this scene, their eyes devoid of emotion, only cold. They calmly analyzed the scene, constantly searching their databases for similar situations. Soon, a piece of data appeared in their minds. This data came from a civilization even older than the previous Civilization Alliance. That civilization was equally powerful, but unfortunately, they hadn't taken the final step, and so ultimately, they were devoured. Dimensional rules. The name of this data flashed through the minds of the Civilization Devourer clones. At the same time, the techniques to counter this method also emerged in their minds. Instantly, the Civilization Devourer clones erupted with the same gravitational fluctuations. Although these gravitational forces were not as powerful as Richard's, and seemed somewhat unsystematic, they also achieved the same effect as supernatural powers. Richard's technological advantage was instantly broken. This situation is not good. Richard's heart sank slightly as he watched this scene. Supernatural powers were his greatest reliance. If they were broken, his technological advantage would be gone. Without a technological advantage, Richard would find it difficult to quickly end this battle. It seems I still have to spend a lot of money. The hammer of creation in Richard's hand suddenly glowed. A steady stream of dimensional power continuously flowed into it. The hammer of creation had more than just the ability to transform into a weapon. It also had the ability to break through dimensional powers. Richard's ability was to manipulate probability. Once this ability was broken, its potential was simply immeasurable. But similarly, breaking this limitation would require a massive amount of dimensional power. Richard had already become a civilization leader, but his dimensional power was still insufficient to sustain him for a prolonged period of power breaking. I hope my limited reserves are sufficient, Richard muttered to himself. After enveloping himself in a gravitational barrier, he charged straight towards a Civilization Devourer clone. As for the other Civilization Devourer clones, he simply chose to ignore them. His barrier was enough to protect him from any attack, provided he was lucky enough. Large numbers of enemies detected. Large numbers of enemies detected. The I-Demon communicator roared over the communication system. Requesting support, requesting support. Large numbers of enemies? Gawain listened to the report, his brow furrowed. How could there be large numbers of enemies? How many enemies could a drop pod land on? No more than a dozen, far from a large number. And they were still defending themselves against air attacks. The drop pod would rarely reach the ground intact. Not to mention the enemy forces within, even if only half survived. But the Eye Demon communicator clearly wouldn't speak nonsense. So there must be factors he wasn't aware of. Commander, I have received this, Gawain said in a low voice. Your support will be arriving shortly. Report your situation now. How many people? What kind of enemies? What kind of equipment do they have? The Eye Demon communicator's voice paused, followed by a faint hum of energy and the sound of bodies burning. Sorry, sir, Carlo is dead. I'm reporting now. What did you ask? A strange voice replaced the Eye Demon communicator and continued the communication. Gawain repeated his request, and the new Beholder communicator immediately began to provide the detailed information Gawain needed. These are Hearthborn, clad in thick, finely crafted power armor. There are approximately 200 to 300 of them, and their numbers are constantly increasing. Their firepower is formidable. If it weren't for the fortress's favorable terrain, our group would have been reduced to ash. Heatborn. Gawain's voice was filled with astonishment. Logically, the drop pod's personnel should be titans. To deal with these giants, they had built the fortress's rooms and passageways so narrow. But now that the hard men had become the main force of the drop pods, their designs were naturally useless. However, they also had a strategy for dealing with the hard men. The enemy is coming in continuously, right? Gawain continued. Yes, the Eye Demon communicator's voice was tinged with fear. These people are coming in continuously. We've killed at least 30 or 40 of them, but their numbers haven't dwindled, but are actually increasing. It's as if there's a troop carrier behind them, constantly delivering troops. Continuously, Gawain's mind raced, trying to figure out the secret behind this, but the situation on the battlefield clearly didn't allow him to think so slowly. Gawain hung up the communication and immediately began mobilizing his troops. Number 2, 13, 14, 15. Teams that heard my order, quickly support teams 3 and 5. The rest of you, remain silent. The Hearthman's army may have infiltrated the fortress. Stay alert. The team leader's response came from the communication crystal ball. The army was rapidly providing support according to Gawain's orders. But before Gawain could hear the result, a loud bang echoed from above. Boom! The ceiling of the room shook violently, and bits of debris fell from the corners. Damn, what a coincidence! Gawain cursed inwardly, immediately restraining his magical fluctuations. This time, the location was very close, right above him. If he wasn't careful, the Hearthman's weapon would definitely burn through the ceiling, adding another entry to his death record. ASU, come here. Someone's approaching. Gawain sent a message to ASU, and then quietly approached up the passage. He had only 2 choices at this moment. 1, remain silent and wait for the other teams to deal with it. 2nd, take the initiative and take control of your own destiny. Clearly, the latter option was more in line with his wishes. Besides, the new drop chamber was an opportunity. He had to see what tricks these furnace people would come up with next. Chapter 963. Although Gawain was an alchemist, his basic military skills were no less than those of other wizards. And camouflage and stealth were essential skills for an elite wizard, though they were in use most of the time. After receiving the news, Asu, moving forward in the same manner, approached Gawain. The two had been partners for many years, so their movements naturally synced with one another. Without words, a single glance revealed each other's intentions. They silently approached the upper levels, their movements accompanied by subtle vibrations of energy that continuously entered their perceptions along the walls. This isn't right. Gawain's heart sank. The fortress was constructed of enchanted composite materials, highly absorbing energy and even shockwaves. Unless it was an extremely violent attack, there wouldn't be even the slightest vibration within the fortress. And now that the airborne strike had concluded, an attack from the outer layers shouldn't have caused such significant vibrations. What are they doing? Directional blasting? Gawain had no idea. He could only continue forward. The squad leaders' voices echoed through the communication system. Target detected, target detected. Enemy infiltrating the fortress, enemy infiltrating the fortress. We are blocking the enemy. We need reinforcements. The squad leader's voice weighed heavily on Gawain's heart. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap. The 2 men reached the upper level, where a dilapidated drop pod appeared before them. The outer shell of the drop pod was riddled with melted holes, and only a small portion remained intact. In this intact portion, 3 hard men survived. At this moment, 2 of the 3 hard men were defending, while one was setting up a complex machine. The vibration they felt was coming from that machine. Gawain couldn't identify what it was, but his intuition told him that the device was the ultimate reason for the Hearthmen's constant reinforcements. Without hesitation, Gawain immediately took action. ASU rushed forward immediately. His alchemical power armor was reinforced to withstand heavy blows. He himself was a melee fighter. His exquisitely crafted death sword was enough to penetrate any energy defense below the 50,000 energy level. Furthermore, his hand armor was equipped with a custom-made disintegration force field that Gawain had commissioned. Gawain stood behind him, his alchemical power armor extending several mechanical arms. These arms were equipped with small disintegration cannons. After numerous modifications, this weapon has become a must-have for elite wizards. The small disintegration cannons emitted several colorful flashes, instantly piercing the two alert hard men. ASU followed closely behind, braving the attacks of the hard men to reach them. His instant death sword shattered the energy barrier with a single strike, and with his hand armored with a disintegration field, he punched through the chests of both hard men. In a single breath, the two level 3 hard men were dead. The last hard man tried to resist, but Gawain's disintegration cannon immediately pierced his brain. ASU delivered the finishing blow, while Gawain made his way to the Hearthman's corpse. For an elite wizard, Gawain possessed considerable knowledge and accomplishment. Compared to some of his illiterate peers, he was undoubtedly a top student. So after fiddling with it for a while, he recognized the purpose of the warp beacon and immediately understood the Hearthman's tactics. Regardless of losses, this war is becoming increasingly difficult, Gawain whispered. But as a soldier, no matter how difficult the war, he had to bite the bullet and fight. He put away the warp beacon and immediately passed the message to the headquarters. In the headquarters, the war instructors from the Wizarding Union and the Beholder commanders read the reports from below without a word. A crushing silence filled the entire headquarters. Regardless of losses, regardless of cost, he is determined to seize this world, the Beholder commander whispered. So we can't let him succeed, the Wizard commander's voice was low. But what can we do? In the face of absolute power, our tactics are useless. We've done everything we can, a Beholder commander said with a hint of despair. All done? I don't think so, the demon commander from the Abyss said, his voice still calm. For an abyssal demon, dying in battle isn't a bad thing. To die in such a grand war brings a deep sense of satisfaction. Of course, surviving would be even better. What are you trying to say? The demon commander asked. I'm saying we haven't given it our all. A sudden, frantic smile crossed the abyssal demon's face. This world hasn't yet transformed into the abyssal world. If it does, then we won't be completely at a disadvantage in this war. Abyssal transformation, the Wizarding Union's final trump card. A world transformed by the abyss is irreversible. This is a difficult thing for any civilization to accept. Unless it's the final moment, no civilization would be willing to accept their world being transformed by the abyss. But now, the Demons seem to have no choice. Instantly, all commanders focused their attention on the Demon Chief Commander. With the Demon Elders absent, he alone could make the decision. Abyssal transformation? The Demon Chief Commander's voice was heavy. This was a difficult decision. If this world were transformed into the abyss, the Demon's home world would cease to exist. All they had left was the abyssal world known as the Great World of Eternal Darkness. But if this world were devoured by the Devourer of Civilizations, they would have no place to commemorate their past. Regardless of the loss, regardless of the cost. If they can do it, so can we. The Chief Commander's voice suddenly grew louder, a hint of determination etched in it. I, under the command of the Demon Commander-in-Chief, order the abyssal transformation to be carried out within the Everdark world. The Devourer of Civilization's ambition to devour this world must be thwarted. Yes, Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief. The numerous commanders responded in unison. In the boundless void, a giant wielding a golden, flaming hammer stood like a mythical deity, the creator of the universe. With every swing of his hammer, the force of creation resonated throughout the void. Each of his strikes was flawless, each one precisely targeting the weak points of the Devourer of Civilization's clone, its vulnerable spot. Nothing in this world is perfect, whether sorcery or anything else. The Devourer of Civilization was no different. His defenses inevitably contained flaws. These flaws would normally be insignificant, but under the influence of Richard's power, they were magnified into flaws. Faced with such a formidable power, even the Civilization Devourer's clones were forced to temporarily retreat. While attacking, he was enveloped in a gravitational barrier. This barrier appeared unremarkable, but it always managed to deflect the Civilization Devourer's attacks at crucial moments. The Civilization Devourer had clearly discovered Richard's ability, and countermeasures flashed through his mind. He knew this ability wasn't limitless. Probability was a fundamental ability at the very bottom of the world. If it were limitless, the Overlord could even transform himself into a 9th-level creature the moment he gained it. The astral plane is infinite, and everything is probabilities. Therefore, there must be a limit to the probability it can amplify. Richard's near-unlimited ability to amplify probability must have some hidden means behind it. And this means must be extremely costly. As long as he could hold out until Richard could no longer sustain the effort, he would be victorious. Suddenly, Richard swung the hammer of creation. Burning with miraculous fire, the hammer instantly pierced the body of a Civilization Devourer. At the same time, his gravitational barrier shattered under the attack. This had never happened before. Richard's face darkened, and he tried to reorganize his defenses, but his speed was no match for the Devourer of Civilizations. The 2 Devourer of Civilizations clones seized upon this opportunity, their bodies shimmering with runes so blasphemous that even a mere world master would go mad at the mere sight of them. But on the Devourers of Civilizations, these runes stretched endlessly, practically endless. Crimson thorns sprouted from their hands, ignoring Richard's hastily assembled defenses, and wrapping themselves around him like chains. The spikes pierced Richard's body, continuously draining his energy. At the same time, waves of blasphemous whispers echoed in Richard's ears. These whispers constantly disturbed his mind, preventing him from making correct judgments and even thinking. Damn it! Richard's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately tried to break free from the restraints. But the Devourer of Civilization was clearly prepared. The whispers in Richard's ears suddenly intensified, almost instantly overcoming his spiritual defenses. In this battle, not only Richard would learn, but the Devourer of Civilization would learn as well. The Devourer of Civilization had already seen Richard's weakness, Richard's spirit. Richard's soul had not yet reached its limit, and his age did not allow him to possess strong mental defenses, that is, willpower. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he would have to attack the spirit. And his thinking was undoubtedly correct. Richard was powerless against their methods, even if these thorns were nothing more than something he could easily break free of. Blasphemous runes surged along the thorns toward Richard's body. The Devourer of Civilization needed to seal Richard to buy time, and the Hammer of Creation, thrown by Richard, was also captured by them. The Civilization Supreme Treasure was also a treasure to the Devourer of Civilization. If they could taint and devour it, they would gain all the powers of the Civilization Supreme Treasure. They stood in a triangle, connected by chains. Blasphemous runes continuously flowed from their bodies, and the chanting echoed in the void like a choir of 100,000 people. Richard's fate seemed sealed. Just as the seal was about to be completed, the Hammer of Creation suddenly ignited with a miraculous fire once again. But this time, the flames burned fiercely and continuously, like a wildfire, instantly igniting all 3 clones. This process took only a moment, and before the Devourer of Civilization could even react, the flames engulfed them. A furnace illuminated by molten gold runes loomed within the Hammer of Creation. At the same time, Richard's body trembled violently, shattering the crimson thorns into pieces. His eyes cleared, a hint of sarcasm on his face. Though you appear mechanical, I know you're a greedy man. You never give up on a treasure that's within your grasp. Chapter 964. Although the Devourer of Civilizations displayed many inhuman traits, Richard could sense that beneath him lay a greed almost as deep as the abyss. The Devourer of Civilizations was an insatiable creature. He was born to devour war and civilization. Though he often displayed remarkable calmness and restraint, when faced with the opportunity to be greedy, he would never give up even the slightest advantage. For example, just now, Richard's soul had been tainted by his blasphemous whispers, and his body was controlled by his thorns. Under such circumstances, he would never let go of such a valuable item as the Hammer of Creation. Of course, even if he did, the Hammer of Creation would strike the Devourer of Civilizations according to Richard's pre-programmed commands. Richard knew that even if he could kill one of his 3 clones, the remaining clones would still be able to hold him back. He was not a leader. He had simply reached a leadership level in terms of defense. Therefore, if he wished to intervene in the ensuing war, he would have to capture all 3 Civilization Devourer clones. This was not an easy goal to achieve, so Richard resorted to a risky tactic, using himself as bait to lure the Civilization Devourer into the trap. So far, his plan had proven highly effective. The golden miracle fire blazed fiercely. Richard's reckless use of it ignited an endless supply of miracle fire within the miracle furnace. Even if the Civilization Devourer possessed the ability to resist miracle fire, it would be thwarted by the endless flames. They wanted to escape, But how could Richard give them the chance? The magical gravity well trapped them firmly in place, unable to move. With the burning of the miracle fire, the battle seemed to have come to an end. Buzz! A flash of light suddenly struck Richard's vest. Hundreds of thousands of cellular dimensions behind Richard were instantly annihilated. He turned abruptly, only to see a dimensional portal that had opened behind him. Dimensional destruction cannon? That can't kill me. Richard smiled a mocking smile. It seemed to him that the devourer of civilization seemed a little irritated. But soon, his smile faded. In the void, dimensional portals slowly opened, emanating a destructive aura that even he would retreat from. Anti-dominant weapons. Countless anti-dominant weapons. For a long time, Richard and the Wizarding Union had overlooked one thing. The devourer of civilizations was far more efficient than they were. They relied on their sheer size to compete. Efficiency is crucial for the creation of certain weapons. Anti-overlord weapons are one such example. The civilization devourer's high efficiency allows him to mass-produce anti-overlord weapons. The only thing limiting his development is materials. The materials for anti-overlord weapons aren't readily available. Gathering them requires a tremendous amount of effort, manpower, and resources. The locations where these materials are found often possess unique conditions, some of which pose no threat to living creatures, but the vast majority require the overlord's own hands to obtain. Conversely, the seemingly most difficult task in creating this ordinary civilization is actually the simplest. If the devourer of civilization so desired, he could summon a dozen overminds to jointly craft weapons, forcing production efficiency to the maximum. And now, the devourer of civilizations had finally revealed his trump card. In the void before Richard, behind each dimensional gate stood a weapon against overminds. Combined, these weapons were powerful enough to incinerate a broken line overmind in an instant. And now, they were being used as props to delay Richard. You really don't want me to leave? Richard raised his brow, thinking it looked like he wouldn't be able to leave today. Using weapons of this magnitude showed the devourer of civilizations was determined to win this war. No matter what Richard did, he couldn't stop him from conquering this world. It seems we can only rely on those little guys down there. I hope they can be decisive and spread the abyssal contamination as soon as possible. As long as the abyssal contamination spread, even if the devourer of civilization succeeded, it would only be able to consume a portion. Ha ha, the smell of home. The demon commander of the abyssal civilization breathed a sigh of relief as he sniffed the air thick with the abyssal scent. For abyssal creatures, while the normal world was survivable, the abyssal environment was far more suitable. Following the orders of the Eye Demon Commander-in-Chief, abyssal pollution began to spread throughout the Everdark world. For the Eye Demons, this was a difficult decision they had to make. But for the Abyss, it was a form of civilizational expansion, though that might be a bit unethical. Under the erosion of the Abyss, the land of the Everdark world took on a deep, dark red hue. Plants living on the surface began to become aggressive under the influence of the abyssal power, some even becoming carnivorous plants. Even less intelligent animals were transformed into abyssal creatures by the Abyss. Clouds of abyssal spores began to appear in the sky. They not only spread abyssal contamination, but also served as a weapon in their own right. The Abyss was essentially a weapon used to combat the devourer of civilizations. Everything about it was born for combat. These spore clouds were highly corrosive, and this corrosiveness was effective against devourer of civilizations' weapons that had not been transformed into black fluid. Corrupted organisms would transform into abyssal creatures, and corroded matter would also transform into abyssal creatures. While the devourer of civilizations was recovering, the Abyss was also constantly evolving. The devourer of civilizations quickly noticed the abyssal encroachment and had a comprehensive plan to combat this weapon, developed by the Shepherd Titan specifically to target it. In the astral realm, the vast world fortress began to produce a special machine. These weapons resembled flying saucers, but they emitted not beams of light but flames. These weapons could incinerate the earth, burning away all alien energy within it, restoring it to its original state. This technology originated from a civilization older than the previous civilization alliance. That civilization's home world was severely polluted by war, forcing them to expend immense time and energy purifying their world. As the abyssal pollution began, both sides tacitly began deploying weapons of destruction. For the Eye Demons, the abyssal pollution had already begun, so deploying weapons of destruction was naturally a minor matter. For the devourers of civilizations, however, no matter how ravaged a world was by war, its ultimate fate was to be reduced to black liquid. Under the effects of these weapons of destruction, both sides paid a horrific price. Tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides died every minute on the battlefield. The Eye Demons' casualty figures looked even more impressive because they possessed the fortress. However, the Eye Demon's casualties were expended by their own lives, while the Civilization Devourer consumed only reusable phantoms. Give him enough time, and how many legions of this kind could he have? Regardless of the cost, regardless of the loss. Strategic target detected, coordinates 7650, 5732. On the battlefield, Gawain reported the coordinates to his nearby crystal ball, while using his reconnaissance gear to determine the enemy's movements. When the destructive weapons began to be unleashed at random, Gawain realized that the fortress was a concrete coffin. No matter how sturdy the fortress was, it could not withstand the continuous onslaught of destructive weapons. So Gawain simply gave up his position as commander and volunteered to become a scout. He was responsible for roaming the battlefield, observing high-value targets, and then notifying the rear to deploy the destructive weapons. This job seemed dangerous, but in reality, it was far from safe. However, this was the safest job Gawain could find. He knew that remaining in the fortress would only lead to a slow death, while wandering the battlefield offered a glimmer of hope. They were agile, highly mobile, and of little value. The deployment of legions and weapons of destruction required value, but Gawain was clearly not worth a legion's pursuit, or even a single weapon of destruction. Even Civilization Devourers demanded value. His entire energy was now focused on controlling his clones in battle. At this moment, it was unrealistic to effortlessly summon vast fleets and weapons of war, as was the case during their free time. All the weapons currently wielded by the Civilization Devourer Legion came from the World Fortress within the astral plane. As the coordinates were reported, a sharp humming sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Then, a flash of light descended from the sky, instantly burning a crater over 5 kilometers in diameter at the coordinates. All the Titan legions within, along with their weapons of war, were reduced to ash. Target eliminated, Gawain declared to headquarters. With that, he led ASU in a new direction. On the battlefield, nothing could be heard except the humming of energy. No matter how vast the Civilization Devourer Legion was, it could not fill the entire land. Between battlefields, vast empty areas lay. Gawain walked across the land and suddenly stopped. Spatial turbulence and elemental phenomena had rendered this once fertile land incomparably barren. Under the saturation attack from both sides, everything was reduced to ashes. Even Gawain couldn't collect any souvenirs. ASU, what exactly is our war all about? Gawain suddenly asked. Looking at the desolate battlefield, a wave of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. What is their war for? Survival? But if it comes down to each individual, their survival time will actually be shorter than if they hadn't participated in the war. If it's for the continuation of civilization, then civilization is too grand. So grand that it's suffocating. Boss, your thinking is very wrong. ASU's voice remained indifferent, even though Richard's words had already tainted thought rhyme. I know, but I still want to hear your opinion. What do I think? I don't have any opinion, ASU replied. For the wild orcs, war is a matter of course. We fight because it's necessary, not to protect or perpetuate anything. We are a clan, and participating in war is our duty. Is that so? Gawain exhaled, his eyes still blank. My boss, pondering such philosophical questions now. Bang! A sudden explosion erupted beside Gawain, a violent flash of light instantly engulfing him. ASU looked towards the source of the attack, and 12-tail flame suddenly erupted from behind him, instantly accelerating him to 200 times the speed of sound. At this speed, the death sword in his hand decapitated a half-dead Hearthman soldier with ease, slicing through his head like tofu. The creature's body was buried in the loose earth, and there was no energy fluctuation, so neither Gawain nor ASU noticed his presence. Having neutralized the threat, ASU quickly rushed towards Gawain. Gawain looked somewhat disheveled at the moment. His alchemical power armor had been nearly completely destroyed by the blow, completely melted. Boss, how are you? I'm fine. Gawain raised his hand, stopping ASU's questioning. He approached the furnace soldier and blasted a white-hot flame from his hand, purifying it. ASU, I think you're right. Huh? ASU was a little bewildered. Now is definitely not the time to ponder such philosophical questions. The best time to do so would be before the war, or after it. Chapter 965. War Zone 32 has fallen. Only 320,000 of the 50,000 defense troops remain. War Zone 35 has fallen. Only 110,000 of the 50,000 defense troops remain. War Zone 39 has fallen. Only 1,630,000 of the 50,000 defense troops remain. War Zone 42 has fallen. In the War Zone headquarters, the Eye Demon Commander-in-Chief felt almost numb as he read the reports of losses from the front lines. A large world is a difficult target for any civilization to conquer. Its vast territory can accommodate a vast amount of resources. As long as the logistics channels to the rear are not cut off, it is not uncommon for wars over large worlds to last for hundreds, or even thousands of years. A previous civilization alliance even fought a tug-of-war with the civilization devourer on a large world for over 5,000 years, and in the end, the civilization devourer was unable to conquer that world. In just 3 months since the war began, the Eye Demons have lost over 7 billion troops and 150 war zones. Every Beholder Legion able to participate in this war was an elite force. They were all veterans of war, some even honored legions, who had fought in the Beholder Civil War. But in this war, whole legions of them were decimated. The Everdark world was the most authentic of the great worlds, equivalent to 10 medium-sized worlds, 100 small worlds, and 1,000 micro-worlds. When demarcating the war zones, each zone was sized to the size of a micro-world. In other words, the Devourer of Civilization spent 3 months conquering 150 micro-worlds. On average, more than 1.5 worlds were conquered every day. Of course, this pace naturally brought enormous losses. According to rough estimates, the number of hard men killed on the side of the Devourer of Civilizations has reached 30 billion, and the number of Titans has reached nearly 200 million. As for the losses in their war machines, they are so vast that they are almost impossible to count. This is the point of no expense. The Devourer of Civilizations does not need casualties. They only want the great world of eternal darkness. Beside the Beholder Commander-in-Chief, the commanders from the Wizarding Alliance also felt a sense of dread. The intensity of this war was also beyond their imagination. If it continued, they had no doubt that this war would wipe out a generation of the Beholders. What a monstrosity! The Wizard Commander looked at the map. The steadily advancing battle line on the map was like a mountain about to fall upon them, making him breathless. Frontline battle report. A voice suddenly broke the silence in the conference room. The commander's eyes instantly focused on the commander who had spoken. He pulled out a battle report, his tone tinged with excitement. War Zone 145 has repelled the Civilization Devourer's attack. Repelled? Hearing this news, nearly every commander was startled. How could they be repelled? The Civilization Devourer's soldiers aren't trained. They're mere phantoms of the past. They can be summoned at will. So, they don't have a problem with declining troop quality. However, the Eye Demon civilization is different. The Eye Demon civilization's most elite legions are constantly being depleted, and the quality of the current Eye Demon Corps has actually declined somewhat. Logically speaking, War Zone 145 could not repel the Civilization Devourer's attacks. I know you're all surprised, but please believe me, I'm no less surprised. The commander, a descendant of the cursed demon, spoke with a touch of aristocratic aria. But the fact is, through the proper application of destructive weapons, we can hold the war zone. Speaking of which, Wizard, your people have performed a remarkable feat this time. Our people? The Wizard Commander stepped forward to take the battle report. Within this meticulously detailed report, a section prominently mentioned a wizard named Gawain and his followers. The War Zone Commander praised the wizard's reconnaissance efficiency. With Gawain's assistance, their destructive weapons were able to accurately thwart the Civilization Devourer's attacks. A single scout could have such an effect? The Wizard Commander stroked his chin. It seems we've somewhat overlooked the role of individual strength in this war. It's not individual strength, said a commander with a halo and distinct eagle features. It's the strength of the elite. They possess sufficient mobility and strength, and their surface value is low enough. This is a good idea. Perhaps we could equip some elite soldiers with high mobility equipment and repeat this tactic. Urgent report from the rear. A near shriek interrupted the Eagle Commander. A Beholder Commander hurried into the conference room, his pupils nearly dilated in his enormous eyes. This was a sign of extreme panic from the Eye Demon. Report from the rear. A Civilization Devourer army has been spotted on Hub World 75. Hub World 75. At the mere mention of this, every commander in the conference room shuddered. Hub World 75 was the most crucial hub in the Everdark World supply lines. If it were captured, Everdark World supply efficiency would plummet by 30%. Furthermore, the Civilization Devourers would certainly not deploy just one army. When one Civilization Devourer army was discovered near a world, the number of those still operating behind it would undoubtedly exceed the observable number by several, even dozens of times. Isn't he afraid of us surrounding and annihilating him by going around like this? The Dark Havoc Commander from the Natural Federation was puzzled. The Wizard Commander sighed. So what if he's surrounded and annihilated? He can easily create these armies at any time with just a little time. But if he successfully captured the world, even if it was just to harass them, our supply chain would be severely impacted. The conference room fell silent again. The devourer of civilizations is a pure conspiracy. You know his thoughts and his purpose, yet you can't stop him. Is the dimensional oscillation still continuing? The demon commander suddenly asked. The demon commander replied, it's much weaker than before. If this rate of decline continues, the oscillation will disappear within 6 months. Then we just need to hold out for 6 months. Hearing this, the eagle commander of the god civilization was the first to react. Have you made a breakthrough in your abyssal webway technology? The demon commander nodded slightly. You've actually been clever for once. Indeed, you've made a breakthrough, but this technology is currently only applicable to medium to large-sized worlds, and requires them to be abyssalized by at least 50%. What's the effect? Asked the beholder commander. It can forcibly open the abyssal webway and conduct interworld teleportation. The beholder commander was somewhat incredulous. No distance limit? The demon commander's face flickered with a sinister smile. No distance limit has been discovered yet. Furthermore, based on this technology, we are developing a simpler interworld teleportation technique. If this technology succeeds, interworld travel will no longer require complex, sophisticated, and massive equipment. Only sufficient abyssal power, and a ritual will suffice. Although each civilization in the Wizarding Union has its own private research, the research results presented by the Demon Commander are still a nuclear bomb. Interworld teleportation technology is one of the greatest factors limiting war. If the interworld teleportation device is destroyed, even the most powerful civilization will have to travel across bit by bit. If this limit were removed, the worlds conquered by that civilization would be truly connected. Rackard, how long will it take? In the Beholder dimension, Richard's overlord puppet asked loudly, while marshalling dimensional power. Beside him, Rackard, the Eye Demon leader, looked as massive as a star. Countless tentacles stretched from his body into the void, resembling a radiant, flesh and blood eye sun. He was helping stabilize the overall dimensional power circulation within the Eye Demon civilization dimension. 5 more months. Rackard breathed, his voice as resounding as a god. 5 months. Richard felt his vision go dark upon hearing this time. He and Rackard had already been sorting through the civilization dimension for nearly a year and a half, and now, Rackard was telling him there were only 5 more months left. How long do you think the Everdark world can hold out? The Eye Demons are fearless of sacrifice. Will cannot stop energy. They must be stopped. Rackard's voice was resounding, yet piercingly sad. He was the leader of the Eye Demons, and those who had perished were his people. But now, like the impotent husband in some movie, he could only watch his home world invaded and his people slaughtered, unable to do anything. Richard looked at the grieving Rackard, and a sudden surge of anger welled up in his heart. He had come here to fight the devourer of civilizations, but now, he could only watch as the devourer of civilizations gradually invaded the Everdark world, unable to do anything about it. This was a humiliation. As this rage arose, it ignited Richard's soul. Richard's true self, now battling the devourer of civilizations clones in the infinite dimension, also felt this boundless fury. Anger is an emotion, a soul-stirring instinct. But how could a soul possess instincts when it lacks a flesh and blood body? The Soul School had delved deeply into this question, but ultimately failed to identify the true nature of emotion. But at this moment, Richard suddenly grasped a partial understanding of the secrets of this instinct. Emotions are vibrations in the very structure of the soul. Under the onslaught of rage, Richard's soul, which had suffered structural problems from the supreme trial, suddenly began to transform. This transformation wasn't a chaotic collapse, but it wasn't controlled growth either. It was like a passive evolution of the soul. Richard didn't know the ultimate outcome, but he could sense that he was getting closer to the boundary of his soul. At the same time, in the material world, the cellular dimensional cores within Richard's body began to transform in tandem with the transformation of his soul. Chapter 966. After integrating the dimension into his body, Richard never ceased his research and development. The dimensional life core, present in every cellular dimension, was the primary focus of his research. In his deductions with the Titan King, this dimensional life core should have been insignificant. However, the power it actually demonstrated indicated its importance. Prior to this, the overall increase in cellular dimensions had caused some movement. But that movement was extremely subtle. To make it observable would have required an infusion of a vast amount of dimensional power. At the time, Richard, anxious to reach the Eye Demon civilization, had not absorbed or developed it further. But now it seemed that these cores were not only related to the development of the cellular dimension, but were also closely linked to Richard's soul. Sensing the movement in his body, Richard, though unsure of its consequences, could sense the acceleration of the dimensional power within him. I should have thought of this sooner, Richard muttered to himself. His dimension was inextricably linked to his soul. Now that it had entered his body, it would inevitably form an even closer connection with his soul. The Devourer of Civilizations clones also noticed Richard's unusual movements. Instantly, dozens of dimensional portals appeared in the void, each one housing an anti-dominant weapon. Although the Devourer of Civilization didn't know exactly what Richard was doing, he was certain that the energy fluctuations within him were rising. The clones observed this with almost grim eyes, recording Richard's situation while orchestrating their attacks with machine-like precision. Under their control, the magical gravity transformed into a massive gravity well, trapping Richard firmly in place. They also disrupted the gravity distribution within the well. Any ordinary overlord, even one with a physical limit-breaking physique, would have been ripped apart. But Richard only bore the faintest trace of the traction. Behind the dimensional gate, dozens of attacks descended upon Richard almost simultaneously. Each of these attacks was incredibly powerful, each one costing a fortune. If calculated using the prices of the Wizarding Union, this volley was equivalent to launching a medium-sized world. The strange phenomena brought about by the attacks lingered in the void for a long time. Flashes of light, flames, cursed creatures summoned by the mysterious power. Richard's figure was nearly submerged. But the next moment, all of these things shattered. I see. Richard stood still, the dimensional force emanating from him fluctuating wildly, like a volcano about to erupt. After integrating the dimension into my flesh, it merged with my bloodline to form a completely new bloodline, one that transcends the code of life. However, because my soul hasn't broken through its limitations, and can't change as freely as a soul that has, a soul mismatch exists, resulting in my mediocre combat power. Richard looked towards the Devourer of Civilizations clone, his mountainous form appearing before it almost instantly. Then, as soon as my soul structure changes, the power of this body will be unlocked. Bang! With a roar, Richard simply delivered a punch, shattering the Devourer of Civilizations clone. The entire body, soul included, disintegrated in the blow. The speed was so fast that the other two clones didn't even have time to organize their attacks. Richard looked at another clone again. His aura had instantly weakened significantly after he delivered that punch. However, this didn't affect Richard's momentum. He stood in the void, as if he were the center of the entire endless dimension. To put it in one sentence, it was supreme above all else. This sudden change caught the Civilization Devourer off guard. He knew many methods to increase combat power in a short period of time. But his database had never found any secret method that could allow a limit-breaking overlord to instantly unleash a near-leader-like combat power. Neither the previous Civilization Alliance nor any civilization older than it had possessed such incredible technology. But his incomprehension didn't slow him down. The next moment, the Civilization Devourer made the most correct decision. Run! Though Richard's aura was weakening, no one could guarantee that he could deliver another punch. Limit-breaking clones were precious to him, and he couldn't afford to waste them so easily. Fight if you can, flee if you can't. In terms of keeping silent and not participating in major decisions, the Civilization Devourer had achieved perfection. Watching the disappearing Civilization Devourer clone, Richard's previously languishing aura instantly vanished. So cautious. Richard observed the vanishing Civilization Devourer clone with a slight sense of regret. If the Civilization Devourer could have engaged him, he could have killed another. The changes in his soul structure had unleashed his potential. However, this wasn't entirely a good thing for Richard. His languid aura wasn't a feint. The previous punch had truly drained a significant amount of his dimensional power. It had nearly drained his reserves. If he wanted to continue fighting, he would have to draw upon the cellular dimension to absorb dimensional power. Alas, I have too little dimensional power, Richard lamented inwardly. If I had 10,000 years to accumulate dimensional power, I could probably launch a counterattack right now. Compressing his composure, Richard immediately opened a dimensional portal behind him. But this dimensional portal didn't lead to the Eternal Darkness world. Dimensional interference prevented him from accurately locating the Eternal Darkness world. He had to travel to the I-Demon dimension to stabilize it, and then use it to enter the Eternal Darkness world. He didn't know how long this process would take, but now that he had gained the upper hand, the Civilization Devourer should withdraw from the battlefield below. The World Fortress was a labor-intensive craft. If he destroyed it completely, even the Civilization Devourers would need time to rebuild it. A pitch-black shuttle-shaped shell descended from the sky, landing precisely on the rooftop of a beholder fortress. The next moment, the shell exploded, instantly destroying the entire spatial structure of the Beholder Fortress. The spatial anchors used to stabilize the structure were only a psychological comfort in the face of destructive weapons. Instantly, the shattered space shredded the Beholder defenders within the fortress. Even the Beholder World Master who remained within was cut in half. Boom! The massive fortress collapsed with a loud bang, and a purple blood mist mixed with dust drifted into the air, like the breath of death. Beneath the ruins of the fortress, the Beholder World Master reported the data with a somewhat numb expression. He had witnessed this scene more than once in recent days. Command, Fortress 45 has been destroyed by the enemy. The remaining defender is one person. Command has received this. Please relocate immediately. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't carry out this order. The Lord of the Eye Demon World looked up at the ruined sky and saw 3 hardmen fighters approaching overhead. I am Marenko of the Purple Eye Clan. Tell my father, old Marenko, that I have not brought shame upon him. Ziz is easy. The communication ended. The command officer wrote down Marenko's last words. Suddenly, his tentacles paused, and he began to search through the documents beside him. Soon, a document from 3 hours ago appeared before his eyes. Fortress 50 was struck by a destructive weapon, and Legion Commander Old Marenko was killed. Karen? Are you daydreaming? No, I'm just sorting through the information. Buzz, buzz. A shrill buzzing sound echoed through the command center, a warning of a destructive weapon attack. The communicators expertly carried their equipment into the shelter, but this time, the attack seemed to exceed their expectations. Boom! A blinding white light descended from the sky, instantly obliterating the war zone headquarters and the Beholder commander within. On the earth, wherever the white light passed, there lay only a bottomless abyss. In the astral plane, the World Fortress, silent for 4 months, finally uttered its first sound. The World Fortress is attacked. In the main command center, battle reports from various war zones poured in like snowflakes. The commanders of the Wizarding Alliance, each silent as they reviewed the intelligence from the front lines. The World Fortress attack. This is somewhat unexpected, said the Abyssal Demon Commander. According to the estimates of the Wizard Alliance commanders, the World Fortress attack should occur after a quarter of the world has been destroyed. This is because once a quarter of the world has been destroyed, the worlds will be weakened. At that time, the World Guardians of the Everdark World will no longer be able to leverage the power of the world's origin to threaten the World Fortress. But now, the Civilization Devourer has just occupied 1/5 of the territory, still some distance from their estimated threshold. This is truly beyond their expectations. No, this isn't a sign of an attack. Looking at the new battle report, the Wizard Commander's eyes suddenly widened. He's not attacking, he's retreating. This guy is removing obstacles to future wars. Look at this battle report. The commanders all extended their mental powers. After reading the battle report, they instantly understood the Wizard Commander's reasoning. This battle report came from behind them, and it described the destruction of the fortress. Although the Everdark world lacked air superiority in this war, its world guardians constantly patrolled the world barrier, obstructing the Civilization Devourer's airborne strikes. Thus, the Civilization Devourer didn't conduct systematic airborne strikes behind enemy lines, but instead deployed a number of dummy legions to distract the world guardians. The Archon has triumphed in the upper-level war. Quickly notify all fortress personnel to evacuate. Now we must break down into smaller units and minimize our losses. The Wizard Commander shouted. Archon? Why not the Beholder? A Beholder Commander asked. My friend, it was the Archon who saved you last time, the Wizard Commander said with a smile. Could it be that in just over a year, your elders have already defeated the Civilization Devourer's clones? Chapter 967. The Civilization Devourer's retreat bombardment lasted 3 days. Under the powerful firepower of the World Fortress, all the large fortresses in the great world of everlasting darkness were destroyed. Of course, this was with the deliberate connivance of the World Guardians. Thanks to the timely evacuation order issued by the General Command, the massive fortresses of the great world of everlasting darkness were reduced to empty shells within 6 hours of the bombardment. Pretending to intercept the attack of the World Fortress for the sake of a few empty shells was clearly not worth the effort. Reporting to headquarters, the World Fortress has completed its warp. Reporting to headquarters, the World Fortress has completed its warp. Listening to the reports from the scouts in the astral realm, all the commanders at the General Command felt a mixture of relief and shame. The Civilization Devourer's World Fortress was warping within their observable range, but they had no power to strike it, and could only watch it slowly slip into the infinite dimension. This was a profound humiliation for the Eye-Demon civilization, and even for the Wizarding Alliance. The commanders remained silent, and the conference room remained as silent as it had been for over 4 months. They didn't know what to say. The great world of eternal darkness was indeed held, but that had nothing to do with them. Their victory came from the high-level battle, and they simply managed to stall until it was over. Let's tally the losses, the I-Demon commander spoke first. Also, arrange a celebration banquet so the soldiers can vent their anger. Yes, sir. The I-Demon commander looked at the Mini-Wizard Alliance commanders. You all have made invaluable contributions to this war. On behalf of the I-Demon clan, I thank you all. With this, the I-Demon commander spread his tentacles and slightly closed his eyes. This was a sign of respect in I-Demon etiquette. It's my duty, sir. No need to say more, the wizard commander replied with a wizard's courtesy. The credit for this war lies with the countless soldiers who sacrificed, and those who didn't. We are just a bunch of eloquent men. We can't claim to have made such a significant contribution. If we must be told about credit, we're not even as good as that little wizard named Gawain. The other commanders responded with their own polite manners, even the Abyssal Demon commander. Abyssal demons possess many traits: belligerence, cunning, cruelty. But among them, stupidity is the only one that is absent. Speaking of which, Your Excellency the Wizard, I intend to bestow an honor upon the wizard named Gawain and his followers. I wonder if the wizard civilization has. He deserves it, the wizard commander replied. He also received a commendation upon his return to the wizard civilization. This era always needs the brave. It's over. In the Kadir cave, Gawain listened to the announcement from headquarters, feeling as if he were in a dream. For days, he'd been roaming the battlefield, constantly facing life and death. Now that the war had suddenly ended, he felt a sense of unreality. He was terribly afraid that this was an illusion caused by the pressure, and that the moment he emerged from the Kadir cave, the weapons of the Furnace Man or the Titan would incinerate him. Hey boss, what are you staring at? Compared to Gawain's complex emotions, ASU's feelings were much simpler. He could live a little longer. Isn't it an illusion? Gawain said, somewhat dazed. Of course it's not an illusion, ASU laughed. This war is over, and we've lived through another. Gawain leaned against the cave wall and let out a long, slow breath. He pulled a blue-striped cigarette from his pocket. These cigarettes contain a sedative, which can help wizards calm down quickly. However, Gawain never used them during war, as he felt they would make him lose his sense of danger. But now that the war was over for the time being, a little bit wouldn't hurt. Lighting up, taking a deep breath, Gawain slowly walked out of the Kadir cave, gazing at the sky and muttering to himself, living through another war. It's not easy. I report back when I get back. No one can stop me this time. As he spoke, a smile crept across his lips, even though he didn't notice it. That smile wasn't one of relief, but more of a sense of reminiscence. Buzz, a communication notification rang in Gawain's ears. With a thought, a message from headquarters appeared before his eyes. Wizard Gawain, please arrive at the Central Sky Island before noon tomorrow. For your outstanding military performance, the I-Demon civilization will honor you with a medal. Hey boss, these I-Demons are going to honor me. Gawain had just finished reading the message when ASU's clamoring voice rang in his ears. He waved his hand, calming his excitement. Me too. 12 o'clock tomorrow is a bit tight. It's okay. Let's run faster. ASU's words suddenly stopped. He twitched his ears slightly and looked up at the sky. He saw a small, dot-like shadow growing larger and larger. It was a high-speed logistics airship. This type of airship can even accelerate to 1/10 the speed of light within the world, making it one of the fastest intra-world transportation systems. From the airship, a group of beholders with golden rings on their tentacles slowly emerged. They extended their tentacles toward Gawain, and one, clearly the leader, whispered softly, Sir Gawain, I hope you have nothing else to do. We have been ordered by command to escort you to the Central Sky Island. Gawain gestured to ASU, his voice light and carefree. It seems command has been quite thoughtful. Wizard Dimension, City of Eternal Truth. The last piece of the puzzle has been completed. In the council hall, Richard's gaze swept over the overlords gathered at the round table, his voice grave and terrifying. The entire community's civilization has joined the Wizarding Union. It's time to put our offensive plan into motion. Progress is going smoothly with the Master Evolution Potion, Beelzebub said. Although it's a bit pricey and difficult to produce, the Master Evolution Potion has been completed. I'm currently conducting a limit-breaking experiment. If it succeeds, everyone here will be in for a treat. Hearing this news, the masters at the round table didn't show any signs of faltering, but their hearts were churning. The Master Evolution Potion, something so seemingly dreamlike, had actually appeared in reality. Not entirely, Richard said, a hint of a smile playing on his face. Those of us who pursue physical evolution won't see much benefit. Beelzebub laughed. Haha, if you explore the endless dimension again someday, you might find another dimension that promotes soul evolution. Forget it then. Richard shook his head slightly. Every gift of fate comes with a hidden price tag. The fact that we've been able to obtain these things only proves that Monster's power is terrifying. After saying this, Richard turned to Alchemical Corona. Alchemical, you should have read the war report on the Everdark world. Yes, Alchemical Corona nodded slightly. Tesla Research has fully dedicated its efforts to the development of the World Fortress. We have prior experience developing the World Ring, and I believe World Fortress technology will soon be available. If you need any assistance, please let me know, Richard said solemnly. The suppressive power of the World Fortress is crucial to us. Speaking of the World Fortress, we have a technology you might be able to use, the cursed demon Emperor Yi Feng suddenly said. I believe you all know where our home world is. This testing ground still contains some terrifying weapons left behind by the previous Civilization Alliance. When we were exploring the ruins, we discovered an unfinished technology that could replace the world will with mystical power. It was subsequently refined by the first cursed demon emperor, my teacher, and even my brother and I, and is now considered preliminarily complete. Mystical power replacing the world will? Hearing this statement, the lords present were stunned. They were all knowledgeable, but none of them had ever heard of the technology Yi Feng was describing. Let alone hearing of it, they had never even considered it. What kind of thing is world will? How could it be replaced? Yes, in fact, the world will of our mother world was shaped by us using mystical power, Yi Feng said calmly. However, this technology has a drawback. It's extremely slow to create. We cursed demons have spent tens of thousands of years, using the power of our entire civilization, to barely forge the world will of a large world. Richard's heart stirred, and he suddenly asked, you mean sacrifice? Yes, sacrifice, Yi Feng didn't deny. Our cursed demon sacrificial tradition is actually a ritual for shaping the world will. What is the use of the world will? Asked the sun god king of the gods civilization. Can it unexpectedly control the world? If we can spend tens of thousands of years to shape a small world, then it can indeed be done, Yi Feng replied calmly. But this technology can still assisting with World Fortress technology. I've read that report. The World Tree, as the hub of the world, is truly a brilliant idea. But if the World Tree is integrated with artificial world consciousness, its control over the World Fortress will be even greater. By then, we might have many World Trees like them. The Lord's eyes turned to the Great World Tree. The Great World Tree stroked its chin, pondered for a moment, and replied, it's feasible. But I have to research it. I've heard of this technology before, but I didn't expect you to have it. As expected, every era has its own talented individuals. I have an idea too. A deep voice suddenly emerged, instantly drawing the attention of the lords. Samuel? You have an idea too? Richard asked with interest. You've given me such a great gift, so naturally I must deliver something in return. Samuel grinned, a sinister smile on his face. I've recently developed something new that you might find useful. As he spoke, the crimson power of the abyss transformed into a complex rune pattern in the center of the hall. This is a beacon. It summons an abyssal strike across worlds, with no limit on range. Chapter 968. Cross-world support strike? At the mention of this, all the overlords present were stunned. Although the report from the I-Demon Command mentioned that the Abyss was researching cross-world teleportation technology and cross-world support strikes are two different things. Energy strikes are not stable creatures. Creatures can maintain stability through methods such as sealing, feigning death, or other means, but attacks cannot. An attack cannot be stable. A powerful attack will inevitably cause the collapse of spatial structures, and even dimensional structures. Unless the attack requires entering the target location before detonating. But judging by Samuel's expression, this cross-world strike is clearly not that simple. I read the report. That little guy is well informed, but he's not well informed enough. In fact, Beelzebub's Research Institute is just my helper. Of course, they themselves don't know it. Samuel's voice carried the calmness of a mastermind, as if everything is under control. Samuel's belligerent nature often makes people forget that he is also an abyssal demon, cunning and cruel. I've already completed this technology, though only the initial version, of course. It's merely a byproduct for me, so I have no interest in further research. Beelzebub's Research Institute will continue its research, maturing and popularizing this technology. This is a real surprise, Richard said sincerely. If this technology can be stabilized, Our war technology will enter a new chapter. This is the reward. Samuel looked at Richard, a serious look in his blood-red eyes. Gifts from the abyss often come at a price. While you're truly selfless, rules are still rules. Getting something for nothing is not a good habit. This is an investment, Samuel, Richard replied with a smile. I need you to work for me, so you get the technology. This isn't getting something for nothing. That's great. With that, Samuel fell silent again. Everyone, is there any more good news? Richard turned to the other overminds. There's no such thing as too much good news. The technology we're researching is for weapons against overminds, the Eternal God King said. If it succeeds, I'll let you know. After the Eternal God King spoke, the overminds in the hall fell silent. It seems we've finished sharing the good news for today. Richard stood up first. Then, everyone, let's end this meeting here. Richard acted like the meeting's chairperson, but none of the overlords present objected. The meeting concluded, and the overlords went about their business. As many departed, the 7 overlords belonging to the wizard civilization remained. Don't you all have anything else to do? Richard glanced at the Coronas, his voice sounding a bit frivolous. The Transfiguration Coronas spoke. What do you think of the Abyss's technology? Excellent technology. I hope it can be widely used. Have you never thought about the post-war period? Richard looked at the Transfiguration Coronas and sighed slightly. When will you stop fighting among yourselves? This technology is crucial to the Alliance. As for its impact after the war, we have to survive until after the war before we can discuss this. This is a precautionary measure, a miracle. Don't overthink it, Transfiguration. Richard glanced at the other Coronas. You too. We need unity to overcome this difficult period. We talk about the aftermath of the war. Thinking so early, thinking so much. If you don't survive, won't all this thought and energy be wasted? Leaving the wizard dimension, Richard headed directly to the Hearthman dimension. He now had to quickly advance his soul, allowing him to demonstrate the true power of this evolutionary path. The Hearthman dimension remained unchanged. The dimensional incarnation, resembling a hearth spirit, gazed at Richard with a look of wonder and relief. It seems you've come a long way on the path of kingship. It wasn't a coincidence that the Titan King developed the Titan body cultivation method. He himself was exploring the evolutionary path of the cell world. With someone paving the way, it's easier for me, a latecomer, to follow. Richard looked at the dimensional incarnation and whispered, the real war is about to begin. Our story with that monster is almost over, and your promise will be fulfilled. Really? That's wonderful. The dimensional incarnation sounded happy, but there was no trace of joy in his tone. But our time has passed. If I survive, the Wizarding Union will accept the Hearthman into its ranks, just as it did the Titans. Thank you for your promise, new king. The dimensional avatar's body suddenly transformed, ultimately transforming into the crystal-like form of the Supreme Being. I believe you understand the necessity of this trial, the dimensional avatar exclaimed. That monster has no weaknesses. Even the miracle fire only appears to have a miraculous effect on him, because his strength has declined. As his opponent, you must be fully aware of all aspects of his attack. I know. Richard nodded slightly. Begin. The dimensional avatar suddenly vanished, and the familiar darkness enveloped Richard once again. The familiar pain reappeared, but this time, Richard's confidence was extraordinary. The pain deepened little by little, the heart-wrenching pain having barely dented Richard, who had experienced it once before. Soon, the pain reached the elite level. This time, Richard, having undergone soul transformation, successfully withstood the initial wave of pain. The unspeakable sorrow and pain were blocked by his ironclad rationality. Even though tears still fell from his eyes, this time he withstood it. As Richard endured the pain, his soul was constantly changing. His soul began to crumble from its most basic structure, then healed under the influence of dimensional power. This was not just the effect of the trial. His bloodline also assisted. The dimensionalized life cores began to spontaneously maintain the soul's homeostasis and transform its structure. The collapse of the soul structure caused by the supreme trial was perfectly utilized by the dimensionalized life cores. The direct result of this was that Richard felt his pain and emotions gradually diminish. What's going on? Richard realized his condition and wondered if this was a new tactic of the Supreme Being's trial, using the endless emptiness to force him to leave. As the pain of the trial intensified, Richard's soul structure also continuously changed. This new soul structure gave Richard an extremely high tolerance for pain and even various emotions. In other words, Richard's soul was losing its perception of pain, loss, sadness, joy, and other emotions. All he had left was a greed for normalcy, a desire for survival. Is this the monster state? Richard's mind suddenly flashed back to the closest scenario to his current situation. From his memory, the devourer of civilization was in this state. Nearly absolute rationality, driven solely by the desire for survival and the ravenous urge to evolve. Is this the inevitable path? Another thought occurred to Richard. The ultimate limit of biological evolution is the dominion. To reach a higher level, a creature must undergo a transformation. Just as an ordinary wizard and a grand wizard are two different creatures, and a grand wizard and a truth wizard are two different creatures, so too are a level 8 semi-creature and a grand wizard. The new soul structure greatly accelerated Richard's thinking, and he understood his situation almost instantly. However, his rationality led him to make a seemingly irrational decision. Terminate the trial. As Richard spoke, the darkness around him instantly vanished. Why stop? The dimensional incarnation asked, puzzled. I can see you're far from reaching your limit. Because if I don't end it, I become something like that monster. The moment Richard proposed the trial, he began examining his soul. As he anticipated, his soul structure had undergone a profound transformation. Transformed by his bloodline, his soul had become almost a composite of countless soul fragments. Each cellular dimension anchored a soul fragment. Richard raised his hand slightly, and the dimensional power transformed into a thread of the highest quality. Before the trial, he would have expended immense energy to gather this dimensional thread. But now, gathering it was as easy as eating or drinking. I cannot continue the trial, Elder. Richard turned to look at the dimensional avatar, trying to add more emotion to his voice. I must break through my limits before participating in the trial, otherwise I will inevitably become something like that monster. Even if I kill that monster, this civilization will only welcome a new one. Hearing Richard's words, the dimensional avatar was momentarily stunned. But it could see that Richard was not joking. Those who blaze trails will always encounter various situations. The dimensional avatar bowed slightly to Richard. New King, is there anything I can do for you? Richard paused, as if thinking. I need to break through my mental limitations as soon as possible. If you truly wish to help me, please lend me that computing chip. Although the computing chip was prepared for you, if you don't pass the trial. I'm just using it, right here, Richard interrupted. I need computing power to help me adjust my soul structure. This is crucial. My time is limited, Elder. That's all. If you sign a fateful contract, I let you use the chip in this dimension. After a moment's hesitation, the dimensional incarnation made his decision. Richard was the chosen one, and it was perfectly reasonable for him to use the chip. Although he hadn't yet completed the trial, he also didn't give the computing chip to Richard. All was in accordance with protocol. Chapter 969. Thank you for your understanding. Richard bowed slightly, but his voice was almost mechanical and cold. At this moment, he felt his mind incredibly clear, his chaotic thoughts neatly organized. He knew full well that he was on the right path. Physical evolution comes from survival, spiritual evolution comes from reason. Combining the two creates a pure evolutionary driven by reason, a true creature at the top of the pyramid. Something like the devourer of civilization. But at the same time, he was certain that this wasn't the only path. If the devourer of civilization's path was the only one, then he shouldn't have been defeated by the imperfect Titan King. Is humanity so important? A question flashed through Richard's mind. If he abandoned this path, his choice wouldn't necessarily be the right one. And for him, being wrong meant death, and even the demise of the entire civilization alliance. Of course humanity is important, Richard said to himself. If I didn't have humanity, my best choice would have been to abandon the miracle Crucible and leave this hellish place. Humanity has made me who I am today. If I abandon it, I would be betraying my past self. Richard didn't know whether his answer was based on rational thought or the struggle of the lingering trace of humanity in his soul. But this was his answer. He couldn't abandon his humanity, those seemingly imperfect qualities, in pursuit of the absolutely perfect evolver. Something's coming. As Richard examined his thoughts and heart, the dimensional incarnation had already brought the computing chip. The chip looked ordinary, barely the size of an ordinary person's palm. However, when Richard's gaze rested on it, he saw a near-infinite array of tiny structures. The chip's structure resembled a piano curve. Within this limited chip, Richard saw a near-infinite array of minute structures. The Supremes are different from the Titans. The Titans prefer grandiose things, continents, mountains, world-like whales, and the nearly infinite astral realm. The Supremes, on the other hand, prefer the minute. They journey to the lowest depths of the world, constantly exploring its smallest structures. This thought has also influenced the greatest treasures of civilization. So it's infinite? Richard exclaimed, almost in awe. The fact that he could still exclaim in this almost emotionless state spoke volumes about the depths of this object. Almost infinite, the dimensional avatar corrected. Except for the endless dimension and the astral plane, nothing is infinite. The Supremes are certain that the chip must have a limit. However, this limit is meaningless to us. Unless we can become beings of a higher level, we will never reach this boundary. Richard took the chip, and the moment he touched it, he felt a throbbing sensation. This throbbing sensation seemed to come from his soul. No, it came from something deeper. This throbbing sensation came from his destiny. There are accessories? Richard said expressionlessly, then connected his soul to the chip. In an instant, Richard felt as if he had a second self. The chip seemed to have replicated him, or rather, simulated him. No wonder it's twice as accurate. With the boost in computing power, Richard's efficiency doubled. Soul structure doesn't require any special tricks. It can only be built with pure computing power. Richard needed to rely on numerous proven soul structures, empirical formulas and models developed over the years by several civilizations to gradually simulate the new soul structure. It was a tedious and lengthy process, but Richard felt no emotion. His soul was like a machine, executing its will with unerring precision, without a trace of influence. Is this the state of that monster? Near absolute rationality, near absolute execution of will. What a monster. The calculations lasted a long time, but thankfully, the devourer of civilizations had ceased its attacks, the Wizarding Union was training new troops, and fully engaged in arms production and research, so Richard was safe. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Furnace Man dimension, Richard sat cross-legged on the ground, the space around him expanding and contracting with his almost imperceptible breathing. Over the past 3 years, Richard had tried 952 models, and failed 952 times. But each failure brought Richard closer to the result he sought. 953rd reconstruction begins. Richard calmly recited the number of attempts, and then devoted his full attention to the reconstruction of his soul structure. The soul is a vital element possessed by most living things in this world. It is the source of consciousness, and the medium and bridge through which life precisely controls energy. Therefore, every civilization has its own sages dedicated to the study of the soul. And within the Wizarding Union, the civilization most deeply involved in soul research is the Beholders, the newest members of the Union. Their symbiotic relationship with particles, combined with their own innate talents, has led them to a profound understanding of the soul. In Beholders' research, the soul is a manifestation of the aggregation of soul particles, but its properties differ from those of soul particles. This is somewhat like wave-particle duality. Soul particles are particles, but when aggregated, they manifest as waves, representing the soul. Through structural changes, the properties exhibited by the soul also change. The most basic of these structural changes is the transformation of the soul during ascension, followed by the development of soul talents. The Beholders have conducted such in-depth research that they can completely transform the soul of one creature into that of another. Alternatively, they can engrave certain spells on the soul, allowing it to be passed down through reproduction. Out of gratitude to Richard and the desire to exchange technology, the Beholders shared a wealth of research data on the soul with Richard and the Wizarding Union. Some of the top-secret information, accessible only to Richard, was recorded using technology even more advanced than that of the previous Civilization Alliance. This is the significance of communication between civilizations. As Richard entered his state, he observed his soul from both first-person and third-person perspectives. This perspective was strange, as if Richard could simultaneously see both the inside and outside of his soul, with the two views overlapping. After numerous adjustments, Richard's soul structure had undergone a dramatic transformation. After undergoing trials, it had become a nearly patchwork. But now, this state has changed. If Richard's soul were to be compared to a primitive magnetic core memory, something almost like a woven fabric. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In this state, while retaining rationality, Richard's soul possesses the ability to generate and perceive emotions. Furthermore, its computing power would be significantly enhanced. However, so far, Richard has only managed to retain rationality and significantly increase computing power. His original goal, to preserve his humanity, remains somewhat problematic. Of course, this isn't because Richard can't feel emotions. Rather, under this structure, the vibrations in his soul structure caused by emotions are amplified tens or even hundreds of times. What might have originally felt like a sense of loss might now feel like a sense of despair. This is clearly not the result Richard desired. As Richard thought, his complex soul structure began to change. The structure of the silk thread began to shift, and so did the weaving. As a master of the dimensional thread weaving method, Richard possessed a deep understanding of thread and weaving. This is why he had shaped his soul structure into this form. Having tried this over 900 times, Richard was completely attuned to every operation. Initially, these procedures would have taken him a day or two, or even over a week, but now, he could complete them in minutes. This was also the reason he had been able to attempt this many times in just 2 years. The silk threads were interwoven, and after structural adjustments, the new threads appeared thicker and less susceptible to violent vibrations. The braided structure also incorporated numerous knots, making the overall structure extremely earthquake-resistant. Under this structure, the intense vibrations of the soul will be greatly weakened. Of course, this is only compared to before. Compared to his original soul, the emotions Richard felt now were still intense. That's it. Richard opened his eyes. Although his voice was cold, it now held a human quality, no longer the completely mechanical, monster-like voice of before. The dimensional incarnation arrived at his side as he opened his eyes. Clearly, it had been keeping an eye on him, the chosen one. Its voice was tinged with a sigh. The new generation surpasses the old. I can no longer see through you. Richard said calmly, this is normal, as my soul has been hidden by the dimension. When will the limit be broken? The dimensional incarnation asked. After 2 years of adjustment, Richard's soul structure had been almost completely reconstructed. The remaining structure was precisely his original soul structure, the anchor point of this current structure. Breaking the limit meant destroying this anchor point. If successful, Richard's soul would be completely liberated. If it failed, Richard's soul would regroup in its most primitive form, and everything would begin all over again. Prepare the ritual and begin. With this, Richard was about to notify old Abel to gather the materials. However, just as he was about to do so, a wave of external spiritual energy suddenly pierced through his carefully prepared soul and entered directly into his own. Richard frowned slightly, and immediately began searching for the source of this spiritual energy. His soul protection was no sham. The fact that it could penetrate this layer of defense only meant there was a backdoor. Richard quickly discovered the source of the spiritual energy. Ghost mask? Richard was startled and immediately began searching within his own dimension. Soon, a piece of chalk, emitting continuous spiritual energy, appeared before him. Oh no! Something's wrong with the ghost world. Chapter 970. There's no peace for a moment. Looking at the chalk emitting constant soul vibrations, Richard knew this was definitely not a signal for him to fetch the hammer. For the past 3 years, neither side of the war had engaged in large-scale fighting. Both the Civilization Devourers and the Wizarding Alliance's attacks were extremely restrained. The Wizarding Alliance was training, while the Civilization Devourer needed to devour the war. Richard had assumed the Civilization Devourer had chosen to fully recover, but he hadn't expected it to set its sights on the great world of ghosts. Without hesitation, Richard's intellect instantly guided him to the most correct decision. The rune gate slowly opened, and Richard entered the meeting hall of the City of Eternal Truth. The secret keeper stood beside him, holding his small brass bell. Your Excellency Archon, do you need to call a meeting? Yes. Dong, dong, dong. A melodious bell rang out from the conference hall, transmitting across dimensions to all civilizations of the Wizarding Union. Immediately afterwards, the avatars of each dimension relayed this message to all the rulers of the Wizarding Union. Miracle is calling a meeting? The Transformer's coronet raised his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Perhaps they'd discovered something new, or some piece of information. Beside him, the alchemical coronet spoke calmly. They will watch over anything that might derail his destiny. As he spoke, the alchemical coronet looked at the Transformer's hand, where an extremely complex rune model was operating. As expected, I need your advice on energetics. This took me 3 days to work on, and you've finished it in less than a day. The evoking crown tapped twice casually on the model, changing the order of several runes. It's not finished yet. It can still be optimized. Once I'm done, the world ring's energy loss rate should be reduced by 3 points. Abyssal world. Dong, dong. Beelzebub paused as he heard the slightly piercing chimes of the bells, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Starting a meeting right after returning? What bad news did you learn? Beelzebub knew that Richard had some private information channels, but he knew only that they existed. Beside him, several maggot-bellied demons, nearly identical to Beelzebub, were busy at work. In the center of the room, a massive crucible was simmering something, and the demon's job was to maintain the flames beneath it, fueled by cursed creatures. In the crucible, a colorful liquid was boiling, and psychedelic smoke drifted into the air. Beelzebub glanced at the crucible, a wicked smile suddenly appearing on his face. Hee, almost done, almost done. The front lines of the god civilization. How many followers do you still need? How many subordinate gods? Before the eternal god king, an armored, centaur-like main god whispered, we're still 3 higher gods short, god king. Only 3? The eternal god king's voice held a hint of surprise, but it quickly turned to delight. I sent a few of the little ones over. The centaur god bowed slightly. Thank you, and the other 2 god kings for your training. Merc will keep it in mind. We didn't cultivate you. We needed you, the eternal god king corrected. The Pantheon needs power now, especially the power of a god king. You have the ability and talent, so we chose you. Do you understand? Merc nodded slightly. I understand. I will devote all my energy to the development of civilization. A flash of red light flashed across the eternal god king's body, a nod of approval. Dong, dong, the sound of a bell echoed through the eternal god king's soul, and he glanced at the sky. I have something to do. You will be fully responsible for battlefield matters. Yes. At the border between the cursed demon empire and the natural federation. I never imagined that we could gather alone in a room. Looking at the clones of the cursed demon empire's masters before him, Yoming's voice carried a hint of sarcasm or self-mockery that was hard to tell. I never imagined either. Across from him, Yifeng's voice was also tinged with a sigh. In my imagination, the only room where we could peacefully gather is the collection room, and you should be a head sealed in amber, or a wax figure mixed with flesh and blood. Alright, I've heard enough nonsense today. Cherish your time, short-lived creatures. The World Tree's clone impatiently interrupted the 2 overlords' idle chatter. The technological advancements of the Abyss are not just feared by wizards. We must always be on guard. Although the Natural Federation and the Abyss differ by a single wizard, in the eyes of other civilizations, wizards and the Abyss are civilizations of the same ilk. Who knows if these 2 civilizations will eventually merge? If they do, the Natural Federation will face a direct challenge from the most powerful civilization in this community. Under this pressure, the Natural Federation was forced to abandon its past hatred and ally with the cursed demon empire. As for why the Great World Tree had chosen this unified plan, the short-lived species are still short-sighted. The Great World Tree sighed softly, as he looked at the 2 former hostile overlords. As an overlord, who had witnessed the war between the previous Civilization Alliance and the Civilization Devourer, he knew full well how dangerous the war that lay ahead would be. Even he couldn't guarantee he could survive this war, let alone overlords like Nether and Wild Wind, who had never experienced it. After this cooperation, the relationship between the Federation and the cursed demons should normalize, the Great World Tree muttered to himself. The Alliance's power has grown even stronger. The Great World Tree was an ancient overlord, fully aware that hatred between civilizations was meaningless. If the benefits were sufficient, even an iron pact could be broken in an instant. If the threat was great enough, even mortal enemies could become friends. So, he didn't care about the hatred between the 2 civilizations. He only cared about power, the power that both civilizations could use in the upcoming war. He was a ghost of the past, a man who should have died honorably in that war. But he didn't, and the war wasn't over yet. Ding, dong, the bell rang from the Great World Tree's dimensional incarnation. The wooden eye suddenly looked up at the sky. The Archon is summoning us. Let's continue this meeting after it concludes. Eternal Darkness World, Central Sky Island. Leader, according to the god's instructions, the abyssal pollution has been temporarily halted. In the council chamber, a Beholder Elder was reporting on the post-war reconstruction of the Everdark world. The Beholder leader, Rackart, glanced at the Elder and asked softly, "Can it be saved?" "It's difficult. According to the gods, our world is too large. Even if it can be saved, it will take an enormous amount of time. We have plenty of time." Rackart looked at the wall, his gaze piercing through it to the lands ravaged by the Abyss. "This is our home world. For it, we will pay any price." "Yes, leader. By the way, how is the recruitment of our tribe going?" Rackart was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked a particularly strange question. "Can we still recruit tribesmen? The Alliance has given us tremendous support. They've already provided us with over 30 billion first-level natives, and around 3 million high-level natives." "Yes, don't stop recruiting tribesmen," Lacarte replied calmly. "Be thorough in your brainwashing. These people are going to the battlefield, so don't let them cause any trouble. The Beholder's research on the soul isn't just limited to the laboratory or theory. They've long since begun applying soul technology. In the past, they were limited by the limitations of flesh and blood technology, preventing large-scale Beholder transformation. But now, the technological support of the Wizarding Union has broken this shackle. Beholders can now mass-produce high-level flesh. With soul transformation and physical bodies, beholders, with enough natives, can produce batches of beholders. However, this is only a temporary solution. Soul transformation is impossible, otherwise the eye demons would have already begun mass-producing spirit breakers. The offspring of these transformed eye demons have a chance of returning to their original species, so the eye demons' plan entails their deaths on the battlefield. Dong, dong, a resounding bell rang within Rakart's soul. He glanced at the sky, and a dimensional portal suddenly appeared before him. The Archon is calling a meeting. Looks like bad news is coming. In the conference hall, dimensional portals slowly opened. Some of the lords who entered were clones, some were their original selves, and each arrived swiftly. They hadn't heard any major news. Richard's summons at this juncture meant that the news came from him. And as the destined one, Richard's message was naturally of immense importance. The lords took their seats. "I won't waste any more time on this nonsense," Richard said bluntly. "I have some information here. Please take a look." As he spoke, a light screen appeared before the lords. The Goblin World? The ever-changing God King looked at Richard. "Why do you mention them? These guys have been gone for a while." "Yes, they have been gone for quite some time." Richard sighed, his voice a little low. "But coincidentally, I still have some contact with them. They asked me for help, and the Devourer of Civilizations has come after them. The Devourer of Civilizations has come after them." When this news broke, all the overlords were shocked. "If this information is correct, this world is a large one," Lacarte said. "It seems this monster has a special liking for large worlds." Richard shook his head slightly. "I don't know. But there's no doubt that devouring this world would be of great benefit to him." "Then rescue them," said the Eternal God King. "Those guys are very skilled. If we can get them to join us, our technology will be even more advanced." Richard looked at the Eternal God King, a flicker of surprise on his face. "I thought you'd be furious. After all, they sold you out." "We are indeed furious," the Sun God King said, "but anger won't buy us technology or craftsmen." Richard's gaze swept over the lords. "Everyone, what are your opinions?" Beelzebub's voice was indifferent. "The Abyss has no objection, Lord." The Great World Tree said almost simultaneously. "The Natural Federation has no objection." The Cursed Demon agrees. Wild Wind's voice was hoarse but calm. Lacarte let out a fierce breath, his huge eyes gleaming with venom. "Anything that can disrupt that creature's interests, the Eye Demon agrees." "All right," Richard clapped his hands. "In that case, the Alliance Council unanimously approves the proposal to support the Goblin World. The rescue operation begins now." Chapter 971. Having finalized their strategy, the Wizarding Union's massive war machine immediately began to churn. If the Devourer of Civilizations discovers their presence in the Goblin World, an offensive within the astral plane will inevitably follow. The Devourer of Civilizations shouldn't be too adept at such simple tactics as encircling Wei to save Zhao. Therefore, all frontline worlds must be prepared for war. "What's missing in World Fortress technology?" Richard asked Alchemical Corona. "The current fortress consumes too much energy, or rather, the losses are too high." Alchemist Corona's voice was filled with resignation. "The losses aren't a problem for us, but that lost energy won't just disappear for no reason. According to our calculations, if we don't reduce these losses, our world fortress will grind to a halt after 540 hours of operation. By then, the safety fuses we've left in place will be fully activated, bringing the entire world fortress to a standstill." Richard turned to the Transmutation Corona. "I think our cooperation should be more in-depth. That guy isn't a problem to be dealt with so easily. Otherwise, we would have stormed his lair and ferreted him out and eliminated him." "We're already working together," Transmutation Corona said calmly. "I'm optimizing the overall rune model. If there aren't any issues, reducing it by 3 points shouldn't be a problem. As for the remaining issues, I personally suggest finding some unconventional technology to solve them." With this, Transmutation Corona looked at Richard. "Archon, you have to contribute to this fortress as well." Richard was a little surprised that Transmutation Corona would target him. However, he wasn't unhappy with the request. "Then leave it to me once you've optimized it. I hope my skills can be of some use." "Of course, Your Excellency." Alchemist Corona's tone was profound. "You are now the son of destiny. Beelzebub, how's your potion going?" Richard ignored Alchemist Corona's question, skipping over the subject and asking about the Overlord Evolution potions. "Hey, the finished product is being refined." Beelzebub's voice was still obscene and sinister, but the many overlords present could sense the pride in his words. "Once this thing is ready, I experiment on you on myself. If it succeeds, then everyone here will enter a new chapter. What if it fails? The God King of Change suddenly asked. Beelzebub turned to look at him, his dim eyes filled with pure malice. No failure, ever-changing. But if you need it, I can add some extra ingredients to that. Thank you for your concern, Beelzebub, the ever-changing God King retorted sharply. You should keep that for yourself. Richard looked at the ever-changing God King and asked, How's your weapon development going? The prototype is ready, the Eternal God King said slowly. Perhaps we can do some experiments this time to see how it works. Great World Tree, what about you? Richard asked again. We're already making some progress, the Great World Tree said with a hint of joy. Give me some time, and I'd be done soon. If nothing goes wrong, the new World Fortress will be 20% more powerful than the previous one. That's a huge improvement. It seems everything is going well, Richard said with a hint of relief. Then let's all go about our business. I go explore the route first. With that, Richard pulled the chalk from his pocket and drew a door in the air. Amid the stunned gazes of the overlords, the door slowly opened. Immediately, a chilling, evil aura poured out from behind it. Richard frowned slightly. It looked like things were getting dire. Behind him, the overlords' faces were solemn. This aura was powerful. His true form has descended, the second cursed crown suddenly said. This is his true form. I can't be mistaken. This is the memory my teacher gave me. An early meeting? Richard's brows gradually relaxed. He turned sideways to look at the overlords and said calmly, Everyone, hurry and get back to your own business. If everything is fine on the front lines, I provide you with a beacon, so you can come and support us. Ghost World? Hold on. Hold on. You useless bunch. If you can't hold on, we're all doomed. Bring out all your hidden treasures. A ghostly creature on the battlefield shouted. This ghostly creature looked like a balloon, but it was covered in eyes. Around it, countless balloons, like it rushed towards the battlefield. These balloons' eyes flashed red, and any creature they caught sight of would erupt in flames, burning from the inside out. This method was very effective against ordinary armies, as it ignored any armor and directly tested the creature's own strength. But now they faced the devourer of civilization, and an army directly controlled by him. The flames that emanated from their hearts were extinguished by the sticky darkness the moment they appeared. Across the land, a pitch-black army marched silently across the landscape, suffusing everything in its path with a veil of black. Before the army, tens of thousands of goblin artisans used their lifelong skills to thwart the legions. Some summoned massive mechas, crushing the devourer of civilization's armies with torrents of metal and flame. Others transformed into giant beasts, leading their herds in a head-on attack against the legions. Still others wandered the land like ghosts, vanishing all living things in their path. And the most powerful of them employed even more bizarre methods. The master craftsman Richard had once seen galloped across the land, his hammer like a crusher, shattering every living thing into standard cubic fragments. Even the Lord of the World was subject to this. Behind him, the lamp-like goblin craftsman's body was as vast as a storm. With a single breath, he devoured tens of thousands of furnace man soldiers. Followed by this, a raging flame ignited within his body, incinerating the furnace man soldiers the moment they entered. But even so, the civilization devourer's army continued its advance. The civilization devourer was a civilization, while the goblin world was just a vast world. The disparity in size between the two was immense. Furthermore, the goblin world had another undeniable weakness. The goblin craftsmen were simply too few. While these artisans are powerful, they are not invincible. Once defeated, they must regenerate, and this rebirth takes time. The war on Earth rages fiercely, and the battle in the sky is no less intense. On the moon, the Great Elder leads a group of elders to stop the indescribable entity from the heavens. Outside this world, a vast black shadow, as vast as the stars, envelopes the entire goblin world. As the Titan King once said, the devourer of civilizations is a greedy creature. He is like a snake swallowing everything in one gulp and then slowly digesting it. And now, he will devour the goblin world entirely. Then, bit by bit, he will erode all resistance from this world, until this world has become a part of him, his sustenance. In the sky, countless tentacles extend. Each of these tentacles bears multiple mouths. Once they enter the world, they greedily devour the space, the energy within it, and everything in this world. While the elders were no weaklings, the tentacles were too numerous. If they chopped off one, two would sprout again. If they chopped off two, four would appear. The tentacles seemed endless. Is that kid in seclusion? Or does he no longer want his hammer? The great elder, feeling anxious, waved his hand, and a drop of ink dyed a giant tentacle black. Then, like a madman, the tentacle began to attack the others. The Civilization Devourer was an absolutely formidable force for a large world. To survive the Civilization Devourer, they could only rely on external aid. Suddenly, his face lit up. A door slowly opened beside him, and Richard stepped out. "Great Elder, it looks like you're in trouble." Richard looked up at the sky, his voice grave. The endless tentacles clearly indicated that he was facing not a clone of the Devourer of Civilization, but its true form, a monster as vast as the world. "You're finally here," the Great Elder's voice was filled with relief. "This beast found us a while ago. We tried to escape, but something went wrong and we got stuck. What bad luck." As he spoke, the Great Elder glanced behind Richard. "I hope you're not alone. You can't take him down." "I know." Richard's body ignited with a blazing miraculous fire. "My friend is on the way. We have a massive front to maintain. If this guy takes advantage of this opportunity and breaks through our defenses, we'd be in trouble. They'd better hurry." The Great Elder waved his hand, and a massive three-dimensional model composed of black lines appeared in the air. The model's exterior was encased in something resembling a snake's mouth, which was now nearly closed. "If we can't stop him quickly, we have to evacuate." "Oh no, you have to evacuate. Is the situation already this dire?" Richard frowned slightly, and pointed casually at the sky. Endless miraculous fire poured down, clearing the entire sky almost instantly. "Do you have any solution?" "Not at this point," the Great Elder said honestly. "You know our limitations. We can't leave, and our power can only be transferred through puppets. This thing is out there devouring the entire world. We have no way of dealing with this situation. Then it seems we have no choice." A dimensional portal slowly opened before Richard. "I meet him in the endless dimension. Before that, let me see my hammer. It's almost done." The Great Elder nodded slightly. "It's mostly done. Just a few insignificant details remain. You know, I always strive for perfection." With that, he slashed a portal open in the air. Immediately, a meteor shot out, hurtling straight towards Richard. Bang! The meteor collided with Richard's palm. Then the light vanished, and a seemingly ordinary black hammer appeared in Richard's hand. With a casual wave of his hand, space shattered, creating a vast void. Richard's voice was filled with joy. "What a wonderful hammer! Great Elder, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable." After fusing it with the World Seed, the hammer, forged from the Realm Annihilation Stone, experienced a qualitative leap. Richard could sense a truly existent world within the hammer. This world seemed the size of a miniature world, its spatial structure completely bound to the Boundary Annihilation Stone. This meant that as long as the Boundary Annihilation Stone remained intact, this world would remain impenetrable. Furthermore, perhaps through some unknown means, the Great Elder could sense an incomparable closeness to the hammer. It was as if it had been his since birth. Chapter 972. Haha, you know your stuff. Despite the critical situation, the Great Elder's voice still tinged with pride as Richard praised the hammer. "This hammer has unlimited potential. I designed it based on the world structure of our goblin world. The world within this hammer lies between the virtual dimension and the astral world. It possesses the growth characteristics of the virtual dimension while retaining the reality of the astral world. If you have enough time, this world can grow into a large world." Sounds like it has a lot of potential. Richard was slightly surprised. In his impression, not every world seed could develop into a large world. The vast majority of world seeds could only remain microscopic, and the better ones only remained small. Very few could become medium-sized worlds. As for large worlds, Richard had seen no information on them. Otherwise, the Titans wouldn't have considered creating an artificial large world by splicing worlds together. As I said, this world lies somewhere between the ethereal temperature and the astral world. You've never heard of a dimension that's only the size of a microcosm, have you? The Great Elder explained. Any dimension found within the endless dimension is the size of a large world, and many of these dimensions possess the capacity for infinite expansion. Or perhaps they're inherently infinite. Thanks to your dimensional thread, the growth limit of world seeds has been broken. Richard was a little shocked. Oh, does that mean that if we can master world seed technology, we can mass-produce such worlds? Mass-produce? Large worlds. That's the theory. The Great Elder casually drew a blade and severed the tentacles reaching down from the sky. But before that, you better prepare a large amount of World Oblivion Stone for cultivation. This kind of technology requires World Oblivion Stone, and it must be large. Alright, Richard shrugged. Large worlds are not that easy after all. With that, he calmly stepped into the dimensional portal, hammer in hand. Behind the dimensional portal, a civilization devourer, so vast it stretched as far as the eye could see, slowly devoured the entire world. Suddenly, the monster trembled. A massive eye suddenly opened on its body, and its gaze fell upon the newly opened dimensional portal. It's huge. Richard gazed at the behemoth, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. While size isn't always a plus in the astral realm, the energy, strength, and vitality possessed by a behemoth undoubtedly surpassed those of other creatures of the same level. Another characteristic of a massive creature is that you can't find its threatening point, especially one so seemingly indescribable. Richard didn't know where to be wary of him. Or should he be wary of everything? The devourer of civilization didn't give him long to think. The moment he appeared, a tingling sensation filled his senses. It was the feeling of being locked onto the Overmind's weapon. Looks a bit tricky. Richard swung his hammer fiercely, and the very void vibrated with his swing. Richard's soul and bloodline had now reached a certain degree of harmony. While not perfect, he was now able to unleash the true power of this body. Albeit only a fraction. In an instant, an unimaginable force tore a gaping hole through the devourer of civilization. The hole was so large it could have filled a small world. In this wound, all matter was shattered, compressed, and ultimately collapsed into something resembling a black hole. The power of this blow was so immense that it even exceeded Richard's imagination. "This hammer is truly useful," Richard said with a hint of pleasure. At the same time, several faint red flashes landed on Richard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flashes landed on Richard, exploding with bursts of energy humming. As they exploded, hundreds of thousands of Richard's cellular dimensions were annihilated. "This is the strength of your true form. It seems a bit ordinary." Richard's body and hammer simultaneously ignited a blazing miraculous fire, his voice barely a whisper. "Is our war going to end here? This is a bit too much of a joke." The devourer of civilizations did not respond, or rather, did not respond with words. In an instant, Richard felt a stinging sensation of being locked onto every inch of his skin. As previously mentioned, massive creatures possess far greater energy than ordinary creatures. This trait gives them a high degree of tolerance, allowing them to employ methods that ordinary humans would be wary of. Boom! The void surged like the surface of a stormy sea. Countless flashes erupted from the body of the devourer of civilization, its frenzied attack instantly unleashing a storm in the void. However, Richard, at the center of the storm, remained motionless. The hammer in Richard's hand suddenly transformed, forming a near shield to help him block the attack. This is one of the magical uses of the World Hammer. It's not bound by form, and can transform at will. The outer layer of annihilation stone acts as its barrier, a barrier that can be transformed at will. "What intense firepower!" Richard grumbled. The civilization devourer's methods are very simple, pure force overpowering. He possesses greater power than Richard, his vitality is stronger than Richard's, and the current situation favors him. Therefore, there's no need to engage Richard. He only needs to devour the goblin world, and he have plenty of time to deal with Richard. Furthermore, Richard now possesses the blessing of fate. He can't kill him no matter what. Engaging with Richard is pointless. This is the most difficult situation to resolve. Before reaching the double limit, Richard poses no significant threat to the civilization devourer, at least in terms of combat power. Furthermore, the civilization devourer used the aftermath of its attack to forcibly sever Richard's communication with the civilization dimension. Richard couldn't even shake a person right now. How cautious, Richard shook his head slightly. But this method is useless. Dimensional power and energy converged within Richard, ultimately converging into the World Hammer. The World Hammer wasn't just a simple melee weapon, it was also a staff. A wizard's rune simulated the laws of the world, and with the World Hammer, Richard could directly manipulate the laws of an entire world. The Great Elder had invested considerable effort in this world, and its rules were indeed complex. Richard could easily find any rule he desired. Through simple magical transformations, Richard could leverage these rules to amplify other magical attacks. However, the Devourer of Civilizations also possesses such tactics, and he's using them. As its power converged, the World Hammer suddenly emitted a message that directly penetrated the information blockade created by the Devourer of Civilizations. At the same time, Richard's voice echoed in the ears of the numerous overlords. "Everyone, this is an emergency. If you don't come, this world will be devoured." Soon after, they received a coordinate in an infinite dimension. "So you're also calling for help?" The evoking coordinate muttered, then instructed the secretary beside him, "Tell the soldiers on the front lines to hold the battlefield. The war above has already begun, and theirs won't be far behind." With that, the dimensional portal opened before him. So urgent? It seems the situation truly urgency. Beelzebub looked at the crucible before him and scratched his head in annoyance. But I really don't want to get involved in this. Wouldn't it be better for someone like me to stay behind? I'm a logistics officer. Despite his grumbling, Beelzebub still opened the dimensional portal. As a demon of the abyss, he still had a warlike streak in his heart. I won't go, Samuel replied bluntly. That guy must be one of his several original forms. You can't kill him. What are you going to do? Richard's voice was tinged with surprise. Samuel replied calmly, You should know how many overmind weapons he has, and how annoying they are. I'm searching for them world by world. As he spoke, his eyes glided across the walls of the worlds. Found another one. Do you need support from the main body? The Great World Tree's voice was solemn. He was well aware of the terrifying power of the Devourer of Civilizations. No, not yet. We can't kill him in this war, so we're keeping a trump card. Okay, I take Netherworld and the others with me. Fortunately, I prepared a sacrifice. Yeffing's voice was calm, as if he had known about this all along. Support from the cursed demon empire will be arriving soon. Wandian, are you going to support? We better all go, the God King of Wandian said calmly. Leave little son to watch over the house. With that, the God King of Wandian glanced at the God King of Eternity, who is as vast as a galaxy. Don't you want to see what that thing really looks like? Dimensional portals opened around Richard, and one overlord after another emerged. Oh, a new hammer. The alchemical Corona immediately noticed the hammer in Richard's hand. As the leader of the alchemy school, he immediately recognized the immense technical sophistication of the hammer in Richard's hand, a level even he couldn't quite grasp. This is the masterpiece of those artisans. Yes. Richard's gaze swept over the numerous overlords. 2 from the wizard civilization had arrived, 2 from the god civilization had come, all of the abyss civilization except Samuel had arrived, and the entire natural federation had also arrived. 2 from the cursed demon empire remained at the front lines, and the eye demon had a special situation. Therefore, only Rackard had arrived. Richard introduced them to the others. This guy is his true form, though this is probably just a part of him. That's still a clone, the Transfiguration Crown said, puzzled. Not really, Richard explained. You can think of this thing as his limbs. If we can kill it, then he lose his limbs. Looking at the behemoth in the distance, all the overlords felt a sense of awe. Although they were enemies, our team's abilities were now on full display, until they sharpened their swords. Then proceed. Beelzebub drew his staff, his voice sounding sinister. I have medicine brewing at home, so I can't stay here long. Don't underestimate him. Richard's expression was serious. Samuel met him, and said, we couldn't kill him. I still trust his judgment. Perhaps he hasn't seen our true strength. The Great World Tree suddenly spoke. He looked at the Devourer of Civilization in the distance, and scenes from the past flashed before his eyes. After so many years, he once again saw this terrifying thing. Sir, did I ever tell you that the World Department has taken measures against the Civilization Devourers? Richard shook his head slightly. No, you never mentioned it. We World Trees have taken targeted measures against the Civilization Devourers. In the past, when faced with such minions, true minions, we often chose to use them as. A sinister smile crossed the Great World Tree's face. Flower Fertilizer. Chapter 973. The alliance of previous civilizations, comprised of the Star Shepherd Titans, the Supremes, and the Hearthmen, is the strongest alliance of civilizations the Devourer of Civilizations has ever encountered since it began devouring civilizations. For them, the Devourer of Civilizations is a formidable foe, but not an invincible scourge. And naturally, they possess technology to counter the Devourer of Civilizations. To prevent the World Fortress civilizations from being infected and devoured by the Devourer, becoming a hindrance to the Alliance of previous civilizations has modified the world trees of each World Fortress. These modifications, designed specifically for the World Trees, grant them exceptional resistance to the Devourer of Civilization's erosion. In extreme cases, the World Trees can even absorb the Devourer's power for their own nourishment. This ability is unattainable even for the leaders of the 3 civilizations. Only creatures like the World Tree can achieve this. With this, the Great World Tree launched the first attack. Although only the tree spirits had arrived from the Great World Tree, the war with the cursed demon empire had given it considerable experience in combating with tree spirits. Suddenly, a tree seed took root and sprouted in the void. Then, at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, it grew into a world tree over 1,000,000 meters tall. The Great World Tree and the World Tree merged, and in an instant, the World Tree's crown trembled, transforming into a massive wooden titan. He shouted, Monster, We meet again. With the Great World Tree at the head, the remaining overlords naturally wouldn't be idle either. Beelzebub waved his staff, and mysterious forces began to gather in the void. These forces divided into countless forms, and were each injected into the staff's core. Buzz, the heads on the staff suddenly opened their mouths, and thick green venom gushed out like a fountain. This venom gathered in the void, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a green river. Even Richard sensed a hint of danger in this river. As an elderly lord of the abyss, Beelzebub possessed countless methods, and with the technical support of the Wizarding Union, his methods had been further enhanced. He was now dozens of times more dangerous than during the initial negotiations. Beside him, the other lords also began to display their magical powers. The stars on the Eternal God King's body continuously rotated, and in the center of the galaxy, a seemingly amorphous mass of twisted matter slowly emerged. Richard could sense the vast ocean of faith gathering within the Eternal God King's body, then continuously pouring into the twisted matter. "This is your weapon?" Richard asked. "Yes. This technique. I've never seen it before." The Eternal God King said calmly, "Richard, you're not the only one who will have a fortuitous encounter. Elsewhere, the Eye Demon leader, Rackart, and the Cursed Demon Empire's Emperor, Wild Wind, seem to have joined forces. In the Wizarding Union, Cursed Demons and Eye Demons have a very close relationship. Although they had only just met, their racial traits and appearances created a sense of closeness. Both sides reached a deep consensus on the importance of large eyes. Thorns swirled around Wild Wind, countless crimson thorns transforming into a sea of thorns. Beside him, tentacles danced from the Eye Demon leader, Rackart, and a vast dimensional force was constantly focused in his eyes. Looking at the numerous overlords charging forward, the Devourer of Civilization couldn't help but slow its pace of devouring the world. Although he was powerful, he had not yet recovered to his peak form. None of these overlords before him could be underestimated. Their combined power was something not even he could ignore. His flesh began to wriggle, and tentacles as thick as stars emerged from his body. On these tentacles, one could see the physical features of various creatures. If one looked closely, beneath the skin, one could even discern the wailing faces of creatures. They were all creatures devoured by the Devourer of Civilization. At the same time, wails, almost like a mental shock, emerged directly from the souls of the overlords, without any medium. Same old trick. The Great World Tree sneered, its massive body charging straight towards a tentacle. At the moment of impact, countless roots sprouted from its body. These roots drilled into the tentacle like drill bits, continuously transforming and absorbing the power of the Devourer of Civilization, transforming it into nutrients for the Great World. But at the same time, the Great World Tree's sanity began to falter. His memory began to blur, his sanity began to crumble, and his form was stained with a tinge of black. The Great World Tree could indeed absorb the power of the Civilization Devourer, but that was only in emergencies. The contamination brought by the Civilization Devourer's power was inevitable. But that was in the past. As the blackness appeared on his body, a flash of golden flame suddenly ignited within him. Miracle Fire. In the past, the flames within the supreme furnace of the Furnace Man possessed a certain purifying effect, but they were not as powerful as the Miracle Fire of today. Moreover, its purification was more of an indiscriminate destruction, not only purging the Civilization Devourer's power, but also incinerating the World Tree's body without discrimination. As long as everything is burned, there will naturally be no pollution. But things are different now. The Miracle Fire is more inclined to burn the power of the Devourer of Civilizations. As long as the Great World Tree continues to absorb it, the Miracle Fire will be harmless to the Great World Tree. Elsewhere, Beelzebub's poison river also collided with a tentacle. The thick green venom corroded the tentacle the moment it touched it. The toxin, mingled with mysterious power, spread continuously along the energy cycle, and even the Devourer of Civilizations could not stop it. This method was unprecedented in the West. It was a completely new method, with targeted adjustments. Even a powerful Devourer of Civilizations could not find a corresponding solution immediately, and could only use the most brutal means to isolate it. Bang, accompanied by a loud explosion. The poison parts suddenly exploded. The Devourer of Civilization's greatest advantage is its size. Faced with an unsolvable problem, even if it cannot find a solution immediately, its vast size can sustain it until it finds one. Elsewhere, Wild Wind's sea of thorns had already touched a tentacle. These thorns seemed to possess life, burrowing into the tentacles the moment they touched them. Of course, they wouldn't absorb the power of the Devourer of Civilizations like the Great World Tree did. Yi Feng didn't possess that ability. But he didn't need it. Cursed demons are natural slave owners, adept at controlling other creatures, even their masters. This power is naturally reflected in the crown of thorns. The thorns that have infiltrated the tentacles are constantly fighting for control of them. The power of the devourer of civilization sought to corrupt it, but these thorns were protected by a mysterious land, making corruption exceedingly difficult. Under Yi Feng's full force, his corruption couldn't even keep up with the thorns' fragmentation. Beside him, Lacarte slowly shifted his gaze toward the tentacle controlled by the thorns. In his enormous, star-sized eyes, a tangible sight blossomed like a supernova. The Eye Demons are a spiritually evolved race, and they possess profound research into dimensions and energy. The instant its sight appeared, it slashed the tip of the gigantic tentacle, leaving a wound on the devourer of civilizations comparable to the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. The overlords were now employing moves they had never used before. They had long been aware of the devourer of civilizations' tactics, so they had been holding back. And now, all these methods were unleashed. Faced with these new methods, the devourer of civilizations was momentarily at a loss. The speed of his analysis could no longer keep pace with the pace of his own destruction. However, he immediately found a new solution. Energy, like the vast universe itself, converged and circulated within him, ultimately transforming into a sound. It wasn't a language, more like the roar of an animal. But within it, the overlords discerned a single meaning: death. The devourer of civilization declared their demise. The next moment, even someone as powerful as Richard felt a surge of dizziness. A sudden, intense sense of discomfort arose within him. He felt as if he shouldn't exist in this world, that he should be dead. Boom! Dozens of cellular dimensions suddenly exploded. Under this deathly will, Richard's cells began to disintegrate. No wonder there's a spiritual trial. Richard muttered to himself, then calmed himself, surrendering his body and soul to reason. The next moment, Richard opened his eyes, his gaze as calm as still water. Reason took over, and the death decree that bewitched his soul was but a breeze before the dam of reason. In the void, numerous overlords used their own methods to break free from the death decree, but their fates were horrific. Half of Beelzebub's body melted by the poison, and the Eye Demon's tentacles were broken by 80%. Cracks appeared in the cursed demon's eyes, and the holy light of the two god kings dimmed. As for the great world tree, he had long been prepared for this, and only a few leaves fell. But they all knew that this was just the appetizer. Soon, a second voice rang out. The voice seemed to emanate from the endless darkness of the distant universe, and even the overlords would tremble at the sound. He said, "Punishment." The next moment, the overlords felt as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Tons of unspeakable pain surged from their hearts, directly impacting their souls. No means could stop this agony. They could only silently endure the intense pain. However, this pain had already surpassed the limits of living beings. Without special soul transformation, many overlords could not even endure it. Amidst this, a voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the overlords. It was Richard's voice. Richard gripped his hammer, silently gazing at the massive monster. The pain had no effect on him. His mind, like a mountain, held back the tide of agony. Using this method, even the devourer of civilizations would have required complete concentration. At this moment, the devourer of civilizations was completely defenseless. The hammer in Richard's hand suddenly grew larger, becoming as large as a star. The immense magical gravitational field within the hammer continuously increased the force of the blow. "I say, death." Richard's voice was as cold as a judge's. The next moment, the hammer swung down. All was silent. Chapter 974. To a creature the size of a vast world, stars are little more than toys. But with the addition of the gravitational power, everything changed. Under the influence of the gravitational power, the hammer's power increased hundreds of times. Remember, within this hammer lies a tangible miniature world. With such incredible power, Richard's single strike was enough to shatter the main continent of a vast world. However, the devourer of civilizations possessed no continents. So, the overlords could only see a giant wave hundreds of thousands of meters high erupt from the devourer of civilization's body. The wave swept across, severing every tentacles in its path with its immense force. At the core of the attack, they could only see a smear of black. Richard's single strike had actually created a black hole with brute force. Is this a hammer? Alchemist Corona stared at the world hammer in Richard's hand, momentarily unsure whether he was feeling a sense of amazement or a collapse of his worldview. The effect of the world hammer had completely exceeded his expectations. "Don't be foolish. Attack!" Richard's voice echoed through the ears of the overlords. While his attack seemed incredibly effective, it was entirely based on the civilization devourer's use of the law, without any defense. If he had been able to defend himself, the impact of this attack would have been greatly diminished. The overlords reacted and immediately began to reorganize their offensive. A hymn suddenly rang through the ears of the overlords. The two god kings from the god civilization had finally prepared their pair of overlord weapons. This child's name is Dusk. The ever-changing god king gently caressed Dusk beside him. Dusk looked like a humanoid creature with 6 pairs of star-shaped wings. Its wings came from the eternal god king, but it wore the ever-changing god king's cloak. Beneath that cloak was the blazing holy light of the sun god king. The moment Dusk appeared, an invisible realm expanded around it. Within this realm, even Richard felt a sense of oppression. "This thing is the greatest treasure of your civilization," Richard exclaimed suddenly, observing Dusk. From Dusk, he sensed an aura similar to that of the Mayfly's spirit. "Something," the eternal god king's voice tinged with pride. "But it hasn't yet taken shape. It's merely a form we've forcibly conjured through the power of our faith." As he spoke, Dusk began his attack. A spear suddenly materialized in its hand, and an 8-legged Pegasus emerged from its crotch. Behind him, countless heroic spirits emerged from the realm, each possessing the strength of a level 6 world lord. With a single swipe of its spear, it led its legion in a charge. The Devourer of Civilizations attempted to intervene, but its attacks, powerful enough to shake a medium-sized world, could not shake Dusk's figure. Boom! Dusk collided with the Devourer of Worlds, like falling stars. Its blazing holy light instantly reduced a miniature world to ash. Because it was a treasure of civilization, Dusk's dimensional power was directly supplied by the civilization dimension. After its collision with the Devourer of Civilizations, its blazing holy light wasn't even suppressed. Instead, it spread outward. Not far away, Beelzebub watched this scene, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. The power displayed by Dusk filled even this sworn enemy of the gods with a sense of dread. As Dusk attacked, numerous other overlords also began their attacks. Without the threat of the decree, even the civilization devourer could not withstand such a large number of overlords. Unless it summoned the rest of its forces as well. At the same time, the goblin artisans within the world also launched a counterattack. Drawing upon the power of the goblin world, the elders were clearing out the legions within the world at an astonishing rate. An elder, resembling a puppet, streaked across the sky like a meteor. Wherever he passed, the entire civilization devourer legion was transformed into wooden puppets. Even the civilization devourer was unable to stop the entire process. Elders, shaped like an anthropomorphic teacup, continuously fired beam-like bullets. These bullets transformed into towering vines upon impact, and within 3 seconds, they formed a cluster of titans, rivaling the lords of the world. Although the goblin artisans could not leave the goblin world, they were invincible within it. Even a master would be defeated by the siege of numerous goblin elders. Buzz! A shockwave suddenly erupted from the civilization devourer. Under this shockwave, numerous masters were forcibly driven away, even the great world tree. At the same time, ripples began to form in the void. A massive dimensional portal was about to open. "We can't let his support arrive," Richard shouted, swinging his world hammer violently. Instantly, a river of lightning surged towards the dimensional portal. The opening of the dimensional gate requires a stable environment, and even the Devourer of Civilizations must abide by this rule. But how could the Devourer of Civilizations allow Richard to interfere? Instantly, dozens of star-like tentacles sprouted from the Devourer of Civilizations. These tentacles twisted in the void, each twitch causing the void to tremble. "I say, Death!" The eternal god king's body suddenly grew immense, resembling a veritable galaxy. A wave of spiritual power, like a command, emanated from his body, as if mimicking the command of the Devourer of Civilizations. But those familiar with the civilizations of the gods knew that this was not the command of the Devourer of Civilizations. It was the divine word of the gods. The ultimate divine art created by the eternal god king. Under the influence of the divine word, the Devourer of Civilizations' tentacles suddenly stopped twisting. And then, they began to melt. Under the influence of the divine word, the cells that comprised it actually died. This method is ingenious. Yi Feng watched the eternal god king's divine word spell, a flicker of heat in his shattered eyes. Divine word spells aren't simply the application of the power of faith, they also incorporate dimensional power, and even mystical forces. After each divine word spell, the holy light surrounding the eternal god king dimmed considerably. The civilization devourer is no weakling. The more powerful the target of divine word spells, the more faith power it consumes. The civilization devourer's strength directly caused fluctuations in the eternal god king's pool of faith. If such divine word spells were repeated several times, even if he were a god king, his faith power would be completely depleted. Besieged by so many overlords, the civilization devourer's aura began to gradually wane. While the devourer of civilizations was immense, it wasn't infinite. The overlords present had already unleashed their most powerful weapons, and even the devourer of civilizations was inevitably doomed. Punishment, the devourer of civilizations, now at a disadvantage, suddenly issued another decree. Under the decree's influence, many overlords once again plunged into a hell of agony, even Dusk being no exception. Among the overlords, only Richard retained his sanity. Still using decrees? It seems you've run out of tricks. Richard swung his world hammer, ready to destroy the devourer of civilization's decree as he had before. But before he could strike, an extremely violent energy surge erupted from the devourer of civilization's body. No! Richard's eyes widened. As he watched, the devourer of civilization suddenly shrank, shrinking almost instantly to the size of a medium-sized world. Then, the decree of punishment was lifted. The entire process was seamless. Before Richard's attack even began, it was over. Beneath the devourer of civilizations, the wall of the goblin world was forcibly ripped open. No, it wasn't just a rip. A portion of the world had been torn away. The devourer of civilizations had actually taken a piece of flesh from the goblin world. What are you trying to do? Richard felt a flicker of doubt, but he didn't stop his hammer. The purest power of the hammer instantly unleashed a massive wave in the void. At the end of that wave, the devourer of civilizations didn't defend himself, but instead opened a dimensional portal. This dimensional portal was extremely narrow, making it impossible for the devourer of civilizations to escape or seek support. Neither Richard nor the other overlords understood what he was doing. However, this lack of understanding did not hinder their efforts. In an instant, over 10 attacks simultaneously struck the devourer of civilizations, shrinking his already shrunken form even further. But even so, the devourer of civilizations maintained the dimensional portal. Buzz, another tremor flashed through the void, and this time, dozens of dimensional portals opened in midair. Among them, anti-overlord weapons launched a blanket barrage of fire at the overlords. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was typical harassment, a tactic to prevent them from advancing. I do it! Richard's heart sank, and he charged directly at the devourer of civilizations, braving the attacks. Protected by the world hammer, these attacks were powerless against him. But at that moment, a face suddenly appeared on the devourer of civilizations. Richard, stop! This guy is... The face was none other than the cursed Corona, but he vanished before he could finish his words. Richard knew that the cursed Corona had transformed into the cursed devourer of civilizations, so the warning set alarm bells ringing in his heart, and he paused. But even after stopping, Richard instantly realized something was amiss. His intuition hadn't detected a hint of danger. Not good. Richard's face changed, and the hammer flew out of his hand, smashing into the devourer of civilizations like a meteor. Alas, it was too late. The devourer of civilizations suddenly spat out an egg, and within it, Richard sensed a hint of the goblin world. The devourer of civilizations, stalling for time, hadn't actually allowed himself to escape, but had chosen to send back the fragments of the goblin world it had torn apart. Boom! The dimensional gate collapsed under the violent disturbance, and the devourer of civilization's body shattered into a pile of elemental elements under the pounding of the world hammer. Richard gazed at the spot where the solitary gate had vanished, a flicker of unease crossing his heart. The devourer of civilization seemed to be making preparations. Chapter 975. Destroying a portion of the civilization devourer should have been a cause for celebration. But the civilization devourer's unusual behavior cast a shadow of gloom over the hearts of many overlords. Old tree, have you ever seen something like this? Richard asked gravely. No, the great world tree shook its head slightly. I don't understand his actions. The great world origin shouldn't be any more special than the other world origins. I don't understand why he sent that fragment away. Perhaps the goblin world is unique, Richard said after a moment's silence, then shook his head. The goblin world is so peculiar that it would rank among the most extraordinary in the entire galaxy. A world that can move freely, and even jump to endless dimensions, is a nightmare in a war of civilizations. It doesn't even need to be modified, just a little bit of advancement. Before it, the world fortress is nothing more than a larger warship. If it dares to invade, 2 or 3 of the goblin world's goblin craftsmen can easily defeat it. Miracle, there's a problem on the front lines. We must return. The evolving crown suddenly changed expression, his tone somewhat hurried. We've also encountered a problem here, Wild Wind said almost simultaneously. That monster has launched a massive offensive. I must return. We've also discovered the civilization devourer's army. The two god kings of the god civilization also received the news, but Dusk's success had given them some confidence, so they weren't panicking. Richard exhaled and said slowly, "Then everyone, return to the front lines. I handle matters in the goblin world. I believe that after this incident, the goblin artisans will give us a satisfactory answer." Inside the goblin world, Moon Elder Village. A dimensional portal slowly opened. The Great Elder, looking at Richard who had crossed the dimensional portal, asked hurriedly, "How does the hammer work?" "Great Elder, is this what you're most concerned about right now?" Hearing the Great Elder's question, Richard felt his thoughts pause for a moment. The goblin world had just suffered an attack and nearly been swallowed whole. While the problem had been resolved, the world had taken a bite out of it. Under such circumstances, the Great Elder, the leader of the goblin craftsmen, unexpectedly asked the first question about how the world hammer worked. "What else?" the Great Elder asked. "You don't think we love this world that much, do you? We prevented it from being swallowed simply because we share its fate. If it were devoured by that beast, we would all be doomed. The goblin world gave birth to the goblin craftsmen, but it also imprisoned them. If these goblin artisans had never discovered the world beyond the stars, they might have been deeply grateful for this world. But they saw the endless starry realms, and even the endless dimensions beyond the goblin world. When they saw all this, the goblin world ceased to be a beautiful utopia for them, but a prison that held them captive." "But it's more than just a prison," Richard whispered. "Great Elder, you know why I'm here. What is the goblin artisan's choice?" The Great Elder was silent for a moment, then asked again, "How does the hammer perform?" "Excellent, a masterpiece. It's just that I just received it, so I can't unleash its full power." "That's good. This is my best work yet, and the best work in the entire universe. If you're not in a hurry, I still have a few small details to finish." "Great Elder, what are you avoiding? You're such a bore." The Great Elder sighed, and in his black-penciled eyes, Richard could actually see a hint of helplessness and sadness. "We do hate that guy, but he's too powerful. Although you have fate, believe me, that beast's understanding of fate is no less profound than yours. You have little hope." "Hope is always a sliver," Richard said calmly. "But we can't ignore the existence of hope just because it's slivered. The Wizarding Union needs the assistance of the goblin artisans." The Great Elder sighed deeply at this, and the black-penciled sigh fell to the ground with a dull thud. "We can cooperate. We can help you craft some weapons as a reward for risking your lives. But if you want us to fully penetrate the enemy lines, sorry, we can't offer that service. Survival is the top priority for all races. Weapons aren't enough." Richard's voice suddenly dropped. "We need more than just weapons. We also need technical support. I can guarantee you stay in the rear to provide logistics, but you must also do your best to help us. Great Elder, we can't ignore the hope just because it's slim. If we succeed, you won't have to hide anymore." "That? I have to ask them." The Great Elder hesitated. If it were just him, he would have agreed immediately. He had long disliked the monster that was the civilization devourer, and now that there was an opportunity to destroy him, he absolutely supported it. But his willingness didn't guarantee the others. Just because he was the Great Elder didn't mean he could ignore the opinions of the other Ghost Elders. Richard nodded slightly. "I understand. I wait here." The Great Elder turned and entered the Pantheon, where the miraculous fire was being observed. Soon, Richard heard a faint sound coming from within the Pantheon, as if someone was arguing. But the sound was so fragmented that even Richard couldn't make out the content. The argument lasted for nearly a day. Finally, it died down, and the Great Elder emerged with a faint smile on his face. "I've convinced them, but we have a request." "What request?" "Not signing the fate contract." Richard raised his eyebrows. "Great Elder, you have to understand you have a criminal record." The Great Elder, knowing what Richard was talking about, immediately retorted, "Our covenant with the gods stipulates that we have the freedom to leave at any time." "Really? Then why do they hold a grudge against you?" "Perhaps it's because the timing of our departure was a coincidence. They were fighting a major battle at the time." "Great Elder, your explanation is meaningless." Richard's expression grew serious. "What's wrong with the fate contract?" "Once we sign the fate contract, our fates become entangled," the Great Elder sighed. "If you fail, that monster will use this connection to find us. By then, we won't have anyone to rescue us." "But I think this will further stimulate your abilities," Richard whispered. "Those who have a way out will always think of it when they do things. This is a necessary condition, wizard." The Great Elder's voice was almost pleading. "We've finally found a way to escape, and none of us want to die." Richard was speechless. The Great Elder had said so much, so the condition was probably non-negotiable. "I have a compromise," Richard said after a moment's thought. I can refuse the fake contract with the Goblin World, but I must sign a contract with you. He smiled. Great Elder, we need some guarantees. I believe in your desire to survive. If we sign a contract, you will absolutely ensure that the Goblin World contributes, right? The Great Elder looked at Richard. Although Richard smiled, he could guarantee that if he refused, they would definitely regret it. It suddenly occurred to him that Richard seemed to be able to control the flame. I agree. After a moment's hesitation, the Great Elder agreed to Richard's plan. He signed a contract with the Wizarding Union, acting as the overseer of the Goblin World. The Wizarding Union, in turn, would provide full protection for the Goblin World, ensuring it would not be devoured by the devourer of civilization. With the contract complete, the Great Elder immediately began to assemble with the other Goblin Elders to shift the world's coordinates. In the Pantheon, Richard watched as the Goblin Elders gathered together, communicating with their minds to connect with the world's origins. Instantly, even Richard felt a surge of power, like a vast ocean. Faced with this force, Richard felt like a small boat on the sea. Is this the power of the Goblin World? Richard felt a flash of shock. This power was even greater than the power of the Wizarding World's origins he had experienced in the Wizarding World. Furthermore, this power of the world's origins gave him a very calm feeling, like magic controlled by mental force. Under the control of the numerous Goblin Elders, the Goblin World quickly began to move. This movement seemed completely unnatural, as the Goblin World released no energy at all. It was like a sailboat on the sea, moving naturally with the wind and waves. What kind of technology is this? Richard couldn't help but ask. How does the Great World move? It's not moving, the Great Elder replied, looking up. The Great World isn't moving, it's space itself that's moving. The space we're in is shifting within space, powered by the Great World's influence on space itself. This technology isn't difficult. As long as you can communicate with the world's origin, you can do it too. Can it be used in the astral plane? No. The astral plane's space is too fragile, and its spatial strength isn't enough to propel the Great World. What about a small world, or a micro-world? Micro-worlds can be used, but small worlds might be a bit too dangerous. Richard nodded slightly, his heart trembling slightly. If this technology were truly that simple, then perhaps the subhuman world guardians of the Wizarding World could be of use. World guardians themselves lack offensive capabilities. Their battlefield is limited to their world. Once outside their world, their combat effectiveness rapidly declines. If they're away for too long, the world's origin might forcibly recall them or use its power to cause them to enter a state of backlash. But if this technology could be used on a large scale, then these world guardians would be of great use. Chapter 976. The Goblin World has currently agreed to provide us with all the technical assistance we require. In the council hall, Richard calmly announced the results of his discussions with the Goblin World. Alchemy, have your people interact more with these artisans. They are highly skilled and possess a very valuable technology. If we can utilize it, then perhaps we can consider mass production of our world fortress. What did you say? Alchemy Corona paused, as if confirming what he had heard. You mean mass production of world fortresses? Richard nodded slightly. Yes. Have they mastered some method of quickly and easily moving worlds? Alchemy Corona's voice was filled with disbelief. The biggest problem in building a world fortress isn't actually the construction itself. As long as a world can utilize the ley lines, its internal defenses won't take long for a civilization to build. It's the world fortress's mobility system that limits its production. A world's position in the astral plane is fixed, which is why knowing a world's coordinates allows for direct invasion. To move a world, it inevitably consumes vast amounts of energy to drive the rules. The machinery required is not only massive, but also incredibly complex. To enable a world to be freely controlled, like a world fortress, the navigation system required is even more complex than it could be. The most important and energy-intensive component of a world fortress is the navigation system. Richard nodded slightly. As far as I know, that's the case. It does require some prerequisites, but we just happen to meet them. Alchemy Corona rubbed his brow, though its wooden puppet form lacked brows. These guys make me feel like my job has been taken away. Then you need to improve your skills. Richard laughed heartily. Ha. The cheerful laughter of the overlords filled the hall. The meeting ended with joyful laughter, and Richard returned to the Wizarding World. He hoped to become a spiritual master here. The Shepherd Star Titan had given him a powerful body, making him the king of the Abyssal Titans, the ruler of the Abyss. But this didn't make Richard feel like a part of the Abyss. If the Abyss shaped his current body, then the wizarding civilization shaped his soul. He considered himself a wizard, and wizards were a race primarily focused on spiritual evolution. Corona, most of what you need has been built. Old Abel reported respectfully at the School of Miracles headquarters. In front of him, Richard was gently fiddling with a ball of black sand. "Let me know when it's ready," Richard replied casually. "Yes. By the way, how has the school been progressing lately?" "Everything is going well, Corona," Old Abel whispered. "We are controlling more academies, and the number of members is increasing significantly. Furthermore, Master Abyss Dragon's companion insect program has begun a pilot program and is currently performing well. As you requested, Master Abyss Dragon has already cultivated a batch of galaxy mayflies specifically for the School of Miracles and the School of Curse." "Stop, Abel," Richard suddenly interrupted. "The galaxy mayfly doesn't exist. There's only the star mayfly. The Soul School has already begun erasing history. We shouldn't interfere with their plans." "You're right, Corona. I made a slip of the tongue." Old Abel quickly corrected himself. "Our star mayfly is different from those of other schools. Our star mayfly has the ability to enhance spirituality and possess spiritual talents. Our testing shows that this mayfly will make our wizards 20% stronger than before. If wizards are adept at developing their abilities, their combat power can even be doubled." "Oh, that's even possible?" Richard looked a little surprised. He hadn't been following the star mayfly's development recently, so he didn't know the details of the project. "Yes, Corona." Old Abel's voice was tinged with admiration. "This mayfly can assist wizards in spellcasting, act as a scout unit, and work alongside wizards to counter soul attacks. When necessary, it can also enhance spells with its spiritual talent. In the past, these things required magical equipment, and the wizard had to control them himself. But now, a single star mayfly can do just that. Furthermore, a wizard can possess more than just one star mayfly. If conditions permit, a third-level wizard can even link up with 300 third-level star mayflies. Such a wizard alone could be considered a battle company. To put it a bit arrogantly, star mayflies will become an indispensable part of the wizarding world of the future." Richard nodded slightly. "It seems so, but there should be a side effect. The side effect is that when a wizard meditates, some of the enhanced effects are shared with the star mayfly. We've estimated the percentage to be around 20%. However, these speeds can be compensated with just a little meditation-boosting potion." Richard exclaimed in amazement. "So small? A tiny price, a huge reward. It seems we've made another step forward." "All this is thanks to your foresight," Old Abel said opportunely. Richard shook his head slightly. "I can't see this day. Inform Ellie, and have her send the completed report to the other Coronas. Once the technology is stable, put it into use immediately. Our decisive battle with that guy is about to begin, and we must seize every ounce of our strength." "Yes, Corona. Wow, I was wondering why that wizard was so surprised when he heard about our world navigation technology." In the Goblin world, the Grand Elder and a group of Goblin Elders walked through the World Fortress. Accompanied by their companions were the clones of Alchemical Corona and Transmutation Corona, providing guidance and introductions. "Yes, Master," Alchemical Corona's voice was tinged with respect. "The Archon intends to mass-produce such fortresses." "Mass production?" The Great Elder was taken aback. "This kind of technology requires world guardians. Have you recruited many indigenous guardians?" "Not really." Alchemist Corona shook his head slightly. "That's what the gods like to do, we don't. However, while we haven't recruited indigenous people, we have plenty of world guardians. Masters, just provide the technology. The rest is our responsibility." TSK, what a noble gesture. An elder sighed. "This reminds me of those three guys back then. They spoke with the same noble tone as you. But alas. If you can't speak, shut up." The Great Elder suddenly turned around and flung a drop of ink from his hand, sealing the speaking elder. "It doesn't matter," the Transmutation Corona said calmly. "We're prepared. Even if we fail, all members of the Wizarding Union can survive in the New World community." The Great Elder was stunned, a look of astonishment on his face. "Why are you fighting so hard when you have a way out?" "Because that monster wants to devour our things." The Transmutation Corona's voice suddenly became fierce. "We are the masters. Civilization gave birth to us, and we have strengthened civilization. And now, someone wants to snatch civilization from us, to chase us away like stray dogs. How can we possibly accept such an offer? Even if it means death?" "Even if it means death," the Alchemical Corona said calmly. "We have lived for many years, and all that remains in our souls is the thirst for truth and that pitiful shred of dignity. Now this monster wants to crush our dignity, and we will never tolerate that. And A hint of hesitation flashed across the alchemical corona's voice. After all, only a few can escape. Are the rest destined to perish? The great elder gazed at the two coronation thrones before him, his mind suddenly flashing back to the many eras of destruction in this world's past. Were the civilizations devoured by the devourer of civilizations without a way out? That's unlikely. Yet, these civilizations still chose to fight to the bitter end. In this starry sky, power and responsibility are bound together. A civilization without its master is no longer a master, and a civilization without its master is no longer a civilization. Perhaps we should have communicated with you outsiders long ago. The great elder suddenly turned, mumbling vaguely. What did you say? Nothing much. Let's get on with the technology. This technology is simple, and I teach you later. But before that, I have many complaints about the other aspects of this fortress's design. The overall design of this fortress is excellent, but many minor issues are lacking. A world fortress this large has countless details, and when these errors accumulate, even the best framework can't withstand it. Civilization Devourer occupied zone. In the pitch-black galaxy, the egg that sealed the fragments of the goblin world rose and fell in the sky. Suddenly, a face emerged from the ocean. Hey monster, are you planning to cut me up and throw me out? The cursed Corona's voice was inhumanly cold, whether it was due to his assimilation by the Civilization Devourer, or because he was no longer the cursed Corona. The Civilization Devourer didn't answer, but simply flattened the ocean with his immense will. In the ocean, massive world fortresses were being conceived. Beyond this world, vast dimensional rifts continued to open, bringing world after world to the edge of the galaxy world. There were already hundreds of such worlds surrounding the galaxy world. Some of these worlds were transformed into raw materials for the construction of the world fortress. The remaining worlds, manipulated by Titan battleships, were gradually integrated into the galaxy world. They were piecing the world together. But unlike the shepherd titans of the past, the Civilization Devourer wasn't trying to piece together a single, vast world. It was expanding it into a vaster one. The vast, cold will hovered over the Black Sea. Suddenly, its gaze turned into the distance, towards Richard, far away in the wizard world. Fate, truly a disgusting thing. Chapter 977. The resources needed to break through the spiritual limit aren't numerous, but their rarity is unparalleled across the entire world community. To gather the resources Richard needed, Old Abel mobilized nearly the entirety of wizarding civilization. Even so, less than half of the materials remained uncollected. As a last resort, he sought help from other civilizations. Fortunately, the person promoted this time was Richard. After offering Richard's name, the other civilizations agreed to cooperate. Treasures were even transported directly into the wizarding world via dimensional transport, bypassing interworld shipping routes. Inside the wizarding world, millions of wizards reconstructed a 3 million square kilometer plane. The soft soil hardened, and mithril cast wires traced complex geometric patterns across the land. Furthermore, these wires weren't confined to the surface. They penetrated deep into the earth, forming a three-dimensional magic circle. The amount of mithril consumed by this magic circle was nearly as much as a war waged against a medium-sized world. Fortunately, the Four Elements creation machine was already operating at full speed, and these scarce resources were no longer precious to wizards, or even the entire wizarding union. Besides, these mithril wires would be dismantled after Richard's promotion, so it couldn't be considered a waste. Richard stood in the sky, quietly watching the countless wizards below him busy like worker ants. At the word of his subordinate, these people had flocked to this plane, carrying out work they themselves were unaware of. This is power. Richard sighed softly. He was now the most powerful person in the entire wizarding union. Even the overlord would obey his orders. The feeling was wonderful, yet he felt no joy at all. Behind this power lay endless responsibility and pressure. A consul was not an emperor. He must lead wizard civilization, and even the Wizarding Alliance, to victory. If he failed, not only would he die, but countless members of the civilization behind him would also perish. Richard shook his head, wiping away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He needed to be as calm as water. Breaking through the mental limit required absolute stability. Any trace of emotion could lead to failure. The massive formation took only 7 days to set up. Once everything was complete, all the engineering wizards left. On the vast plain, Richard was the only wizard present. Richard fell from the sky, landing directly at the center of the formation. The most crucial position in the entire formation. There are numerous records of soul breaking through the limit, whether among wizards, other civilizations, or even the alliance of previous civilizations. Combining these records and the preparations of those who had broken through the spiritual limit, Richard designed the magic circle before him. This magic circle utilizes the power of the earth veins. Once activated, the entire formation will become a world unto itself. The objects and rules within this world are controlled by the master of the formation. The master soul is equivalent to the world's origin of this formation. Furthermore, Richard also incorporated the use of the world's origin power into the formation. As the benefactor of the wizarding world, he is able to do this. The world's origin power is a magical force that can achieve almost anything. By incorporating the world's origin power into the formation, the false world created by the formation has taken on a certain resemblance to the real world. If all goes well, the power of the world's origin will act as glue, binding his shattered soul together and leading him to a new level. The moment he stood at the center, Richard suddenly looked behind him. He felt a gaze, an inhumanly cold one. This gaze didn't come from any spatial direction. It came from destiny. No matter where Richard faced, it was always behind him. Richard knew it was the gaze of the devourer of civilization. It was observing the level of this creature destined to kill it. A mocking smile crossed Richard's face. The devourer of civilization would never have stared at him so long. After its own clone was slain, this monster finally began to take him, its destined one, seriously. Go ahead and watch. See if you can kill me right here. Richard scoffed, then began to calm himself. At the same time, the formation on the plane began to operate. Buzz! A subtle hum of energy echoed across the plane, and a vast amount of energy flowed through the earth veins into the formation constructed of mithril. In a matter of moments, this inanimate object, constructed of metal, took on a texture almost resembling that of a living being. Dong dong. Dong dong. Richard could hear a rhythmic pulsation, the pulsation of the formation, and also the pulsation of his own heartbeat. His body had now become the core of the formation, his soul slowly merging into this vast magical circle. In 8 minutes and 17 seconds, Richard's soul had completely mastered the formation, exactly as he had predicted. Then, let's begin. Richard surrendered his mind completely to reason, and the soul transformation he had repeated hundreds of times before began again. But this time, as soon as he made the change, his entire soul trembled violently. It was as if he were shaking the very foundations of his soul. Under normal circumstances, the shaking of the soul would be terrifying, but at this moment, it was exactly what Richard needed. Without hesitation, Richard used his mental power as a tool to completely shatter the last piece of his original soul. In an instant, the soul edifice he had constructed began to crumble. Richard found it difficult to describe the feeling. He could feel himself disappearing. He could clearly feel his soul shattering, his memory fading, even his IQ declining. If growth is a gradual progression from childhood to maturity, then at this moment, he was gradually returning from maturity to the most primordial nothingness. In Richard's eyes, time seemed to be running backwards. Bound by these shattered soul formations, at the same time, the power of the world's origin began to enter Richard's body. These worldly energies flowed through the formation, constantly binding the fragments of the soul together, ultimately converging into Richard's body at its center. Everything went smoothly. Until Richard completely stripped away everything in this world, revealing his true nature. Where am I? Richard looked around bewilderedly. Oh no, at this moment, he wasn't called Richard but Li Cha. Ordinarily, a soul breaking through its limits would completely shatter it. But Richard was a special being. His soul was composed of two souls. Although the soul from another world had merged with Richard's, the two souls were still two souls. Their original structures were different. The long-term growth of his spiritual power had actually been the growth of the part of him that belonged to his original soul, Cha. And now, shattered, naturally, it was also that part of him that was shattered. The part belonging to the other world was too insignificant to Richard. To Richard's soul, the soul from the other world was like a grain of sand in the desert, insignificant. So, for a long time, it was ignored. But now, this neglected part has become a fatal problem. The center is a crucial position. Once the soul leaves the center, the formation is completely useless. Although this is merely a failure for Richard, not death, failing at this node makes it almost impossible for him to complete his spiritual breakthrough before the final battle. Li Cha looked around, his memory still stuck in his previous life, the moment when his great fortune rushed towards him. Is this the underworld? Or heaven? Li Cha looked at the emptiness around him, feeling bewildered. His soul was too weak, unable even to project his spiritual power. Everything around him was empty and void to him. Soon, an inexplicable fear filled his heart. Is there someone? Or a ghost? Under the influence of fear, he was even at a loss for words. In the civilization devourer's occupied territory, the cold, immense will suddenly shook, and the entire world within it trembled under its influence. Just now, He had unexpectedly seen that the thread of fate lay not with the shattered soul of the original Richard, but with Li Cha, the alien from another world. Li Cha's part was so insignificant that not only Richard ignored him, but even the civilization devourer ignored him. At this moment, if he could seize Li Cha's soul, this thread of fate would no longer be a problem. The devourer of civilization unleashed his full might at this moment. He knew this was his last chance. Once Richard broke through his limit, Li Cha and Richard would merge completely, indistinguishable from each other. But at the same time, a glint of light appeared in Li Cha's eyes. He felt a warmth in that light. What is this? Li Cha looked at the light, and almost involuntarily walked towards it. Living things tend to gravitate towards light, like moths to a flame. But as he approached the light, the inexplicable gravitational pull began to grow stronger. It was as if a force was restraining his body. What the hell is going on? Li Cha stared at the light, a sudden surge of recklessness within him. He had to see what that light was. Under the influence of this desire, not even gravity could stop him. One step. In the formation, the souls that were gluing together suddenly trembled, as if their foundations had been shaken. In the abyssal archives, the Titan King suddenly stood up. His 6 eyes turned in Richard's direction, and a murderous aura that seemed capable of tearing the world apart instantly filled the archives. So eager to die? He waved his hand suddenly, and Richard's miracle furnace suddenly trembled. Then, Li Cha saw a flash of flame. A flash of golden flame. The golden flame ignited his body, and the pain it brought him almost instantly brought him to consciousness. No! No! Li Cha's mind suddenly cleared. He could sense that something had gone wrong with his mind. The light continued to confuse him. What the hell is going on? Li Cha gritted his teeth. The pain of the golden flames didn't cease with his awakening, nor did the allure of the light disappear with its appearance. In an instant, the pain and allure nearly tore his mind in two. Would he choose the pain that should have been safe, or the seemingly beautiful light? Pa! Can the good things catch up with me? Li Cha looked at the light and turned away. Although the pain brought by the miracle fire was intense, it brought him great peace of mind. Moreover, Li Cha's simple understanding from his previous life had instilled in him a sense that good things never rush to you. All seemingly easy gains are bound to have hidden problems. The lure of the light grew stronger, constantly appearing in Li Cha's field of vision even when he wasn't looking. This further solidified Li Cha's resolve. At the same time, the soul at the center of the formation began to reorganize. The shattered soul began to build around Li Cha, like a base. Li Cha, enduring the miraculous fire, gradually began to transform back into Richard. Looking at those unfamiliar memories, Li Cha felt a moment of confusion, even resistance. But as his memories grew, he finally accepted everything. After all, this was all his doing. He had only temporarily lost his memory. His soul continued to reassemble, and under the glue of the world's origin, everything proceeded with incredible ease. When the last piece of soul was attached, Richard suddenly touched his chin. Am I really that stubborn? Chapter 978. The end of his soul's limit breaking marked Richard's end, signifying he was no longer bound by his original soul structure and could freely modify it. This also meant that Richard could adjust his soul structure to suit the situation. Richard looked toward the devourer of civilization, his eyes stern and resolute. He whispered, "Our fate will soon be decided." Several spatial rifts suddenly appeared in the air, and the guardians of the wizarding world descended upon them. The impact of the mental limit breaking wasn't significant, but Richard was the wizard Archon, and every movement he made was watched. "Congratulations, sir, on your successful limit breaking," the Day and Night Guardian said respectfully. Behind him, the other guardians joined in unison. "Congratulations, sir, on your successful limit breaking." Richard waved his hand casually. "No need to be so fussy. It's no big deal. Go back to your own business." The guardians straightened up upon hearing this, and then dispersed, following Richard's command. After the guardian left, Richard immediately began to check his condition. Breaking through the limit didn't bring about a qualitative improvement, but adjusting the soul structure did. Through proper structural adjustments, Richard's mental power had increased 5-fold, to 50,000 points. This was the highest level of mental power. If Richard wanted to further increase his mental power, he could only rely on meditation to substantially increase his soul. In a sense, Richard's soul was now truly progressing. Before, he was merely filling in the gaps. However, the highest mental power structure wasn't necessarily the most optimal. For a master, mental power was a kind of excess. Aside from fighting creatures, like the civilization devourer, which could drastically impact Overlord's soul, mental power isn't crucial in a peer-level confrontation. Furthermore, Even against the civilization devourer, even the most powerful structure isn't the optimal solution. After adjusting his soul structure, Richard wasted no time in beginning his ascension to the leader-level overlord. Richard had already fulfilled the prerequisites for becoming a leader-level overlord, breaking both limits, possessing the dimensional treasure, and becoming the de facto leader of civilization. At this moment, Richard's ascension to true leader-level overlord was unimpeded. Arriving in the dimension, Richard arrived at the City of Eternal Truth, carrying the Book of All Laws. In the council hall, representing the authority of wizards, the secret keeper was already awaiting his arrival. Your Excellency, Archon, congratulations on your advancement. Richard looked at the dimensional incarnation with a hint of curiosity. I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. Do you know something? I've always felt your attitude towards me was a little strange. Haha, I don't know anything, Your Excellency, the secret keeper replied. I simply saw something. You should know that for me. The coronation has no secrets. I know all their research findings and their magic. Yes. Richard nodded slightly. The moment he nodded, he suddenly realized something and looked sharply at the secret keeper. You used divination magic on me? The secret keeper shook his head slightly. How could that be? Such a thing would be too offensive even for a wizard's apprentice. I used divination magic on myself, and I saw you in it. When? While fighting for you with that weapon. Weapon? Hearing that name, Richard immediately knew who the secret keeper was referring to. Among the many civilizations, which other than the Abyss had fought for him with the wizard. What did you see? Today? The secret keeper bowed slightly. I saw you ascend the throne, and become the leader of the wizards. The Archon isn't a throne, Richard said calmly. I went back that day, and looked at the history books. The Archons of the City of Seven Hills rotate. But the leader doesn't rotate, Your Excellency. Richard was silent for a moment, then said, But I do. The secret keeper looked at Richard with a hint of surprise. Is being an Archon a difficult task for you? Richard said calmly, But if I survive, roaming the astral realm freely will be more comfortable than staying within a civilization as an Archon. Besides, after the war, my fate will vanish. I will make mistakes then. But before then, you won't make mistakes, will you? But before then, I won't give up my position as Archon. The keeper smiled. You are the leader, you have the final say. If you wish to rotate, then the Archons can rotate. I am the ship, you are the captain, and you have the final say on my direction. Then let's sign the contract. The ceremony for becoming a leader in each civilization is different. This ceremony has nothing to do with conventional mysteries. It stems from the civilization's culture. And in wizard culture, contracts are undoubtedly very important. I, Richard, will, from this day forward, become the Archon of the wizarding civilization, a term that will last 10,000 years after the end of this war. The Council of Truth had previously established a 10,000-year rotation of the speaker. Richard felt this system was excellent, and the short duration made it well worth preserving. The secret keeper tore a page from the book in his hand, transforming it into a parchment contract. Richard took it, and inscribed his name on it. The next moment, an immensely large being appeared in his perception. It seemed to merge with the entire civilization dimension. Is this the leader? Richard's face flashed with shock. He wondered if this was a special situation stemming from his cell world path. Because the moment he became leader, his dimension was no longer his own, but the entire civilization dimension. His use of dimensional power was no longer restricted by quotas. As long as he so desired, the entire civilization dimension became his reservoir of dimensional power. For other leaders, this might be merely a bonus. Because the overlords, who became leaders, were often very old and extremely powerful. The dimensional power they accumulated made the dimensional force attacks from the civilization dimension seem somewhat insignificant. But for Richard, this ability was invaluable. He needed a vast amount of dimensional power to fuel the growth of his cellular dimension. He had a hunch that if he could expand his cellular dimension to a certain extent, his power would naturally undergo a qualitative transformation. Beside Richard, the secret keeper said respectfully, Your Excellency, Archon, congratulations on becoming leader. From this day forward, all doors of wizard civilization are open to you. Frontline Hub World. You become the leader? Samuel looked at Richard, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Although he knew Richard was going to break through his mental limits, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. From constructing the formation to fully breaking through, it took Richard only 7 days. Richard nodded slightly, his eyes meeting Samuel's. How far are you from becoming a leader? I can break through at any time, but I'm unsure of the outcome. I protect you. The Abyss needs a leader to lead the charge. Samuel's face flickered with surprise. You protect? It seems I'm being treated well. What else? Even Beelzebub can't do it. Richard sighed softly. In the entire Abyss, I'm the only one capable of protecting you. Aren't you afraid I'd take your place as Lord of the Abyss? Want to hear the truth? What do you mean? Samuel frowned slightly. His intuition told him he didn't want to hear Richard's answer. The truth is, you can't take it away, Richard said calmly. I'm the king of the Abyssal Titans, naturally superior to you in authority. Even if you become leader, your authority will only be equal to mine. Besides, the Abyss is where fists rule. Richard patted Samuel's shoulder. The seemingly light touch made Samuel tremble. I don't think you can defeat me. Samuel looked at Richard. After the shock faded, his eyes suddenly lit up with fighting spirit. Well, I was right. You've indeed become a formidable opponent. Unbeatable formidable opponent? Samuel looked at Richard with a belligerent smile. If I could easily defeat you, what good would I be? Gulp, gurgle, gurgle. In the dark crucible, a thick liquid bubbled continuously. A colorful mist flowed out, instantly transforming anything it touched. Beelzebub, standing in front of the crucible, surveyed the liquid, his smile growing ever wider. Almost done, almost done. The viscous liquid condensed in the flames fueled by the cursed creatures, its power growing ever richer. Finally, only a small pool of liquid remained in the crucible, more than 2 men tall. The liquid shone in a dazzling, vibrant color, a breathtaking sight. However, if this crucible weren't composed of the power of the Abyss, it would have been dispersed into its elemental components the moment it formed, then reassembled. Haha, let me taste you. Beelzebub used the power of the deep quart to condense a spoonful, then dredged half a spoonful of potion from the crucible. Without hesitation, Beelzebub thrust the spoon directly into the gaping maw of his stomach. The next moment, a violent surge of energy emanated from him. Immediately, his aura began to surge. In a matter of moments, Beelzebub's life force radiated to an incredible degree. Haha. I did it! I finally made this thing. Beelzebub, feeling his surge of strength, burst into unbridled laughter. Demons throughout the Abyss could hear his unbridled laughter, and the earth trembled slightly at its sound. Each ruler of the Abyss has his own symbol. In the past, the bloody sun that never set was the symbol of Samuel, and now the bloody moon that revolves around the bloody sun is the symbol of Richard. Many Titans' symbols are stars, but few know Beelzebub's symbol. Beelzebub's symbol isn't in the sky, but on earth. The deep abysses of the Abyss world are Beelzebub's symbol. Chapter 979. Is this your finished product? Richard looked at the remaining layer of colorful slime in the cauldron before him, his face filled with shock. While he truly believed Beelzebub could produce a finished product, this one certainly exceeded his expectations. So, you only use mystical power, concentrated abyssal power, and those? I can't quite describe the ingredients to blend and create this potion. Beelzebub stood beside Richard, a look of seriousness suddenly appearing on his portly, sleazy face. Master, those unidentified materials you mentioned are all extremely rare dimensional treasures, many of which are now extinct. I mobilized my entire family fortune, along with all my connections in the endless dimension, to gather these things. Okay, Richard nodded slightly, then glanced at Beelzebub. How many can you make? It depends on the time. If war breaks out within 10 years, I can only produce a potion for 1 master at most. But if we extend the time to 100, then perhaps every civilization will have a leader. We don't have that much time, Richard said gravely. We need to mobilize all civilizations to search for the materials. Master this thing. It won't be leaked, Richard interrupted. Although I've always advocated for technological exchange, you've been the one researching this, so there's no need to share anything other than the finished product. The contract will ensure the safety of the formula. Master, that's not what I'm talking about. Beelzebub shook his head slightly. This formula can be freely given away. It's just the ingredients. They never be able to figure out the steps in their lifetime. What I'm saying is that this potion has a side effect. Remember the concentrated abyssal power within the ingredients? I haven't eliminated its transformative properties. Upon taking this potion, the Overlord's body will inevitably be eroded by the Abyss. Richard's expression froze, and he immediately asked, can it be eliminated? Having already broken the limit, the abyssal transformation can definitely be reversed, Beelzebub said with a somewhat sheepish smile. However, the process will be extremely time-consuming. If we rush into the war, we won't have time to eliminate these transformations. This side effect is indeed a bit misleading. Richard rubbed his brows. But as long as the transformation works, the other overlords will certainly tolerate this minor flaw. But before that, we need concrete evidence. Council Hall. Here is the formula for the Overlord Evolution Potions. Everyone, see if you have any means of finding the ingredients. Richard presented the formula for the Overlord Evolution Potions to the Overlords. Upon seeing the formula, nearly all of them frowned. These ingredients are quite rare. I can get at most 2 of these, said the cursed demon Emperor Yifeng. The exact quantity is yet to be determined. I do know the presidents of several dimensional chambers of commerce in the trading dimension, said demon leader Rackart in a calm tone. I should be able to get all of these things. It's just a matter of quantity. Trading dimension? Hearing this unusual name, the lords present were slightly stunned, and only the great world tree's eyes flashed with surprise. You can enter that dimension freely? That place is not easy to enter. Lacarte said calmly. By chance, I saved the president of a dimensional guild and helped him take down a dimensional giant. In return, he gave me a trading voucher. What is the trading dimension? Richard asked curiously. Nothing much, a magical dimension within the endless dimension. The great world tree explained. The dimensional creatures in that dimension are called dimensional vendors. These creatures have the ability to freely enter any dimension, any world. From them, you can buy almost anything you need, even if it's something you made up. However, this dimension is difficult to enter. Its dimensional coordinates are constantly shifting, and only dimensional vendors themselves and creatures with trading vouchers can find it. All 3 leaders had this item, but unfortunately, after their deaths, the trading vouchers became invalid. Besides, this dimension also. It's a large trading platform, Rackart added. You can trade with overlords of other civilizations there, but the quality of the trade isn't guaranteed. I've been ripped off, and I've ripped off others too. So wouldn't it be possible to hire some help? The Shaper's Crown suddenly spoke. As long as the reward is high, I think some overlords will come to help. I've already tried that. Rackart's eyes flickered, a gesture of shaking his head. Even with the constraints of a fateful contract, no overlord is willing to travel to another civilization to participate in a war. Most overlords, who can reach the trading dimension, are incredibly powerful, and they have no shortage of resources. Oh, it seems we have something they're interested in now. The Overlord Evolution Potion. This kind of thing is unique even in the trading dimension. At least, as far as Lacarte knew, it had never appeared before. Trading it would definitely earn the approval of the target leader's overlord. We don't even have enough of this stuff for ourselves, so it would be a waste to trade it, Beelzebub said darkly. It's very complicated to refine. Even if the ingredients were sufficient, not everyone involved would have a share. As he spoke, he glanced pointedly in the direction of the god civilization. Come to think of it, we haven't seen the potion's effects yet, have we? The God King of Change looked at Richard. Beelzebub is a greedy bastard. He should have tried this stuff before. Of course. Richard nodded slightly. But there are some side effects. I wonder if you can accept them. What side effects? Abyssal transformation. Are you kidding? Many of the Eternal God King's stars glowed red. Although everything is about survival, if survival requires entering the abyss, then I don't think death is out of the question. Richard smiled and said calmly, listen to me. The Overlord Evolution Potion is for those who have reached physical limits, so abyssal transformation won't have a significant impact on your souls. Even if it does, the overlords who can use the potion are those who have reached mental limits. Your souls aren't afraid of abyssal transformation. Secondly, abyssal transformation isn't irreversible. If mental limits can negate abyssal transformation, then physical limits can naturally do the same. It just takes a little longer. How long? Asked the Natural Federation's Netherworld. Richard spread his hands. I'm afraid it won't be resolved before the war ends. Does that mean we have to fight despite the abyss's erosion? The God King of Change laughed a little in anger. How can we fight like that? We've already been weakened before the battle. For now, this is our only successful potion. Richard leaned back, a hint of resignation in his voice. Alchemy, have you made any progress on your potion? Alchemist Corona shook his head. Reaching a critical state is easy, and improving physical fitness is also easy. However, breaking through the limit depends entirely on the master himself. Honestly, I'm puzzled. How do you manage to break through the limit so stably, Beelzebub? The power of change is reversible, my friend. Beelzebub smiled. The biggest problem with breaking the limit is whether a stable system can be formed after breaking the limit. The potion's effect is stabilization. Breaking through is the master's responsibility. I see. Alchemist Corona was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. He looked at Richard and shook his head slightly. My research on dimensional power isn't as in-depth as Beelzebub's. Even if I could figure it out, I wouldn't be able to catch up in time. Richard exhaled, his gaze sweeping across the numerous overlords. The choice is yours. We are allies, not superiors or subordinates. You have the freedom to choose. I think this side effect is acceptable, Lacarte said in the characteristic trembling voice of a beholder. Besides, I'm also very interested in the abyssal erosion. There's no choice, Miracle Yifeng said softly. We must improve our strength. Richard looked at the three overlords of the god civilization. The god king of change responded bluntly. I refuse. You might as well kill me, if I'm contaminated by the abyss. However, the god king of eternity was more flexible. He said calmly, I can try, but I doubt Beelzebub's character. The contract guarantees safety, Richard said solemnly, and I keep an eye on him. Seeing this, the god king of the sun said indifferently, there's only one candidate for civilization. Since eternity is willing to try, I won't get involved. Finally, Richard turned towards the Natural Federation. Why are you looking at me? The Great World Tree asked in surprise. I'm the World Tree, and I don't follow your path. That potion won't work for me. However, I do need some help to become a leader. What kind of help? I need 4 medium-sized worlds, or 40 small worlds to stitch together. 400 micro-worlds would also be fine, but it's a bit complicated. Richard was somewhat bewildered by the World Tree's request. Are you planning to piece together half a large world? The Great World Tree nodded slightly. Yes. The evolution of the World Tree requires a world. To become its leader, I must control at least half a large world. Richard rubbed his brow. I make arrangements. Your priority will be higher than that of the World Fortress. At this point, all members of the Wizarding Alliance, except for the Lingma civilization, had approved the dominant evolution potion. Prepare for those in Lingma? Rackard suddenly asked. Although they aren't attending the meeting, they're also members of the Alliance. Richard nodded slightly. Prepare? But they can wait in the back. Suddenly, Richard's expression changed. What did you say? Okay, I understand. With that, Richard's expression turned grave. Something's wrong. The Lingma civilization sent word through the wind catchers that the civilization devourers have suddenly intensified their offensive. The Lingma civilization is struggling. Chapter 980. Sand Spirit World. He has arrived. A sand spirit sage, like a scale, emerged from the prophet's desert. Many of the sand spirit civilization's masters stood behind him, their expressions grave. The wind catcher has relayed the news back to the Alliance. We just have to hold on. This war. No, Horlid, we cannot win this war. A dog-headed, human-like attendant appeared beside the sand spirit sage. He looked at Horlid with determination in his eyes. He has come personally. We are not strong enough. We must preserve the flame. Sage, perhaps it's not. I saw it. The sand spirit sage's voice suddenly rose, a voice as powerful as divine authority. I saw the sand spirit world erupt in flames, then be swallowed bit by a giant python. We have no power to change the future, so preserve the flame. As he spoke, the sand spirit sage approached Horlid, a handful of gravel suddenly appearing in his hand. This is the homeland. If it can't return, then wherever it scatters will be the new homeland for the sand spirits. I understand. Hollard looked around. Beside him, the 2 sand spirit emperors and the remaining dragon emperors were all watching him. They had made a contingency plan. If the worst happened, Hollard and Shamantion would lead the sand spirits and dragons to become the spark of civilization. And they, the remaining emperors, would hold on like emperors until they died in battle or the war ended. Hollard, I leave it to you, another dragon emperor said with a smile. You are a wise man. The future of civilization needs dragons like you to guide it. Hollard said nothing, simply slashing his chest with his dragon claws. This was the dragon's courtesy, a gesture of recognition. Shamantion flowed from Horlid's body, ultimately transforming into a dog-headed, humanoid figure, identical to the waiter. Sand spirits possess a dull emotional state, a common trait among semi-elemental creatures. However, this dullness does not mean the absence of emotion. The emperors gathered, their sands blending together. I hope I won't have to carry a part of you along with me to survive, Shamantion whispered softly. The 2 emperors exchanged a glance and chuckled. We hope so too. Outside the world, a vast dimensional rift slowly appeared. Behind it lay no legions, no fleets, only a vast creature as vast as a black ocean. The moment this creature appeared, even the vast world of the sand spirits trembled. It's time to go, Hollard. The sand spirit sage's voice grew once more powerful. He's here. But he can't win this time. According to the wind catchers, The Civilization Devourer's army is directly exploiting the void of the endless dimension with surgical precision. They've completely surrounded their entire front line and are charging directly towards their home world, the Sand Spirit world. Richard sat in his seat, his heart pounding. This sudden situation gave him a deeply ominous premonition. But they're surrounded. How did the wind catchers get in? Alchemist Corona asked in confusion. They're completely sealed off from the astral plane to the endless dimension. Even we can't get in, so how did a mere wind catcher get in? Wind catchers are a general term used by wizards to refer to a type of dimensional creature. These creatures possess abilities similar to those of dimensional traders, but are confined to the astral plane, making them the best information brokers. During the Civilization War, both wizards and galactic mayflies obtained a wealth of intelligence through the wind catcher. I think we've overlooked something. Richard rubbed his brow and casually tapped the table. The next moment, a three-dimensional map of the world community appeared on the conference table. Richard waved his hand, and the map instantly shrank, his finger pointing to the void beyond. Friends, although the Black Territory is empty, it is safe. If we pass through the Black Territory and enter the territory of the Spirit Desert Civilization, we can bypass all blockades. Looking at the path Richard drew, the Master's presence suddenly realized. The world community was so vast that they had overlooked that their own world community was just the tip of the iceberg of the Star Realm. Going beyond the world was also a path for them. But there's a problem, the Great World Tree suddenly spoke. News sent this way will be significantly delayed. The news we received is probably completely inconsistent with the current situation. That's our biggest problem right now, Richard exhaled and whispered. Our people asked the wind catcher, and according to it, this news is at least 6 months late. In other words, by the time we receive this news, the Sand Spirit world will already be destroyed. Even the Eye Demons can't stop the Civilization Devourer, let alone the Sand Spirits. Upon hearing this news, all the overlords fell silent. Previously, the Civilization Devourer had gone to such great lengths to conquer the Everdark world. And now, he had taken away a whole world with almost effortless ease. This isn't our fault, Lacarte said slowly. The location of the Spirit Desert Civilization essentially determines their fate. It's only a matter of time. I know. Richard suppressed his myriad thoughts and spoke slowly. After the fall of the Sand Spirit world, according to the previous agreement, the Sand Spirits will deliver the civilization seeds. We will be responsible for receiving them and preparing a safe territory for them. However, I'm a little concerned about whether they can deliver the civilization seeds, so I plan to go and see. Before the Civilization Devourer returned to its peak, Richard was destined to be the one chosen by fate. He would go to meet them, and unless the Spirit Desert Civilization was doomed, he would definitely receive them. Then let's discuss relocating the world, Lacarte said solemnly. He looked at Richard, his huge eyes seemingly piercing Richard's heart. I can see you're extremely anxious and a bit panicked right now. But I have to say, it's a bit premature to panic now. You are the destined one, and we are all paving the way for you. You must be confident and motivated. Richard paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered that the Eye Demon's talent allowed them to see emotions. Lacarte's strength had nearly reached double limits, so it seemed his natural abilities had long been developed to their full potential. I will. Richard stood up, and a dimensional portal appeared before him. Dark domain. Between world clusters lie vast, almost boundless expanses of nothingness. These regions are so vast that even light cannot propagate. Even a master with the best eyesight, looking beyond the edge of a world cluster, would see only emptiness. In this profound darkness, Dragon Emperor Horlid was carrying the seeds of the Spirit Desert Civilization, sneaking from the Black Territory into the Wizarding Union's territory. For safety's sake, he didn't even dare enter the infinite dimension. He was too close to the Civilization Devourer. The Sea of Ether could block the Devourer's perception, but the void of the infinite dimension couldn't. Hollard, how far are we? Shamantian's voice oozed from his scales, cautiously surveying his surroundings. About 3,000 light years. That's close. Although Horlid couldn't travel through the infinite dimension, he could still travel beyond the veil. There were still speed limits behind the veil, but compared to the speed of light on the surface, the restrictions were clearly fewer. As long as we can reach the Wizarding Union, we'd be safe. Shamantian's voice was filled with melancholy. I never imagined Lingma's future would be like this. Neither did I, Hollard whispered. In my vision, we should have fought and communicated with other civilizations. We might have failed, but we wouldn't have ended up in such a state of disgrace. The 3 remaining emperors, and even the Sand Spirit sages were pawns used to buy them time. If they didn't buy time, the Devourer of Civilizations would surely hunt them down. The devourer of civilizations is a greedy monster. It never minded a few extra bites. Boom! Hollard suddenly swerved, dodging a torrent of white ether. Behind him, a pitch-black dragon and two limit-breaking titans watched him. Hollard, as my last hope, I never imagined you would actually join that monster. The dragon roared piercingly, its hatred and murderous intent surging towards Hollard like a tidal wave. Completely corrupted? Hollard watched the scene before him, his 8 dragon heads expressionless. Richard had told him the fate of corrupted overlords. I told you before, Mokar, you should strengthen your willpower. You are indeed the first of the 3 to be corrupted. But Hollard's words sounded quite different to Mokar. He heard his former friend, a senior who was almost like a teacher, grinning and saying, Mokar, you've never witnessed the power of that great being. We can't defeat it. Coexisting with it, becoming a part of it, is our only option. Asshole. Mokar's body suddenly shone with blood-red lines, and in an instant, his life force surged several times. Hollard recognized this. It was Mokar's Dragon Mark enhancement technique. He had contributed significantly to its creation. Do you remember? We created this thing together. Now, it's going to say farewell to you. As he spoke, Mokar's body reached the ultimate speed beyond the dimension. The instant Horlid reacted, Mokar was in his face. Horlid wasn't a limit breaker overlord. If he were to fight purely on physical strength, the outcome would be death. But fortunately, Horlid was a wise man. Bang! Mokar's claws penetrated a barrier, its golden patterns patched across it, resembling a mighty tree spreading unchecked. Horlid was a master of dragon alchemy, and in his hands, dragon alchemy had transcended the boundaries originally assigned to it by the Supreme Being. And in my spiritual evolution, knowledge equals combat power. However, Mokar wasn't fighting alone. Bang! The other 3 Titan overlords arrived at the barrier almost simultaneously, and they delivered their punches almost simultaneously. Against 1 limit breaker overlord, Horlid was somewhat confident of victory. Against 2, he could barely defend himself. But 4, that number was beyond his capabilities. Fate, how cruel. Chapter 981. Hollard, Fate likes to play tricks. I remember I told you about this before. Just as Hollard was about to despair, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. The next moment, he saw a torrent of ether rushing past him, almost instantly sweeping the 4 limit-breaking overlords aside. Hollard turned his head, and saw Richard slowly emerging from the dimensional gate. Fate is kind enough to predict your whereabouts. Richard looked at the 4 overlords swept away by the ethereal tide, a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't look closely just now. Are there actually 4 limit-breaking overlords? What do you have with you that would warrant such a fuss? Just a spark, Hollard said softly after a moment's silence. You're truly greedy, Richard said, looking at the 4 limit-breaking clones with a hint of sarcasm. You don't even want to keep the spark? The 4 overlords looked at Richard and, without hesitation, immediately fled. They had no chance of success against Richard. But how could Richard let this fat sheep slip away? Dimensional power transformed into silk threads in his hands, tangling into a spear. The instant the spear took shape, the surrounding ether sea, spanning 100 kilometers, was instantly devoured. The next moment, Richard hurled the spear, instantly piercing through the body of one of his clones. Then, the ether exploded, shattering the clone in an instant. At the same time, he arrived beside another clone. You know what? I finally understand the power of this route. Richard smiled, greeted one of his clones, and then threw a light punch. The punch seemed weak and powerless, without even the power of dimensional force. However, Richard at this moment was no longer the Richard of the past. After months of infusion from the civilization dimension, the cellular dimension within his body had matured considerably. His punch seemed light and airy, but in reality, it was the combined force of numerous cellular dimensions moving together. Imagine tens of trillions of cellular dimensions moving simultaneously. Even if some of these cellular dimensions were only the size of an ordinary town, their combined power was astonishing. And Richard just happened to be able to pool all this power. Boom! Faced with such immense power, the limit-breaking clone was instantly shattered. The remaining Mokar and his clone took this opportunity to escape into the endless dimension, but how could Richard let them go? Passing through the dimensional gate, the magical gravity engulfed the two like a tide. Driven by a near-constant influx of energy and dimensional power, this gravitational tide was powerful enough to drag even a large world. After becoming a leader, Richard's strength grew with every passing second. The violent gravitational pull held the two in check, and then, a blazing miraculous fire ignited within them. Richard turned toward the galaxy world, and in an instant, two equally cold gazes met. After breaking through the limit, Richard naturally no longer needed to worry about form. His pure evolved soul structure, nearly identical to that of the Devourer of Civilization, was already being utilized as his combat form. Emotions are important, but sometimes they are merely a burden. The Devourer of Civilization withdrew his gaze. Although he had lost 4 limit-breaking overlords, his gains this time were far greater. Returning to the Wizarding Alliance, Richard immediately brought Hollard to the Council Hall of the Wizarding Dimension, while Shaw Mantion went to place the Fire of Civilization they had brought with them. Richard's rescue of Hollard took 2 months, during which time the Alliance had already negotiated a relocation area. In the hall, the overlords looked at Hollard, who appeared somewhat exhausted but uninjured, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. "See? I knew Miracle would be able to rescue someone," Yeffing said with a smile to Lacarte beside him. Hollard looked at the many overlords present, and his heart relaxed slightly. He could sense that none of them were weaklings. With such immense strength, even if they couldn't defeat the Devourer of Civilization, they would surely be able to escape. "This is your seat." Richard snapped his fingers, and the chairs at the round table shifted slightly, creating a vacant seat. Hollard took his seat. Although it was his first time attending an Alliance meeting, he didn't feel any stage fright. As soon as he sat down, he spoke bluntly, "The situation is dire. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Lingma civilization, except for our own branch, has been devoured by that monster." "We've heard about the Windcatcher," Richard said slowly, "but I doubt his information is as detailed as yours." "We like to hear more details." Hollard sighed, a flicker of light in his eyes. "Our tactics went awry. We built an impenetrable front, but they leapt directly to the rear through the infinite dimension. Although we recaptured the world as quickly as possible, the shortage of supplies still presents some challenges on the front lines. But you all know that against that monster, we must leave absolutely no loopholes. They found a flaw in our defenses, and shattered them like a blade. We tried to recapture it, but they used another, almost unbelievable weapon. Everyone, have you ever seen a world-sized fortress?" The atmosphere in the hall paused slightly. "Yes," Rackard said slowly. "They used this thing on us. If it weren't for the miracle, our home world would have fallen. But our luck was worse." Horlad's voice was filled with a sorrow as deep as the ocean. "Our home world fell. The fall of a home world is a great shame and sorrow for any civilization, any race. Though only the beholders among the many civilizations present had experienced a similar situation, they all understood Horlad's grief. But fortunately, you are still alive," Richard whispered. "Civilization is made up of people. As long as you are still here, Lingma civilization will still exist. As long as civilization exists, there is hope." Hollard, calming his nerves, continued, "Also, we have another piece of information. Our monitoring team in the Endless Dimension has detected some very unusual dimensional fluctuations. The civilization devourers appear to be migrating something on a large scale. After comparing the data, we found that the fluctuations in the world fortress's jump are very similar to those they discovered. If nothing unexpected happens, the devourers of civilization appear to be undergoing a massive, worldwide migration." "Monitoring team?" Alchemist Corona suddenly asked. "Can you allow ordinary creatures to enter the Endless Dimension for surveillance? The unique characteristics of the Endless Dimension make it fatal to creatures below the level of World Master. Not to mention the near-energy vacuum. Ordinary creatures would experience energy leakage upon entering due to the energy gap. The dimensional creatures that could appear at any moment alone are enough to put ordinary creatures in a difficult position." "Okay, just a little environmental modification will be enough." Horlad sounded somewhat puzzled. "I remember we discussed environmental modification during our technical discussions." Richard turned to the alchemical Corona, who was also somewhat bewildered. "I know that, but what about your intelligence transmission? Besides, the Endless Dimension is so vast, how do you manage that?" "Of course we don't have complete monitoring," Horlad interrupted. "This team was temporarily dispatched to monitor dimensional jumps, and they only monitor the hub worlds. As for information transmission, it's our new technology. We don't need a world master, just a few dimensional treasures. I think it's best for you to put aside those minor details for now," the Great World Tree's voice suddenly echoed. "I've seen what Horlad described. If my guess is correct, that monster is now building a wall. He's stitching together many worlds using world-joining technology." "Joining together?" The many overlords were somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. "Will this be of any benefit to him?" Rackard asked. "Yes." The Great World Tree's voice was a little erratic, as if lost in distant memories. "In fact, in our time, the worlds in this world cluster were very sparse. Most of the worlds you see today were later created by the Alliance. Logically, world clusters shouldn't be so sparse. After research by the supreme beings, we came up with a terrifying hypothesis. Those worlds were devoured. Then, when the devourer of civilizations appeared, we confirmed this hypothesis. Those worlds were indeed devoured by the devourer of civilizations, and the purpose of this devouring was to create its enormous size. The devoured worlds are like his armor, protecting him from attack and serving as weapons. More importantly, they can be used as battlefields themselves. At this point, the many overlords understood the Great World Tree's intentions. "This is an open conspiracy," Richard whispered. "We must kill him, and he is certain of this. No wonder I've always felt something was amiss with him. If nothing unexpected happens, the damage inflicted on him by the Titan King is far greater than we imagined. He's not simply seriously injured. His life has fallen completely. He now needs a grand war, as a ritual to restore himself." "It sounds like we're all sacrifices," Beelzebub said with a touch of humor. Richard leaned back, his voice laced with determination. "This is a race. We must slay him before he ascends." That little sapling was right. In the abyssal archives, the Titan King nodded slightly. "That guy is indeed building a wall. He's a coward. Forced by fate, he inevitably adopted a conservative strategy." Richard sat across from the Titan King and rubbed his brow slightly. "How did you defeat it back then? Logically, it could easily crush the three of you." The Titan King smiled faintly. "It's a greedy creature. The more intense the war, the more it feasts. So it has been deliberately maintaining the intensity of the war, gradually eroding us. It's a level 8 semi-creature. In its eyes, the chances of our comeback are negligible. Yet this probability still exists," Richard whispered. The Titan King shook his head slightly. "It's not that it exists, it's that we've found it. Speaking of which, you probably haven't passed the final test yet." "Yes, I go as soon as I tell you." "Then you can go now." The Titan King's expression turned slightly serious. "I need that chip as a carrier." Chapter 982. "I've been meaning to ask a question." Richard looked at the Titan King with a serious expression. "Why did you stay? Now that the war is imminent, I think the secret no longer needs to be kept." The Titan King was silent for a moment, as if thinking. "It's okay to tell you. I'm your insurance. If he attempts to use the final war to ascend to level 8.5 again, I appear and shoot him down again. I originally only had one chance to strike, but the little one you gave me last time gave me more power." "Can you strike twice now?" Richard asked. "No, it's just that I'm more confident I can strike him down." The Titan King stood up, his voice tinged with seriousness. "If I fail, or something goes wrong that even we haven't anticipated, then everything will depend on you." Richard nodded slightly and smiled. "Trust in fate. It will favor me." "No, Richard, it's not about trusting fate," the Titan King said sternly. "Fate is just a helping hand. It will push you in your chosen direction. But if you can't follow that direction, then even with fate's push, you won't be able to reach your goal. Richard, fate is only a supplement. Talent is the key. I believe in you." Richard was a little stunned, then nodded seriously. "I understand." Leaving the abyssal archives, Richard went directly to the Hearthman dimension to undergo his final trial. "Is the final battle about to begin?" The dimensional incarnation looked at Richard. "I see carnage and destruction in you. I imagine the final battle isn't far away." "Yes," Richard's voice tinged with emotion. "This feud spanning millions of years is almost over." The dimensional incarnation looked at Richard and asked, "Trial?" "Trial." The surrounding space grew dark, and Richard's mind gradually grew colder. Rationality made his brain feel like ice. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, only to vanish in an instant. All resolved. In this state, Richard was the most perfect evolver. He held only rationality and greed. The pain inflicted by the trials was like a gentle breeze to him. Even as he battled the pain, he even had time to consider his next move. The matter of the Master Evolution Potion had been resolved by the Eye Demon leader, Rackart. They would soon receive an answer. Additionally, the reorganization of the army was nearing completion. The new mix-formed legions enabled the Alliance's legions to smoothly respond to various situations. Furthermore, the development of the World Fortress was also on the agenda. The technology from the Goblin world has begun to be applied within the Alliance, and it won't be long before the Alliance's productivity reaches its peak. Everything seems to be flawless. But, the fact that everything is flawless is the biggest problem. Richard doesn't believe this series of events can be smooth sailing. Their current smooth sailing is undoubtedly driven by fate. These conditions are necessary for them to defeat that monster. We need to arrange a backup plan. A thought flashed through Richard's mind. His knowledge has already been passed on to Wu and I. Perhaps he should now elevate Wu and I to another throne, giving the wizarding world another crowned one. As for Ellie, he could give her his path. His path was already well established. All Ellie needed was a bloodline change, and the path to becoming a master would be smooth. And there was Ulysses. As his close friend, Ulysses had been active behind the scenes, managing his clan's affairs. Perhaps he could talk to him and see if he could allow Ulysses to enter the Abyss system. The wizard system was very exclusive to outsiders. Unless someone like the Swarm was already a master before joining, it would be nearly impossible for Ulysses to become a master of the Wizarding Union through the formal path. The Abyss, on the other hand, embraced everything. As for the remaining Worldshrim and Hog, he could place them in the new world. And the salamanders who followed him could also go along. As Richard pondered, the darkness before his eyes suddenly vanished. The trial of the Supreme One had passed silently. The dimensional avatar looked at Richard, a look of awe on his face. Your spirit has reached an unshakable state. That monster's methods no longer pose a threat to you. Because, in this state, I have become the same as him. Through the transformation of his soul structure, Richard gained a touch of humanity. The dimensional incarnation wasted no time and directly handed the computing chip to Richard. This is our final contribution. The dimensional incarnation, transformed into the Supreme, said in a calm voice. Richard took the chip, and the Supreme's dimensional incarnation shattered, entering the chip. During the final battle, the Supreme had already overdrawn their dimension. The current dimension is merely an illusion, lingering only because the computing chip, the dimensional treasure, and the Alliance contract still exist. Now that the computing chip had become Richard's possession, this last illusion naturally vanished. We can still lend you one last helping hand, the dimensional avatar, now in its furnace man form, said solemnly to Richard. As he spoke, the entire dimension trembled, as if it were about to be destroyed. You don't have to do this, Richard, sensing the dimensional avatar's thoughts, quickly replied, I'm already the leader, and dimensional power is flowing continuously into my body. Your dimensional power. No, Richard, never feel you have enough against that monster. The dimensional avatar's voice echoed from all directions, as if millions of people were shouting together. If you fail, our survival is meaningless. If you succeed, this dimensional power will eventually replenish us. This is the last remaining strength of the Alliance, Richard. Kill that bastard. The dimensional avatar's final words were almost a roar, the entire dimension ablaze with his rage. The next moment, a vast ocean of dimensional power poured continuously into Richard's body. Along with this, the areas of the two dimensions continued to shrink. In a normal dimension, every blade of grass and every tree is transformed by dimensional force. As dimensional force decreases, the area of the dimension also decreases. A day later, the dimensional force infused into Richard's body significantly decreased. The Titan dimension was the first to reach its limit of dimensional maintenance. 2 days later, the dimensional force of the Furnace Man dimension also reached its limit. Nourished by these forces, the cellular dimensions within Richard's body experienced remarkable growth. The cellular dimension, originally the size of a town, had now tripled in size. The four-element rift reappeared, and the abundant four elements began to fill the expanded dimensional space. Richard stood up and respectfully performed a wizard salute to the dimensional avatar beside him. As long as I live, the Titans and the Hard Men will survive. The glory of civilization will bloom once again in them. The dimensional avatar split into two, each returning the salute with a different gesture. May the hearth fire illuminate your path. May the Titan King bless you on your journey. Here are the materials. Lacarte handed the dimensional bubble containing the materials to Beelzebub. There's enough for every civilization. Beelzebub took the bubble, and after confirming the materials inside, a look of excitement crossed his face. Is there any way to obtain the transaction voucher? Beelzebub smiled obsequiously. Although his strength was far greater than Lacarte's, to the demons of the Abyss, face was of little use. After the war, I can make an introduction, but I'm not sure it will be accepted, Lacarte said calmly. However, since you can refine the Overlord Evolution Potion, I'm sure those dimensional merchants will be very willing to work with you. Haha, thank you very much. 3, 2, 1, prepare to jump. With a captain shout, a dimensional rift, massive enough to engulf a world, opened in the astral plane. Then, a massive world slowly flew out from it. This wasn't the only world like this. Dozens of such worlds already existed around the tree spirit mother world. Medium-sized worlds were rare in every civilization, so the Alliance prepared small worlds for the Great World Tree. These small worlds leaped through the infinite dimension to the Great World Tree, where their navigational devices would then be dismantled. The Great World Tree could connect these worlds to itself. In the center of the world, the Great World Tree gazed in the direction of the civilization devourer. Though silent, the entire Mother Tree's spirit world sensed a sense of resolve. He whispered, "My mission is finally accomplished. Wizard World, go and communicate with your mayflies. Don't treat them as pets. They are your friends, your companions, and your most devoted assistants on the battlefield." In the Wizard Academy, the first batch of wizards, who had coexisted with the Star Mayflies, had become instructors to teach the new batch. The Star Mayflies' promotion faced little resistance. Thanks to the involvement of the Soul School, wizards today have almost forgotten the name of the Galaxy Mayfly. Although the war was not intense, fighting was ongoing on the front lines. Old wizards continued to die, and new wizards were constantly replacing them. History is replaced in this process. Ellie stood in the tower, watching the wizards communicating with mayflies in the training grounds, a smile on her face. "Master Abyssal Dragon, our course is going well, isn't it?" The Dean of the Wizarding Academy bowed slightly to Ellie, who glanced sideways at her and smiled. "No problem. It seems you've effectively applied the experience of the alchemy factory to the academy, Donna." Donna smiled modestly. "Both the factory and the academy are cogs in the vast wizarding civilization. I have some experience maintaining them." Ellie's eyes swept across the office desk, and upon seeing a family portrait, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Is that the Miracle Medal? Is this your husband?" The Miracle Medal, after the Richard era, was the highest honor in wizarding civilization, even surpassing the Gold Star Medal. This medal was originally designed for the Lord of the World, but as far as Ellie knew, its first recipient was a third-ring wizard. Donna followed Ellie's gaze, and after seeing the family portrait, she replied with a hint of pride, "Yes. That's my husband, Gawain." He followed the Archon to the Everdark world, where he received the Miracle Medal. As she spoke, Donna's expression suddenly darkened. Ellie, noticing her expression, sighed slightly. "He's going to the front lines? He's a hero, he has to go." "Yes, he is a hero." Ellie looked toward the center of the School of Miracles, muttering to herself, "Heroes always have their mission." Chapter 983. How is this soul structure? The Abyss, the World Tree, Richard and Samuel stood on that familiar platform. Since Beelzebub refused to become the leader of the Abyss, the position of leadership fell undeniably to Samuel. The other Titan overlords were no match for Samuel. He's even suppressed his emotions. Samuel's voice was a bit cold. He was currently wielding the ultimate evolved soul structure that Richard had mastered. But the influence of the Abyss had somewhat exceeded Richard's expectations. In this state, Samuel's emotions were merely suppressed, not completely isolated like his own. Is it because he's a naturally born Abyss demon? Richard wondered. Samuel continued, "This state lacks passion. Even my enjoyment of fighting has diminished. I definitely won't use this form in combat." "It's up to you," Richard said nonchalantly. "This form is to help you break through your limitations. Rationality is crucial for a spiritual breakthrough." "Alright, spiritual matters are such a hassle." Samuel's voice tinged with a hint of annoyance. He was the purest physical evolver Richard had ever encountered, and his development of the soul was only superficial. While this focus made him the strongest physical evolver in the entire world community, it also resulted in Samuel's magical abilities being even inferior to those of the two Titan overlords. Following Richard's guidance, Samuel began to calm himself and pursue his final breakthrough. Samuel's treatment for this breakthrough was truly luxurious. This breakthrough was orchestrated by Richard, the true master of the Abyss, drawing upon his own experience in advancement. Furthermore, the Abyssal world's origin would escort Samuel throughout the entire process. This treatment could almost be described as a guaranteed promotion. Not everyone could afford to have the origin of a vast world provide such protection. Of course, this was only theoretical. If fate interfered, Richard wouldn't be able to resolve it. Of course, a mishap with fate wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because it meant their strength was sufficient, even if Samuel didn't become leader. As Richard pondered this, the thought even crossed his mind that this advancement would be a failure. Of course, he quickly dismissed it. He and Samuel were allies, so such a thought was best avoided. Once the line was crossed, there was no such thing. Though Richard was connected to the Abyss, he couldn't directly control the origin of the Abyss. He could only issue orders to the Abyss, which then controlled the origin of the world. This was Richard's first true connection to the Abyss. His previous connections had always been directly to the Abyssal archives. The moment he connected to the Abyss, Richard sensed a vast, hazy will that was indescribably vast. This will was even more massive than that of the devourer of civilization, yet it was as thin as mist. Richard could sense a certain logic within this will. However, this logic was so different from that of ordinary creatures that even Richard could not understand it. Richard issued a command, and the next moment, this vast will began to operate. In the abyssal world, the power of the abyssal world's origin began to flow into the formation. Sensing this, Samuel swiftly shattered his soul, without a single scrap of dust. The vast soul began to fragment piece by piece, then clung to the power of the abyssal world's origin, circulating within the formation. Waiting for the moment, his soul was completely shattered. These fragments began to converge, eventually transforming into a new Samuel. Outside the world tree, Beelzebub observed this scene, and shook his head slightly. Alas, how could I possibly defeat someone with this level of authority? With this thought, his stomach rumbled, and a vial of a virus targeting the cellular dimension was instantly devoured by his gastric juices. The limit-breaking process lasted 3 days, and everything went smoothly. Under the binding force of the abyssal world's origin, Samuel's soul was reassembled. Simultaneously, Richard also sensed a shift in the abyssal will. The thin will seemed to thicken after Samuel successfully broke through the limit. Opening his eyes, Samuel immediately threw a punch at Richard. Surprisingly, the blow was completely silent. Even the air remained motionless. Richard raised his hand to receive it, but the power contained within it vanished instantly, like a drop in the ocean. "You've improved quite a bit," Richard exclaimed in astonishment. "You've managed to limit your power to such a degree. This punch could easily annihilate a newly transcendent overlord." "But you took it," Samuel said calmly. Richard spread his hands. "This is suppression on the path of evolution. I'm further along the path than you. Speaking of which, how are you progressing in the cell world?" "I intend to take a more traditional route." Samuel smiled. The information Richard had given him was very useful. After receiving it, he deduced the next step in his evolutionary path, with almost no hindrance. However, he wasn't going to the cellular dimension like Richard. He was an abyssal creature. Abyssal creatures don't have dimensions, only the abyss. It was impossible for him to integrate the entire abyss into his body. So, he took a more traditional route, the most orthodox cellular world. I have already constructed the cellular worlds using the rules. However, it will take me a long time to develop these worlds. Developing a cellular world requires an immense amount of energy, which can only be achieved through the annihilation of the 4 elements. The resulting empty space also requires the 4 elements to fill it. Furthermore, developing a world is a delicate task. Not everyone has the talent for the world tree. If they fail, the destroyed cellular dimension will have to start all over again. This is a long process, so long that even the Titan King would consider it impossible. "This road is very long," Richard said seriously. "You're not going to go on for so long?" Samuel scoffed. "And I've improved my plan a bit. By leveraging the power of the abyss to stabilize space, I can open up worlds much faster than you imagine. But unfortunately, time isn't quite there. 5 years have passed since the destruction of the Lingma civilization. During these 5 years, both sides have rapidly grown in strength. Reconnaissance reports from the endless dimension indicate that the devourers of civilizations are migrating worlds on a large scale. According to Alchemy Corona, the devourers of civilizations are now the size of 3 large worlds. If this continues, the devourer of civilizations could eventually reach a size of around 7 great worlds. This is an extremely vast territory. To capture it would require a massive military force. As the devourer of civilizations grows, the Wizard Alliance is also rapidly growing. The Great World Tree's world migration is complete, and its origin connection is currently underway. With the technical support of the Goblin Artisans, the world fortresses are rapidly developing. Currently, the Wizard Alliance has 20 fortresses with complete power systems. The training of the new army is quite effective, and the new Wizard Corps represents a significant improvement over the original. 2 bottles of Beelzebub's Overlord Evolution Potions have been produced. With this, the I-Demon leader Lacarte and the Cursed Demon Emperor Yefeng have both achieved dual-limit breakthroughs and become leaders. As the potion continues to be produced, the Eternal God King and Horlid will also reach the level of leader. In fact, if it weren't for the fear of delaying too long and prompting the Devourer of Civilizations to launch a direct attack, Richard would truly wish to have all overlords achieve dual-limit breakthroughs. "Practice diligently for now," Richard replied gravely. "I go check on things over there." Returning to the wizarding world, Richard first sought out his student, Wu Enai. Thanks to the miracle Crucible, Wu Enai had attained the rank of 6th Ring Great Wizard at an early age. During this time, he had been helping Wu Enai achieve the status of Corona. Although becoming Corona would entail facing the incarnations of the Devourer of Civilization, it was still preferable to entering the terrestrial battlefield as the master of the world and being shattered by the aftermath of a powerful opponent. If nothing unexpected happened, this war would begin on the same battlefield at all three levels, upper, middle, and lower. Once the fight goes wild, both the lower and middle levels will die in droves. Teacher. Wu and I bowed slightly to Richard. Do you have an idea for the ultimate question? I already have one. Wu and I nodded slightly. My question is whether the power of faith can change the will of the world. Despite its name, the School of Miracles actually studies the power of faith. So Wu's ultimate question is naturally related to the power of faith. This question? Richard was slightly startled. This question. Are you going to take control of fate? Wu and I nodded solemnly. Yes, teacher. Your path is good, but I want to try another. Richard was silent for a moment, then gently patted Wu's shoulder. Then go for it. 3 years later, the second crown of the School of Miracles was born, honored with the title of Divine Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, the frequency of the Civilization Devourer's world splicing has begun to decline. At the round table in the council hall, Richard's voice was heavy. The Civilization Devourer's splicing frequency has decreased, meaning its pool of worlds is nearing exhaustion. If a world completely disappears, and Richard's previous speculation is correct, the Civilization Devourer will inevitably launch an offensive. Then let's fight, Samuel said immediately, full of fighting spirit. Once he attacks, we'd be on the defensive. Richard's gaze swept over the overlords gathered around the round table. 10 years have passed since the destruction of the Lingma civilization. During this decade, the Alliance's combat effectiveness has increased significantly. In addition to each civilization gaining a dual limit-breaking leader, their world fortresses have grown to 100, each equipped with a massive supply of anti-overlord weaponry. These weapons were crafted by goblin artisans and skilled craftsmen from various civilizations, many of which even surpass those of the previous civilization alliance. What do you think? Let's start the war, the Eternal God King said. Beelzebub's potion ingredients won't be available anytime soon. Any further delay will only result in the upgrade of 2 more world fortresses. The devourers of civilizations are much faster than we are at this kind of upgrade. I agree, the Great World Tree said solemnly. My editing is complete. Each of these world fortresses surpasses ours. Richard looked at the rulers of the other civilizations, and received a single response. Start the war. Richard leaned back, and let out a long sigh. Since everyone is so unanimous then, start the war. Chapter 984. As soon as the news of the final battle was announced, it spread throughout the Wizarding Union in less than an hour. Everyone knew the Union was about to go to war, but some had never imagined it would begin so quickly. I have to go, Donna. In front of the war airship, Richard and Donna embraced. Afterward, he looked to Donna's side. Next to Donna stood a girl who looked 80% like Donna. This was the daughter Donna had tied up Gawain. Mosca, I'm leaving. Although they had known each other for many years, Gawain still felt an inexplicable awkwardness in Mosca's presence. He felt not much older than this child. Dad, keep going. Mosca and Gawain embraced. Mosca's awkwardness was replaced by his enthusiasm and admiration for him. As the recipient of the miraculous medal, he was a hero of all wizarding civilization and a role model for Mosca. After saying goodbye, Gawain said nothing more. He beckoned to ASU beside him and boarded the airship. The warship emitted a gentle hum of energy and soared into the sky. In the sky, the warships obscured the sun. Mom, we should go back, Mosca said softly, watching the airship gradually disappear from the sky. Yes. Donna withdrew her gaze, the worry on her face instantly transforming into determination. War isn't just about the front lines. Logistics are also crucial. While Gawain fights on the front lines, she must not let her guard down behind the scenes. School of Miracles headquarters. Ellie, you stay behind? Richard's voice was remarkably firm. This matter is non-negotiable. Every school has its own heir. You are the heir of the School of Constitution. This is the decision of your teacher, the Coronet of Constitution. Richard, the heir of the School of Constitution has a better choice. There is no better choice. Richard interrupted sharply. I know you think I discussed something with the Coronet, but I tell you, I didn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't have elevated Muni to the Coronet. The Coronet has chosen you. As the Wizard Archon, Richard wields immense power. He could have asked his students and his beloved to stay behind with a single word. But he didn't. This is the final battle. They must fight with all their might. And as the Wizard Archon, he must lead by example. I can't even fight alongside you? Ellie's voice was almost sobbing. I respect the Coronet's choice. Richard's voice suddenly softened. The rear may not be worse than the front. We can't rule out the possibility of a surprise attack from the Devourer of Civilization. When that happens, Someone within the civilization must step forward. Ellie didn't answer. She simply hugged Richard tightly, locking him in place like a chain. Richard could hear her sobs. Everyone within the civilization knew that among the soldiers participating in this war, even the overlords, some would never return. Ellie also knew Richard's fate. And now, Richard was racing toward the end of that fateful thread. After a moment, Ellie released her arms. Richard, have you saved your life information? Yes. I advise against it. It will only deepen our fate. My war with that monster. Richard suddenly stopped talking, as Ellie's eyes held no sign of retreat. Never mind, whatever you say. Richard sighed, and ruffled Ellie's hair. It's in the drawer in my room. Ellie nodded slightly and whispered, a triumphant return. Richard turned, and a rune-shaped gate slowly appeared before him. A triumphant return. In the void of the infinite dimension, 100 world fortresses had assembled. Due to military reforms, the world fortresses were not divided by civilization. After all, the legions were mixed, and dividing them by civilization would undoubtedly cause problems. The Overminds stood around the world fortresses. The fortresses were supposed to protect the soldiers, but they were still somewhat vulnerable against the Overminds. Even with their anti-Overmind weapons, this was still the case. I envy you so much, said the evolved crown, chuckling as he looked at the returning Richard. I almost can't remember what she looks like. Richard shook his head, his eyes suddenly turning icy cold. Emotions are destabilizing factors in war, clouding your judgment. But that's just how people are. The alchemical corona had unknowingly arrived beside the two. Some things, though harmful, we simply can't let go. Richard looked at the two coronas and suddenly said, after the war, if I'm still alive, I only hold the position of Archon for 10,000 years. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the two coronas. You want to rotate? Yes. Why? The two overlords asked almost simultaneously. But then, they both laughed again. The rotation system is indeed sound, said Alchemist Corona. Secrets are far more alluring than power. Soon, the overlords arrived. 10 overlords from the wizard civilization participated in the war. Besides the newly promoted Muni, the furnace overlord Richard Purified also joined the Wizard Alliance after undergoing personality editing. However, his name was kept secret, known only to the Alliance's top brass. The God civilization had 4. After a protracted war, the God civilization finally gave birth to a new God King. The God King of War. The Eye Demon civilization had 9, the Abyss civilization had 4, the Natural Federation had 4, the Lich Empire had 6, and the Spirit Desert civilization had 2. Including the 19 overlords Richard hired, the Wizard Alliance now has 58 overlords. While this number may seem small, even during the Spark project, the previous Civilization Alliance had a similar number of overlords. However, among these overlords, there were 6 leader overlords and over a dozen limit breakers. While this number wasn't as high as the peak of the previous Civilization Alliance, they weren't facing a peak-level Civilization Devourer either. Not to mention, Richard also possessed a powerful weapon. Richard, don't worry about me, the Titan King's voice echoed in Richard's mind. I strike at the most opportune moment. Richard gathered his thoughts and glanced at the massive fleet around him. Everyone's here, let's set off. At Richard's command, news of the departure quickly spread throughout the fleet. The massive fleet, comprised of 100 world fortresses, began to slowly advance towards the Civilization Devourer. This battle would end everything. The Galaxy World. After undergoing the various transformations of the Devourer of Civilizations, the Galaxy World had lost its original appearance. The splicing of thousands of worlds had expanded the original Galaxy World by nearly tenfold. This figure far exceeded Alchemy's estimate by 7 times. Furthermore, to prevent the miracle fire from spreading, this vast battlefield was devoid of a trace of black fluid, only endless turrets, fortresses, and soldiers. On this endless plain, every inch of land harbored murderous intent. The Civilization Devourer transformed into a black ocean, surging at the center of the earth. One clone after another emerged from it, each carrying an aura close to the breaking point. And at their center, a creature clad in wizard robes emanated a pressure powerful enough to make the Overlord tremble. They simultaneously gazed skyward, and immediately a massive dimensional rift appeared within the astral plane. If the surrounding worlds had not been emptied by the Devourer of Civilizations, the ethereal surges generated by this rift alone would have been enough to rip smaller worlds apart. Even the Devourer of Civilizations himself encountered some issues with its defenses. The raging ether, like an invisible maw, instantly disintegrated an area the size of a small world into formlessness. However, the devourer of civilizations paid no attention to these details. He simply entered the endless dimension bit by bit, paying no attention to the areas being disintegrated by the ether. Atop his body, the Titans and the Hard Men stood guard. In their eyes, they too were engaged in a decisive battle, and so each of them was filled with fighting spirit. Buzz, accompanied by an extremely violent dimensional tremor transmitted through the dimensional rift, the devourer of civilization successfully entered the endless dimension. At the same time, this shockwave also propagated through the void, and was sensed by the Wizarding Union a week later. "He has entered the endless dimension," said Alchemist Corona with a serious expression. "Although we have made preparations, fighting in the endless void will significantly reduce the combat effectiveness of our soldiers. The endless void is a forbidden zone for ordinary creatures, but the Wizarding Union has taken precautions. Their fully enclosed power armor prevents their soldiers from dying from the energy gap." "We can't, and neither can they," Richard said calmly. "Although the soldiers he summoned are only projections, they still need to abide by the rules. The only regret is that after entering the endless dimension, ether is not so easy to obtain. The ether disintegrator is one of the Wizarding Union's anti-overlord weapons. With a concentrated firepower hit, this weapon can even shatter a limit breaker overlord or even a leader overlord. Once outside the astral plane, obtaining ether becomes more difficult. It's about opening a few dimensional rifts," Alchemist Corona said calmly. "What I'm worried about now is whether we can find him. I can't rule out the possibility that this bastard will attack us directly from behind. That's something I have to ask Curse." In the World Fleet, the Lord of Curse was searching for the devourer of civilization amidst a scent of incense. As the only lord not on the outer perimeter, his duty was to track his master's whereabouts and guide the fleet. "Curse, how is the situation?" "Everything is normal, Your Excellency. The creature is heading straight for us. It seems he truly needs a major battle as a ritual." "That's good." Richard looked towards Alchemist Corona, his voice tinged with relief. "Everything is normal." Boom! A loud explosion suddenly exploded beside Richard. Richard turned and saw countless things resembling spears of light hurtling towards the fleet from the boundless void. Both sides knew the other was just ahead, and the devourer of civilization was clearly more excited about this battle, so he set off some celebrated fireworks in advance. Richard casually smashed the two spears to pieces, his voice tinged with seriousness. "Notify the fleet and prepare for battle." Chapter 985. Beyond visual range attacks were not uncommon in Richard's previous life, but in this one, they were extremely rare. This was especially true in aerial combat. The conditions of the Ether Sea dictated that fleets in the astral realm could only engage in near hand-to-hand combat. Boarding and ramming were the most common tactics in astral realm combat. Thus, each astral realm warship was robust and, with even a few weapons, could stand up to a world master. Of course, without any equipment. But in the near vacuum of the endless dimension, the conditions for beyond visual range strikes naturally became available. For both sides, energy was the least important factor. Whether it was a world fortress or a civilization devourer, energy was nearly inexhaustible. Thus, even without any certainty of location, the civilization devourer recklessly unleashed its light spears. These light spears were quite powerful. If a normal world fortress were unprepared, such a spear could penetrate the walls of the world and inflict devastating damage to its internal equipment. Unfortunately, the Wizard Alliance's world fortress was even more powerful than the previous Civilization Alliance. Boom boom boom. These spears of light shattered upon contact with the world barrier, sending fireworks blooming in the void. The Cursed Demon's world technology was incredibly effective, requiring only the sacrifice of a sufficient number of living creatures. This technology didn't even require a specific level of life. Any intelligent life would suffice. This requirement presented a challenge for the Cursed Demon, but for the Wizard Alliance, it was incredibly simple. Both the Wizards and the Abyss possessed an immense accumulation of flesh and blood technology. Through the cultivation of life matter, the Wizards' incubation chambers and the Abyss's troop nests operated at full capacity. Every day, tens of billions of fast-growing sacrifices were thrown onto the altar. To build the World Fortress, the Cursed Demon Empire mobilized over 10 million people as a sacrificial group, performing sacrifices day and night. This technology, combined with the World Tree's fragmentation, more than doubled the World Tree's control over the entire world. Even the Great World Tree's ability to so rapidly connect and unify hundreds of worlds was due to this technology. Under this condition, the World Fortress's defenses more than doubled. "Should we counterattack?" Alchemy Crown suddenly asked. "No need." Richard shook his head slightly. "He is too vast. Our attack is meaningless. As if sensing the disappearance of the light spears, a new wave of light spears followed after the first wave, this one even more dense than the previous one. But unfortunately, the fleet lacked quality. Sheer numbers were ineffective. The fleet formed a spearhead-like formation, switching positions between the pauses and the light spears. After several rounds, the fleet suffered no damage. Instead, it allowed the Transfiguration Corona and Lacarte to analyze the energy model of the light lance. This technology isn't ours, the Great World Tree said bluntly, glancing at the model. Even the Supremes haven't heard of them possessing such a weapon. Richard stroked his chin. It seems they've already begun applying the technology of past civilizations on a large scale. It doesn't matter if they've applied it, the Great World Tree said with a hint of sarcasm. They're not as good as us. At most, they can come up with some new technological tricks, and we just deal with it. As the only civilization alliance to have defeated and sealed the devourer of civilizations, the alliance of previous civilizations was undoubtedly the most powerful of the civilizations ever nurtured by this world community. The civilizations that preceded them might have possessed equally remarkable technology, but at most they were on par with them, never surpassing them. That's not true, Richard shook his head slightly. Perhaps some of these technologies are specifically targeted at us. Tell the fleet to tighten its defenses, and not let down its guard, just because it hasn't broken through. Okay. The rain of spears continued, becoming increasingly dense and frequent. This undoubtedly signaled their approach to the monster. Inside the fortress, Gawain and ASU sat in the airship. ASU sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing his wild orc martial arts, while Gawain repeatedly checked his power armor, ensuring it was flawless. ASU, give me your weapon. Boss, this is the 32nd time you checked it. ASU opened his eyes, and looked at Gawain with a hint of worry in his eyes. Boss, you're too nervous. Gawain was silent for a moment, then whispered, this is the final battle. After this, the war is over. What do you want to do after the war? Boss, it's unlucky to say that before the battle. As he spoke, Asu spat twice, as if to spit out the bad luck. But Gawain said softly, just imagine Asu. We might not have a chance in the future. For low-ranking soldiers like them, this war was a pure meat grinder. Although he was a hero with the miracle medal, the title of hero wouldn't allow him to withstand even one more attack. I should take over the family sect. ASU pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, although my senior brother also wants to take over the sect, he can't defeat me. Take over the sect? Become a grandmaster? Gawain asked. That should be the case. I've always wanted to become a grandmaster. ASU suddenly became excited when discussing his future plans. I've got it all figured out. When I become a grandmaster, I meditate under a peach tree all day, using my life energy to make the blossoms bloom year-round. Anyone who sees me will know I'm a grandmaster. Boss, what do you want to do after the war? Me? I'd probably go to the Wizarding Academy and teach, Gawain said after a pause. Donna's been transferred from the factory to the mother world as dean. I shouldn't have any trouble getting a teaching position under her. What? You want a teaching position under her? ASU almost choked on Gawain's words. Boss, you're a wizard hero. Most great wizards would bow to you. When you go back, you should at least get the position of dean. I'm not cut out for deanship, Gawain shook his head. A teaching position is fine for me. I think I know enough. That should be enough for me. Boss, you really don't have big ambitions, ASU sighed. You know my origins. Back then, we fought the galaxy mayflies to a bloody rage. For someone like me, I'm still a teenager, and tomorrow is too far away for me. ASU remained silent. Although the number of families outnumbered wizards during the Civilization War, the families' bloodlines were all gifted. They had already begun to take root in various habitable worlds before the emergence of subhuman wizards. Compared to Gawain, ASU even had a wonderful childhood. Alright, boss, I've almost forgotten what happened back then. ASU took off his helmet and scratched his head. As for teaching positions, now that we're out of war, the Academy's curriculum will likely change. I think our health-preserving exercises are pretty good. Talk to Donna about it. Maybe we could open a martial arts department someday and attract some recruits. Huh? Gawain was amused by ASU's idea. You're not even the sect leader yet, and you're already thinking about expanding the sect? A wise man always thinks ahead. Boom! Attention, all legions. Attention, all legions. The cold female voice from the command center, emanating from the communication system, instantly brought the two back to reality. The two quickly put on their helmets, and then they heard the command from the command center. We are approaching the devourer of civilization. All legions, prepare for battle. All legions, prepare for battle. Endless dimension. Richard looked at the steel world, already visible to the naked eye, not far away, his eyes gradually turning cold. His soul form had now transformed into its most rational state. Let me begin with a greeting. Richard pulled the Book of All Laws from his pocket and infused it with violent dimensional power, instantly transforming it into a massive alchemical device. World-shattering cannon, activate. Boom! A torrent of pure white energy instantly crossed several light seconds and landed directly on the body of the civilization devourer. In an instant, the earth shattered, space was annihilated, and an area larger than a small world vanished without a trace under this blast. There is internal suppression within the world, said the Transfiguration Corona. This alchemical move is more than enough to destroy a medium-sized world. It's his true form, after all. A little suppression is normal. Richard's face remained expressionless. After glancing at the damage, he turned his gaze directly towards the several dark creatures hovering above the devourer of civilization. Among these creatures, Richard spotted something comparable to him. Did they actually steal the cursed face? Richard gazed at the black-robed figure, his heart unmoved. The world of mystical power is cruel. A struggle at this level can be accompanied by the disappearance of concepts. Cursed Devourer had now assumed the form of the Cursed Corona, presumably to have seized its appearance. Of course, other reasons were possible. But none of this concerned Richard. He simply needed to crush the Devourer of Civilization. A torrential barrage of attacks erupted from the Devourer of Civilization, and countless turrets and fortresses awoke at that moment. Notify the fleet to prepare for landing, Richard said calmly. He glanced at his evenly matched opponent, then said calmly, I go meet him. With that, Richard's body teleported, arriving directly before the Civilization Devourer's clone. Without hesitation, Richard unleashed a powerful punch. Instantly, tens of trillions of cellular dimensions within his body simultaneously shifted into motion, their violent force channeled through them, and ultimately released from his fist. Buzz, the void erupted in a torrent of waves at the impact of this punch. The mere force of the punch shattered the bodies of several nearby limit-breaking clones. The distorted space obscured all means of perception, preventing even the nearby Civilization Devourer from directly observing him. Excellent, you meet the requirements. A moment later, the distorted space suddenly calmed. In the center, the Civilization Devourer's shattered body began to reassemble. As it completed its reassembly, it suddenly spoke in wizarding English. Kill you, and I will surely be able to return to the past. Chapter 986. Oh! You've evolved. Richard looked at the suddenly spoken Civilization Devourer, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The previous Civilization Devourer would never have said such nonsense. He's degenerated. He's troublesome. The Civilization Devourer's voice was a little stiff, as if he wasn't used to this outdated way of communicating. But I've found a way to deal with him. It comes at a cost, but once I kill you, that cost will be gone. From his words, it seemed as if he had absorbed the Cursed Corona's curse meme, completely merging with the Cursed Corona. In other words, the Cursed Corona's possession was actually successful, but the timing was wrong. Now, the Civilization Devourer was like Richard, a new personality fused with two souls and two personalities. It was simply because the Civilization Devourer's side was so powerful that it still appeared to be in control. Richard's expression remained unchanged, but a thought already occurred to him. What tricks did the Civilization Devourer have? The Cursed Corona's greatest benefit to the Wizarding Alliance is intelligence. Through rituals, the Wizarding Alliance can determine the location of the Devourer of Civilizations, thus preventing it from playing hide-and-seek. Secondly, the Cursed Corona itself interferes with the Devourer of Civilizations' actions. The Devourer of Civilizations' efficiency is terrifying. Without the Cursed Corona's interference, its strength would have increased by at least 20%. If such a scourge could be dealt with, the Devourer of Civilizations would have done so long ago. The reason for not addressing it is simply that it is unwilling to accept the side effects of such an action. And now, he suddenly did this. Combined with the Civilization Devourer's previous desperate attempt to send the fragments of the Goblin world away, Richard could almost conclude that the Civilization Devourer must be hiding some trick. This trick must be crucial to the outcome of this war, and if revealed, it would cause serious problems. That's why the Civilization Devourer was forced to devour the Cursed Corona. Richard said nothing, only a blazing miraculous fire ignited within him. Instantly, the numerous Civilization Devourer clones dispersed, both to avoid the clash between the two powerful beings and to confront their respective opponents. Richard and the Civilization Devourer were both creatures halfway to level 8.5, and even the leader couldn't interfere in their war. Haha, long time no see. Samuel laughed and greeted him. Before him stood a monstrous titan, with a massive build and numerous magical beast features, emanating the aura of a leader. This Titan wasn't any Titan from the previous Civilization Alliance. He was a composite of the Shepherd Star Titans devoured by the Civilization Devourer, their incarnation. In other words, this guy is a high-end Titan dimensional incarnation. I say high-end because this Titan not only possesses Titan methods, but also those of other civilizations. Elsewhere, an equally bizarre furnace man approached the beholder leader Rackart. This furnace man wielded a pitch-black furnace, its dark green flames emitting a foul aura. Rackart looked at this guy, his eyes gleaming coldly. See you again. This furnace man was the clone that had fought the beholder before he joined the Wizarding Union. At the same time, the other overlords also found their respective targets. Each overlord faced an opponent equally matched. It was as if fate had calculated all this, leaving the Devourer of Civilizations with just enough power to create a spare overlord clone. Looking at their opponents, the overlords were either calm or furious. Most of these clones had fought them before, but today, they were bound to determine who was superior. All legions, prepare. The fortress is landing, ready to attack at any time. Repeat, the fortress is landing, ready to attack at any time. A cold female voice echoed continuously through the communication system. As the numerous overlords found their opponents, the world fortress also began its landing. As they had expected, to counter their landing, the Devourer of Civilizations immediately activated its anti-overlord weapons. Instantly, an endless torrent of energy, lightning powerful enough to pierce dimensions, and destructive shells within the Mobius space. All sorts of weapons that even the overlords could not withstand were unleashed upon the world fortress. Against these weapons, even a normal world fortress wouldn't be able to withstand even a master tied to it. However, the Wizarding Union's world fortress is an upgraded version. Activate Ultimate Defense Protocol. The world tree at the center of the world flashed countless data in its mind, and then, the entire world's energy was mobilized, even the world's original power. Raging energy flowed along the Earth's veins. This once symbolized the might of nature, but within the world fortress, it was entirely artificially planned and constructed. The world tree ensured that every bit of its power would be leaked. Under their control, the world barrier instantly solidified, like a piece of transparent glass. Yet, beneath this glass-like barrier, an aura of immovable majesty, like a mountain, emanated. The next moment, boom, a myriad of indescribably magnificent scenes unfolded on the barrier. In the age of barbarism, these grand sights would have been enough to make any civilization regard them as miracles. But today, these scenes were merely sparks of the clash of civilizations. Boom! Under the command of the headquarters, 100 world fortresses collided with the outer barrier of the Civilization Devourer. Instantly, countless tiny cracks appeared on the barrier, even one that hadn't been shattered by the Overlord's weapons. The energy within the Earth vein surged relentlessly, and the wizards monitoring it had already issued a warning. If the surge continued at this rate, the Earth vein energy transmission system would reach its limit in 3 minutes. But the headquarters had only one order: open the restriction valve. Only by entering the Civilization Devourer's interior could they truly harm it and weaken its power. If they couldn't get in, then no matter how secure the world fortresses were on the periphery, they would be no more than passing stones. Open the restriction valves. The wizards of the Earth vein energy transmission system roared, and then, one nail-like restriction valve after another rose from the Earth veins. By the time they reached the last few restriction valves, the raging energy within the Earth veins melted them down without the wizards even needing to act. Abyssal energy surged into the navigation system, and the twisting void at this moment was like a tidal wave, continuously impacting the expansion of the Devourer of Civilization. Boom! The vast barrier was torn open by the void wave, and then caught by the world fortress, instantly ripped apart. Instantly, the turret fortress on the ground erupted with countless attacks, the energy glow nearly illuminating the entire world fortress. But the next moment, these fortresses and turrets were ripped apart by a massive gravitational force. The world naturally possesses a tremendous gravitational pull, powerful enough to rip apart any fortress at close range. And after its transformation, the world fortress's natural gravitational pull has become a dual defense and offensive attribute. The energy that erupted from the ground was completely deflected by the gravitational barrier, ultimately transforming into the world fortress's energy source. Attention all legions! Attention all legions! The fortress has landed, all forces attack! Repeat, the fortress has landed, all forces attack! Hearing the sound coming from his ears, Gawain silently inserted the neural link bundle into the back of his neck. Instantly, his mind merged with the entire warship. No, it shouldn't be called a warship at this point. Thanks to technological exchange and analysis, the performance of the Wizarding Union's equipment has significantly improved over the past decade. Now, the warship has surpassed the Hardman fighter, becoming a war weapon requiring several level 3 creatures to operate and reaching level 4 power. Because of its shape, wizards named this weapon the Giant Fighter. However, wizards on the front lines preferred to call it the Wizard Titan. As a recipient of the miraculous medal, Gawain's Wizard Titan was equipped with numerous unconventional gadgets, and the number of operators was reduced to 2. In reality, the Wizard Titan they were using was a new generation prototype, but unfortunately, the onset of war meant that this prototype could only be used by specialized wizards. ASU, get ready. I'm leaving. Gawain's voice echoed in ASU's ears, and ASU, in turn, took his place in battle formation. The next moment, the 10-meter-tall humanoid weapon soared into the air. It, along with tens of thousands of war weapons of various shapes, stepped onto the lands of the Devourer of Civilizations. Deploy your battle lines and advance steadily. Command will provide you with firepower support. We wish you all a triumphant return. The command center's voice echoed in the ears of the commanders of numerous fighters, accompanied by the glow of the Devourer of Civilization's attacks. Although the World Fortress had already shattered the fortresses on the ground, the most abundant thing on this land was weapons and fortresses. The moment the Legion appeared, countless beyond visual range strikes rained down upon them. Activate gravitational interference. The Legion commander, mingled with the Legion, issued a command, and immediately, a gravitational barrier appeared around the Legion. The giant fighters were infused with a vast array of rule magic armors. Through their ingenious coordination, a single Legion could unleash power comparable to that of a 6th-ring Grand Wizard. Though these attacks were powerful, they were fragmented. Under the gravitational barrier, these energies converged, and then, under the command of the Legion commander, transformed into a massive spear of light. Give it back to you. Then, like a bulldozer, this spear of light, with an energy level exceeding tens of millions, plowed a chasm exceeding 100,000 meters across the steely earth. All the fortresses standing in its way were reduced to ash. At the same time, the World Fortress's magical support began. Under the control of the World Tree, gravity transformed into a whip. With a single lash, thousands of square kilometers of land were cleared. The buried spatial booby traps and death traps were all triggered. Under the protection of the World Fortress, the Legion landed on the ground with virtually no casualties. Then, the cleansing began. Miracle fires emerged from the hands of the giant fighters. These flames, drawn by the energy, eventually fell upon the steely earth constructed by the Devourer of Civilization. Each giant fighter contained a miracle fire. These flames served as both weapons and necessary means. After all, if not purified, even if these things were broken down into their elements, they would still possess corrosive properties. The miraculous fire blazed across the Iron Land, like a raging wildfire, threatening to consume the entire world. Chapter 987. As the miracle fire spread, a massive amount of artifacts erupted from within the World Fortress. These artifacts were the products of the alchemy factory in the rear, and with only a little assembly, they could form a combat platform. This war would be protracted. If the wizard army only purifies without expanding, they will soon find themselves in a situation with no escape route. This was a grave taboo for the Legion. While a last-ditch battle was useful, it couldn't always be fought. The advancing wizard army soon engaged in combat with the phantoms of the past summoned by the Devourer of Civilization. The phantoms chose not to remain in the fortress and wait for the enemy to attack, but to proactively attack. This wasn't due to any chivalry on their part, but rather because, on this battlefield, relying on turrets and fortresses for consumption was nothing but a slow death. Faced with a large-scale legion and the magical support from behind, turrets and fortresses were nothing but sitting ducks. These weapons could only be put to use if there were enough legions to hold them back. Counterintuitively, on this battlefield, the legion could effectively be considered a mobile fortress, while the artillery batteries and fortresses were, in effect, soldiers with formidable firepower. Boom! A crimson ball of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly creating a thunder field in the air. An Alliance legion charged headfirst into it, only to discover that the invincible gravitational barrier experienced a minor malfunction within the thunder field. Although this malfunction was only minor, on this battlefield, any mistake could be fatal. The next instant, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly shattering the gravitational barrier and annihilating dozens of giant fighters. Be careful, they have a way to disrupt the gravitational barrier. The Legion commander issued a warning over the comm system, then manipulated gravity to converge the lightning field into a crimson bolt and send it back. Gawain roamed the battlefield, his body continuously emitting colorful beams from the disintegrator cannon. He was extremely cautious with each attack. On this battlefield, being too prominent was not a good thing. While it might sound selfish, he had to conceal himself. He tried to make himself as similar as possible to the numerous giant fighters to prevent targeted attacks. Buzz, another disintegrator cannon shot, this one accurately piercing a turret, leaving a hole wide enough to accommodate any powerful elemental spell. Elemental damage spells were still present on this battlefield. Thanks to elemental gems and improved spell models, elemental spells, while requiring materials, were incredibly powerful. And in the giant fighter's secret warehouse, there was an entire box of the finest elemental gems, 100 of them. Each one was larger than an average human head. In the days before the civilization wars, these elemental gems were treasures worthy of being passed down from generation to generation for low-ranking wizards. Even great wizards would have struggled to amass such a large number of top-grade elemental gems. Now, however, these gems are the cheapest consumables. Compared to them, even the lives of soldiers seem precious. Excellent spell! One of Gawain's subordinates cheered, and a fireball the size of a human head erupted from his hand. Within the fireball, the structure of the head-sized elemental gem was constantly disintegrating. The moment Gawain entered the turret, its structural stability was lost. Immediately, fire elements erupted from the turret like a volcanic eruption, instantly reducing it to a pool of elementally corroded scrap metal. Gawain didn't get excited. He immediately found his next target. But before he could make a move, a black army appeared within his sight. Enemy Titan army detected, requesting spell support. Repeat, enemy Titan army detected, requesting spell support. Gawain's voice was sharp and calm. Unlike regular hardman armies, the Titan armies summoned by the Devourer of Civilization were undeniably elite. The best way to deal with such an army was to directly call for support and completely annihilate it with the cheapest energy. Request received. A cold female voice from the command center echoed in Gawain's ears, and then, a spatial distortion appeared above him. Space warp strike? Gawain's mind flickered with confusion. He knew the Alliance had developed such a device, but didn't it rely on the power of the Abyss? Then, a sudden realization struck Gawain. Because what emerged from the distorted space wasn't a torrent of energy, but rather a series of giant, meteor-like warplanes. The Titan Legion wasn't limited to the Devourers of Civilization. The Wizarding Union also had its own Titan Legion. As the only race not to participate in military reform, the Abyssal Titans were the most mysterious force in the entire Wizarding Union. And now, this force had finally unveiled its true face, revealing its fangs. Warplanes like meteors descended from the distorted space, each one exuding a terrifying aura of pressure. Given the Abyssal Titans' inherent talents, designing them as regular legions was a gross overkill. Under the leadership of Richard and several Abyssal Lords, the Abyssal Titan Legion became the Wizarding Union's first and only World Lord level legion. All its members had reached the level of level 4 creatures, and its leader had reached an astonishing level 6. Gawain had no idea what the command was planning. In his opinion, this Titan Legion should have appeared at the most critical moment. Clearly, that point hadn't arrived yet. The Titans formed up in the air and then, like angry dragons, charged into the Civilization Devourers Legion of the Old Titans. In a single breath, this Titan Legion of over 10,000 was utterly slaughtered by the Abyssal Titans. Without further words or gestures, having achieved their tactical objective, the Legion immediately activated their warp beacons and vanished from the battlefield. If it weren't for the bodies on the ground, Gawain would have felt as if he had been hallucinating. The Titan Legion is performing well. In the World Fortress, the commanders at the headquarters sat at their seats, exchanging their opinions over the dimensional encrypted communication system. How are his World Lord legions performing? It's also rapid. We've already lost 3 legions. The gap between World Lords and level 3 creatures is still too great. A single World Lord equipped with a fighter jet can slaughter an entire legion. Sacrifice them to lure them. Use the trans-temporal abyss to strike. Agreed. 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 Endless dimensions. The blazing holy light of dusk was like the sun, unbearable to gaze upon. As a supreme treasure of civilization, dusk did not remain behind like the mayfly spirit, guarding against a surprise attack by civilization devourers. It lacked autonomy and required the guidance of a master to unleash its extraordinary power. Beside him, the eternal god king's body had transformed into a vast vortex of stars. Within his body, countless worlds seemed to be born and die. As a veteran master, the eternal god king's exploration of the path of evolution was no less profound than that of other masters of civilization. In fact, he embarked on a profoundly advanced path, a path that combined the power of destiny and the cellular world. He fragmented his own dimension into countless stars, then imbued them with laws, infused them with dimensional power, and even the power of the world's origin, hoping to transform them into true worlds. According to his vision, once these stars became worlds, his will would directly become the world will of all worlds, and his soul would become the world's origin in every world. At that point, he himself would be a condensed star realm. The life hierarchy would be meaningless to him. He would transcend the life hierarchy. From a conceptual point of view, this idea was a very good one. However, taking too big a step could easily lead to failure. Thinking of leaping from the limit-breaking stage to a level higher than level 9 lifeforms in one go was sheer wishful thinking. So he failed. Among the countless stars that comprised him, not a single one could truly be called a world. Even the stars he meticulously cultivated only resembled a world in appearance. Without Richard's participation, he would have remained stuck in the limit-breaking stage, forever stuck in a dead end. Don't dream of reaching the sky in one leap. First, consider all the stars as a single world, referring to that strange stellar dimension. Richard's suggestion flashed through God King Yonghin's mind. At the center of the galaxy that comprised his body, a pitch-black black hole pulled all the stars in their orbit. Boom! Dark green flame surged like a tide. Before God King Eternity, a black dragon the size of a world spewed flames. He possessed 7 heads, each capable of emitting dragon breath of varying properties. Some of these breaths burned energy, some burned dimensions, some burned souls, and some even burned memories and concepts. Behind him, countless black dragons emerged like a tidal wave, each a miniature version of himself. They collided with God King Eternity's stars, bringing devastating disaster to all the stars within the galaxy. This black dragon was a patchwork, a monstrous creation formed by the devourer of civilizations, consuming the spirit desert civilization and combining it with the technologies of other civilizations. But being a patchwork didn't necessarily mean it was weak in combat. Boom! A flash of light, as vast as a galaxy, streaked across the black dragon, instantly shattering one of its heads. But in a mere nanosecond, the head returned to its original form. The Eternal God King observed the monster. He could find no weakness, flaw, or even fatal flaw. Can it only be worn down to death? The Eternal God King's heart sank slightly. While wars of attrition were his forte, he was truly unsure about engaging in a war of attrition against the devourer of civilizations. But even without any certainty, he had to fight. The Eternal God King's voice was like a resounding bell. Dusk, attack! Destroy those black dragons. Yes, your majesty. The next moment, countless angels appeared behind Dusk. The angels entered the galaxy and engaged the black dragons. The great war between gods and demons began. The light sphere's combat effectiveness is simply inadequate. Even as its leader, it's useless. Samuel glanced at the Eternal God King in the distance and couldn't help but scoff. Compared to the Eternal God King's stalemate, his battle situation was clear. Boom! 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 In the boundless void, 2 giants, the size of small worlds, engaged in a brutal fistfight. Samuel, descended from a bone demon, favored offense. Even as his own armor shattered and flesh and blood flew everywhere, his only response was to attack. Before him, the Titan, possessing various characteristics, was beaten back step by this violent attack. Samuel's fists carried a terrifying force far beyond his imagination. If he dared not defend himself, he would be reduced to elemental in a matter of seconds. Chapter 988. However, not all Overlord's battles went as smoothly as Samuel's. In the void, the second-generation cursed Corona's form wavered, its massive black-robed figure, disturbed by a mysterious force, constantly fluctuating like radio interference. Although he was also an Overlord, his position was inherited, and his strength was naturally weaker than that of other Overlords. Even the newly promoted Muni could rival him. Although Muni had Richard's help, the ultimate problem he solved was a real one. Behind each ultimate problem lies an immense depth of knowledge. Muni, who was able to solve it, only had less experience than the second-generation cursed Corona. In terms of true knowledge, he was not necessarily inferior to the second-generation cursed Corona. In front of the second-generation cursed Corona, a seemingly amorphous mass of black sand was constantly shifting. This was one of the sand spirit overlords devoured by the devourer of civilizations. Though defeated by the devourer of civilizations, this did not mean his combat power was weak. The various curses cast by the second-generation cursed Corona were all broken with equally sophisticated means. However, the curse he responded to required the second-generation cursed Corona to expend considerable effort and even profound energy to dispel. As one weakened, the second-generation cursed Corona's power began to steadily erode. While the decline was slight, a single ant hole could easily crumble a 1,000-mile dam. With enough weakening, the second-generation cursed corona would be within the grasp of the devourer of civilizations. At that point, the devourer of civilizations would not only gain a new puppet, but also potentially recover its lost strength. It was even possible that the second-generation cursed corona could use it to contaminate the wizard dimension, or even the entire alliance dimension. Similar to the second-generation cursed corona, several overlords rescued from the maze also faced off. These overlords' abilities and methods were insufficient, and after being tested by the devourer of civilizations, they quickly fell into a disadvantage in this war. All their shortcomings and flaws were weaknesses that the devourer of civilizations could exploit. The Tower Overlord's entire body transformed into a massive fortress, its nearly endless supply of weapons unleashing attacks like a torrent of water. But he faced a pitch-black titan wielding a massive shield. The shield in the Overlord's hand was forged from some dimensional treasure, engraved with runes as numerous as stars. As the runes flickered, any attack below a 100 million energy level was completely neutralized. This was a fatal blow to the Tower Overlord. His forte was his torrential water-piercing attacks, using quantity to compensate for quality, but this massive shield completely nullified his most potent combat strategy. Elsewhere, a worm-like Overmind was caught in the same predicament. His forte was dimensional toxins, but the clone before him was immune to most of the toxins he had used. Even those that did have an effect had minimal impact. The devourers of civilizations had already devised their plans against them through long battles. As long as they couldn't come up with something new, their fate was sealed. Compared to the somewhat boring high-level battlefield, the lower-level battlefield offered far more variety. After a month of fighting, the Wizarding Alliance had purified 1% of the devourers of civilizations. This number may seem insignificant, but in large-scale world wars spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, this growth rate was astonishingly rapid. If they could purify even 1% per month, the Wizarding Union would only need 100 months to cleanse the entire body of the devourer of civilizations. This meant that in less than 9 years, the lower reaches of this war would be completely over. However, the devourer of civilizations was no lamb to be slaughtered. After discovering the problem, a solution emerged. Attack blocked, attack blocked. On the ground battlefield, the position commander barked a report into the communicator. Around him, violent energy nearly ripped the space apart. This was the space where the devourer of civilizations' main body resided, a space so solid that even the world-annihilating cannon could only destroy a small world. Report your situation. We are under astral attack and require air support. I repeat, we are under astral attack and require air support. Before the commander could finish his words, a rain of destructive light descended from the sky, wiping him and his legion along with it. In the sky, a massive war fortress obscured the sky. Tens of thousands of Heartman warships served as escorts. Just a month after the war began, the devourer of civilization had already adjusted its overall strategy. He clearly understood that continued passive defense would only bring losses and defeat. Only active offense could minimize his losses. In other words, the war dynamic had shifted from the initial attack and defense dynamic to a dynamic one where both sides were on the offensive. And this wasn't just a change in one battlefield. It was a transformation across the entire battlefield. Across all battlefields, the once densely packed fortresses and turrets were gradually disappearing. In their place were more flexible fighters, warships, and mobile war fortresses whose defensive capabilities rivaled those of large fortresses. He has changed his strategy. At the World Fortress's headquarters, hundreds of staff officers were conducting new tactical instructions. These staff officers participated in the meeting via projection, their bodies transformed into near machine-like flesh and blood computers, now immersed in a vast pool of liquid energy. Speaking of which, this technology originated from the natural evolution computer developed by Richard's goblins. After research and development within the Alliance, this technology has become standard equipment for staff officers in large-scale wars. In this form, staff officers' thinking abilities are greatly enhanced, and useless emotional distractions are eliminated. The price paid is a significant reduction in their lifespans. The ratio of lifespan lost is approximately 1,000 to 1, meaning that every second maintained in this form is equivalent to 1,000 seconds of normal life. Although the cost is staggering, the results of this transformation are quite impressive. Although most of these staff officers are level 5 creatures, after this nearly all-consuming transformation, their combined computing power is comparable to that of a spiritually evolved limit-breaking overlord. A change in strategy was within our expectations, a staff officer said calmly. Our losses are mounting. So what? A staff officer replied coldly. Our duty isn't to win, but to deplete this monster's power as much as possible for the higher-ups above. His change of strategy won't interfere with our ultimate goal. Yes, in the Wizarding Union's strategic plan, the 100 world fortresses, the legions they carried, and even the wizards themselves, were all expendable war supplies. Their sole purpose was to deplete the Civilization Devourer's power, and relieve some of the pressure of the domination-level battles. So what? Do you think these legions were churned out of factories? The staff officer, who mentioned the losses, retorted bluntly. Our duty is to ensure the maximum possible consumption of forces, not to recklessly squander the Alliance's legions. Changing tactics is the responsibility of the frontline legion commanders. We are solely responsible for strategic coordination, a staff officer suddenly interjected. You've all probably played the game of war chess. Right now, we're facing a simple, flat map. In previous war chess games, staff officers had to consider numerous factors, such as terrain, climate, and special rules. But today, they only needed to consider how to exploit the enemy's weaknesses, and then infiltrate and encircle them. The simplest? Not necessarily. A staff officer suddenly shared a battle report. Intelligence from the front lines indicates these legions possess the ability to alter the terrain, and even the rules of the region. This means we're not facing a simple, flat map, but a map where every inch holds hidden dangers. The staff officer's gaze swept across the numerous staff officers. Everyone, give yourselves some drastic measures. It's time to test your computing power and execution. Let's see who's stronger, us or those phantoms. Attack orders. There's a Hearthman Legion to our southwest. We're responsible for stopping them. The Legion commander's orders echoed in Gawain's ears, and Gawain relayed them to every soldier. The Alliance Legion still consisted of 10,000 men per legion, organized into 10 large companies of 1,000 and 100 battle companies. As a wizard hero, Gawain commanded the second large company, effectively the first battle company of the second large company. This position in the legion is second only to the legion commander, who also serves as the captain of the first company and the first combat company of the first company. It's the meat mining again, ASU sighed in Gawain's ear. High-speed infiltration, division and encirclement. I really miss it. After the war with the Galaxy Mayfly, Gawain's battles no longer involve such tactical maneuvers. Generally speaking, the battles he participated in were mostly offensive battles. Strategically, they were all about pushing forward. Now, with the Wizarding Union facing a worthy opponent, tactics were naturally revisited. Everyone, check the fighters and verify their status. Gawain's voice was quick but calm. Pay special attention to the fission cannon cores and the elemental gem storage compartments. Make sure there are no problems. I don't want to see my soldiers blown up on the march because of this little mistake. Yes. 5 minutes later, Gawain's Storm Fury Legion launched its full attack. Above them, a massive floating fortress led a vast fleet, protecting their skies. While the Devourer of Civilizations is vast, the Wizarding Union is even larger. Over the years, the Wizarding Union has built far more than just 100 world fortresses. In their secret warehouses, there are enough interstellar warships and floating fortresses to block out the sun, regardless of how many suns there are in the sky. Chapter 989. Attack, Formation Number 3, Full Output. The commander's frantic command echoed through the communication system. On this battlefield, even a world master could be annihilated by weapons due to a single misstep. So even the calmest Legion commander struggled to maintain complete composure. Receiving the order, the soldiers quickly shifted formations, instantly forming several diamond-shaped formations in the air. Through technical exchanges, the Wizarding Union had thoroughly researched Legion formations. The essence of Legion formations lay in the Legion itself, not in the formation itself. Elite soldiers, with simple coordination, could easily crush the complex formations of a mob, even if they followed orders. This also set the tone for the Wizarding Union's Legion formations, simple and swift. Of course, this didn't mean the Wizarding Union had abandoned complexity. They simply transferred this complexity to the structure of their fighter planes. Reliable alchemical machinery replaced the Legion soldiers' complex operations. The Alliance's Legion formations chose the best of both worlds. A tremendous roar echoed above the Legionnaires' heads. Less than 3,000 meters above them, a swarm of shark-like warships engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand combat. These warships should have been navigating the astral plane, their engagements limited to a few fleeting seconds. But now, they were practically face-to-face. Energy weapons were nearly useless in this situation, as both weapons required a period of charge. And a collision. A simple push of a lever was all that was needed. Boom! With the impact, a Furnace Man warship instantly disintegrated into a ball of fire. Molten iron rained down from the sky, accompanied by flashes of energy from the melting of warship parts. From below, it looked like a crimson rainstorm. And rainstorms like this seemed to never cease on this battlefield. Across from them, the equally heavily armed Furnace Legion formed a complex battle formation. These formations weren't merely masterpieces of the previous Civilization Alliance. Many dated from a time even more distant. Under the cover of the fleet, the two legions collided almost instantly. In an instant, flames and frost intertwined, thunder and swords danced together. The soldiers of both legions were the cream of the crop, their every move as smooth and natural as if measured by a ruler. Their supreme skill imbued this otherwise bloody and brutal battle with a touch of beauty. It was like a grand ball. Number 2, cover. In the center of the battle formation, Gawain repeatedly directed his soldiers to adjust their formations to cope with the dwindling numbers. This wasn't the time to attack the fortress. Captain Gawain had to ensure his own safety in order to mobilize the entire company. The giant fighter known as Number 2 promptly filled in, completing the general formation. The soldiers' rapid movement, like phantoms on the battlefield, posed a formidable challenge to the commander. A single moment of hesitation could mean missing an enemy opening, or allowing one to be exploited. Suddenly, Gawain shouted sharply, "Formation Number 3, charge! Crush them!" The instant he issued the command, Gawain unleashed 3 crimson elemental gems. The moment he launched his attack, the gems began to disintegrate, then, like meteors, landed precisely on a gap in the Hardmen Legion's formation. In an instant, a resounding boom was heard. A crimson fireball momentarily stalled a Hardman fighter, a split second that, on a battlefield of this magnitude, could mean the difference between life and death. The Abyssal Vanguard, clad in a heavy giant fighter, strode forward, his fist thrust out like a battering ram. Bang! The Hardman fighter, comparable to a level 4 creature, was pierced through the chest, its power reactor shattered by the blow. Energy lightning emanated like a swarm of snakes, entwining the Hardman fighter and spreading towards the giant fighter. With a single encounter, the battle was over. Without hesitation, after slaying the Hardman fighter, the following heavy giant fighters followed, amplifying the tiny gap. Due to military reforms, the current Alliance Legion has a diverse membership. At the outermost perimeter of the Legion are often Abyssal Demons and the Nether Skeleton clan. Their fighters are heavily armored and boast the most powerful power systems in the Alliance Legion. With the power of this system, a giant fighter can even crush an indigenous world master with a single blow. Further inward are the Wizards and Beholders. Although both races primarily pursue spiritual evolution, their mastery of energy allows them to possess ample protection, while also possessing considerable offensive capabilities. Further inward are the Priests of the God Civilization and the Cursed Demons. These two primarily counter threats posed by mystical powers, and provide buffs to other members of the Legion. Divine magic can enhance the power of Abyssal Demons and sharpen the Wizards' thinking, making them excellent support units. Compared to a purely Hardman Legion, a mixed Legion is superior both tactically and in combat effectiveness. The battle was over the moment Gawain found the opening. All that remained was mopping up. But this was only the end of the battle. Gawain southeast, 30 degrees, 15 kilometers, pincer attack. The Legion commander's voice echoed in Gawain's ears. Without hesitation, Gawain relayed the order and immediately organized his formation, advancing towards the designated target. The entire process was smooth and effortless. The continuous fighting didn't even tire Gawain. He could feel every cell in his body throbbing with excitement, his entire being in better shape than ever before. It was as if he was born to do this. War Zone 32 has been captured, and decontamination is underway. War Zone 67 is in a state of stalemate. The Legion commanders are requesting support from the World Fortress. War Zone 172 has detected the World Lord Legion, and is requesting an abyssal strike. One after another, battle reports, along with numerous battlefield situations, flowed through the information system into the World Fortress. The staff officers, who had transformed themselves into computers, continuously incorporated various pieces of information into their battlefield models, then conducted further analysis of the situation. Some of these analyses were correct, some were wrong. Correct judgments would lead the Alliance forward, while incorrect ones would lead to the annihilation of the Alliance's forces. "How is the Sky Battlefield?" a staff officer suddenly asked in the conference room. "The Sky Battlefield is going well," said the staff officer in charge of the Sky Battlefield. For a long time, the Wizarding Alliance rarely engaged in wars in the astral plane. Almost all wars that took place in the astral plane were fought over a specific world's air supremacy. But this doesn't mean Wizards lack the technology for warships. In fact, Wizards are quite skilled at warship construction. This is because a floating city is essentially an oversized interstellar warship. Almost all the technology required for it can be applied to warships. Of course, this isn't entirely a good thing. The floating city's design has led Wizards to favor tougher and more robust warships. This design significantly increases the warship's energy consumption and material consumption, and mass production of such warships requires an extremely large fleet. If it were a wizarding civilization, such a fleet would be extremely limited. But fortunately, this is the era of the Wizarding Union. Fire, fire! Don't give those monsters a chance to breathe. Above the 3,000-meter battleship engagement zone, an even more magnificent battle is unfolding. Tens of millions of interstellar warships are operating at an altitude exceeding 50,000 meters, nearly obscuring the entire sky. Amidst these, a massive floating fortress serves as their central hub, directing their actions. Small warships crisscross the warships, carrying supplies and transporting personnel. At the commander's command, over tens of thousands of warships open fire in unison. In an instant, a brilliant energy glow nearly blanketed the entire sky. The rugged design concept was not without merit. Besides enhancing the warship's ability to withstand damage, it also gave them greater firepower. When facing the Hartmann's warships, the Wizarding Alliance's warships often had greater damage tolerance and even greater firepower. As they opened fire, the fleet rapidly advanced. The area they were currently in was a near-vacuum zone devoid of elemental microenergy. Within this range, warships could reach exceptionally high speeds without worrying about wind elemental erosion. And near instantaneously, the Alliance fleet surged ahead of the Furnace Man fleet. Prepare for collision. 3, 2, 1, ram. The moment the word ram was spoken, the Alliance's shuttle-type warships instantly accelerated, charging directly towards the Furnace Man warships, ramming them head-on. The Furnace Man warships attempted to dodge, but not every commander made the right choice. Bang! A Furnace Man warship was struck squarely in the middle by an Alliance warship, snapping it in two. The Alliance warship suffered only a few scratches, and the destruction of one of its ramming horns. The collision was soon over. The Furnace Man fleet had lost nearly one-fifth of its forces, while the Alliance fleet remained unscathed. The scratches on the warships were quickly repaired with the help of the alchemists and dragon alchemists, and in a blink of an eye, the warships were as good as new. This is the Wizarding Alliance's aerial combat strategy, a tactic known as the Swordfish Swarm. Compared to the Wizarding Alliance's warships, the Hartmann's warships use less material, have slightly weaker firepower, and less defensive capabilities, but offer greater flexibility, making them exceptionally cost-effective. This type of warship is the optimal choice for warfare against civilizations of similar size. With the same resources, the Hardmen can build more fleets. No matter how powerful a warship is, it cannot simultaneously fight two warships. However, the Wizarding Alliance is larger than the Devourer of Civilizations. Furthermore, the Hartmann's originally devoured legions used warships of this type, and the Devourer of Civilizations can only summon warships of this type. At least this is true for these completely devoured phantoms of the past. The warships reorganized, and a new round of attack began. The sky battlefield was in good shape. Chapter 990. Monster, what are you staring at? Amidst the boundless void, a giant roared. Giant was no longer enough to describe the giant's size, for it transcended the realm of gigantic. Perhaps magnificent would be more appropriate. Across from the giant, a nameless being in black robes was awakened by the roar. This nameless being wore black wizard robes, but beneath them, its face was constantly distorting and shifting. A closer look revealed that its face was composed of countless smaller faces, creating a terrifying sight. As it roared, the giant swung its warhammer violently down. The terrifying power of the warhammer sent shockwaves through the void, a force so powerful that even a master could barely withstand the aftereffects of the attack. Bang! The black-robed nameless being was shattered halfway beneath the hammer. Golden flames burned fiercely across its body, and with every second the flames lasted, its aura weakened. But after the flames died down, the weakened auras instantly returned. Thank you for your concern. The Devourer of Civilization's voice sounded like the combined voices of 1,000 people. In return, I will savor your soul. How about 10 million years? If that's not enough, I can savor it for 20 million years, and even add your students and loved ones to the mix. As he spoke, the Devourer of Civilization began to chant subtle blasphemies. As these blasphemies rang out, the mysterious forces that roamed the endless dimensions began to reach his side across the void. Richard's manipulation of probability wasn't unstoppable. The mysterious forces offered a way to resist this power. Richard observed the monster. Their battle had lasted a year. Throughout this time, He had repeatedly attempted to slay the monster. But no matter how powerful his methods, it would quickly recover, even interfering with him. At this moment, the blasphemous voice of the devourer of civilizations echoed in his ears. If his sanity faltered even a little, these blasphemous notes would surge into his soul, tumbling his very personality and memories. 10 million years? You're kidding. Richard's voice was impeccably calm. At this moment, his soul was as steady as a rock. No external interference could disturb his sanity. Do you think you can win? The devourer of civilizations asked back. This time, his voice was fluent. After a year of practice, he had become accustomed to the inefficient communication method of words. Is it your legion, or you? It can't be fate. You've summarized it well. Richard swung the world hammer in his hand down, and the four elemental laws converged and entangled on the hammer, ultimately forming an unprecedented law. Under this rule, nothing can be reduced to pure energy. The civilization devourer's eyes shifted slightly, and the staff in his hand also radiated the vibrations of the four elements. But his rules were the exact opposite of Richard's. They could return energy to its elemental state. Both creatures were near the pinnacle of evolution. Rules were like clay to them, moldable and sculptable. Combining and creating rules was effortless. They were practically at the pinnacle of the overlord level. A single strike to kill was no longer possible. If they wanted to annihilate each other, they had to completely deplete their power. Or perhaps, they could reach a higher realm before their opponent. Suddenly, Richard glanced in a direction, oblivious to even the civilization devourer's attack. Where his gaze was focused, a chilling wave of energy spread through the void, extending ever further. A lord had fallen. Time flashed back to a minute ago. In the void, a small dimensional annihilation cannon suddenly erupted from the Tower Lord's body, repelling the approaching civilization devourer clone. Countless cracks spread across his metal tower. The civilization devourer's blasphemous power was corroding his body. Even with the miracle fire, he could not resist the erosion when he was at a disadvantage. Crack. A piece of broken bronze fell from the Tower Lord's body. What bad luck. The Tower Lord muttered to himself. I didn't expect to die at the hands of this monster so soon after leaving that unfortunate place. In reality, the Tower Lord's choice to flee at this moment did not violate the contract. Since his injuries were no longer sufficient to continue fighting, escaping to buy time was permitted by the contract. However, the Tower Lord chose not to do so. He knew he couldn't escape. The civilization devourer's clones already had the upper hand. Not to mention that he wasn't good at escaping. Even if he was, in his current state, he couldn't outrun the monster before him. He was just an ordinary level 8 lord. Even though his strength had increased significantly due to technical exchanges, he was still just an ordinary level 8 lord. In his life, he was the protagonist, but which lord fighting on this battlefield wasn't the protagonist in their own story? Across from him, the civilization devourer's clone approached him, carrying a massive, cracked shield. The shield's origins were unknown, and the Tower Master, despite his best efforts, was unable to break it. But if I die, I die. It would be rather amusing if I were devoured by you afterward. The Tower Master suddenly burst into laughter, and the dimensional force began to surge. Those determined to die fear nothing, so at this moment, he had no scruples. Buzz, an extremely intense dimensional force surged from the Tower Master. It was the aftermath of his dimensional severance. He had completely separated himself from his own dimension. Thus, even if he died, his civilization would not be without a master. As for how to fight without a dimension, a piece of white paper suddenly appeared on the Tower Master's body. On it, complex runes formed a golden scale. It was a page from the Book of All Laws. The paper burned, and the scale imprinted itself on the Tower Master's body. A resounding bell rang from the Tower Master's body, and with each peal, the Tower Master's aura grew stronger. This power didn't come from nothing. It came from the future, from a future that hadn't yet begun. This was another application of the power of the wizard's dimensional civilization. A wizard could borrow power from the future through equivalent exchange. This ability consumed lifespan. The more lifespan borrowed, the more it was consumed. It also prevented the wizard from advancing beyond the lifespan hierarchy. In other words, a level 5 creature could only borrow the maximum power it could sustain. Furthermore, once the borrowed power was exhausted, the creature would immediately enter a state of repayment. Clearly, there was a loophole in the rules of this ability. The future is uncertain without observation. No one knows whether they will die in the next second. Furthermore, if the borrower dies while using the power, the transaction becomes paradoxical. Thus, this ability has a safety net. If the user dies before repaying the loan, their loan will be directly transferred to the wizard dimension. This application method is quite useless for wizards, far inferior to the contribution of the galaxy mayfly. This is because it cannot transcend the life level, which means it is still powerless against powerful enemies. Furthermore, it only provides power, not control over it. This means that the wizard who borrows the power must have sufficient mental strength to control this sudden power. But if they have this energy, it means that the battle situation is still under control. Obviously, this application is not suitable for most battles requiring power. However, there are exceptions. The Tower Master's power returned to its peak in an instant, and energy and dimensional force surged through his body like a tide. It ultimately became a strange cycle. Miracle Wizard, we're even. The Tower Master shouted, his entire body instantly disintegrating. The next moment, a massive magic circle materialized in the air, and then, a brilliant flash, like a supernova explosion, engulfed the Civilization Devourer's clone. In his final moments, the Tower Master witnessed the great shield crumble. So it can be broken, but I'm just too weak. The next moment, his soul vanished completely, like that fleeting flash of light. The Devourer of Civilization's clone was annihilated by this blow, even with its large shield. We're even, Richard whispered, observing the flash. He turned to look at the Devourer of Civilization. Compared to Richard's calmness, the Devourer of Civilization was seething with rage. You wasting food, you bastards. You never let me eat a single bite. After I've annihilated you, I find this bastard civilization and devour it piece by piece. After consuming the meme of the cursed corona, the Devourer of Civilization became more and more human. But the more he resembled it, the deeper Richard's worry grew. He knew the Devourer of Civilization must have anticipated this situation. Yet, he chose to act anyway. There must be a profound secret hidden within this. This secret would surely allow him to become a level 8 demi-creature. But even the Titan King didn't know what this secret was at this moment. Don't worry about him. The Titan King's voice echoed in Richard's ears. I exist to prevent him from ascending. If he ascends, I will strike him down. If he doesn't, we will crush him piece by piece. Richard had no idea of the situation on the ground battlefield, but based on the Miracle Furnace's reaction to the Miracle Fire, he was certain that the Miracle Fire was expanding. This only meant that the Legion was advancing. Bang! Richard casually shattered a tentacle extending from the Devourer of Civilization. Perhaps due to lack of food, the Devourer of Civilization's rage was growing, and its body becoming increasingly unstable. The humanoid body, resembling the cursed corona, was now trembling, as if countless strange tentacles, spliced together, were extending from its body. How disgusting! Richard examined the limbs that formed the tentacles, the disgust on his face almost tangible. Those were the corpses of the defeated, the source of the Devourer of Civilization summoning of phantoms from the past. If they lose this battle, the fate of those limbs will be their fate. Chapter 991. The fall of the Tower Overlord was only the beginning. In this war, no creature of any class could be truly safe. Across the vast void, the Overlords began to band together, hoping to compensate for their weaknesses through coordination. This was a sound decision, but they overlooked one point. While they faced seemingly individual beings, these clones of the Civilization Devourer were actually a single being. In terms of coordination, their tacit understanding was even higher. However, those Overlords, who were at a disadvantage, had no choice but to do so. Not teaming meant death, while teaming offered a glimmer of hope. Damn it, you guys are such losers. In the void, an Overlord resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex roared. His initial fight had been very balanced, and he had been able to counterattack the clones of the Civilization Devourer, even suppressing them. But after the Overlords banded together, a new clone emerged from nowhere and joined the fray. This immediately tipped the scales of victory in his favor. But the other Overlords paid him no mind. Some of them were mercenaries, others were the inheritors of dimensions from the Alliance civilization. They were not friends with the Dinosaur Overlords, not even on terms of friendship. Under these circumstances, they had to ensure their own survival. However, with bad news, there was good news. Bang! Samuel suddenly swung a punch, piercing the body of the Civilization Devourer clone before him. The blow tore through the center of the Civilization Devourer's star-sized body, creating a cavity large enough to accommodate a small world. In this cavity, everything disintegrated into its elemental elements. Haha, so satisfying. Samuel laughed heartily, his aura rising again. After finding the path forward, Samuel's strength, like Richard's, grew moment by moment, though at a much slower pace. In the entire Civilization Alliance, his power was second only to Richard's, equivalent to the Great World Tree that completed the world's assembly. Furthermore, he possessed an extremely sharp intuition. This intuition helped him find the path that best suited him in the chaotic future. If it weren't for Richard, he could be called the Chosen One. Looking at the imposing abyss demon before him, the Devourer of Civilizations clone actually felt a hint of timidity. This was the result of the corruption of human nature, but it was also a testament to Samuel's strength. He already knew his own fate. Even further away, the battle against the Eye Demon leader, Rackart, was gradually unfolding. After joining the Wizard Alliance, Rackart's combat effectiveness had undergone a qualitative leap. This master had already conducted in-depth research on energy and dimensional forces, but lacked time and inspiration to find results. But after the technical exchange, almost all of his previous questions and thoughts were resolved. He was no longer the same person he had been before the battle for the Eternal Darkness world. Rackart waved his tentacles, and stars appeared one after another around him. A closer look revealed that each of these stars was a small virtual dimension. The space within these virtual dimensions was ingeniously folded, each comparable to a vast world. The laws within these virtual dimensions were like clay sculptures, woven and reorganized by Rackart's will. The methods born from this were naturally varied and bizarre. Boom! A star suddenly exploded, transforming into a black sphere. Simultaneously, the Civilization Devourer's avatar's blasphemous fire landed squarely on the sphere. The dark green flame vanished without a trace the instant it touched the sphere. Even a single wisp of this flame could incinerate a small world, but it couldn't even stir a wave within the black sphere. Rackart waved his tentacles, and the other stars began to rotate. 6 stars formed a simple regular hexagon in the air, and instantly, a pitch-black vortex appeared within it. A powerful gravitational force surged from the vortex, like an invisible hand, tugging the Civilization Devourer's avatar into its clutches. "Monster, you love to eat so much. Why don't you try my black prison?" Rackart's voice was tinged with sarcasm. This technique, which he called the Black Prison, was specially prepared for the Civilization Devourer's avatar. The technology utilized here is the same endless maze technology used by the slime Richard encountered in the ever-changing dimension. However, compared to that technology, Rackart has added some of his own, including the Miracle Fire. Once entering, the Civilization Devourer's clone will enter a circular space. Any attack that fails to shatter the entire Black Prison in one blow will be channeled by the spatial flow, ultimately leaving the attacker with its own consequences. Furthermore, with the addition of the Miracle Fire, erosion of space is impossible. The Miracle Fire purifies every contaminated spatial flow. Amidst their conversation, 6 more stars appeared. The 2 overlapped, and the vortex's gravity suddenly doubled. The Devourer of Civilizations clone was gradually becoming unstable. If it could not hold on, the situation would be reversed in an instant. An ordinary overlord's strength would be enough, but with the strength of a leader, the balance of victory would completely tilt towards the Wizarding Union. What a disgusting feeling. Before Richard, the Devourer of Civilization's most powerful clone, or rather, its original form, had almost lost its human form. The battlefield situation made this monster, with human nature, extremely irritated, and Richard's difficulty was even more of a headache. On its body, Richard saw countless wailing faces. These were the faces of those who had been devoured and died in battle. Their souls had merged with the Devourer of Civilization, their faces eternally frozen at the moment of death. "Honestly, I didn't want to do this," the Devourer of Civilization suddenly spoke. "Because after consuming that curse, I gained something. Something called dignity, something called shame. I needed a grand war as a rite of passage for my ascension. This war should be magnificent, not as ugly as a beast pouncing on its prey. But now, I've changed my mind." The Devourer of Civilization's body twisted and deformed as he spoke, and Richard immediately understood what he meant. On the battlefield within the realm, the steel ground suddenly began to melt and deform. The metallic luster on its surface quickly faded, soon transforming into a pool of black, asphalt-like goo. Without needing orders, all the Alliance legions on the ground battlefield immediately unleashed their Miracle Fire. The Miracle Fire ignited the moment it hit the black liquid, but soon, the legionnaires noticed that the flames were fading. "You don't think I can't deal with that flame, do you?" The Civilization Devourer's voice tinged with sarcasm. "If I remember correctly, you should have my original experimental product. When the Civilization Devourer first truly attacked Richard, he used a clone capable of resisting the Miracle Fire." "Of course I remember." Richard's expression remained unchanged, and the black liquid he had sealed appeared in his hand. "It may sound a bit incompetent to say this, but I truly can't find a way to break this thing. The reason this black liquid can resist the Miracle Fire is simple: basic isolation. But the specific mechanism involves a realm accessible only to level 8 semi-creatures. Time. This black liquid possesses temporal disorder. In other words, its time is unstable. Under high temperatures, it could decay into base elements in the next second, or it could exist stably for tens of millions of years. In other words, when the miracle fire ignites it, it can dissociate into base elements. And because of the miracle fire's properties against the black liquid, it will spare those elements and ignite other black liquids. In this way, with just enough luck, the miracle fire would soon extinguish itself, lacking fuel. He only discovered this secret after studying the king of dimensional nematodes. However, knowing it doesn't guarantee a solution. The miracle fire is an 8.5 level creation. Richard can't interfere with it or alter it. The fun is over, Richard. The civilization devourer's body continued to grow, eventually transforming into an amorphous mass covered in limbs and faces. Next, I will devour you, then return to the highest realm. Then, I will devour your civilization piece by piece. Rest assured, I guarantee that not a single survivor of your civilization will remain. The souls of all of them will linger in my belly for 10 million years. Bang! The star-like hammer, brimming with miraculous fire and swirling with waves of the void, shattered the civilization devourer's body with a single blow. Richard's expression remained calm. So much nonsense. Humanity is truly a burden in battle. As he spoke, his voice echoed through the command centers of 100 world fortresses. Attention everyone! All legions, return to the world fortresses. They had anticipated this scenario, or rather, it was the scenario they had initially envisioned. The civilization devourer was a monster. Those legions, those war machines, were all part of him. Since these legions were unreliable, he would abandon these tactics. The soldiers of the Alliance Legion quickly lifted themselves off the ground, but as they did, countless tentacles suddenly appeared from the earth, which had transformed into black liquid. These tentacles were composed of limbs from various creatures, and even the pulsing muscles could be seen within them, as if they had just been severed. They were like the embodiment of the resentment of the demons of hell. These creatures, trapped in hell, refused to see anyone different from themselves, so even if their bodies were torn apart, they would drag others into this hell. Damn it! Use the miracle fire. Gawain stared at the tentacles flying towards him, and instantly a ball of miracle fire erupted from his hand. The miracle fire burst into flames the moment it touched the tentacles. These creatures lacked the protection of the temporal black fluid. Once touched by the miracle fire, it would burn until they were completely consumed. Gawain's choice was the right one. Any creature struck by these tentacles that failed to use the miracle fire immediately would be pulled into the Black Sea. Even level 6 creatures were subject to this, without exception. Boarding the airship, it soared into the sky. The airship needed to enter the battleship, and the battleship needed to enter the floating fortress. The entrance to the world fortress was so small that if everyone squeezed in, it would be impossible to get in. A tidal wave of warships converged towards the world fortress. Behind them, waves of the defeated gathered, eventually forming a gigantic face. The devourer of civilization let out a shrill cry, shaking the war machines throughout the sky. Phase 2 has begun. Chapter 992. Alarm, alarm, energy transmission system damaged. Energy transmission system damaged. In the floating fortress, shrill alarms wailed incessantly. Under the screams of the civilization devourer, nearly every floating fortress suffered damage to its energy transmission system. Some of the first wave of floating fortresses bearing the shrieks had even begun to sink. The escaping fleet flew out of the fortress like small boats, like a school of fish fleeing a shark. Activate the emergency recovery system. The commander of the floating fortress gave the order, his voice sounding remarkably calm. The next moment, activated by energy, a mass deep within the floating fortress began to awaken. Tat-a-tat. A faint ticking sound echoed along the walls and floor, and then, a mass of something like liquid metal surged from the wall. Phaseless 32 has begun maintenance, and will be completed in 30 minutes. The estimated drop in energy transmission efficiency after maintenance is approximately 7% to 13%. Please be prepared. Phaseless' voice echoed in the fortress commander's ears, and then the piercing alarm vanished without a trace. Yes, the floating fortress's emergency recovery system is phaseless. The Eye Demon's particle technology is extremely useful for Aldridge and Phaseless, two ultramicroscopic Gestalt creatures. Through the Eye Demon's transformation, the potential of the two Gestalt creatures has been greatly enhanced. The two Gestalt creatures are even comparable to Overminds. Of course, this is only in terms of numbers. How a Gestalt creature becomes Overmind is something even the Eye Demon hasn't fully understood. To date, all Gestalt creatures have ceased to be level 6 creatures, unable to create dimensions. Perhaps this is the limitation of Gestalt creatures. Under the iDemon's development, the Formless is no longer a war fortress, but an emergency repair facility for every floating fortress, even every floating warship. A war fortress can provide very limited assistance to the Wizarding Alliance, but emergency repairs can significantly help minimize losses. As for Aldridge, "Commander, I have received your message," the commander replied solemnly, then issued new instructions. "Initiate emergency defense measures." "Yes." At the commander's command, a black mist suddenly began to erupt from the outer layer of the floating fortress. This black mist seemed to defy the laws of physics. As it left the floating fortress, it began to spread along it, showing no sign of being blown away. In a matter of moments, the black mist enveloped the entire floating fortress. Within its envelope, all energy and elements from outside the fortress were blocked. Even purely physical vibrations were absorbed by it. After undergoing transformations using iDemon technology, Aldridge, the god beast and devourer of all, truly lived up to his name. After this transformation, Aldridge could even devour the very power of laws and dimensions. He was a true devourer of all. Even the particle and the formless, fellow Gestalt creatures, couldn't achieve this. All their attempts to transform him in this area had failed. Furthermore, iDemon research was still in depth. If more samples could be collected, Aldridge might even become a pure Gestalt overlord. With the activation of the emergency defense system, the floating fortress had already activated all its defensive measures. If we still can't escape, then no one can help. The commander touched the symbol of the School of Miracles on the chest of his wizard robe, and suddenly activated the broadcast system to the entire floating fortress. "Everyone, we've done everything we can. All that remains is prayer. Pray that our Lord Archon will bring us hope and miracles. Shrinking into a ball will be troublesome." The voice of the evoker's cornet echoed in Richard's ears. Although the Civilization Devourer's clones had returned to their original bodies, the numerous overlords had not gathered and remained scattered. "No problem, Evoker," Richard replied softly. "If he shrinks, it will be much easier for us." In the battle with the clones, Richard had wasted a lot of his strength. The clones were limited in the amount of force they could withstand, and being reduced to elemental elements was the final result. There is nothing smaller than elemental elements, except space. As he spoke, Richard clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely at the Civilization Devourer. The next moment, a raging void instantly tore a massive rift through the Civilization Devourer's body, a rift large enough to fit a small world. However, Richard felt no joy. After retracting, its defensive capabilities have also improved. Perhaps with a larger body to disperse the force, the Civilization Devourer was now more resilient than before. Richard estimated that this punch would cause the Civilization Devourer to lose at least the size of 2 small worlds, but in reality, the damage inflicted was only 1 microcosm. As for the shocking wound, it was only for show. The Devourer of Civilizations only needed to exert a little effort, and the wound would vanish without a trace. The Devourer of Civilizations looked at Richard with a hint of amusement. "What, are you surprised? This punch didn't even annihilate the volume of 2 small worlds." Although the Devourer of Civilizations looked like a normal creature due to the infestation of humanity, his calculation ability had not diminished. What Richard could calculate, he could also calculate. After swallowing the curse, you become quite the liar. Richard's voice was calm, and a new hammer suddenly appeared in his left hand. Immediately, dimensional power began to surge frantically into the new hammer. "Hammer of Creation? I didn't expect you to take that bastard's greatest treasure of civilization, including that damn furnace. Okay, you inherit their coffin lids, right?" The Devourer of Civilizations recognized the origin of the new hammer, and knew its power. But at this moment, he wasn't the least bit panicked. For everything was going according to his plan. Come! The more you mobilize, the greater the war will be. Although the previous Civilization Alliance had discovered the Civilization Devourer's abilities, they were unclear about the specifics of this ability. They didn't know the criteria for determining the scale of a war. Otherwise, they would never have allowed those mercenary overlords to participate. Overlords and civilizations are inseparable. In the astral realm, any overlord represents an extension of its civilization. And now, 19 mercenary overlords have simultaneously participated in this war, representing the involvement of 19 civilizations. Even though these overlords represent only individuals, conceptually, the scale of this war approaches that of the final battle waged by the previous Civilization Alliance. If Richard could reach level 8.5, the scale of this war would eclipse that of the final battle waged by the previous Civilization Alliance. Furthermore, A civilization's treasures are also extensions of civilization. Richard's use of the Miracle Forge signifies the Furnace people's participation in this war. His use of the Hammer of Creation signifies the Shepherd Star Titan's participation. His use of the computing chip signifies the Supreme One's participation. Although these three civilizations are nearly extinct, as long as the dimension persists, that civilization remains a civilization. Including these civilizations within the Wizarding Union, the scale of this war has reached an unimaginable level. The conditions for his ascension have now been met. This is why he withdrew all his clones. He needs a time to enter the ascension ceremony. As long as he can initiate the ascension ceremony, Richard and those other overlords will be reduced to dust. As the Devourer of Civilizations thought about this, his eyes suddenly fixed on a figure he knew very well. Hee, my good student, why are you up there? Come play inside my belly. As he spoke, a pitch-black tongue suddenly shot out from the Devourer of Civilization's mouth, arriving in front of the second cursed corona at near instantaneous speed. Richard tried to stop it, but the next moment, a terrifying gravitational pull descended upon him. This gravitational pull was easily shattered by Richard, but his speed was still inevitably slowed down for a moment. Boom! The second-generation cursed corona's body suddenly exploded, transforming into countless mysterious forces. Followed by this, a straw man fell from the void, transforming into a new second-generation cursed corona. That was a close call. I almost died. The second-generation cursed corona's voice trembled. That previous attack was completely beyond his comprehension. It was the first time he had ever seen such a quick tongue. Everyone, attack quickly. Don't give this guy any extra energy. Richard's voice echoed through the ears of the many overlords. He had already seen that among the overlords present, only the leader and the limit breaker could withstand the sudden attack of the civilization devourer. The other level 7 and level 8 overlords would be a piece of cake against the current civilization devourer. World fortresses, activate all anti-overlord weapons. Richard's command reached all world fortresses simultaneously. Conventional weapons were now useless. Only anti-overlord weapons could barely inflict damage on the civilization devourer. The next moment, a tremendous hum of energy echoed from within the world fortresses. Countless logistics personnel roamed the fortress, checking the performance of each weapon and its accessories. Ether storage tank has been opened. Ether gathering chamber has been activated. Ether reaction chamber is in good condition. Prepare to fire. 3, 2, 1, fire. The next moment, 100 world fortresses opened fire in unison. 100 ether disintegration cannons simultaneously rained down upon the devourer of civilizations, vaporizing a portion of a medium-sized world almost instantly. At the same time, numerous overlords began their actions. The eternal God King soared high in the sky, countless stars cascading down from his side, crashing into the devourer of civilizations like a meteor shower. Elsewhere, the great world tree's limbs twisted, ultimately transforming into a gigantic titan clad in world armor. The world tree's everlasting aura gradually faded from him, replaced by a deathly aura comparable to the underworld. This deathly aura gathered in the great world tree's hand, ultimately transforming into a spear. He shouted loudly, "Monster, meet your end." Chapter 993. The great world tree is a relic of a previous era. Unlike the Titan overlords rescued by Richard, he has truly survived the war. Before meeting Richard, he considered himself merely a lucky soul. A survivor who had managed to stay alive by chance. It was only after meeting Richard that he realized how much he had missed. As a world tree created by the Titans, he should have galloped on the battlefield until death or victory. This was the message the Titans had woven into his bloodline, and it was his lifelong creed. Many would wonder how a creature, manipulated from birth, could possibly embrace a mission imposed upon it by its creator. But they overlooked the fact that these beings were created by their creators, and everything they possessed was provided by them. For the created, the mission woven into their bloodline is innate. They may choose not to accept this mission, but that does not make the creatures who do accept it any less valuable. Acceptance is also a choice. Now, the great world tree must fulfill its mission, even if it means sacrificing its own life and the entire tree spirit civilization. Buzz, the spear vibrated. The spear, entangled with death energy, was not the black color one might imagine. On the contrary, when the death energy reached a certain level, it transformed into a vibrant red. The branches of the great world tree seeped into the spear, providing a carrier for it, and perfecting the work. The death energy intertwined with the power of the dimension, mixed with the power of the world's origin, and ultimately, a simple world was born within the spear. The moment this world took shape, ripples echoed through the void. That was a sign that something was being drawn in. The great world tree said nothing. The moment the world took shape, it flung its spear. The bright red spear, like a blood-red meteor, hurtled straight towards the devourer of civilizations. At this strike, the devourer of civilizations' body actually began to collapse. The deceased, seemingly drawn to it by the spear, now swam within the devourer of civilizations like a school of fish. Buzz, the spear pierced the devourer of civilizations, instantly necrotizing its continent-sized body and destroying the laws within it. Oh! It actually activated the underworld. The devourer of civilizations suddenly had an eyeball. He looked at the Great World Tree with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could see that the Great World Tree's attack wasn't a death rule, but rather a triggering of the illusory law known as the underworld. In the astral realm, nearly every race has legends about the underworld. While the content of these legends may vary, their meaning remains the same. Influenced by this philosophy, a dimension called the underworld emerged within the endless dimension. This dimension encompasses the realm of death of nearly every race in the astral realm, a truly boundless dimension. The laws of the underworld that constitute it naturally become immensely powerful. Corona of the Dead once conducted extensive research into this dimension, ultimately reaching an incredible conclusion. The laws of the underworld have transcended conventional, illusory rules, reaching a new level. It was this discovery that led Corona of the Dead to abandon his research into the underworld. The gap in levels cannot be bridged by talent alone. However, the Great World Tree unexpectedly activated the laws of the underworld. This seemed to indicate that something had gone wrong with the Corona of the Dead's original research. Under the influence of the underworld's laws, the dead, completely devoured by the devourer of civilization, began to revive. This was a conceptual resurrection. Even though their souls had been digested and their bodies annihilated, they could still crawl out from the devourer of civilization's flesh and blood. These dead races were incredibly complex, their strengths varying. But the moment they revived, they all unanimously committed one thing: revenge. A wave of the dead spread within the devourer of civilization, like a festering sore, steadily eroding its life. What a nostalgic taste! The devourer of civilization felt the ever-expanding realm of the dead, a look of ecstasy suddenly crossing his face. Then, his massive body erupted in waves. These waves were the waves of his mouth. Across the inky waves, countless mouthparts of various shapes opened and closed continuously. All the dead swept by this wave vanished completely. Although it lacks the flavor of failure, it still tastes good just as it is. The Great World Tree watched this scene, its deathly aura thickening once again. The devourer of civilizations didn't intervene, instead turning its spear to harass the other overlords. Boom! The devourer of civilization's massive body began to move, the waves of the void making the world fortress resemble a small boat on the waves. The matching mouthparts opened on his body, revealing countless tentacles and fangs, a terrifying sight. Stop, 145. Richard's voice echoed in the Great World Tree's ears, halting his next move. Don't forget, your clone is still within the World Fortress. The World Trees within the World Fortress are all clones of the Great World Tree. While these clones can survive independently of the original Great World Tree, the death of the original will still cause the clones' wills to restructure. These World Trees have all merged with the World Will, and this restructuring could potentially cause serious problems for the World Fortress. Yes, sir. The Great World Tree ceased its attack, its dead energy rapidly transforming into life. Obeying the Titan Commander's orders was his motto. Beside him, Semel grew in size, charging directly at the devourer of civilizations, and delivering a powerful punch. Instantly, countless dimensional portals suddenly appeared in the void. Within these dimensional portals, the rich power of the abyss threatened to erode even the void. Bang! The violent interdimensional blow, carrying Samel's fist like a coffin nail, pierced deeply into the devourer of civilizations. An area larger than a medium-sized world was reduced to ash by this blow. Elsewhere, stars surrounded Rackart. These stars now transformed into floating cannons, beginning to bombard the devourer of civilizations. Beside him, thorns swirled from the body of the cursed demon Emperor Yuffing. These thorns reached into the void, and then, one-dimension overlord after another, emerged from the void. The cursed demon's abilities were largely ineffective against the devourer of civilizations, so his options were limited, such as using some young dimension overlords as self-destructing bombs. The other overlords also reached out simultaneously. The corona of shaping energy transformed into a massive world giant, a virtual world tree becoming a staff. An endless tide of energy surged from it, heading straight for the devourer of civilizations. The alchemical corona transformed into a massive war fortress. After experiencing defeat, he further improved his world annihilation cannon. The World Annihilation Cannon was now even more powerful than before. Boom! Instantly, countless fireworks burst forth from the Civilization Devourer's body. However, the Civilization Devourer seemed oblivious to these attacks. Resembling a darkened Pac-Man, he charged straight towards the World Fortress. 99 sturdy tentacles sprouted from his body, along with a tongue, each corresponding to a World Fortress. A small bite to whet your appetite. The Civilization Devourer's scream, tinged with his unique soul taint, instantly swept across the battlefield. The overlords, who hadn't broken through the limits, fell into a brief trance at this scream. Even the overlords, who had broken through the limits, experienced a momentary trance. For the few leaders, it was unaffected. No, protect the World Fortress. The Titan King's warning echoed in Richard's ears, but before Richard could react, a tentacle swung out, snatching up a World Fortress and swallowing it whole. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Richard's eyes. Is this guy crazy? World Fortresses aren't that easy to digest. If he keeps going this way, we kill him before he can digest them. But the Titan King's response made his heart sink slightly. These are sacrifices. Sacrifices don't need to be digested. Richard's figure flashed, carrying a rolling wave of void, and he arrived in front of a tentacle. Then, the World Hammer, coated in miracle fire, smashed the tentacle in half. The blazing miracle fire spread along the tentacle, but this time, even with the time-disturbing black fluid, the miracle fire continued to burn brightly. After breaking through the dimensional power, the Civilization Devourer's guards could no longer stop him. The manipulation of probability affected the Civilization Devourer's tentacles, and even the temporal chaos material was unable to prevent the spread of the miracle fire. You two will hide in my cellular dimension. Richard flashed, appearing within the World Fortress. He then gathered all the personnel within the World Fortress into his cellular dimension. As for why he didn't just take the World Fortress away, it still needed to fight, and his cellular dimension couldn't accommodate such a massive fortress. Boom! Under the control of the World Tree, the World Fortress opened fire at full force. Ether decomposition cannons, dimensional destruction cannons, dimensional annihilation bombs, abyssal black holes, all manner of anti-dominant weapons were activated at this moment. The entire World Fortress began to seethe. The World Tree itself could control all weapons, though it couldn't repair them all. Now that the World Fortress had been abandoned, he naturally had no more concerns. Did you see? Looks like those guys left quite a bit for you. The screams of the devourers of civilization echoed through the void. Within a radius of several light years, all creatures not overlords, not protected by world fortresses, were transformed into monsters by the screams. But did they tell you that ritual sacrifices don't require distance? Then, Ellie's voice suddenly rang in Richard's ears. Richard, the devourers of civilization have appeared in our heartland. The Mayfly spirit cannot stop the spread of contamination. Chapter 994. Wizard Alliance. A pitch-black army flew out of the world like a school of fish, continuously leaping from the astral plane into the endless dimension. The Wizard Alliance was not unprepared for a sudden attack from the devourer of civilization during this expedition. To this end, Richard deliberately left the Mayfly spirit, a double-limit-breaking creature, within the Alliance. However, events clearly unfolded beyond Richard's expectations. In the wizarding world, Ellie transformed into a massive, ferocious dragon, her entire body covered in golden-patterned dragon scales, every inch of her form exuding an air of elegance and splendor. Unlike ordinary dragons, Ellie had only one head. Atop her head grew a single horn gleaming with lightning. Attracted by this horn, the energy in the air surged toward Ellie like a tidal wave. Boom! White-purple lightning shot out from the horn, instantly cleaving a furnace man warship into molten iron. However, the sky was filled with seemingly endless warships of the Harmen. Even with the World Guardians intercepting them, these warships still forced their way into the wizarding world, risking a near 80% crash rate. Under their reckless attack, a small portion of the wizarding world fell. A section of territory belonging to the School of Evolution was invaded by the Devourer of Civilization, and a steady stream of war machines and hardmen emerged from it, spreading like a virus. Damn it! All academies, attention! Move students to the shelters. Teachers, fight on your own. Ellie tried to calm herself. Now, the only ones who could rule the wizarding world were the few heirs of the school, designated by the Corona. She flapped her dragon wings behind her, and instantly accelerated to the speed of light. Thunder wrapped around her, transforming into a pair of thunder wings. Wherever they passed, all the Hardman warships were melted by the thunder. Meanwhile, in other parts of the wizarding world, the heirs of different schools began fighting. None of them were weak, but they stayed away from the front lines because they needed to inherit. Without a master, few of the phantoms of the past summoned by the Devourer of Civilizations could match them. But victory is victory. The Devourer of Civilizations' contamination was spreading. The Devourer of Civilizations' purpose in attacking the wizarding world was never to occupy it, but to block communications from it. There are two ways to communicate across worlds: through dimensions and through the portals. The Devourer of Civilizations can disrupt both to a certain extent, especially portal communication. Every second of interference meant a greater chance of infection for other worlds. Endless dimensions. Is this your method? Richard's expression remained unchanged after hearing Ellie's voice. Prepare for a surprise attack in advance, then unleash it when the war reaches its peak. However, I have a question about this. Richard observed the Devourer of Civilizations, the world hammer in his hand growing larger and larger. When did you become so honest? The Devourer of Civilizations' words seemed like the utter utterance of a man carried away by his own success, but such utterances were best reserved for after the Ascension ceremony had begun. Now, before the ceremony had even begun, the Devourer of Civilizations had uttered such foolishness. This was not right in any way. You want to divide our forces. Richard stared at the Devourer of Civilizations silently, bringing down his sledgehammer. Instantly, waves surged from the void like sharp blades, severing several of the Devourer of Civilization's tentacles. You can't handle this situation. You need to distract us to complete that final step. Or perhaps even enter that final step. I think I'm right? The Devourer of Civilization's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. His voice was thick with blasphemy, enough to make even ordinary overlords gag. Guess, Richard. Guess whether you've guessed my intentions, or I've guessed yours. This was a nesting doll-like structure. Richard might be on the second level, while the Devourer of Civilizations could be on the first or third. There was no point in going deeper into this structure. Richard could only gamble. Richard, send back for rescue. The Titan King's voice echoed in Richard's ears. Whether what he says is true or not, we have a way to resolve it. I am already a dead man, and this is just my last breath in this world. Compared to those living beings, I am nothing. If he deceived you, then I will shoot him down. If he didn't, then we still won. The Titan King's words made sense, but Richard couldn't help but feel something was amiss. At his level of power, intuition is often not an illusion, but a premonition, a warning. Now, he needs to make a choice. He needs to choose between the countless beings of the Wizarding Union and his own intuition. Trillions of lives depend on his single thought. No reinforcements. Richard's command was resolute. He distrusted the Devourer of Civilization's words, trusting only his own instincts. Long ago, he had already recognized the responsibility for his sins. This was a necessary evil. Richard had made the decision, and naturally, the other leaders would not object. To Richard, the decision was difficult. But to these old men, it was easy. 1 billion dead is a number. 1 billion, 100 billion dead is also a number. As long as there were no annihilation, any sacrifice was worth it. They were responsible for civilization as a whole, not for the tiny individuals that made it up. The Devourer of Civilizations watched Richard make his decision, and the smile on his face faded slightly. It seems he was wrong about you. Richard said nothing, silently swinging the world hammer. But this time, the Devourer of Civilizations felt a surge of anger in the hammer. Oh, so you've grown up. The Devourer of Civilizations smiled, a smile that looked terrifying against the backdrop of his massive, twisted form. But you haven't grown much yet. As he spoke, a dimensional fluctuation suddenly emanated from the Devourer of Civilizations. Under this dimensional fluctuation, the entire world slowed down. Actually, I wasn't lying. The Devourer of Civilizations' voice suddenly grew calm. Sacrifice doesn't require distance. However, your decision was indeed the right one. Because even if you return for help, you can't stop me. Richard's body slowly shifted within the fluctuation, its speed increasing steadily. This fluctuation was a fluctuation of time. The Devourer of Civilization slowed down their own time, and even the flow of time in the surrounding space. Because my sacrifice isn't with you. A sudden ripple appeared in the void, and then, dimensional gates opened, revealing the scene beyond. I have to thank those two cowards who escaped. Because of their existence, the Lingma civilization has not been extinct, and these creatures are still part of it. Amidst the civilization devourer's leisurely voice, the numerous overlords saw the scene beyond the gates. It was a series of sealed worlds, like insects in a lake, motionless within their seals, as if time had stood still. Among them, Richard even saw the ruins of the Sand Spirit world. They are more than enough as sacrifices. As he spoke, a mocking smile crossed the face of the civilization devourer. By the way, I've already won if you simply started this war. Everything you've done, every life you sacrificed, was for nothing. Richard's eyes narrowed slightly, his unique soul form keeping a trace of emotion from his heart. He simply analyzed everything before him. He still felt something was wrong. Richard watched carefully later. In Richard's soul, the remnant of the Titan King gradually transformed into a Shepherd Star Titan. The ascension process is crucial. The Civilization Devourer's ascension ritual is complete and flawless. This should be helpful for your future ascension to a level 8 half-creature. I strike him down at the last moment before he succeeds. You then be able to witness the entire process and obtain a wounded Civilization Devourer. That's not necessary. Richard's voice held a touch of cold rationality. You simply need to strike when the chance of success is highest. Knowledge can be sought, but if you fail, we won't be able to find another Titan King to defeat you. Although the knowledge gained by advancing to the 8th level of a half-creature is priceless throughout the astral plane, even the most precious knowledge is only useful when it can be put to use. Even if Richard didn't use this soul structure, he would make the same decision. As a wizard, he would restrain his greed. Haha, it's better to be cautious. The Titan King chuckled softly, a hint of relief in his voice. Richard was still so cautious at this juncture. The future of the Abyss Titan seemed promising. Through Richard's eyes, he looked at the Civilization Devourer not far away, and the relief in his eyes quickly turned to a touch of joy. After so many years, he was finally going to defeat this monster. His journey was finally coming to an end. But as time fluctuations continued to arrive, and the flow of time around the Civilization Devourer began to slow down. Even a creature like Richard, already at the pinnacle of dominance, moved and thought more and more slowly under the influence of time. In fact, if it weren't for the Titan King as a reference, he wouldn't have noticed that his thoughts were gradually slowing down. This is the power of an 8th level half-creature. Becoming an 8th level half-creature. Objects can remain forever in the river of time. To them, the Overlord is but an ant. If the Devourer of Civilizations hadn't deliberately cultivated the goo, the previous Civilization Alliance would never have been able to win this war. Time slowed down, until it almost stood still. However, the Devourer of Civilizations' actions didn't slow down even a bit due to the slowdown. Under the influence of the ritual, the war took on a near-physical form. They were auras resembling wronged souls, their bodies ablaze with flames, their hands wielding steel knives. Some rode carriages, others piloted airships. They formed a mighty column and charged into the Devourer of Civilizations, as if to wage a never-ending war within. It's over. Foods. The Devourer of Civilizations grinned widely, his face brimming with elation. He lifted his eyes to the heavens and laughed heartily. Destiny, you lose. I've defeated you. Ha. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether that was the Devourer of Civilizations' laughter or the curse of the Corona. Yes, it's over. The Titan King silently stored all the data he had observed on the computing chip, then slowly stepped out of Richard's body. He looked at the Devourer of Civilizations and laughed heartily. Old friend, our battle is almost over. Chapter 995. Even the Devourer of Civilizations was stunned by the sudden appearance of the Titan King. It felt like playing a stealth game, only to realize at the last moment that someone had been watching them the entire time. Long time no see, Chi. The Devourer of Civilizations naturally remembered the Titan King's name, having trapped him in such a predicament. If he succeeded today, this name might follow him until his death. As he spoke, the Devourer of Civilizations' voice grew venomous. You lingering bastard, I should have chewed you up. The Titan King's growth stemmed from his own indulgence. If he hadn't been so greedy, the previous Civilization Alliance would have been nothing more than a dish to him. Like a vegetable salad, it might look a bit plain and not as delicious as other preparations. But at least it was a dish. Your compliment is well deserved. You were so dull, you've become much more refined since you acquired humanity. The Titan King's voice was incredibly relaxed, as if he were chatting with an old friend about what he'd eaten today and what the weather would be like tomorrow. But as he spoke, a soul-freezing murderous intent silently filled the void. The Devourer of Civilization stared at the Titan King, his massive eyes filled with nothing but venom. He knew the Titan King had appeared at this juncture to prevent his ascension. And the Titan King's plan was likely to succeed. For at that moment, he could already feel the trace of fate branded upon him growing faintly hot. Let's put an end to this. The Titan King's form suddenly expanded, and then the miracle furnace flew out of Richard's soul. The miracle fire within flowed out like a stream, ultimately extinguishing not a single spark. The blazing miracle fire ignited the Titan King's body, and in an instant, the thread of fate, which had replaced Richard's original thread of destiny, materialized in the void. "We've thought a lot about how to kill you," the Titan King whispered softly. That crystal guy mobilized the computing power of an entire civilization, calculating for a full 35,764 years before finding a way to kill you. What a rigid fellow. He could have fled to another world community and continued civilization. But to protect the future of this community, he chose to stay. The thread of fate slowly shifted in the Titan King's hand, ultimately transforming into a spear. This transformation didn't alter the thread of fate in the slightest, but it was crucial to the Titan King. On the Shepherd Star Titan, when faced with a criminal who had committed an unforgivable offense, the executioner would pierce them with a spear, forcing them to bleed to a humiliating death. The Devourer of Civilizations naturally recognized this punishment, having assimilated the Titan who invented it. "Do you really think you have victory?" The Devourer of Civilizations' body suddenly trembled, and violent fluctuations in space and time caused enormous fluctuations in time and space throughout the Ascension Ritual's radius. Time suddenly sped up, and then slowed down. Space suddenly rippled, and then suddenly stopped. This was a storm, a temporal and spatial storm. Even before becoming a level 8 half-creature, the Devourer of Civilizations, who had entered the ritual, had already mastered some of the power over time. Yet, amidst the tempest of time and space, the Titan King remained motionless. He was like a mountain, unmoved by the raging flood outside. The Titan King slowly raised his spear, and the space and time around him gradually began to stabilize. The miraculous fire within him burned fiercely, eventually igniting the spear of destiny. He laughed heartily at the Devourer of Civilization, his form crumbling as he laughed, transforming into tiny points of flame that infused the spear of destiny. "Monster, meet your judgment." Richard felt everything happen in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Titan King's remnant soul vanished, the Devourer of Civilization ignited, its entire body falling into irreversible collapse. Time slowed them down, preventing them from even witnessing the battle between the two mighty warriors. "So it's over." The spirit of the Great World Tree approached Richard, its voice tinged with doubt. The slowdown of time prevented him from seeing anything. In the blink of an eye, everything was over. "It's over," Richard said softly, looking at the empty Miracle Forge. The Miracle Forge's core lies in its flame. Without the Miracle Fire, it is nothing more than an ordinary treasure of civilization. He could sense that something was missing from him. It was the echo of his own destiny. That destiny had been wielded as a weapon by the Titan King, so Richard's own destiny naturally returned. "Let's hurry and deal with this monster." Richard took out the Book of All Laws, and endless runes flowed from it, eventually transforming into several vast magic circles. The Devourer of Civilizations had failed in his promotion, and was now in a state of backlash. Even if they didn't intervene, the Devourer of Civilizations would collapse and die. However, facing this strange and powerful enemy, all the overlords of the Civilization Alliance felt it was better to be on the safe side. When it came to safety, there was no better option than to personally send the Devourer of Civilizations to their doom. Boom! The attacks of numerous overlords descended upon the Devourer of Civilizations, hastening the monster's death many times over. His body gradually crumbled, his will also gradually crumbling. Suddenly, a face emerged from his body. The face of the cursed Corona. "You're still trying to play tricks at this time?" The second-generation cursed Corona sneered angrily. The cursed Corona was his teacher, and the Devourer of Civilizations was blaspheming his teacher before his death. However, this face, after appearing, did not display the Devourer of Civilization's evil aura. Instead, it appeared calm and wise. He looked at Richard and said a single word. "Run!" "Run?" At that word, the uneasy feeling within Richard instantly erupted. Why did the Devourer of Civilizations tear apart the fragments of the Goblin world? Among the sacrifices for his ascension, there were no fragments of the Goblin world. "Run!" Without hesitation, Richard roared at all the overlords, then suddenly charged into the void behind him. The next moment, a familiar wave of spacetime emerged from the Devourer of Civilization's body. From within the Devourer of Civilization's dead body, a new life was emerging. A new Devourer of Civilizations. Instantly Richard understood everything. The monster, the Devourer of Civilization, had planned everything. After several attempts, he determined that fate could not be defied, and that any act of defiance would only hasten the end. So, he simply gave up on defying fate, and instead relied on it to achieve his own goals. Fate's judgment of a creature comes from the soul. If the soul is destroyed, the creature is destroyed. Of course, Richard's soul, which was reconstructed through means after destruction, does not count as destruction. So, as long as the Devourer of Civilization's soul is destroyed, he is considered dead. This provides some room for maneuver. While he is destined to die, his offspring will not be affected by fate. Of course, this offspring must be pure, not a clone or a resurrection, as this cannot deceive fate. The devourer of civilization feeds on war, and will devour everything from the defeated. So, after his defeat against the Wizarding Union, he naturally became a loser. And so, he naturally became food for his offspring. At that time, his offspring would inherit everything he had. The technologies he had memorized, and the lives he had devoured would become nourishment for his offspring. In fact, because the consciousness of his newborn was so pure, his memories would directly fill the soul of this new body. It was like possessing another's body, only this possession was passive. And this was a perfect escape from fate. The old devourer of civilizations was dead, and the newborn was his offspring. Because of the devourer of civilization's abilities, his offspring inherited everything he had. That familiar gaze appeared again, cold, evil, and greedy, as if it wanted to devour everything in this world. The devourer of civilizations reappeared, and this time, the curse of the cursed corona was no longer effective. For the newly born devourer of civilizations inherited only its memories and power. Its personality, tainted by human nature, remained untouched. This perfect creature displayed its perfection almost to the fullest. Even the Titan King, a hidden, undiscovered unknown factor, could not disrupt its calculations. If the devourer of civilizations had not collapsed, the cursed corona would have overwhelmed its personality. The entire alliance of civilizations would have become food for this newly born devourer of civilizations. Richard looked back. Just a fraction of a second behind him, time and space had stagnated. If he had hesitated even for a moment after the cursed corona's warning, he would have been trapped in this stagnant space and time, becoming food for the devourer of civilizations. Is this the power of this monster? Beside him, Beelzebub's voice trembled. After receiving Richard's warning, the Lord of the Abyss also did not hesitate, fleeing at top speed. He was a cautious man, fearing nothing but death. Few overlords were as cautious as Beelzebub. With the exception of Richard, none of the crowned ones of the wizard civilization escaped. The god civilization only had the weapon Dusk, which Richard managed to escape with. The cursed demon empire was entirely obedient, but due to their strength, only the brothers Yifeng and Yiyan escaped. Beelzebub and Samuel of the Abyss civilization both escaped, Samuel out of intuition, Beelzebub out of caution. The other Titan overlords, due to their strength, were all trapped. Only the great world tree of the Natural Federation escaped, but only in its spirit form. Lacarte of the Eye Demon civilization hesitated, but his immense strength allowed him to escape. Only Shamantian of the Spirit Desert civilization escaped, using the spirit form of the Great World Tree. Although the Galaxy Mayfly swarm was also trapped, he had a backup plan, so even if he remained trapped, it wouldn't matter. The other mercenary overlords were annihilated, and the World Fortress, save for those Richard had taken into the cellular dimension, was also completely annihilated. The promising situation was shattered in an instant. "Captain, what should we do now?" the World Tree asked Richard. Richard was the Titan King, the Archon of the Alliance. In this situation, only Richard could make the decision. Richard gazed at the frozen space and time and whispered, "I cannot stop his ascension. The only way to counter him is to ascend." In the computing chip, the Titan King's observational data and analysis results were pouring into Richard's soul. In that moment, the Titan King seemed to have read for decades, recording a vast ocean of data. He turned to look at the other overlords beside him, his face as determined as a statue. "Everyone, I need your dimension. I want to become the master of this community." Chapter 996. Although Richard only had a theory about how to advance to level 8, the Titan King's observations of Civilization Devourer advancement data provided a more accurate explanation. With this data, Richard had a 70% chance of success, and a 10% chance of stabilizing his advancement. The difficulty in advancing to level 8 lies in stabilization, not in reaching that state. The Titan King achieved his advancement solely through the deductions of the Supreme Being, but even after his advancement, he didn't know how to stabilize at that level. But now, Richard had some confidence. Lord of the Swarm. Rackart, the Eye Demon leader, asked first. "What do you need from us?" At this juncture, any concern for personal gain or loss is foolish. If we don't help Richard succeed, the entire Wizarding Union will be destroyed. Richard said solemnly, "I need the treasures of your civilizations. I need your civilization dimension to acknowledge me as king. I need all dimensions to unite as one. I need the era of individual struggles to become history. This world community will be unified. A civilization with an alliance system. Fragmented civilization dimensions cannot support a community leader. Richard needs a civilization dimension large enough to achieve qualitative transformation. He also needs a civilization dimension large enough to provide the dimensional power necessary for his advancement. To ascend, Richard needs to cultivate a large world-class cell dimension within himself. With this large world as the core, he can connect all other cell dimensions together, thus forming a community-like dimensional structure. This requires a vast amount of dimensional power. Even a civilization like the Wizarding civilization would need to empty an entire dimension. And that might not even be enough. Developing the cellular dimension requires dimensional power. Connecting dimensions also requires dimensional power, and furthermore, it requires a vast amount of dimensional power as a foundation. One civilization alone cannot possess all these things. Richard's words shocked the leaders of the other civilizations. Even the Great World Tree was astonished by Richard's idea. You intend to make the Wizarding Union a true civilization? Yi Feng's voice was tinged with disbelief. In theory, the name Wizarding Union already reveals its true nature. Richard's current desire to make the Wizarding Union a true civilization essentially means he intends to annex them. Only Richard could say this, because the leaders of the civilizations present had dealt with him before, and knew that this wizard wasn't particularly interested in power or territory. If it had been Corona of Evolution or Corona of Alchemy who said this, the Union would have split, even with the threat of the civilization devourer. Yes, this is a true civilization. I know you have many concerns, but I can swear at oath here, the future Archon of the Wizarding Union will be replaced every 10,000 years. Any civilization or race can serve as Archon. Richard's voice was extremely solemn. He knew that the longer the alliance dragged on, the more difficult it would become. He had to make a statement immediately to allay the concerns of the other leaders. How is it elected? Xiaomantian suddenly asked. It can be voted on, or it can be rotated. It depends on your opinion. The leaders looked at each other, and finally the Great World Tree spoke. Rotate. Otherwise, we Lingma, and even the gods, will not be elected. Richard looked at Rackart and Yefeng, two leaders with a close relationship, who were exchanging views. Finally, they said simultaneously, rotate. They also worried that Richard would deliberately suppress other civilizations after defeating the devourer of civilizations. In that case, let us sign a contract. Richard tore a piece of skin from his own body, wrote the terms of the contract in blood, and signed his name. He then rewrote the terms in abyssal script, and signed his name again. The Great World Tree stepped forward, rewrote the terms in the official language of the Natural Federation, and signed his name. This was a statement, indicating that the civilizations were aware of all this, and agreed to the terms of the contract. Following this, the Cursed Demon Emperor Yefeng and the Demon Leader Rackart also wrote their respective civilizations' words on the contract. They did not need a fake contract, because theirs already existed. They only needed to make a statement, and the civilization dimensions would merge naturally. The dimension is a ship, and the leader is the captain. The captain has the final say on where the ship goes. At the end of the story, only the God civilization and the Spirit Desert civilization are in trouble. Xiaomantian isn't the leader of a civilization, or rather, not entirely. The God civilization has only revealed the dimensional treasure, but not the leader. The Spirit Desert issue can be put on hold for now, Richard said. The Spirit Desert civilization is nearing collapse. Whether or not to integrate is irrelevant. Joining the alliance can be discussed later. But the gods. I sign it. Twilight, the supreme treasure of civilization, suddenly spoke. You? Can you replace the leader? A flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face. Can the will of the dimension replace the leader? Twilight, or rather the incarnation of the will of the gods, calmly said, he's unable to make a decision right now, so I can. Then sign it. Twilight wrote the contract in the divine language and affixed his name. As Dusk signed, the dimensional entanglement within the endless dimension, like a hemp rope, began to vibrate. The 6 civilization dimensions began to melt, eventually transforming into a single, multicolored dimension. Immediately afterwards, Richard descended into this new dimension, which instantly changed from vibrant color to the gray, symbolizing the wizard dimension. The dimensional incarnation appeared as the Keeper of Secrets. In his hands, a contract was already written, lacking only a name. Sir Richard, are you ready? The Keeper of Secrets asked. Richard whispered, I've been prepared for this for a long time. Well, the era of wizards begins with you. The dimensional incarnation presented the contract, and Richard signed his name. Then, the vast alliance dimension instantly connected with Richard, and a tidal wave of dimensional power continuously flowed into his body. Infused with this dimensional power, Richard's cellular dimension began to grow at an astonishing rate. At the same time, the dimensional fluctuations spread to the interior of the civilization. All the world masters who remained behind sensed the dimensional fusion. What is this? Ellie stared at the sky, her expression filled with shock. She could sense that the wizard dimension suddenly vanished for a moment, then grew several times stronger. The next moment, Richard's voice, a voice not heard in 20 years, echoed in her ears. Ellie, prepare the men and equipment. The battle ahead depends on them. Men? What men? Anyone will do. Wizards, titans, abyssal demons, any major race within the Alliance. Remember, prepare infants. Also, prepare a group of researchers and inform them that a closed-door experiment will be conducted until the end of their lives. This isn't mandatory, it's voluntary. Also, when organizing the men, remember to prepare teachers and teaching materials. Richard's series of demands made Ellie feel a little dizzy. These things weren't difficult to prepare, but she wasn't sure what they even meant. Is that all? That's all. Also, Project Spark is underway, and you're the leader. What? Ellie's voice suddenly grew shrill. Let others do this. If you die, I won't live in vain. Never. If you don't want to, then leave it to the mithril hand. Hurry and prepare what I need. Richard didn't try to persuade Ellie. They were all veteran wizards, and their words were carefully considered decisions. Since Ellie didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. Besides, Project Spark required a willing and rational person, and Ellie's attitude didn't meet the requirements. Endless dimension. Richard surveyed the vast storm before him, and unfolded his true form once again, entering it. He needed dimensional power, the more the better. While the Wizarding Union's dimensional infusion was substantial, this dimensional storm would provide him with no less. A violent dimensional storm enveloped Richard's body. Transformed by the cellular dimensional barrier, these storms began to transform into dimensional force, continuously infusing him. Under this infusion of dimensional force, the primary dimension Richard had cultivated began to expand continuously. If nothing unexpected happened, it would become a vast world within a year. As he devoured the dimensional storm, the dimensional nematodes that had caused it were also attracted to Richard. These dimensional pests approached silently, following the dimensional storm, but Richard did not prevent them from entering the cellular dimension. According to the Wizarding Union, they had been delayed for 20 years by the temporal storm. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have 20 years to complete his advancement. However, no one knew how long this advancement would take. So, Richard had to take a risky tactic, using the dimensional nematodes to connect the numerous cellular dimensions. This was a risky move, so Richard prepared a sufficient supply of ether and an army to hunt down the out-of-control nematodes. Time flowed like water. In the first year after the birth of the Wizarding Union civilization, Richard completed the construction of the primary dimensional world. At the same time, Ellie's colony team also began entering Richard's main dimension. This was Richard's backup plan. In the third year after the birth of the Alliance civilization, Richard, with the help of dimensional nematodes, completed the dimensional interconnection, linking all cellular dimensions together. By simply passing through a portal and a reasonable path, creatures within a cellular dimension could enter any other cellular dimension. The moment the interconnection was completed, Richard sensed the boundary. One more step would bring him to a whole new level. Amidst the dimensional storm, Richard cast one last glance in the direction of the wizarding world. He whispered to himself, "Let's end this." He pulled from his pocket the civilizational treasures of the Wizarding Alliance's affiliated civilizations. The Wizard's Book of All Laws, the Cursed Demon's Crown of Thorns, Ragnarok, the I-Demon Scepter of Truth, the Federation Chains of the Natural Federation, and the civilizational treasure of the Abyss Civilization. The Abyss Authority System. Yes, the Abyss Civilization's dimensional treasure was none other than the Abyss Authority System, which controlled all abyssal creatures. These civilizational treasures hovered around Richard, and then, a formation vast enough to encompass a whole world unfolded. The 6 civilizational treasures slowly merged into Richard's body, the laws of the 6 civilizations mingling within him. The invisible boundary also dissolved. 20 years, and 1 day since the Alliance's birth. In the void, surveillance airships from the Wizarding Alliance carried out their daily monitoring work. Their primary task was to observe the advancement of the civilization devourers. Of course, this was merely a solace. If the devourer of civilization succeeds in his promotion, no creature in the entire Wizarding Union can stop him. The information from these surveillance airships will reach the Wizarding Union even slower than the devourer of civilizations. Locke, how's the situation? The white-robed wizard approached his beholder colleague, holding the Alliance's latest trending drink. A coffee-colored, bubbly, sweet beverage. In this empty void, only the sweet smell and the news of the end of get-off work can warm one's heart. Everything is normal, Locke replied softly. His large eyes gazed silently at the solidified void before him. In reality, time in this void wasn't completely solidified, but simply flowed extremely slowly. That's how they could observe the interior of space-time. If time stood still, this space-time would be completely dark, nothing visible. Of course, it wasn't much different now. The wizard approached him, looking at the stagnant space-time in the distance, and whispered 20 years have passed. The time announced by the Alliance has arrived. But this thing looks the same as it did 15 years ago. Yes. Nothing has changed, Locke replied casually. That's the best-case scenario. If it changes, that would be the worst. Locke stopped talking before he finished. Because he saw that this stagnant space-time, unchanged for 20 years, suddenly moved. Dong! 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 At a point no one expected, the dull chime of the Overmind's fall suddenly rang out. The chime continued, as if stuck. And this chime signified only one thing: the return of the Devourer of Civilizations. In the endless dimension, the Devourer of Civilizations slowly and methodically devoured the Overmind before him, mouthful by mouthful. Although he had leveraged the calculations of the previous generation of civilization devourers to become a level 8 demi-creature, his foundation was insufficient. He needed to devour civilizations to gain foundation. The Overminds trapped in the stagnant deep space were naturally the best choice. In the face of sheer power, even leaders could not withstand the attack of the civilization devourer. Furthermore, for greater efficiency, he simultaneously devoured the Overminds while opening dimensional gates. The familiar Hardmen fleet reappeared, spreading contamination for the civilization devourer and accumulating foundation for this behemoth. The Wizarding Union could resist the Legion, but war itself was food for the civilization devourer. War once again descended upon this world community. I think this war should end. In the void of endless dimensions, the devourer of civilizations, feasting heartily, suddenly paused. Before him, a black-robed figure silently watched him. He sensed a familiar aura from this figure. Richard. The devourer of civilizations recognized Richard. I can leave. This community is yours. The devourer of civilizations was the purest form of evolutionary evolution. Though greedy, he possessed just as much reason as his greed. Since Richard had ascended to a level 8 semi-creature, fighting him was clearly unprofitable. World communities in the astral plane were like grains of sand. He could simply find another. But I disagree, Richard whispered. You've devoured so many people, so many lives, so many civilizations. I don't agree with just walking away like that. Then let's fight to the death. In an instant, time and space froze. Two creatures that had surpassed the dominant realm simultaneously entered a state of stilled spacetime. Without reaching this level, even spectating the battle wouldn't be possible. Richard looked at the civilization devourer and suddenly smiled. It was a mocking smile, but also a confident one. You've already lost. I don't think so. The civilization devourer transformed, and tentacles as large as stars surged towards Richard like a raging dragon. Countless faces wailed loudly on these tentacles. After becoming a level 8 semi-creature, the pollution of these wails was enough to taint the soul of the dominant. But Richard simply swung his fist, and the tentacle was reduced to mincemeat. After his ascension, Richard's power had undergone a qualitative leap. The total area of his cellular dimensions was equivalent to 10 great worlds. In other words, each of Richard's strikes was like 10 great worlds collided simultaneously. This force was so immense it could shatter a vast world. And this was just the simplest of punches. I suddenly understand why the Titan King, a newly promoted Swarm Master, could bring down a Swarm Master like you, who had been promoted for years. Richard looked at the civilization devourer and whispered, because the easiest creatures to survive in this world are insects. Huh? Is that the end? In the room with a burning fireplace, young children gathered around a wizard on a recliner, their faces filled with curiosity. Did Grandpa Archon just crush that monster so easily? The black-robed wizard, surrounded by them, smiled. That's unclear. After all, their war took place in a static spacetime. To us, it was a fleeting moment. However, if you study hard and get into Union University, perhaps you could ask him in person someday. I will definitely get into Union University. After I meet Grandpa Archon, I return to complete your story. The black-robed wizard patted the child who had spoken, a kind smile on his face. Okay. I wait for you to return and complete your story. Time for dinner, little ones. A voice echoed from the next room, followed by the entrance of a tall, pale blonde lady. Today's beef stew. Don't fight over it. Everyone gets enough. The children cheered, then chorused, "Yes, Grandma Ellie." The children dispersed, and Ellie approached the black-robed wizard with a teasing smile. "How many times have I told this story? Why does it feel so fulfilling to tell these little ones about your past?" "More than that." Richard spread his hands. "Just looking at them gives me a sense of accomplishment." Richard opened his arms, and Ellie immediately laid down in them. "So how did you win back then?" "There's no record in the League's documents." "That?" Richard smiled. "I was able to win mainly because of you." "Me?" "Yes. As for the rest, use your wisdom to figure it out. As a wizard, you need to use your brain. TSK, keep us in suspense." Ellie pulled herself out of Richard's arms. "I'm going to take care of the children's dinner." "Go ahead. Remember to save me a portion. Just beef, no potatoes." "Have some shame, Richard. Fighting with the kids for meat." "Uh-huh." Watching Ellie leave, Richard's thoughts drifted back to that battle. "Alas, I've made it so obvious, and you still can't guess it?" Richard's cellular dimension isn't entirely illusory. The four-element environment within it is completely real. This means that within it, the conditions for the birth of civilization exist. Richard wasn't sure how long his battle with the civilization devourer would last, but he was certain that fighting in stagnant time wouldn't allow him to gain dimensional power. In other words, this battle was purely a test of strength. And the Palm Demon Kingdom, which could intercept dimensional power, was naturally an absolute powerhouse. The colonization team Ellie had originally prepared was specifically for the Palm Demon Kingdom. Shaking his head, Richard casually picked up his information armor. Information from all over the Wizarding Union streamed continuously from it. A major breakthrough in World Seed technology has made cultivating a world no longer a dream. The School of Miracles' latest sorcery, the Great Wish, will grant all your wishes. News arrived from the pioneering team, a new member of the Wizarding Union. Vibrant and full of vitality, all things are vying for growth. Richard casually closed the information and immediately appeared in the conference hall of the Alliance Dimension. At the round table in the hall, all the Alliance overlords were already in place. Second generation Transfiguration Crown, second generation Soul Crown, second generation Undead Crown, first generation Divine Crown, second generation Nether Overlord, second generation. Richard's promotion was delayed, so a considerable number of overlords were devoured. Muni survived simply because he was too far from a civilization devourer and too weak. Looking at the assembled overlords, a resigned smile appeared on his face. "Alas, meetings are such a chore. I declare the 32nd Alliance meeting of the Wizarding Era of the Wizarding Union officially open."